Chapter 2135, Dragon Eye Cave. Dragon Eye Cave. No way. Hearing this name, Dragon Lord's expression changed, and she immediately rejected it. Long Kai smiled coldly and said, then according to Dragon Lord's meaning, Hao died in vain. Or are you going to let this emperor go and kill those few humans to take revenge for Hao? Dragon Lord's gaze turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, Dragon Eye Cave is the Dragon Clan's forbidden area. If even a heavenly emperor powerhouse goes it will be hard to come out too. You're asking Yuan to go in, isn't it making him seek death? What a joke, not letting him go to a dangerous place, could it be letting him go to a safe place? This emperor not smacking him to death with one slap is already very frustrating. As for the Dragon Eye Cave, if he really has a heaven-defying destiny and comes out of there, then this emperor also has nothing to say anymore. Long Kai looked at Yuan and said with a cold laugh. The Dragon Eye Cave was filled with dangers. Forget about rank 6, even if it was rank 7, no one came out before too. Unless one's strength reached Heavenly Emperor realm, only then did one barely have the ability to protect themselves. Even so, it was also very dangerous. Long Kai did not believe that Yuan could really come out after entering the Dragon Eye Cave. As for that agreement, it could just nicely be used to deal with Sacred Ancestor High Priest's fury. It could be said to satisfy both sides, killing Yuan and also leaving Sacred Ancestor High Priest with nothing to say. Thinking up to here, Long Kai also could not help rubbing his hands in glee. Such a genius idea, only he could come up with it. Fine, I'll go. Yuan's gaze became heavy as he said. Dragon Lord frowned and said, young man, you don't know what kind of place Dragon Eye Cave is and dare to agree to it. This lord is telling you, going in with your strength is certain death. Yuan understood that Dragon Lord being concerned for him was likely because of Long Xiaochen. But this Long Kai was incomparably cunning and definitely would not give him the chance. If he did not go in, he might really make a move against lure they all. Many thanks for Dragon Lord's concern. Yuan appreciates it, but so what even if it's a dragon's lair or tiger's den? What kind of scene have I, Yuan, not seen before? Old thing, sure, I can go in, but you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath. You're absolutely not allowed to harm lure they all. Yuan looked at Long Kai and said in a deep voice. Haha, straightforward enough. You rest assured, as long as you sign the agreement, this emperor will naturally swear the heavenly Tao oath to set your mind at ease, Long Kai said with a loud laugh. Coming out of the stone house, Long Xiaochen and Long Xiaohai immediately came up to greet. Yuan, they didn't make things difficult for you, right? Long Xiaochen said. Yuan smiled and said, I already said, that old thing doesn't dare. Only then did Long Xiaochen set her mind at rest and said with a laugh, hee. Looks like second sage this title is still pretty useful. That Long Hao, I've long found him displeasing to the eye. Well killed, humph, Xiaochen. Long Xiaohai gave a warning gaze, the latter hurriedly shut her mouth. Luer still did not quite believe it and said, young master, is it really fine? Yuan smiled and said, of course. Do you still not believe your young master? When Luer heard this, only then did she smile, being satisfied. Deep in the night, Lonzhuan appeared in Yuan's room, his expression somber. The other people's thoughts were pure and did not suspect things. But he lived to a ripe old age, how could he really rest his heart? After all, this place was the Dragon Clan and not the priest temple. Sure enough, Yuan definitely had something to talk about by calling him here. Yuan looked at Lonzhuan's expression and could not help smiling as he said, there's no need to have this expression. Aren't I perfectly fine? Lonzhuan's expression was solemn as he said, I wonder what instructions master has. Yuan said, tomorrow morning, I'll enter the Dragon Eye Cave and might be gone for a very long time. If I come out within 10 years, there's naturally no problem. If I don't come out within 10 years, you bring them and leave East Suppression Pseudo-World and return to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to quietly wait for news. Lonzhuan's expression changed and he said, Master, what kind of place is this Dragon Eye Cave? Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either, but it's definitely a dangerous place. That old dog used your lives to threaten me, making me enter this Dragon Eye Cave. You don't need to have this expression either. Master has cleared before many dangerous places, so how can it be that easy for that old dog to want to doom me to death? Lonzhuan's expression was solemn as he said, but Yi Yuan said coolly, there are no buts. This period of time that I'm not around, you take good care of lure they all. If this lass knows that I went to the Dragon Eye Cave, she definitely won't agree to it. Tell her after I leave. In addition, you also have to practice your alchemy diligently. After Master comes out, I'll be evaluating you. Longzhuan's expression flickered incessantly. Only after a long time did he slowly nod his head and said, yes, Master. Master has to be more careful on this trip. Early next morning, before the sky was bright, Yi Yuan arrived outside a stone tower situated in the middle of Raindragon's stronghold. Long Ji was already waiting there. You really thought it through about this? The moment you go, it will likely be hard to turn back. Long Ji said, if I don't go, will that old dog let me off? Yi Yuan answered with a question. Long Ji sighed and said, if I had long known it would be like this, I shouldn't have brought you guys here. Yi Yuan smiled and said, saying anything now is too late. But I'm afraid that it's not so easy for that old dog to want my life. There are a lot of evil things inside the Dragon Eye Cave. Furthermore, they are incomparably ferocious. This stone brilliant tower is used to suppress the Dragon Eye Cave. Long Ji looked at Yi Yuan and said with a complicated expression. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the Dragon Eye Cave was actually in the middle of Raindragon's stronghold. The Dragon Clan's habitat was actually built at such a dangerous place. It was just like this place was specially constructed in order to suppress the Dragon Eye Cave. Come on, follow me. Long Kai, they all are already waiting for you. Take care not to touch the array formation, otherwise, immortals can't save you too, Long Ji warned. Yi Yuan followed Long Ji into the stone tower and went down the stairs. No idea how deep they went down either. Suddenly, it suddenly became bright in front. The two people arrived in a great hall. In the center of the hall, purple light revolved, like a cave entrance. Inside exuded thick evil devilish aura. This was still after being sealed. It was not known how strong the devilish aura inside the Dragon Eye Cave was. If someone with celestial deity realm and below cultivation was here, they would likely immediately be frozen into ice cubes by this devilish aura. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, immediately feeling the danger of this Dragon Eye Cave. No wonder Dragon Lord's expression became like that the moment she heard Dragon Eye Cave. Long Kai and Long Yu were both here. When they saw Yi Yuan, they made no attempt to conceal the delight on their faces. Yi Yuan, we came to send you off. Long Yu's words carried a double meaning as he said delightedly. Yi Yuan already recovered his cool and said with a faint smile, then I'll have to trouble you guys. I even thought that you should be sending Long Hao off at this time. Long Chi's face fell, and he said with a cold smile, relax, there's you accompanying on the road to the netherworld, Hao won't be lonely. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard it and said, then you guys have to pray that I don't die. Otherwise, after I go there, he'll die once more. When these father and son two people saw Yi Yuan's appearance, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. Humph, razor-tongued, see if you can still laugh after you enter the Dragon Eye Cave. Enough crap, brought the contract, Long Kai said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan took out a jade slip and said coolly, swear it then. Chapter 2136, A Treasure Vault. Swearing the heavenly Tao oath and taking the contract, Long Chi's face finally revealed a hint of delight. Hey, you must still be thinking of coming out, right? Telling you quite regretfully, this entrance is one way. One can only enter and not come out. Furthermore, after you go in, you'll be transported to another venue randomly. If there are many powerful monsters there, then congratulations. You won the prize, Long Yu said smugly. Oh, in this case, the Dragon Eye Cave doesn't have an exit. Yi Yuan asked curiously. If there was no exit, then it would really be somewhat troublesome. If it was an enclosed world, then no matter how strong he became, it would also be impossible to come out of there. It is not that there isn't any. I heard that there are some spatial rifts inside the Dragon Eye Cave that traverses between spatial turbulent flows and the Dragon Eye Cave. But where these spatial rifts are, nobody knows either. Therefore, entering the Dragon Eye Cave is equivalent to crossing the Rubicon. Long Ji said in a solemn voice. Long Kai laughed wildly as he said, brat, there's still time to regret now. But those few humans' lives can't be guaranteed, ha ha ha. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and leapt, his figure directly plunging into the cave entrance. Long Kai still wanted to take a look at Yi Yuan's panicky appearance. Who knew that Yi Yuan was so straightforward, directly jumping in? He could not help feeling annoyed. Humph, not being able to kill you with my own hands, consider yourself getting off easily. Finished talking, Long Chi's figure moved, vanishing from the great hall. Long Ji also sighed slightly and turned around and left. However, not long after the few people left, a figure secretly slipped into the hall. A ray of azure light flashed past, that figure dashed right into the Dragon Eye Cave. The guards could not react in time at all. When the two Empyrean Realm guards saw this scene, their faces could not help changing greatly. Just now, that seemed to be Long Xiaochen, right? Damn it, this misfortune star actually entered the Dragon Eye Cave. Things are blown up now. You watch here, I'll immediately report it to Dragon Lord. The two people were seized with panic and left the great hall like flying. Yi Yuan only felt the world spin around. No idea how long had passed either, he finally landed on solid ground. It was a foreign world in front of him. Blood-red sky seemed like flames were burning in the sky, incomparably somber. Limitless devilish aura assaulted him frenziedly, penetrating right into the marrow. What fierce devilish aura, it's many times stronger than even the fiend race's devilish aura. However, such a pure devilish aura is very good cultivation resource. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon quietly revolved and started to crazily absorb the devilish aura. If someone saw this scene, their eyeballs would probably fall out. Once this kind of horrifying devilish aura entered the body, regardless of whether it was the demon race or human race, they would probably be unable to withstand it and would be corroded by this devilish aura very quickly, becoming a walking corpse. When normal people came here, they would have to revolve divine essence to push away this devilish aura. But Yi Yuan was different. He was directly absorbing it. Once the devilish aura entered the body, it was immediately refined by the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, becoming a ball of chaos divine essence, converging into the origin pill. Yi Yuan's origin pill became smaller and smaller, but the chaos divine essence became purer and purer. Everything originated from chaos, everything returned to chaos. To Yi Yuan, there was no difference between whatever divine essence, fiend essence, or demon divine essence. As long as it was a form of energy, it could be refined by the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, becoming chaos divine essence in the end. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could also invoke chaos divine essence to imitate any form of energy. Hey, the devilish energy here is really a great tonic. Cultivating one day is practically equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. A dark ball object arrived behind Yi Yuan silently. All of a sudden, that dark object opened its gaping maws, revealing sharp teeth, and bit towards Yi Yuan's neck. A streak of cold light flashed past, the sharp sword energy entered right from the gaping maws, piercing right through the monster's head. The monster emitted a series of strange cries and fell to the ground, twitching a few times before it stopped moving. Yi Yuan turned around and looked. This monster looked like a black dog. It was just that the hair all over its body was extremely long and it did not even have an eye. If it did not open its mouth, it would look just like a black ball. This monster wanted to ambush Yi Yuan. How could it know that Yi Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at the back of his head, directly annihilating it? This is the monster that they spoke of. Indeed very strong. Never heard before that the Heavenspan world still has this kind of monster. What in the world are these? Yi Yuan said with a frown. The aura exuding from this monster's body was roughly the same as a human fifth firmament true god. But that strike earlier, probably 3 fifth firmament true gods were not a match either. Abyss monster. Dustless's voice suddenly rang out. Abyss monster, you're talking about these? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Dustless nodded his head and said, that's right. Following the soul-suppressing pearl's breakthrough to a heavenly emperor spirit treasure, my memories seem to have somewhat recovered. I feel very familiar with this Dragon Eye Cave. It seems like I've come before once. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that and said, you came here before. Could it be that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove came before? Dustless said, possible. These abyss monsters are very strong. Same rank humans are not a match at all. There are even some powerful existences among them that can even jump realms to battle. Yi Yuan, you have to be more careful. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I'll be careful. What's this? Yi Yuan was just about to leave when he suddenly discovered that beside that abyss monster's corpse, a black crystal fell out. What thick devilish energy. This thing must be the abyss monster's life essence. Tisk tisk, The devilish energy stored inside here is even purer than the devilish energy in the air. Seeing this black crystal, Yi Yuan's two eyes could not help lighting up. When others saw this devilish energy, it was like a rat seeing a cat. There might not even be time to even run. But Yi Yuan behaved like he obtained a priceless treasure. Ha ha ha, this Dragon Eye Cave is really a good place. With this kind of black crystals, I can break through to 8th firmament true God within a very short time. That old dog forced me to come to the Dragon Eye Cave. But he probably never dreamed that this place is simply a paradise to me. Yi Yuan put away the black crystal and said with a loud laugh. The devilish energy inside this one piece of black crystal was virtually equivalent to a rank 6 divine pill. What did Yi Yuan lack most in his cultivation? Medicinal pills. Even if Yi Yuan currently had deep pockets, the quantity of the medicinal pills that his cultivation required was too great. Rank 6 spirit medicines were extremely precious. Even if Yi Yuan did not lack money, he could not get that many spirit medicines either. However, as long as there was an endless stream of medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's cultivation would definitely be very fast. However, there were countless abyss monsters here. It was equivalent to having countless rank 6 divine pills. This place was simply a treasure vault to Yi Yuan. Brilliant light shone in Yi Yuan's eyes. There was already a crazy plan in his head: hunt abyss monsters. Chapter 2137, Big Brother Xuan will protect you. Inside the dark dense woods, several figures crisscrossed, the battle situation very intense. A white figure passed through between more than a dozen black monsters. The situation was alarmingly dangerous. However, that white figure was extremely nimble. No matter how dangerous the situation, he could always turn danger into safety in the end. This white-clothed youth was precisely Yi Yuan. Currently, close to a year's time already passed since Yi Yuan entered the Dragon Eye Cave. Yi Yuan's aura was much stronger compared to when he just came in. In this 1 year, Yi Yuan hunted several thousand rank 6 abyss monsters, obtaining large amounts of black crystals. Of course, how could one not wet their shoes if they frequently walked by the roadside? Yi Yuan naturally encountered Empyrean realm abyss monsters before too. But Yi Yuan was long prepared. He had long laid down the spatial node technique. The moment he ran into Empyrean realm abyss monsters, he would immediately run. Therefore, although the abyss monsters here were strong, Yi Yuan's survival ability was stronger. Up until now, Yi Yuan did not encounter real danger either. A roar came over, noiseless sword energy instantly erupted with horrifying energy. 3 black abyss monsters were directly blown up. The remaining abyss monsters seemed to have become enraged, pouncing toward Yi Yuan crazily. Humph, you brutes really have no idea of death or danger. Grand Universe Palm. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and suddenly fired a palm out. The dragon pranced the vast expanse of open ground, roaming the 9 heavens unhindered. 4 to 5 abyss monsters were directly blown up. The remaining abyss monsters became even more furious. One ball of horrifying energy undulations after another exploded by Yi Yuan's side. With another noiseless sword energy, Yi Yuan reaped the lives of the abyss monsters without any mercy. Battling for a day and night, Yi Yuan finally annihilated all of these abyss monsters. This batch of guys are really formidable. Even if a 9th firmament true god was here, they would probably be blown up in one move by them too. Yi Yuan huffed a turbid breath as he spoke. The strength of this batch of abyss monsters, all of them were above 8th firmament true god realm. But their combat strength was extremely horrifying. Human 9th firmament true gods were not their match at all. Yi Yuan's present strength already infinitely approached an 8th firmament true god. Coupled with his fleshy body's strength, he had virtually no opponents under Empyrean. But even so, with his strength, he also expended tremendous effort before slaying them. Yi Yuan packed up all of the black crystals and said with a smile, "Hey, this batch of abyss monsters are strong, but the black crystals are also purer and stronger. With this batch of black crystals, I should be able to break through to 8th firmament origin pill." In this 1 year, Yi Yuan completely treated the Dragon Eye Cave as a cultivation treasure land. As long as he saw ranked 6 abyss monsters, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes would definitely shine, killing them. If Long Kai was here, he would definitely be angered until he vomited blood. His method that he thought of as brilliant became Yi Yuan's wedding gown. But in this 1 year, Yi Yuan also figured out some of the Dragon Eye Cave world's rules. Which place was dangerous, which place was safe, which place had powerful abyss monsters coming and going, he had an idea in his heart. As long as he did not overshoot this boundary, there was no great danger. This dense forest at present belonged to a more dangerous place. There were many late-stage True God Realm Abyss monsters coming and going. Following the increase in Yi Yuan's strength, the initial region's Abyss monsters already did not pose any challenge to him. Finding a secluded place, Yi Yuan laid down a bunch of protective array formations and started refining the black crystals. When the devilish energy entered the body, Yi Yuan's realm started loosening up. Several days later, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, finally stepping into 8th firmament origin pill. Breaking through is getting harder and harder. Slowly opening both eyes, Yi Yuan could not help saying with an emotional sigh. But the price paid is still worth it. Right now, even though I'm at the 8th firmament origin pill, in terms of divine essence thickness, I'm probably even stronger than ordinary 9th firmament true gods. Putting aside true god realms, even when facing Empyrean realms, it's at least also not without the slightest strength to fight back anymore. After breaking through to the 9th firmament origin pill, when I unleash all of my means, even facing a 1st firmament Empyrean shouldn't be anything difficult too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze became sharp and he said in a solemn voice, Li after I break through the next realm, I'll fetch you back home. Lin Changqing, 2,000 years hasn't arrived. But I wonder how gifted your so-called genius is. It was already close to 1,000 years in a twinkle. Yi Yuan's longing for Li did not stop for a second. And Lin Changqing's overbearingness was also fresh in Yi Yuan's mind. That Lin Changqing cracked himself up to be a genius that felt that Yi Yuan was like an ant. At that time, Yi Yuan just entered the celestial deity realm, but Lin Changqing was already an Empyrean. But 1,000 years passed, Yi Yuan was already a dragon flying in the sky and only a step away from Empyrean. What realm did he, Lin Changqing, cultivate to? The Sea of Law the last time, as well as Clearing Ask Not, both brought tremendous inspirations to Yi Yuan, with the outcome being extremely far-reaching. Regarding the next realm, Yi Yuan already had a general idea in his mind. Yi Yuan had a feeling that the next realm would be greatly different. The iron law that Empyreans could not be leapfrogged was a joke at Yi Yuan here. Yi Yuan had confidence that as long as he broke through, his strength would absolutely not be beneath Lin Changqing. There's actually someone here, and it's even a human. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded out not far away. Another person said, hey, an 8th firmament true god. To actually be able to survive in the Star Devil Forest, really hit the jackpot. Why would a human brat appear here? Could it be that he entered from a spatial rift? Yi Yuan turned his head to look and saw 3 dragon race youths with disdain and mocking looks on their faces. The person in the lead was a scarred youth. He walked in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smile, boy, do you know what place this is? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Dragon Eye Cave. The scarred youth's 2 eyes narrowed and could not help revealing a look of disappointment. Knowing about the Dragon Eye Cave, then he probably did not enter from a spatial rift. It was absolutely impossible for humans to know about this place. The scarred youth said with a smile that was not a smile, oh. You actually know that it's the Dragon Eye Cave. Then you still dare to swagger about here in the Star Devil Forest. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Yi Yuan smiled as he answered with a question, could it be that there's some genuinely safe place in this Dragon Eye Cave? The scarred youth could not help suffocating, being choked badly. This place was the world abyss monsters, a safe place was just relatively speaking. The scarred youth said, kid, consider yourself lucky to run into us. Walking by yourself in the Star Devil Forest with your bit of strength, when you encounter a powerful abyss monster, you won't even know how you die. Since we met, follow us in the future. With Big Brother Yuan protecting you, it won't be that easy even if you want to die too. Alright, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This 1 year had always been him going solo, it was too dreary. Furthermore, in this kind of place, an additional person was always an additional portion of strength. These few people were clearly veterans here already and should understand this place better. Understanding the situation from them was pretty good. As for Big Brother Yuan protecting you, this sort of word, Yi Yuan automatically ignored it. Chapter 2138, Just a Misunderstanding. Along the way, the 3 people were extremely careful, just thieves that entered a house, fearful of making any sounds. Encountering a tiny bit of wind rustling, they would be like startled rabbits, slipping away with a scramble. Yi Yuan had a relaxed look as he followed behind the 3 people. This scene naturally became synonymous with acting recklessly and blindly in the eyes of the three people. However, the three people really had some ability in the area of avoiding abyss monsters. The moment there were some activities, they would be able to recognize it in advance and avoid it. Clearly, these few people already had their way of survival in this Dragon Eye Cave. Along the way, Yuan baited quite a bit of verbal exchanges. These three people were called Long Xuan, Ao Ming, and Long Qing. They came from different respective earth strongholds and black strongholds and were people who committed the most heinous crimes and were thrown into the Dragon Eye Cave. Entering the Dragon Eye Cave was basically equivalent to being sentenced to the death penalty, but it did not mean that one would die right away. These three people were crafty and sly, finding a way to survive in this place. Avoiding many dangers, and even pulled together a team of more than 10 people. Most of these people committed severe crimes in the strongholds, that was why they would be thrown into the Dragon Eye Cave. This made Yuan very surprised. These dragon clans, habitats actually all had the Dragon Eye Cave's entrances. What kind of damn place was this Dragon Eye Cave? But those who survived in this region were mostly not strong, being only at the true god realm. Long Xuan had already entered the Dragon Eye Cave for over 20 years. He was already considered outstanding among this group of people. Right now, they were currently leading Yuan back to the base. Kid, let me tell you, if you're like this in the Dragon Eye Cave, it will be considered little even if you die 100 times over. Long Xuan looked at Yuan and said with a disappointed look. This guy was exasperatingly slow every time, taking his own sweet time, angering Long Xuan badly. But Long Xuan also felt strange in his heart, how come this kid could always keep up with the three of them? As proud members of the dragon race, Long Xuan three people looked down on Yuan, this human, from the bottom of their hearts. But they had to admit that Yuan's luck was very good. Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Big Brother Xuan taking care along the way." Long Xuan shot a glare at Yuan and said with a cold snort, "At least you have some eyesight. Along the way, if not for Big Brother Xuan, you'd have died 10 times. Yes, Yuan said with a smile. Right at this time, several ferocious abyss monsters suddenly dashed out of the dense woods, blocking the few people's path all at once. These few abyss monsters came extremely suddenly, like they had been lying in ambush. Long Xuan's face turned pale with a swoosh. The auras of the few abyss monsters were very powerful and already had peak rank 6 cultivation realm. As for combat strength, it absolutely swept across those in the same rank. It was only to see Long Xuan's eyes swivel around, a plan forming in his head. He winked at Long Qing and Ao Ming, then shouted loudly, "Hey, do these brutes really take it that your grandpa Xuan is easy to be pushed around? Boy, you deal with that right side one, leave the rest to the three of us." There were 6 abyss monsters that appeared this time, the 3 of them dealing with 5 and letting Yuan deal with 1 sounded very righteous. How could Yuan not know Long Xuan's little scheme? But he did not mind either, slowly drawing the bone sword and walking towards the abyss monster. Seeing Yuan slowly walk over, the group of monsters was clearly enraged, immediately pouncing over toward him. At this time, Long Xuan winked again. The 3 people took off and escaped in the opposite direction with extremely fast speed. Kid, Big Brother Xuan saved you many times along the way, then you save Big Brother Xuan once and stay behind to be cannon fodder. Ha ha ha, behind, came Long Xuan's delighted laughter. Amidst the laughter, Yuan did not turn his head back either, like he did not hear his words, continuing to walk over towards the abyss monsters. Then, Long Xuan's laughter abruptly stopped. Yuan stabbed a sword out, carrying along with astonishing explosion sounds. Amidst the 3 people's stupefied gazes, the 6 abyss monsters were completely annihilated. From start to end, Yuan only unleashed 1 sword. This, how is this possible? Long Qing's jaws almost dropped, his eyes full of disbelief. So strong. Ao Ming similarly opened his mouth wide and said in shock. Long Xuan rubbed his eyes, he was doubting if he saw wrongly or not. But he rubbed many times and discovered that it was still the same outcome. Abyss monsters completely wiped out. Is this guy a freak? How can he be so strong? Long Xuan said in shock. He suddenly recalled him showing off in front of Yuan and even said, "Big Brother Xuan will protect you." It was simply like being a clown. Yuan exterminated 6 peak ranked 6 abyss monsters with 1 sword. Wouldn't killing him be like chopping vegetables? He thought that Yuan was just a little lamb, who knew that it was a big gray wolf. The shock in Long Xuan's heart was simply unable to use words to describe. He had mucked around in this Dragon Eye cave for so long, how could he not have an understanding of the Abyss monster's combat power? Back then, they ran into a peak rank 6 Abyss monster. 5 people attacked at the same time. In the end, they successfully escaped with the death of 2 people as the price. Peak rank 6 Abyss monsters swept away everything. Hence, when he saw those Abyss monsters, he thought of running away at once. Fight, but now, Yuan just unleashed one sword and dealt with 6 peak rank 6 Abyss monsters. What kind of terrifying combat power was this? Long Xuan was of the proud dragon race, so he completely looked down on humans. But now, Yuan shattered his pride to smithereens with absolute strength. Was this guy really just 8th firmament true god? Yuan was also very satisfied with the power of this sword. Breaking through to 8th firmament true god, his strength indeed made great improvements again. The power of true sword Hollow Edge was more than several times stronger than before. Dealing with these peak rank 6 Abyss monsters naturally did not need that much effort anymore. Hoo, this lord, just now, we were just. It was a misunderstanding. Long Xuan had an awkward look, wanting to explain his earlier actions. Except, he discovered that no matter how he explained, it was very feeble. Witnessing Yuan's strength, how could they still dare to run? No matter how fast they were, could they be faster than Yuan's sword? That scene earlier was seriously too shocking. Yuan put away the bone sword, turned to look at Long Xuan, and said with a smile, "Big brother Xuan. Dare not. In front of your excellency, how can this lowly one dare call himself Big brother Xuan? Your excellency, just call me little Xuan will do," Long Xuan said in fear and trepidation. Yuan laughed and said, "It's still Big brother Xuan that sounds warm. Big brother Xuan doesn't need to explain anything. This Yi understands. There are dangers all around in the Dragon Eye cave, so sacrificing the knights in order to save the queen is only human nature. Many thanks for your excellency's understanding," Long Xuan said with a fearful look on his face. He did not know whether Yuan really understood or was faking understanding. After all, the action previously was courting death. However, suddenly, Yuan's tone changed, becoming fierce. Long Xuan's heart that just calmed down immediately jumped. This is the first time, I hope that it's also the last time. Next time, I won't be so pleasant. Yuan's tone gradually turned cold, making cold sweat pour on Long Xuan's forehead. Chapter 2139, Little Xuan Admires. Inside the dense woods, Long Xuan 3 people were in front, faltering. Yuan slowly followed behind, very casual. Along the way, Yuan consecutively took action several times and it was all insta-kills, frightening Long Xuan badly. At the thought of posturing in front of Yuan previously, Long Xuan even had the heart to die. "Big brother Xuan, this human is too horrifying. You can't deal with him," Ao Ming whispered. "Pooh, what are you freaking rubbing my nose in it for? Want to kill me is it?" Long Xuan was frightened by these words until he broke out in a cold sweat and almost finished Ao Ming off in a rage. Ao Ming also shuddered and said, "Big brother Xuan, I didn't do it on purpose. However, what is he picking tarnished black devil crystals for? That thing's corrosive power is extremely strong. Even our dragon race's fleshy bodies can't bear it either. How would I know? Maybe he has a hobby for collecting those black crystals. But even if this thing is placed inside storage rings, it will also cause irreversible corrosion to people," Long Xuan said with uncertainty. Along the way, he was also very curious. It was just that he was startled by Yuan's strength and did not dare to open his mouth at all. Powerful abyss monsters were as weak as paper in front of Yuan. Yuan killed them as easily as killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. "Alright, this place should be safer. We can stop for a while," Yuan said coolly. The moment Long Xuan heard, he hurriedly ran over and asked, "Your Excellency, what instructions do you have?" Yuan said, "I collected quite a few tarnished black devil crystals along the way. So I'm going to cultivate for a while. You guys protect me." The moment these words came out, Long Xuan 3 people's eyes went wide and he opened his mouth wide and asked, Why Your Excellency is going to use tarnished black devil crystals to cultivate?" I didn't hear you wrongly, right?" Long Xuan was too surprised, resulting in his tongue being tied even when talking. Long Xuan even thought that Yuan had some weird hobby, who knew that Yi Yuan was actually using this to cultivate. Using such pure devilish energy to cultivate, wasn't this courting death? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Why? Is there a problem?" Long Xuan said, These tarnished black devil crystals are the crystallization of abyss monsters' devilish energy, it's where their essence is located. The devilish energy contained inside is extremely harmful to martial artists. You're actually going to use it to cultivate. How to cultivate? Yi Yuan said coolly, "I have my own ways. You just need to care about standing guard." Yi Yuan casually laid down a few array formations and started cultivating on the spot. One ball of black energy after another flowed out of the tarnished black devil crystals, being absorbed into the body by Yi Yuan. This scene appeared extremely strange. Long Xuan three people's eyes went wide, their face dumbfounded. He really absorbed devilish energy. My god, his absorption speed is also too fast. Isn't he afraid of blowing up? Ao Ming said dumbfounded. Heard that there are some people among humans that are eager for quick success and will frequently cultivate some unorthodox paths. Could it be that he's that kind of martial artist? Long Qing said. Long Xuan directly gave him a slap at the back of his head and scolded, "Fool! His Excellency's divine essence undulation is incomparably pure. How does he look like a devil cultivator? Also, His Excellency's divine essence is incomparably thick, far surpassing same rank powerhouses. Are you freaking blind? Which eighth firmament true gods have you seen that have such horrifying strength?" Long Qing had an innocent look. But thinking about it, it was also true. Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably pure and orthodox. It was impossible to be a devil cultivator. But this kind of cultivation means still brought him incredible shock. But this is also too peculiar. Forget about a human, even if it's the fiend race, they also don't dare to absorb tarnished black devil crystals like this. Long Qing said, indignantly. Long Xuan looked at Yi Yuan with worship and said, "His Excellency isn't an ordinary person. This devilish energy is merely a form of energy in the end. Abyss monsters are able to make use of it to become incomparably powerful. In theory, the human race and demon race should naturally be able to utilize it too. It's just that ordinary cultivation methods are completely unable to stop the devastation of the devilish energy. Looking at it this way, His Excellency's cultivation method must be extremely impressive." Long Xuan had some knowledge and understood it very quickly. Only when the other two people heard did they come to a realization. But their eyes when looking at Yi Yuan gradually turned from fear to respect. The devilish energy that they feared like a tiger actually became a great tonic to Yi Yuan. Tisk tisk, really too incredible. I can even feel that His Excellency's realm is rising rapidly. This is eighth firmament true god, Ao Ming said with a sigh of admiration. The other two people deeply felt that way too. After several days, Yi Yuan refined all of the tarnished black devil crystals. His realm had a considerable rise once more. Long Xuan immediately moved close and said with a fawning look, "Your Excellency is really too incredible, to actually use the tarnished black devil crystals as divine essence stones." Little Xuan admires. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Enough bootlicking, go." "All right, Your Excellency, Little Xuan will follow you in the future. You mustn't discard Little Xuan." Long Xuan thickened his skin and said, "In this Dragon Eye Cave, was there anything more useful than latching onto a thick thigh? With a powerhouse like Yi Yuan around, as long as they did not encounter Empyrean realm abyss monsters, they could practically do whatever they pleased. This way, the chances of finding a spatial rift would also increase greatly." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That will have to depend on your performance." Yi Yuan brought the three people and pushed through all the way. Half a month later, the party arrived in a valley. This place was the base of Long Xuan and the rest. However, inside the base was full of desolation, everything in a terrible mess like it had just experienced a great battle. "Big Brother Xuan, it's Big Brother Xuan who returned." Inside the dense woods by the side, several people suddenly scurried out. When these people saw Long Xuan, each and every one of them was inexplicably agitated. Shouting and wrangling for what? Xiaochen, what's wrong with you? Long Xuan was just about to berate the few people and make them offer greetings to Yi Yuan, but he discovered and each and every one of them had bloody noses and swollen faces, all carrying injuries on their bodies. When Long Chun saw Long Xuan, he actually burst out crying with a, "Wah! Big Brother Xuan, we're so miserable these few days that you weren't around." Long Chun had snot and tears running. Looks like these few days, they were oppressed. Long Xuan frowned and said, "Shut up for me. Speak. What in the world happened?" Long Chun complained tearfully, "Big brother Xuan, it was all done by Long Zhaoshan. He left the words, setting a time limit for you to surrender within 3 months. If you don't surrender, he'll raise our base to the ground and let us not even have a place to stay." Long Xuan was greatly enraged the moment he heard and howled, "Motherfucking Long Zhaoshan. Fucking hell, when the tiger isn't home, the monkey calls himself king. Brothers, follow me, I'll go and pummel the shit out of this guy right now." As he said, Long Xuan was just about to rampage but was held back by Long Chun. "Big brother Xuan, you mustn't. Long Zhaoshan, he found an Empyrean realm helper. He's formidable to the extreme. We aren't a match." Even their camp already changed their leader too. Long Chun's words were like a basin of cold water splashing down, drenching Long Xuan until his heart turned cold. What did you say? Empyrean, Long Xuan said with a stupefied face. At this time, Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "Just an Empyrean. Look how it scared you until you're like a grandson." The moment Long Chun heard Yuan talk like this, he immediately spoke up to scold, "Who the hell are you, to dare speak to Big Brother Xuan this way?" Chapter 2140, Big Brother Tien is very awe-inspiring. Terrific lad. Long Chun unexpectedly bursting out this sentence frightened Long Xuan until he fainted and regained consciousness several times. Long Xuan, three people's faces changed greatly. Long Xuan directly gave a blow to the back of Long Chun's head, nearly beating him to the ground. Disrespectful. To dare speak to Lord Yuan like this, are you tired of living? Long Xuan reproached Long Chun fiercely, then turned around and put on a smiling face as he hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, this child is insensible. Please don't stoop to his level. Lord, this guy is merely an 8th firmament true god human, even inferior to me. Why are you, Big Brother Xuan, calling him Lord?" Long Chun had a doubtful face. Not just Long Chun, the others all looked at Long Xuan with great surprise. What kind of character was their Big Brother Xuan? He actually bowed his head in submission and was obedient toward a human who was not strong, saying yes repeatedly with servility. Long Xuan wished to smack Long Chun to death with one slap right now. He roared angrily at Long Chun and said, "What? Not even listening to Big Brother Xuan's words anymore, is it? Call him His Excellency. From today onwards, Lord Yi is our boss." Long Chun and the rest exchanged glances, clearly somewhat hesitating. But in the end, they still chose to listen to Long Xuan's words and called out, "Boss." Yuan waved his hand and said, "Big Brother Xuan is still your boss. I don't have the spare time to be your boss." Long Xuan hurriedly said, Yes, what kind of character is your Excellency? Why would you take fancy on being a boss? That, Your Excellency, your meaning just now is, you think nothing of Empyreans too." Yuan said coolly, "Think nothing of them or not, I'll only know after having a crack at him. Alright, find a secluded place. I'm going into a closed seclusion." Along the way, Yuan hunted many abyss monsters again. The harvest was enough for him to be in a closed seclusion for a while. After Yuan left, the baffled-looking Long Chun finally could not resist opening his mouth and asking, "Big Brother Xuan, this? What in the world is going on here?" Long Xuan looked at him fiercely and said, "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth for me. You don't look at how he's only 8th firmament true god. If he wants to annihilate us, one finger is enough." Long Chun still did not believe this as he said, 8th firmament true god. One finger to wipe us out? Hoo, Big Brother Xuan, you really know how to joke. Who is freaking joking with you? You didn't see His Excellency taking action. Do you know how we came back along the way? When Long Qing was saying this, his face still carried an intense look of fear. How did you return? Could it be that you didn't walk back? Long Qing smiled coldly and said, "We walked back, but he also killed all the way back. Along the way, the abyss monsters that died in His Excellency's hands are no less than 1,000. What? How is this possible?" Everyone had a look of disbelief. Long Xuan laughed coldly and said, "Believing it or not, is up to you guys. The three of us saw it with our own eyes, so could it still be fake? Don't blame me for not warning you guys. If you all want to seek death, feel free to go and provoke him." Long Xuan swung his hands and left, leaving behind the crowd with dumbfounded faces. Long Xuan had already lived in Dragon Eye Cave for a long time and indeed had some ability. This camp was in the Abyss Monsters' no Mons land and there were actually no Abyss Monsters that came close. It was rather quiet, perfect for Yuan's closed seclusion. Yi Yuan refined the tarnished black devil crystals. His realm also slowly stepped closer to ninth firmament true god realm. 3 months later, Long Zhaoshan brought a group of people and came fighting to the doorstep. Long Xuan, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Today, Big Brother Tian, I will trample your camp. Long Zhaoshan was awe-inspiring as he shouted. Long Xuan said in a cold voice, Long Zhaoshan, you took advantage of the fact that I wasn't around and injured my Big Brother Xuan's brothers. This score, we should also settle it properly. Long Zhaoshan laughed loudly and said, Long Xuan, looks like you still haven't figured out the situation. Let me tell you, our boss is an Empyrean realm powerhouse. You dared to defy her elderly self, you're dead for sure. Long Xuan similarly laughed loudly and said, it's you who didn't figure out the situation. Do you think that only you found a backer? On Big Brother Xuan's trip out, I also found a backer. Long Zhaoshan's expression changed, extremely surprised in his heart. This guy wasn't putting up a bold front, right? Ha ha ha, Long Xuan, do you think that you can scare me, Big Brother Tian, away with one sentence? You acknowledged a boss, call him out. This father of yours will pummel him to a pig's head. Long Zhaoshan said with a loud laugh. He completely did not believe that Long Xuan found an expert too. How could there be such a coincidental thing? He just found an expert here and an expert popped out on Long Xuan's side too. Oh, it's you who said that you're going to pummel me into a pig's head. A figure landed, looking at Long Zhaoshan very calmly. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. When Long Xuan and the rest saw Yi Yuan, they hurriedly bowed in salute. When Long Zhaoshan saw Yi Yuan, he was first stunned, then immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Long Xuan, this is the expert that you found. A human, and it's even an 8th firmament true god. Ha ha ha, so formidable, I'm so scared. Brothers, let's hurry up and tuck our tails between our legs and run. The boss that they found is really too scary. Long Zhaoshan laughed wildly, but his words were full of ridicule. Naturally, there was not a hint of really being scared. Just an 8th firmament true god, so why would he take him seriously? Long Zhaoshan's subordinates immediately pandered to it. Yeah, we're so scared. This boss, you mustn't make a move. We're afraid that we can't hold out. Ha ha ha, 8th firmament true god, I'm really so scared. Long Xuan, you're really declining with each passing day, to actually find an 8th firmament true god to deceive yourself as well as others. The other party mocked away, but Long Xuan responded with a cold smile. Laugh, laugh to your heart's content. A while more, you guys probably won't even have the strength to cry. Recalling when he saw Yi Yuan back then, didn't they also had this kind of expression? But later, their faces were slapped resoundingly. This Long Zhaoshan was posturing in front of His Excellency and even said that he was going to beat His Excellency to a pig's head, heh. Laughed enough, Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Zhaoshan laughed hard without ceasing and said, haven't laughed enough yet. Let me laugh a while more. You just be happy for now. Otherwise, you'd already be pummeled to a pig's head now by your father. His voice had yet to fade when a fist already landed on Long Zhaoshan's face, sending him flying out. With Long Zhaoshan's peak ranked 6 cultivation realm, he could not react in time at all. Several months had passed. Yi Yuan's current strength already steadily closed in on middle stage 8th firmament true god. How much stronger was it compared to back then? If not for him reigning in his strength, Long Zhaoshan would already be utterly dead. Yi Yuan knew that these people stuck together and helped each other out inside the Dragon Eye Cave. Although both sides were on bad terms, they would not really fight to the death. Otherwise, just this bit of people, even if the abyss monsters did not kill them, they would have long wiped themselves out by themselves. Bang, bang, bang. The tempest-like fists landed on Long Zhaoshan's body, each fist not leaving his face. In several breaths, Long Zhaoshan became a complete and utter pig's head. The smiles of those subordinates were still stiff on their faces at this time, but could not smile no matter anymore. Long Tian said that he was going to pummel him to a pig's head, but in a blink, he was beaten to a pig's head by him. Chapter 2141, Poor Memory. Go back and tell your boss that in the future, our 2 camps will stay in our own lanes and mind our own business. Don't attempt to challenge my patience. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Yi Yuan said to the pig head like Long Zhaoshan. Wah, 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 wah. Long Zhaoshan's eyes were full of shock and fear, opening his mouth and wanting to speak. But his face was already swollen like a pig's head and could not open his mouth at all. He could only cry loudly. Ha ha ha, Long Zhaoshan, your current appearance is really exactly the same as a pig's head. Looks like I'll have to call you Pighead Tian in the future. What kind of character do you think Lord Yi is? You're purely looking for abuse yourself. Seeing Long Zhaoshan's appearance, Long Xuan started laughing heartily. He and Long Zhaoshan were almost on par in terms of strength, so they could not do anything much to the other. But Long Zhaoshan's camp was still a notch stronger than them. The two people fought for over 20 years, and he had always been at a disadvantage. Today, seeing the other party being beaten to a pig's head, how could Long Xuan not be delighted? Beyond the joy, Long Xuan's side was also extremely shocked, especially Long Chun. They were all very clear about Long Zhaoshan's strength, it was even a notch stronger than Long Xuan. But he was like a child in front of Yi Yuan, without the strength to fight back at all. Previously, they were still looking down on Yi Yuan. Now, they felt lingering fear. It turned out that this lord was really very impressive. Still not scramming, could it be that you guys all want to become pig heads? Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he took a step out. The other side all shuddered and brought along Pighead Tian and fled like flying. Your Excellency is mighty, Your Excellency is mighty. After Long Zhaoshan left, everyone cheered. The last time, Long Xuan was not around. So they were really bullied badly. Now, Yi Yuan took revenge for them, they were extremely moved. Supporting his pig-like head, Long Zhaoshan escaped back to the camp. Seeing the boss, Long Zhaoshan used a muffled voice to complain tearfully, Boss. Boss, you have to seek justice for me. The dragon race's recovery ability was still extremely strong. The current Long Zhaoshan's pig head swelling already went down a little and could barely manage to talk. When that person opposite saw Long Zhaoshan, she could not help laughing out loud. He, Long Zhaoshan, why did you become a pig's head after not seeing for a while? Not to mention, you have quite the potential to be a pig's head. It was a girl, having two small horns growing on top of her head. If Yi Yuan was here, he would probably get a big fright. This girl was none other than precisely the Long Xiaochen who followed him. After Long Xiaochen entered the Dragon Eye Cave, she kept attempting to find Yi Yuan. But the Dragon Eye Cave was too big. She had nowhere to start at all. Just not long ago, Long Xiaochen accidentally stumbled upon Long Zhaoshan's camp and directly used brutish means to subdue him. Long Xiaochen was mischievous by nature and felt that being a boss was pretty fun. Hence, she also started taking great joy in playing. But her goal was the entire dragon clan's strength, to make them come and find Yi Yuan together. After all, no matter how powerful she was, with regards to finding people, numbers still win. Long Zhaoshan said with a bitter face, Be boss, I only became like this because I was carrying out errands for you. Long Xiaochen giggled and said, Relax. The person who beat you until like this, I'll definitely beat him until the same later as well. Speak. What in the world happened? Weren't you bragging to me every day, saying how incredible you are? Only then did Long Zhaoshan's sadness turn to joy as he said, Boss, it's not that I, Long Zhaoshan, can't make it, but that Long Xuan also found a boss from no idea where. His strength is too strong, I'm not a match at all. Oh, your strength has already reached the top in rank 6, could it be that their boss is an Empyrean too? Long Xiaochen asked curiously. Long Zhaoshan said gloomily, Really isn't. Their boss is a human, having only an 8th firmament true god cultivation. But his strength is incredible. I didn't even have strength left over to retaliate. Fortunately, he didn't deal a killing blow. Otherwise, little Tien probably won't be able to come back to meet boss. Human, 8th firmament true god, could it be him? Hang on, just how long has it been? How can he possibly break through his cultivation realm? Furthermore, the environment here isn't suitable for cultivation at all. Could it be that there are still other humans that entered this place? Long Xiaochen said with a frown. When Yi Yuan entered the Dragon Eye Cave, he was merely an initial stage 7th firmament true god. After only 1 year plus had passed, logically speaking, it was impossible to break through to become an 8th firmament true god. The Dragon Eye Cave's spiritual energy was extremely sparse. Furthermore, it was mixed with large quantities of devilish energy. Cultivating became extremely slow. One must reel it in slowly like reeling silk from a cocoon before they could absorb very little spiritual energy. Calculating according to common sense, Cultivating outside for over 10 years might not even be comparable to 1 year in here. Under such circumstances, how could Yuan possibly break through to be an 8th firmament true god in a short 1 year's time? This kind of thing was too fantastical. But Long Zhaoshan's words still perked Long Xiaoqin's interest. She planned on personally going to take a look. Go, bring me to go and see this person. Long Xiaoqin got up and said. Long Zhaoshan was greatly excited and said, hey, with boss making a move, that bunch of grandsons will definitely die very miserable. Boss, you have to stand up for me and beat that punk into a pig's head. Long Xiaoqin pretended to be cold and proud as she said, relax, you're my subordinate. Slapping your face is equivalent to slapping mine. I'll help you pummel him to a pig's head. Very soon, Long Zhaoshan and the rest staged a comeback. Outside Long Xuan's camp, Long Zhaoshan shouted, human brat. My boss is here, so hurry up and come out to die. Long Xuan came when he heard that. Seeing Long Zhaoshan, he laughed loudly and said, Pighead Tien, you were already beaten to a pig's head. Are you still being forgetful? Long Zhaoshan smiled coldly and said, this one is our boss, the Dragon Clan's peerless genius, Lord Xiaoqin. Let your boss come out. Lord Xiaoqin said that she's going to beat him to a pig's head. Long Xuan's gaze shifted to Long Xiaoqin and could not help revealing a serious look. This guy really found an Empyrean realm to be boss. Furthermore, this Empyrean realm was actually a young and beautiful woman. Long Xiaoqin already reached Empyrean realm at a young age, so how could she be relegated to the Dragon Eye Cave? Go, invite boss out. Long Xuan had a solemn look as he said to the Long Qing beside him. Long Zhaoshan had a smug look and said with a cold smile, Long Xuan, you wouldn't think that your 8th firmament true god can still deal with an Empyrean powerhouse, right? The moment Lord Xiaoqin makes her move, that boss of yours will immediately turn to minced meat. This father of yours had said before, asking you to surrender earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Today, I will definitely beat you to a pig's head. Oh, right, that boss of yours too. Who did you say that you want to beat to a pig's head? Looks like your memory is very poor. Yuan walked over leisurely as he said coolly. Seeing Yuan, Long Xiaoqin's pupils could not help constricting, her face revealing an expression akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. When Yuan saw Long Xiaoqin, he was also stunned. He did not expect that he would actually run into Long Xiaoqin here. Why did this girl enter the Dragon Eye Cave? Long Zhaoshan completely did not detect the strange atmosphere and still laughed loudly as he said, ha ha ha, beating who to a pig's head? Of course it's beating you to a pig's head. You, a mere 8th firmament true god, dare to be so arrogant. Today, I want you to be unable to bear the consequences of failure. A heavy punch landed on his face, directly sending him flying out. The one who hit Long Zhaoshan was none other than precisely Long Xiaoqin. Chapter 2142, Strength Soaring. The swelling on Long Zhaoshan's face just went down a little. With Long Xiaoqin's blow, it swelled up again. Boss, did you hit the wrong person? Long Zhaoshan hurt until tears came out as he said with an innocent look. Long Xiaoqin turned to look at him and said with a grin, I didn't hit wrongly. Yuan is my close brother. You want to beat him to a pig's head, so I naturally have to beat you to a pig's head. See close brother, Long Zhaoshan said with a stunned look. Yuan was speechless and said, Xiaoqin, why did you enter the Dragon Eye Cave? Long Xiaoqin wrinkled her nose and said, humph. I knew that Long Kai that old thing had no good intentions and went to find mother. In the end, I just happened to hear her and Uncle G discussing your matter. Originally, I planned on going to stop it, who knew that I was still a step late. Hence, I took advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention and secretly slipped inside. You were brought into the Dragon Clan by me. So how can I watch you seek your doom? Now that I entered, I have to bring you out. When Yuan heard, he felt warm in his heart. From the first time he laid eyes on Long Xiaoqin, Yuan had a feeling of being connected by blood, feeling very cordial. Maybe they really had bloodline relations. After all, nobody knew the origins of the dragon race's progenitor too. Maybe he was born in the Raindragon stronghold. Sigh, you, this girl, are also too capricious. With you coming here, outside is probably already in a mess, Yuan said with a sigh. Long Xiaoqin laughed and said, who cares? Either way, I wasn't happy at all staying in Raindragon stronghold. Instead, after coming in, the feeling of being a boss is pretty good. What's his name? Little Tien, why haven't you come to apologize to Yuan? Long Zhaoshan came brimming with confidence, thinking that he could gain back face at Yi Yuan here and beat Yi Yuan to a pig's head. Who knew that he failed to beat Yi Yuan and he himself became a pig's head again? In the end, he even had to admit his fault to Yi Yuan, truly aggravating. However, Long Xiaochen gave the order. So he did not dare to defy in the slightest. Long Xiaochen was unruly by nature. These few days, Long Zhaoshan had no lack of being tortured by Long Xiaochen and had long lost any temper. Why, Your Excellency, little Tian was wrong, Long Zhaoshan said with a bitter look. Seeing Long Zhaoshan's appearance like a bullied wife, Long Xuan was tickled badly by the side. Yi Yuan waved his hand, he could not be bothered to stoop to the level of this kind of minor character. Since Xiaochen, you, like to be boss, in the future, merge these two camps. You can be the boss, Yi Yuan said coolly. All right, Long Xiaochen had a joyful look. The two camps directly underwent a merger. Long Xuan and Long Zhaoshan went through the specifics of operations, the two people naturally could not avoid some disputes. Yi Yuan brought Long Xiaochen to his station and started chatting. Long Xiaochen sized Yi Yuan up and down and said with a peculiar look, really seeing ghosts. In this sort of place, not only did your cultivation speed not slow down, but it actually became faster instead. Yi Yuan smiled and started revolving the Chaos Heavenspan cannon. Devilish energy poured into his body crazily. When Long Xiaochen saw this scene, her mouth opened wide and she exclaimed, why you? You can actually use devilish energy to cultivate. This is really seeing ghosts. Since young, I thought that I was a freak. Only now do I know that compared to you, I'm too normal. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, you're such an adorable little girl. How are you a freak? Long Xiaochen laughed and said, I'm different from the rest. Yi Yuan could feel that Long Xiaochen's smile exuded pain and loneliness. Yi Yuan had long known that Long Kai they all called Long Xiaochen a misfortune star. It seemed like this little lass had a sad past. However, since Long Xiaochen was not willing to say, Yi Yuan naturally was not willing to ask more either. Heh, if Long Kai that old man know about your current situation, I reckon that it can anger him until he directly goes to reincarnate. Long Xiaochen suddenly thought of something and started laughing. Yi Yuan also laughed and said, hoo, I think so too. Honestly speaking, I really quite like this place right now and don't really want to go out anymore. The Dragon Eye Cave is simply a cultivation paradise to me. Long Xiaochen was speechless as she said, it's also just you that treats this place like your own backyard. However, how do we go out? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I naturally have a way. Long Xiaochen's pupils constricted and she said in surprise, you have a way? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, but right now, the most important thing is still increasing strength. Xiaochen, these next few years, I'll have to rely on you. Long Xiaochen patted her chest and said, say it, want me to do what? Yi Yuan smiled and said, hunt abyss monsters and get as many tarnished black devil crystals back as possible. Long Xiaochen said speechlessly, all right. The method that you cultivate is really special. Hence, in the following days, Long Xiaochen brought the merged two great camps and went around hunting abyss monsters. With Long Xiaochen this abnormally strong girl around, rank 6 abyss monsters could not last one exchange with her at all. Yi Yuan was only in charge of one thing, that was cultivation. Saving the time to hunt, Yi Yuan's realm advanced by leaps and bounds. 3 years later, Yi Yuan completed the arduous task that others were unable to complete. In 3,000 years, he broke through to become a 9th firmament true god. Another 5 years passed, Yi Yuan broke through to peak 9th firmament true god in one stroke. There was only a step away from the next realm. His cultivation speed made everyone stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Regardless of whether it was Long Xuan or Long Zhaoshan, they could only use the label freak to describe Yi Yuan. Long Xuan scuttled over to greet, saying fawningly, Your Excellency is really godlike. In a short 9 years' time, cultivating from 7th firmament true god to peak 9th firmament true god, we probably can't find a second one in the entire heavenspan world, right? This was not merely buttering up, he was truly shocked. Yi Yuan's cultivation speed virtually drove people mad. With Yi Yuan's speed of absorbing divine essence, if it were the average person, it was sufficient to burst their divine seas. But Yi Yuan was like a bottomless pit, however much you came, I would absorb however much. Too crazy, he had never heard before that someone could cultivate this way at true god realm. Yi Yuan scolded laughingly, stop sucking up. Long Xuan chuckled and said, Your Excellency, coming out of seclusion this time, are you bringing us out? Yi Yuan said, No rush. Since the cultivation environment here is so good, I naturally have to break through to the Empyrean realm in one go before going out. Otherwise, after going out, it will have to expend a great deal of effort to break through to the Empyrean realm. The quantity of spiritual energy required for Yi Yuan to break through to the Empyrean realm was extremely horrifying. Reaching the outside world, just the cultivation resources had to make big preparations. The tarnished black devil crystals here were abundant, and the devilish energy was also very plentiful. Breaking through here was naturally the best choice. This, Your Excellency, isn't consolidating your realm a bit before breaking through again? Long Xuan said hesitantly. If ordinary people's cultivation realm broke through so quickly, it was hard to avoid their realms being unstable. Wanting to break through to the Empyrean realm needed a very long time of preparations. Otherwise, the chance of failure was very high. Looking at Yi Yuan's meaning, he wanted to break through in one stroke. Yi Yuan said coolly, No need. I haven't moved around for so long. I should go out and stretch my limbs a bit. Chapter 2143, Initial Display of Talent. Why, Your Excellency, we can't head forward any further in front, and that's the territory of rank 7 abyss monsters. Yeah, Lord Yi, you're powerful and can escape from the jaws of rank 7 abyss monsters, but we can't. Following behind Yi Yuan, Long Xuan and Long Zhaoshan were trembling. The others were also the same. Long Xiaochen pursed her mouth and said, Scared of what? This grand ant is here, would I still let you guys suffer a loss? Goodness gracious, my grand ant, the strength of rank 7 abyss monsters far surpasses those in the same rank. If it aims a sneeze over here, we'd be dead. Big Brother Xuan said with a bitter face. His voice had yet to fade when a 3-person tall behemoth suddenly emerged. The devilish energy sprawling off its body practically froze everyone. Goodness gracious, why did it really come when we were talking about it? Long Xuan and Long Zhaoshan were scared out of their wits and practically did not even have the courage to run away anymore. Empyrean level abyss monster. This was a monster with a lion's head and a horse's body. 2 sharp teeth poked out, giving people an extremely ferocious feeling. Hey, a decent one finally came out. I'll use you to practice then. Yi Yuan chuckled and drew the bone sword, fighting intent surging on his body. What, Your Excellency, you aren't mad, right? This is an Empyrean level abyss monster. Long Xuan was frightened badly. Empyrean level abyss monster was not what ordinary Empyreans could compare to. Their strength far surpassed those in the same rank. Even though they all knew that Yi Yuan's combat power surpassed people, facing an Empyrean level abyss monster was still too forceful. Yi Yuan, you'd better don't push yourself. I've exchanged blows with Empyrean level abyss monsters before and almost succumbed. Dealing with it with your current strength is still too forceful. Long Xiaochen said. She had mucked around in the Dragon Eye Cave for a long time. These few years, she had always been helping Yi Yuan hunt abyss monsters and could not avoid contact with Empyrean level abyss monsters. Long Xiaochen's fleshy body strength was extremely powerful, her strength far surpassing same rank Empyrean level powerhouses. But even so, she was not a match either. It could be seen how strong Empyrean level abyss monsters were. Hey, it will be boring if it's weak. Moreover, I require pure devilish energy when I break through to the Empyrean realm. The devilish energy of true God realm is already insufficient to use. Yi Yuan said coolly, his footsteps already moving over toward the abyss monster. Ignorant human, you're provoking the noble abyss monsters. This Empyrean will tear you to shreds. Inside Yi Yuan's mind came the other party's mental transmission. Abyss monsters were extremely bloodthirsty but were not without intellect. On the contrary, abyss monsters had extremely high intelligence. It was just that there was a language barrier. They rarely took the initiative to carry out communication. When they saw humans or demons, there was only one word, that was kill. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, Hoo, arrogant and overweening fool. Today, I'll let you see how lowly you are. Humph, a mere human, truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. There will come a day where we shall step out of the abyss and occupy the entire heavenspan world. Now, you can become a delicious meal in this Empyrean stomach. Blade of the Devil, the abyss monster brandished its claws, several dozen black blades of light rushed over. The swift and fierce blade lights virtually shredded space. Feeling the horrifying power of the black blades, the faces of Big Brother Xuan and the rest turned white. Even Long Xiaochen also had a solemn look. With Yi Yuan's present strength, there was no problem instant casting several dozen sword hollow etchs. Incomparably swift and fierce sword light flashed past, completely cancelling out the blade of the devil. The abyss monster was also slightly surprised. Clearly, it did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. His blade of the devil, even if it was an ordinary human Empyrean, it was also impossible to neutralize so easily. It was actually resolved by a true god so lightly. Hoo, merely like that. Watch this. Grand Universe Palm, Heavenly Qilin devouring space. By relying on these powerful moves, Yi Yuan actually fought until he was evenly matched with the abyss monster. By the side, Big Brother Xuan and the rest were immediately dumbfounded. This. My eyesight must be failing. Long Zhaoshan stammered. A true god battling an Empyrean, this is simply unheard of. Furthermore, this abyss monster isn't an ordinary Empyrean. Their strength far surpasses those in the same rank. This is also to say that if an ordinary first firmament Empyrean is here, wouldn't they be defeated at His Excellency's hands? As Big Brother Xuan was in shock, he sucked in a cold breath. The combat power that Yi Yuan displayed simply drove people insane. Even though they had long known that Yi Yuan's combat strength was extremely strong, sufficient to insta-kill peak true god powerhouses, when Yi Yuan really went all out, they were still shocked. This was simply not the combat strength that a human should have at all. How powerful were abyss monsters? But Yi Yuan actually crossed a major realm and fought until he was evenly matched with the abyss monster. Strong. Too strong. Whichever genius, whichever heavens chosen, they are simply a pile of trash in front of Lord Yi. Long Zhaoshan marveled with admiration. Damn human, you've angered this Empyrean. This Empyrean is going to tear you to shreds. After a drawn-out battle, the abyss monster finally got angry. The Empyrean abyss monster opened its huge mouth. Countless devilish energy suddenly gathered. Everyone's faces changed. Long Xiaochen even cried out in surprise, Yi Yuan, run first. Avoid the sharp edge. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of retreating at all, laughing loudly and saying, haha, perfect. Run. Do you think that you have the chance to escape? You'll be crushed into nothingness right away. Abyss desolation. The Empyrean abyss monster gave a loud roar. The entire space became dark. Heaven and earth seemed to have become a huge cage, completely imprisoning Yi Yuan, not giving him any chance to escape at all. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of their faces changed wildly. Up until now, they had never seen before Empyrean-level abyss monsters executing an attack. They did not know that the other party actually still had such a horrifying ultimate move. This power was virtually going to obliterate everything. Yi Yuan, I'll help you. Long Xiaochen cried out daintily, raising her fist and about to join the fight. Xiaochen, don't come over. This fellow, me alone handling is enough. Yi Yuan shouted, ignorant fool, this Empyrean wants to see what means you have. Heh, do you think that only you have an ultimate move? Today, this little lord will let you take a look at true strength. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, the muscles on his body started quivering fiercely. A formidable strength soared to the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed wildly. The imposing aura on Yi Yuan's body was not one type, but 3 types. Divine essence, vital energy, and soul force. 3 kinds of auras rose steadily up, surging straight for the sky. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. In an instant, fierce gales howled. Yi Yuan's hair fluttered, his clothes fluttering madly, akin to a celestial deity descending. On Yi Yuan's body, 3 kinds of auras actually started fusing. His body gave off a terrifying light. The cage formed by devilish energy was akin to paper paste under this imposing momentum, directly being burst through. What move is this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In this world, how can someone possibly fuse essence, energy, and spirit into one? The Empyrean abyss monster was simultaneously alarmed and enraged, its voice carrying incredible disbelief. Chapter 2144, Astonishing Secret. Essence, energy, and spirit combining into one. How did he do it? Is this the power of essence, energy, and spirit combining into one? Truly ridiculously strong. Since time immemorial, there have been countless dazzlingly talented people who attempted to fuse essence, energy, and spirit. But no one had done it before. How did he do it? There were cries of exclamations all around. everyone was stunned by this scene. Before divine Tao, one needed to fuse essence, energy, and spirit, the three paths, before they could attain divine Tao. But after divine Tao, the heavenspan world's martial artists no longer had anyone capable of fusing essence, energy, and spirit into one. Tao ancestors could not either. Since remote antiquity, there had been no idea how many major powers that cultivated essence, energy, and spirit, the three paths, to the highest summit, and attempted to fuse them into one. But upon entering divine Tao, this became a paradox. No matter how hard they worked, they were unable to succeed. Hence, essence, energy, and spirit being unable to fuse into one, this also became the consensus of all of the heavenspan world's powerhouses and also the Iron Law. But today, this Iron Law was broken by Yuan. This kind of thing was seriously too shocking. Long Xiaochen and the rest opened their mouths wide, eyes full of disbelief. The vast universe, I am heaven. Chaos essence single breath sword. Yuan's entire state finally climbed to his peak state, reaching an incomparably profound and mysterious realm. The way Long Xuan and the rest saw it, the current Yuan was like the sovereign of this world. Under such power, the Empyrean Abyss monster quivered and did not even dare to escape. One sword unleashing, it carried the power to obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. The Empyrean Abyss monster directly turned to ashes, scattering and disappearing. Picking up the tarnished black devil crystals, Yuan was astonished. He said, well deserving of being an Empyrean-level tarnished black devil crystal, to actually still be able to maintain perfectly unscathed even against my Chaos Essence one-breath sword. Empyrean-level tarnished black devil crystals are indeed extraordinary. At present, Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit, the three paths were all already cultivated to the peak of origin pill realm. His state was also unprecedentedly harmonious. He was already just a step away from the next realm. With the Chaos Heavenspan canon cultivating until this day, its extraordinary aspect was finally exhibited. Other people were unable to fuse essence, energy, and spirit into one, but after his divine essence realm reached the peak origin pill realm, essence, energy, and spirit three paths fused into one naturally. And this state faintly echoed with the origin pill inside his divine sea, reaching a kind of delicate state. It seemed like there was something that was going to break through the soil. Yuan understood that he was just missing an opportunity and he would be able to step into the next realm. Yuan, how did you do it? I've never heard before of someone capable of fusing essence, energy, and spirit into one. If this piece of news is spread in the heavenspan world, it will bound to stir up a bloody storm. Long Xiaochen's face revealed a rare solemn expression. She knew that the significance of this matter was too severe. If it was known by people, Yuan would likely face extremely dangerous circumstances. Yuan smiled and said, therefore, this matter can't let people know. You guys should know what to do. His gaze swept across everyone's faces. Long Xuan and the rest trembled all over, immediately understanding something. It was only to see Long Xuan kneel on the ground with a thud. He then wailed pitifully, why, Your Excellency, spare my life. Little Xuan was blind just now and didn't see anything. With Long Xuan taking the lead, the rest knelt on the ground one after another, wailing inordinately. Yuan could not help being speechless when he saw the situation and said, when did I want your lives? Big Brother Xuan was taken aback and said stammeringly, Your Excellency's meaning isn't to have us end ourselves. Yuan scolded laughingly, fool. Wanting to kill you all is merely a matter of snapping a finger. Do you think that I'd still talk so much crap with you all? It was still Long Xiaoshan who was smart, immediately rejoicing and directly swearing a heavenly Tao oath. Furthermore, the oath was extremely vicious. The others were enlightened, all following and swearing heavenly Tao oaths. The gazes of Big Brother Xuan and the rest when looking at Yuan gradually turned to respect from fear. If it were others, for the sake of their own safety, they would definitely kill them without the slightest hesitation. Once this kind of thing spread to the heavenspan world, it would surely cause an enormous shock. The entire heavenspan world would instantly fall into a mess. At that time, probably even Tao ancestors would be startled too. Yuan would fall into endless pursuit. Everyone would want to pry open Yuan's mouth and have him give an account on how to fuse essence, energy, and spirit. This kind of lord was worth following. Long Xiaochen also had her palm towards the sky, preparing to swear a deadly oath, but she was stopped by Yuan. You don't need to sweat it, Yuan said coolly. Long Xiaochen said uncertainly, why? Yuan smiled and said, a person who entered the Dragon Eye Cave without hesitation for a brother, what can I not trust about the person? Long Xiaoqian smiled sweetly and patted Yi Yuan's shoulder as she said, good bro. But, my heavenly Tao oath still has to be sworn. Furthermore, they all have to die. Yi Yuan, the implications of this matter are too great. With Long Xiaoqian saying this, the hearts of Long Xuan and the rest that had just been set at ease immediately tensed up again. Although they swore a deadly oath and there was naturally heavenly Tao restricting it, swearing a heavenly Tao oath had its risks after all. If someone divulged Yi Yuan's intel at the risk of certain death, then the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. However, Yi Yuan shook his head firmly and said, when I, Yi Yuan, do things, I naturally have my own reason. Long Xuan they all have no grudge nor enmity with me. Killing people to silence them, this sort of thing, I, Yi Yuan, can't do it. Don't bring this matter up anymore. With Yi Yuan saying so, Long Xuan and the rest felt warm in their hearts. This boss of theirs was truly different from the rest. Even Long Xiaoqian, this kind of person with pure thoughts, wanted to kill people to silence them permanently. It could be imagined how severe this matter was. However, Yi Yuan did not make a move against them without the slightest hesitation. Your Excellency, rest assured, even if I, Little Xuan, dies, I also won't divulge a clue. Long Xuan said firmly, Your Excellency, Little Tian would rather die than to talk about this matter. Your Excellency, me too. Everyone scrambled to get a word in, but their expressions had an unprecedented solemnness. By the side, Long Xiaoqian was stunned. She was very clear about these people's temperament, being opportunistic, being adept at currying favor, cravenly clinging onto life instead of braving death. All in all, Long Xiaoqian failed to see some advantages from them. But until now, these people's faces had an unprecedented solemnness. Clearly, it came from the bottom of their hearts. However, the prerequisite is that we can go out. Long Xuan suddenly thought of something as he said bitterly. In this Dragon Eye Cave, wanting to get out was far too difficult. Not going out, even if they knew an astonishing secret, it was impossible to divulge it either. Even if they wanted to leak it, there was nowhere to leak it to. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you all rest assured, I'll find a spatial rift and bring you all out. The moment these words came out, everyone trembled all over. Your Excellency, you really have a way. Long Xuan said in disbelief. Why, Your Excellency, this kind of thing can't be joked around. Long Zhaoshan also said with an agitated look. Yi Yuan said confidently, of course, but I have to break through to the Empyrean realm first. Chapter 2145, Breakthrough Changes, Emergency Situation. What Yi Yuan wanted to break through to was naturally not the Empyrean realm. As for what kind of realm it was, he himself could not say for sure either. But Yi Yuan had a feeling that his next realm would definitely be extraordinary. It had been close to a year in a twinkle. Yi Yuan had killed many Empyrean-level abyss monsters by working together with Long Xiaoqian, obtaining quite a few tarnished black devil crystals at the Empyrean level. The devilish energy contained inside those tarnished black devil crystals was extremely pure, more than 100 times pure compared to true God realm. With these tarnished black devil crystals, Yi Yuan could start to assault the next realm. Inside a stone chamber in the camp, Yi Yuan sat cross-legged. His mind was in confusion. My essence, energy, and spirit have all already reached the peak of Origin Pill realm and formed a resonance. The Origin Pill inside the Divine Sea is already compressed to the limit too. Wonder what kind of unusual change will occur if I continue pouring in large quantities of Chaos Divine Essence. Inside Yi Yuan's Divine Sea, the Origin Pill was already compressed until it was just the size of a pea. But the power contained inside was extremely horrifying. Around the Origin Pill, Tao marks revolved around, akin to a sea of lightning. It's time to begin. Yi Yuan flipped his palm, several pieces of tarnished black devil crystals flew up, suspending around him. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon revolved. Yi Yuan started to absorb the devilish energy inside the tarnished black devil crystals frenziedly, pouring it into the Origin Pill. Empyrean-level tarnished black devil crystals had immense reserves and were also extremely pure. Yi Yuan absorbing them was like a vast ocean flooding in, causing a huge impact on Yi Yuan's Divine Sea. His Origin Pill was already being compressed to the extreme. Currently, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon continued to push Chaos Divine Essence into the Origin Pill. All of a sudden, the Origin Pill started vibrating fiercely. An intense pain came from his abdomen area, Yi Yuan's forehead broke out in cold sweat. However, this was just the beginning. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon completely did not care about whether the origin pill could withstand it or not, squeezing Chaos Divine Essence in non-stop. The originally stable origin pill also became more and more unstable. This way, the pain that Yi Yuan suffered was also tremendous. What powerful aura undulations! Is this really breaking through to the Empyrean realm? Outside the stone chamber, Long, Xiaochen and the rest were currently standing guard for Yi Yuan. Sensing such intense undulations, Long Xiaochen also felt alarmed. She herself had broken through to the Empyrean realm before and naturally knew what kind of concept was breaking through to the Empyrean realm. But Yi Yuan only just started and the commotion was already even bigger than hers. His Excellency's commotion here is also too big. If it provokes a powerful abyss monster when the time comes, we can't block it. Long Xuan said speechlessly. Before breaking through, Yi Yuan already joined hands with Long Xiaochen, cleaning up the abyss monsters in a radius of several hundred miles. But looking at it now, it was completely insufficient. Just the current commotion, the devilish energy in a radius of 10,000 miles already gathered over crazily. Such a huge commotion, to say that those powerful abyss monsters would not react, that would be seeing ghosts. One piece of tarnished black devil crystal after another was being absorbed. Yi Yuan's aura became stronger and stronger. The origin pill in his abdomen became more and more unstable. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly and said, "Damn it. Why at this time, this way, the tarnished black devil crystals that I prepared probably aren't enough anymore." It turned out that the origin pill absorbing Chaos Divine Essence crazily actually affected the fleshy body. At this time, his fleshy body actually started breaking through too, and he was going to transcend the tribulation. Rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation. The horrifying degree of Rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation virtually made people despair. It was 10 times more terrifying than the first 6 added up. At this juncture, the Nirvanic Tribulation arriving at the same time was simply deadly. Yi Yuan revolved the Chaos Heavenspan cannon crazily, absorbing tarnished black devil crystals like a whale swallowing seawater. The consumption rate of tarnished black devil crystals suddenly sped up. For the sake of this breakthrough, Yi Yuan naturally prepared adequately. But under this kind of situation currently, the reserves of tarnished black devil crystals were somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Horrifying energy erupted, directly blasting the stone chamber to dust. Long Xiaochen's pupils constricted and she cried out in surprise, "Not good. He's transcending the Nirvanic Tribulation at the same time. Is this guy mad?" As a dragon race Empyrean, she naturally knew the power of the Rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation. Even if it was her, she did not dare to easily attempt it too. But now, Yi Yuan actually also wanted to transcend the Nirvanic Tribulation at the crucial juncture of breaking through to the Empyrean realm. It was truly an action that courted death. How could she know that Yi Yuan had no command over himself either? In this world, he was the first person who fused essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths. Even he himself also did not know that such a problem would occur. But now, saying anything was too late as well. This is too crazy. His Excellency is really godlike, to actually dare transcend Nirvanic Tribulation when breaking through to be an Empyrean. Long Xuan had a look of worship and did not feel that it was dangerous at all. Ever since learning that Yi Yuan fused essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths, his worship of Yi Yuan was already akin to the waters of the Yellow River, flowing unceasingly. Since His Excellency dared to do so, he naturally had the confidence. There was no need to worry at all. In this world, who isn't extremely cautious like treading on thin ice when breaking through to the Empyrean realm? But His Excellency is actually transcending 2 tribulations simultaneously. This really broadens our horizons. Long Zhaoshan also said with a look of worship. Heh, no wonder His Excellency's dragon race martial technique is so strong. It turns out that ease of the perfect 6th transformation golden body. To be able to transcend rank 6 Nirvanic Tribulation is already rarely seen in this world. Now, if he were to transcend the rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation, I'm afraid that the moment he enters the Empyrean realm, he'll be able to contend with second firmament Empyreans. Long Xuan's 2 eyes shone as he said. Hey, more than that. Don't you forget, His Excellency still has the Chaos Essence One Breath Sword. Long Zhaoshan said with a chuckle. The 2 people chimed in one after another, practically lauding Yi Yuan up to the heavens. But Yi Yuan knew his own suffering. The two tribulations already reached a very critical period. The tarnished black devil crystals almost could not sustain his needs anymore. Suddenly, Long Xiaoqian's face changed and she said, "Not good. There are Empyrean-level abyss monsters that came." Everyone's faces changed, one powerful aura after another closed in from all directions. This huge commotion provoked powerful Empyrean-level abyss monsters in the end. What to do? The expressions of Long Xuan and the rest changed wildly as they were in shock. In front of these Empyrean-level abyss monsters, they did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodders. An abyss monster casually puffing out a breath would eradicate them. Long Xiaoqian's expression became incomparably solemn, and she gritted her teeth and said, "If really can't, I can only cry." Long Xuan revealed a smile that was uglier than crying as he said, "My grandaunt, already at this time, you're still in the mood to crack jokes. If crying can resolve problems, then I'll cry for 3 days and 3 nights right now." But Long Xiaoqian said seriously, "I'm not joking with you. When I cry, even I myself am scared. It's just that I'm afraid that Yuan probably can't withstand it. Ha ha ha, ignorant human to actually cause such a huge commotion when breaking through, really courting death. That's right, that's right. This human is very strong. He must taste very good. At that time, each depends on their own ability. See who can get him." Each and every one of the abyss monsters revealed amused looks, all staring at Yuan like hungry wolves. Chapter 2146, Visitor from the Abyss. Looking at the bunch of greedy gazes giving off light in the darkness, Long Xiaoqian's heart sunk to rock bottom. The abyss monsters being summoned were extremely powerful. She even detected that there was a third firmament Empyrean realm's aura. Abyss monsters at this strength were not what she could deal with at all. "Don't care anymore." Long Xiaoqian gritted her teeth and was actually really squeezing out tears over there. But right at this time, Yuan's voice sounded in her ears, "Xiaoqian, make use of the jade slip that I gave you and bring them all out. You don't need to care about my side. Let them come over." But Long Xiaoqian was anxious. "No buts. Let them come over." Yuan directly interrupted. Long Xiaoqian gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and said, "You all, follow me." Finished saying, she brought everyone and directly crushed the jade slip. The spatial node technique activated. Long Xiaoqian and the rest were directly teleported out. "Lord Xiaoqian, we're all gone, but what about Lord Yi?" Long Xuan said worriedly. Long Xiaoqian looked into the distance, her gaze glimmering as she said, "I hope that he has a way." Over here, a group of Empyrean-level abyss monsters was casting covetous eyes, getting closer and closer to Yuan. Spatial node technique, truly excellent means. Hey, the commotion of this human's breakthrough is truly extraordinary. It's even much stronger than us noble abyss monsters. Seems like he must be very delicious. The current Yuan, in the view of the abyss monsters, Yuan was the most tasty delicacy. As for Long Xiaoqian they all escaping, it did not matter. Finally, someone could not hold back and made a move against Yuan. "The prey is mine, nobody snatch. To dare snatch prey from me, are you all tired of living?" Once someone made a move, the other abyss monsters all could not hold back, dashing over one after another. Such a delicious prey, how could they possibly give it to others? Hey, truly, someone delivers a pillow when taking a nap. A bunch of fools, I was just worrying that the tarnished black devil crystals were insufficient. Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous. In the group of abyss monsters' ears, came Yuan's mocking laughter. They could not help being greatly alarmed in their hearts. Right then, a horrifying energy undulation erupted from Yuan's body. Tao births 1, 1 births 2, 2 births 3, 3 births myriad life. I finally understand. Amidst the explosion sound, came Yuan's hearty laughter. Feeling this energy that could decimate heaven and earth, the group of Empyrean-level abyss monsters felt their hairs stand on end. An incredible feeling of danger welled up in their hearts. Not good, quickly run. Damn it, does this guy not want his life anymore? Alarmed and angry voices lingered incessantly. These Empyrean-level abyss monsters turned tail and ran. A noiseless explosion extended in all directions, destroying everything, including Yuan himself. The current Yuan directly blew up into ashes. However, his body was condensed again very quickly, then obliterated, rinse and repeat like this. Nirvanic tribulation. Amidst this horrifying explosion, Yuan was transcending the nirvanic tribulation. Not just this, Yi Yuan's divine soul was similarly being blown into pieces. In the center of this horrifying energy, there were only two things that were not destroyed. One was the world-suppressing steel. The other was Yi Yuan's consciousness. Time could be destroyed, but only consciousness was imperishable. Tarnished black devil crystals, absorb for me. Those tarnished black devil crystals were directly gobbled up by Yi Yuan, fusing into the explosions, using to condense the fleshy body, using to remold the divine soul. These second firmament and third firmament Empyrean realm tarnished black devil crystals were incomparably pure, the energy was also extremely plentiful. To the current Yi Yuan, it was simply a great tonic. The explosions were still continuing, the entire Dragon Eye Cave was trembling. Those powerful abyss monsters were frightened until they ran like mad outside. The void shattered, gale winds wreaked havoc. The entire Dragon Eye Cave fell into utter chaos. In the extreme depths, several archaic auras suddenly emerged, emitting voices that were simultaneously alarmed and enraged. A hoarse voice roared angrily, "Damn it! The third layer's seal is actually broken." Another ancient voice said, "Sigh, we have guarded the abyss for countless years. It didn't expect that it actually had the seals broken by someone from outside." Another person said, "Could it be that our 8 great abyss suppressing pseudo-worlds were breached? Someone attempted to breach the abyss from the outside world." At this time, a voice that seemed to have crawled out of a grave opened its mouth and said, "Stop guessing randomly. Bai Chen, you go and take a look." "Yes." Amidst the darkness, someone answered, turning into a streak of white shadow, disappearing. When Bai Chen's figure landed at the Dragon Eye Cave, his pupils could not help constricting. It's actually like this. Interesting, really interesting. Looks like the heavenspan world that has been peaceful for so long is finally having great waves stir again. Bai Chen's voice was full of complicatedness. Fortunately, the seal's damage isn't big. Otherwise, if those second layer's monsters rush out, it would be too much to bear. As he said, Bai Chen needed incomparably profound seals in his hands and sent them into the void. The entire Dragon Eye Cave finally calmed down once again. The explosions were still going on, but the fiercest explosion was naturally that instant at the beginning. Now, the destructive power was already far from before. Many thanks for Senior taking action. Otherwise, this junior would have gotten into trouble. In Bai Chen's mind, a voice suddenly appeared, making his state of mind that found it hard to fluctuate for hundreds of millions of years have a trace of ripple. His brows furrowed, and he said, "A puny little Empyrean, you can actually discover this emperor's existence." Bai Chen's appearance was just like a speck of dust, being unable to cause any waves to this layer's space at all. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually notice him. This shock was naturally by no means insignificant. Although the commotion that Yi Yuan caused was horrifying, what kind of eyesight did Bai Chen have? He saw through that Yi Yuan was merely breaking through rank 7 with one glance. He was not even considered as an expert in Bai Chen's eyes. This kind of strength, even if they scratched their heads bloody, they could forget about discovering his existence too. But Yi Yuan actually discovered it. Junior's current state is a little special, everything in this Dragon Eye Cave is clear at a glance. Hence, I can discover Senior, Yi Yuan transmitted his voice. Bai Chen's gaze glimmered slightly, also no idea what he was thinking about. Looks like a remarkable little fellow emerged in the heavenspan world. Didn't expect that you have some connections to the dragon race, Bai Chen said in surprise. His strength was exceedingly formidable. Just through this wisp of divine sense voice transmission, he detected the existence of Yi Yuan's dragon soul. Junior's mother is from the dragon race. Yi Yuan knew that it could not help from Bai Chen and said honestly. His current state was extremely mysterious. He could feel that this Bai Chen was unfathomable, virtually akin to a god. The strongest person that Yi Yuan had seen before was merely Ji Mo. But he had a feeling that Ji Mo was probably not even dregs in front of this white-clothed old man. Bai Chen nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I hope that you remember your identity. With your talent, you're bound to take on a huge responsibility in the future." Yi Yuan replied, "Senior garrisoning here, your merits are the greatest. Junior understands what I should do in my heart." Bai Chen nodded slightly and said, "You break through well then. This emperor is leaving." Finished talking, his figure directly dissipated into the world. Chapter 2147, Decisive. Old Bai, you wouldn't be lying through your teeth, right? A mere true God realm's breakthrough can blow the third seal open. When Bai Chen returned to the abyss, he recounted the things that he saw, immediately drawing the other powerhouses' suspicion. A mere true god realm expert breaking through to the Empyrean realm, no matter how monstrous, it was also impossible to blow up the third seal. One had to know that this third seal, even if it was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor, they could forget about breaching it in the slightest too. In the darkness, Bai Chen could not be bothered to provide an explanation and said with a light smile, "Hey, really an interesting kid. Not only did he blow open the seal, he actually even discovered my existence. Oh, right, boss, that kid even has some connection to you. I see that this kid is pretty good, so I left behind some lucky chances to him on your behalf. Of course, if he falls into a wrong path in the future, you can borrow it to restrict him too. Oh, listening to you, it's indeed an interesting little fellow. It's too bad that we can't abandon our posts. Otherwise, I'd really go and take a look at this kid. But listening to what you said, this boy is extraordinary. The Heavenspan world will likely be in an upheaval situation again." Amidst the gloomy and dark abyss, another voice came over. Bai Chen sighed slightly and said, "It's as the doomsday battle is right before our eyes. I didn't expect that Heavenly Tao Samsara is finally going to start again." After sighing, everyone fell silent. The abyss recovered tranquility once more. Inside Raindragon's stronghold, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were all present. The entrance of the Dragon Eye Cave was shaking intensely and actually started cracking apart. Everyone's divine essence poured out wildly, joining hands to stabilize the seal. But a powerful strength burst out of the seal, making the faces of the group of Heavenly Emperors turn white. 7 to 8 Heavenly Emperor joined hands before barely managing to maintain the seal from breaking. Long Chi's complexion was ashen as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. We Dragon Eye Cave seal has never had a problem before. Why did it cause such a big commotion this time?" Dragon Lord's face was also pale as she said, "I'm afraid that a powerful abyss monster was born inside and it's assaulting the seal. Xiaochen will be fine inside, right?" Long Kai smiled coldly and said, "Like this, it's good too, at least that boy is definitely dead. However, your spirit in heaven can rest in peace." Long Ji suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth and said, "Dragon Lord, this commotion wouldn't be caused by Xiaochen encountering some danger, right?" Clearly, this sort of possibility was very high. Humph, indeed a misfortune star, not stopping even after entering the Dragon Eye Cave. Long Kai said with a cold snort. Dragon Lord's pretty face turned slightly cold as she said in a cold voice, "Long Kai. Don't you forget Xiaochen's identity. The Dragon Eye Cave was originally managed by you, but because of your negligence, you let Xiaochen fall into a dangerous situation. If this matter was reported upstairs, can you bear the consequences?" Long Chi's face changed slightly, not daring to speak anymore. The undulations seemed to be smaller. Suddenly, Long Ji spoke up. Sure enough, the intense undulations coming from inside gradually became small, finally completely stabilizing. All of the Heavenly Emperors finally let out a sigh in relief. At this time, a din suddenly came from outside the stone tower. Long Kai was currently pissed, and he said with a cold snort, "Who is making noise here? Don't they know that this is a restricted area inside the stronghold?" As he said, his figure moved, disappearing on the spot. "You all, let me go in. Let me go in." Lu Er attempted to charge into the stone tower but was blocked firmly by the guards. The Dragon Clan guard said in a solemn voice, "If the few of you keep causing trouble, don't blame us for not being courteous anymore." The ones guarding the stone tower were all Empyrean powerhouses. Once they took action, Lu Er and the rest were naturally not a match. Lu Er had a sorrowful face as she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm begging you guys, let me go in. Young master didn't come out for 10 years. I'm going in to find him." Actually, for these 10 years, Lu Er spent each day very tormentedly. If not for Yi Yuan's order, the agreement of 10 years, she would have long charged into the Dragon Eye Cave. But along with the passing of time, the 10-year date got closer and closer. The hopes of Yi Yuan coming out became bleaker and bleaker. She finally could not wait anymore. It was just that the guard was cold as ice and did not bend the rules at all. What has us wanting to enter the Dragon Eye Cave got to do with you all? His Excellency isn't coming out, then we'll go in to find him. Ning Tianping said angrily. A figure appeared and said coolly, "He already died inside, you all don't need to go in anymore." It was precisely Long Kai. Lu Er looked at Long Kai hatefully, wishing to swallow him alive. She knew that it was this person who sent young master into the hopeless land, Dragon Eye Cave. You're spurting nonsense. It's impossible for young master to die. Lu screamed. Right, His Excellency is especially gifted, a peerless talent. He absolutely won't be stumped by a puny little Dragon Eye Cave. Ning Tianping also said with an indignant and resentful face. Seeing the despaired looks of Lu and the rest, Long Kai was full of delight in his heart. What he wanted was precisely such a result. Heh, puny little Dragon Eye Cave. You guys have stayed here for 10 years and probably haven't truly understood what kind of place the Dragon Eye Cave is. That place seals countless abyss monsters. Each abyss monster is several times stronger than same-rank humans. In there, what fills the air isn't spiritual energy but devilish energy. One cannot cultivate inside the Dragon Eye Cave. Replenishment is extremely difficult. The divine essence expended will frequently not have enough time to be replenished and there will be abyss monsters rushing over again. How long do you all feel that he can live under this kind of environment? Honestly telling you guys, there was once a heavenly emperor who was relegated into the Dragon Eye Cave, and he never came out again. Long Kai said a lot in one breath, saying the brutality of the Dragon Eye Cave in its entirety. The more they listened, the heavier the mood of Lu and the rest. In the end, it was close to despairing. They knew that Yuan was formidable. But no matter how impressive the person, under this kind of environment, there would also come a time where their strength would be depleted. Then, could Yuan last 10 years? You're talking nonsense. If not for you, young master also wouldn't have entered the Dragon Eye Cave too. I'll fight it out with you. Lu was indignant and leapt up. It was as if space was frozen. The others all had sorrowful and indignant faces. Inclusive of Lonzuan, all of them rushed over toward Long Kai. But, what kind of existence was Long Kai? This level of attack was completely too weak to stand the competition in front of him. Long Kai did not move and just gave a cold snort. It was akin to a clap of thunder, striking everyone's hearts. The few people spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. In front of a heavenly emperor, Empyreans were ants, let alone that they were just true god realm. Overestimating your own ability. If not for that kid forcing this emperor to swear a heavenly Tao oath, you all would already be dead people now. Long Kai said with a cold snort. Long Kai had sullen anger on his face, but he was incomparably delighted in his heart. Killing Lu they all was merely the effort of lifting a hand. They were merely ants to him. But only seeing these people's extremely grievous appearances, would he be in a great mood. Lu clenched her teeth hard, her gaze icy cold. Since that's the case, then I'll force you to act and kill me. Today, I'm going to perish together with you and avenge young master. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu rushed over toward Long Kai once more like a moth flying into the fire. Right, we'll fight it out with you. Since you don't dare to kill us, then we'll force you to kill us. Ning Tianping gave a cold cry and also rushed over. Chapter 2148, First Blossom of Chaos. Inside the Dragon Eye Cave, the faces of Long Xiaochen and the rest revealed the joy of having survived a disaster. The explosion was too violent. Long Xiaochen crushed quite a few jade slips in a row and teleported to the furthest spatial node before barely managing to avoid the power of the explosion. Even so, each and every one of them was also made dusty and dirty in appearance, seemingly very ragged. Lord Xiaochen, the commotion that Lord Yi caused is a little too big, right? Long Xuan said with lingering fear in his heart. Too terrifying. Even if a heavenly emperor is in the center of the explosion, they would probably also die without any corpse left, right? Lord Yi wouldn't. He wouldn't have. Long Zhaoshan's complexion turned white as he said. Long Xiaochen directly interrupted Long Zhaoshan's follow-up words and said in a solemn voice, Yuan must still be alive. The others were silent like cicadas in winter, but reason told them that Yuan's hopes of survival were virtually none. One had to know, Yuan was in the center of the explosion. Such a horrifying explosion, how could it be possible to survive? The explosion has subsided. Let's go over and take a look. Long Xiaochen had a rarely seen serious expression as she said. This is my own world. Amidst the region of chaos, Yuan's consciousness overlooked the world, his heart surging. All the way until today, he finally created a world that belonged to him. This stretch of chaos was boundless and gray, without the slightest signs of life. Furthermore, it was even expanded outwards at an extremely fast speed, becoming larger and larger. My world is only born a full 3 major realms later than others. Looking at this, it seems to be somewhat different from the rest. Yi Yuan looked at this stretch of chaos as he muttered. Even though Yi Yuan did not go through Divine Lord Realm before, having spent so long in the Heavenspan world, the powerhouses that he had seen before were countless and he was not foreign to hewing open a world. When martial artists reached Divine Lord Realm, they needed to have a point singularity of the Heavenspan world as a foundation, expanding and developing, creating their own world. Putting it bluntly, this Heavenspan world had countless powerhouses that created countless small worlds, but they were all based on the Heavenspan world and were an extension of the Heavenspan world. Including East Suppression pseudo-world, this kind of powerful pseudo-worlds, it was also a part of the Heavenspan world in the end. But Yi Yuan's method of breaking through was totally different. His world was entirely created by himself. No point singularity, no time, and also no space. This stretch of chaos was a brand new world. When chaos blossomed initially, heaven and earth were not divided. Everything was a wilderness awaiting development, a blank piece of paper. How this world would develop in the future completely depended on him. This kind of control was not restricted by the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan could feel that this world seemed to be two parallel worlds from the Heavenspan world, neither interfering with the other. And it was not the same as the other small worlds, being an extension of the Heavenspan world. Furthermore, the chaos spiritual energy of Yi Yuan's world was incomparably thick. It was even thousands, tens of thousands of times thicker than the Heavenspan world's spiritual energy. Even if there was thinning in the future, it could also reach the Heavenspan world's level. Other small worlds, such as the Immortal Grove world, the spiritual energy inside was drastically diluted, the amount extremely low. Hence, it was even harder than trying to ascend to the heavens for martial artists to want to break through the shackles and arrive at the Heavenspan world. Even a colossal pseudo-world like the East Suppression pseudo-world was a shade inferior when compared to the Heavenspan world too. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep as he slowly said, "I seem to have understood something. Looks like the path that I'm taking is a true path that leads to the highest heaven." They are unable to fuse essence, energy, and spirit, three paths, because their path is fundamentally wrong. Their path relies on the Heavenspan world. So how can they break the shackles of the Heavenspan world? Even if it's the Tao ancestors, they are merely a powerful life form in this Heavenspan world too, never able to transcend. But for me to be able to walk to this step, it's still all thanks to the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Cultivating the Chaos Heavenspan canon until today, experiencing countless hardships, Yi Yuan finally created his own world. Even though this world was still very small, being not even as large as a Divine Lord Realm's small world, Yi Yuan's world was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than Heavenly Emperor realms in terms of quality. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's world had limitless possibilities. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred. A figure appeared in Yi Yuan's world. It was precisely Dustless. When Dustless saw this world that was merely 1,000 feet in radius, he was shocked until his eyes went wide and he was tongue-tied. This is your world. T2 inconceivable, Dustless said with a sigh of admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Before breaking through the realm, I was also unable to imagine that my world would actually be like this." Dustless muttered, "Wrong. Turns out that the world was wrong. Divine Lord hewing open a world, Empyrean controlling a world, Heavenly Emperor dominating the world, turns out that it was all wrong. Yi Yuan, your path is the true great path that leads to the highest heaven." Dustless watched Yi Yuan walked over step by step, carrying confusion, carrying uncertainty, carrying limitless hardships. But now, the fact finally proved that the path Yi Yuan took was correct. This world was a world that Dustless had never seen before. Just one glance and he saw through the extraordinary aspects of this world. Being able to walk until this step today is still all thanks to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. If not for him, if not for the lesser Heavenspan mountain, I can only fade into the crowd as well. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. But Dustless shook his head and said, "That's not it. It's foreordained by heaven. Do you still remember the words that Immortal Grove said before dying?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Immortal Grove had once said before dying that the meaning of his existence was Yi Yuan's birth. The lesser Heavenspan mountain's masters isn't just you alone. But regardless of whether it was Immortal Grove or Fang Tian, they both did not take this step. Immortal Grove had outstanding talent and comprehended Tao in front of the lesser Heavenspan mountain for several million years and is also less than a fraction of you. It was not that he can't make it, but it was that you're too strong. You're the person that Heavenly Tao chose. Dustless said with somewhat of an upsurge of emotion. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, a heart that yearns for Tao. I've never changed before, but my greatest wish right now is still being able to revive Lingshe. Dustless said, silly child, you've already done sufficiently well. 2,000 years of comprehending Tao, hewing open a new world, who could do it? However, this new realm of yours isn't heavenly Empyrean. So how should it be called? Yi Yuan's path was a brand new path, the realm was naturally different. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, now that the chaos has just bloomed, call it Chaos Realm then. Feeling the berserk spiritual energy amidst the chaos, Dustless could not help laughing as he said, Chaos Realm, rather fitting. But after today, the spiritual energy that your cultivation requires will be horrifying. Yi Yuan also smiled bitterly and said, this is also something that can't be helped. If not for leaving Lu'er the 10-year agreement, I really can't bear to leave this place. From entering the Dragon Eye Cave until now, it had been 10 years. Yi Yuan was scared that Lu'er they all were worried, so that was why he chose to break through at this juncture. He knew that Lu'er probably had a rough time these 10 years. Rather, his realm advanced by leaps and bounds these 10 years, directly breaking through to Chaos Realm from 7th Firmament Origin Pill Realm. Towards this great gift that Long Kai gave him, Yi Yuan really could not quite bear to leave. At this time, Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he said with a smile, MN. The Nirvanic tribulation is also transcended already, my fleshy body also broke through to rank 7. Chapter 2149, Grandant. Feeling the explosive power coming from his body, Yi Yuan was extremely satisfied with this physical body. The tribulation of rank 7 Nirvanic tribulation was the nightmare of body cultivators. Without an indomitable strong will, there was completely no way to transcend. But to Yi Yuan, this was precisely his forte. This process was incomparably painful. But pulling through, sweetness would come after the bitterness. With a perfect 7th transformation golden body, one's vital energy was exuberant like the noonday sun shining high above. Yi Yuan felt that even if he did not utilize divine essence now, he could blow up an Empyrean level abyss monster with one punch. Heh, breaking through this time is really a metamorphosis. Essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths are akin to a nirvanic rebirth, causing my strength to skyrocket. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Essence, energy, and spirit fusing, it's truly incomparably terrifying. It's just too bad that apart from you, no one in this heavenspan world can do it at all. Dustless also marveled with admiration. Yi Yuan nodded with a slight smile. Suddenly, he made a slight sound of surprise. A dragon-shaped mark appeared between Yi Yuan's brows. Looks like, that senior was indeed unfathomable, to actually leave behind this mark on my body unknowingly. However, this mark seems to be like a seed, containing tremendous power inside, waiting for me to develop. Feeling this imprint, Yi Yuan immediately connected it to Bai Chen. To be able to plant a mark on his body unknowingly, apart from that Bai Chen, who else could there be? Currently, he still could not feel danger from this imprint, so he simply allowed it to take its natural course. Lord Yi. Suddenly, a series of surprised yells came from afar. It was precisely Long Xiaochen they all who rushed over. I knew that you'd be fine. Long Xiaochen had a look of pleasant surprise. Suddenly, her face changed and she said in surprise, You broke through. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Hoo, fusing essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths, I also didn't expect that the nirvanic tribulation would suddenly arrive. Originally, the tarnished black devil crystals were not enough to use. Who knew that those Empyrean realm abyss monsters actually delivered themselves to the doorstep, resolving my imminent problem? When everyone heard, they could not help being speechless. To be able to treat Empyrean level abyss monsters as praise, Lord Yi was also one of a kind. A hint of cunningness suddenly flashed across in Long Xiaochen's eyes and she suddenly threw a punch out. A horrifying power made the space give off cracking sounds. Yi Yuan chuckled and also threw a punch out. Long Xiaochen's figure flew out backward and retreated several hundred feet in a row before barely managing to stabilize her figure. While Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. Seeing this scene, Big Brother Xuan and the rest all had shocked faces. They all knew that Long Xiaochen was an abnormally strong girl. Her pair of fists could practically have a showdown with First Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. But this freakishly strong girl actually lost to Yi Yuan in one punch. Furthermore, looking at the appearance, Yi Yuan did not use full strength at all. Yi Yuan just broke through to Empyrean realm and did not even have time to consolidate his realm yet, and his strength was actually so strong already. How impressive. Indeed, well deserving of being the perfect 7th transformation golden body. If you gave it your all, it's likely that your strength already doesn't lose to 2nd firmament Empyreans. Long Xiaochen marveled. Yi Yuan said casually, if it's dealing with a 2nd firmament Empyrean, it shouldn't be anything difficult. This was the powerful aspect of the perfect 7th transformation. Breaking through to rank 7, it would be an explosive increase in strength. Coupled with a powerful cultivation method and martial technique, jumping realms to battle in Empyrean realm would also be a cinch. Freak. Long Xiaochen could not help rolling her eyes. She was absolutely synonymous with genius in the Dragon clan. But in front of Yi Yuan, she really could not find any sense of superiority at all. This guy was too freakish. Yi Yuan sized Long Xiaochen up, a peculiar look on his face. Long Xiaochen was looked at by Yi Yuan until all her hair stood on end and she said, what are you doing, looking at me like that? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, I broke through to rank 7, my atavism dragon soul has already completely awakened. Long Xiaochen said doubtfully, so what? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, it turns out that the Immortal Grove world's dragon ancestor was actually your mother's big brother. The moment this came out, Long Xiaochen's expression also became odd. Suddenly, Long Xiaochen finally could not contain it anymore and burst out laughing. He. Come. Call me Grandaunt. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Long Xiaochen laughed herself into fits, convulsing heavily, virtually almost not able to breathe. By the side, Long Xuan and the rest were also holding in their laughter at the beginning. In the end, they finally could not hold it in and collectively burst into laughter. They never would have thought that there was actually still this layer of relationship between Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochen. Yi Yuan was speechless. He had treated Long Xiaochen as a little sister all along, but after he awakened the atavism dragon soul, some of the Immortal Grove world's dragon ancestors' memories also appeared in his head. It turned out that the dragon ancestor and Raindragon Stronghold's dragon lord were actually brother and sister. This also explained why he felt very close when he saw Long Xiaochen. Several million years also, the dragon ancestor felt self-assured for being a genius and wanted to follow his progenitor's footsteps, and he barged into the Dragon Eye Cave alone. Who could have thought that he fell into a hopeless situation inside the Dragon Eye Cave that was plagued with dangers in the end? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove accidentally stumbled into the Dragon Eye Cave from a spatial rift and saved the dragon ancestor, Long Qin, as well as the 4 great divine beasts' progenitors. These few mighty divine beasts followed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in order to repay the life-saving grace. And the 4 great progenitors also propagated in the Immortal Grove world. Who could have thought that later, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was killed, the 4 great progenitors' whereabouts also became unknown. But in the dragon ancestor's memories, he had a younger sister called Long Xiyu, who was precisely the current Raindragon Stronghold's dragon lord. This way, Yi Yuan was actually many times junior relative to Long Xiaochen. This label, Grandaunt, was ought to be called out. But to make Yi Yuan call her this, it was too difficult. With this, the seniority was off. Yi Yuan, quickly call. Otherwise, Grandaunt will be unhappy. Call and there will be a reward. He. Long Xiaochen ridiculed. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes. With this, he would never be able to lift his head in front of Long Xiaochen. Of course, making him call Long Xiaochen Grandaunt, that was impossible. Alright, stop messing around. It's getting late, we should go out. Yi Yuan said coolly. Sure enough, one sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. Your Excellency, is this real? You can really bring us out? Long Xuan said in pleasant surprise. The others also had looks of anticipation. This kind of place was simply akin to hell to them. Yi Yuan secretly let out a sigh of relief and said coolly, of course. My spatial law is already comprehended to the 6th firmament. What does looking for a mere spatial rift count for? Moreover, there are also coordinates of a spatial rift in my inheritance memory. Before breaking through to the Chaos Realm, it would really still be somewhat troublesome for Yi Yuan to look for a spatial rift. But during the explosive, Yi Yuan's consciousness entered a very profound and mysterious realm and knew this 3rd layer seal like the back of his hand. The spatial rift coordinates that he currently grasped were no less than 5. Long Xiaochen was also distracted by Yi Yuan and hurriedly said, then still waiting for what? Hurry up and go. This damn place, I don't wish to stay for a second longer. Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, follow me then. Chapter 2150, what a great fortuitous encounter. Above the void, several figures were akin to moths flying into the fire, pouncing over toward the powerful existence. Long Kai had an impatient look on his face, clearly very annoyed. The restriction of heavenly Dao oaths on martial Dao powerhouses was extremely great. Lu and the rest were currently unleashing suicide attacks against him. It would naturally be fatal to him. At this time, if other people made a move to kill Lu and the others, it would be the same as him violating the oath, and he would likewise be erased by heavenly Dao. Being restricted by the heavenly Dao oath, he did not dare to actually deal a killing blow either, being annoyed badly by Lu and the rest. At this time, Lonzuan, Ning Tianping, Yang Fei and Lonzuan were covered in blood all over, already having sustained extremely heavy injuries. A casual wave of Long Qi's hands was simply a destructive blow to them. However, this was precisely what they desired. Use the heavenly Dao oath to kill him. Hence, even if their injuries were extremely severe, they also dragged their weary bodies and unleashed suicide attacks. Humph, a bunch of ants, do you really think that this emperor can't do anything to you? Long Kai grabbed with one hand, an unrivaled domain force directly imprisoned everyone. Even Lonzuan, this Empyrean, was unable to move a muscle too. The might of a heavenly emperor was displayed in its entirety. Ning Tianping's eyes turned bloodshot from anger and he roared furiously, fucking Long Kai. If you have the capabilities, kill this father of yours. Otherwise, I will tear you to shreds one day. Long Kai had a disdainful look as he said, wildly arrogant and ignorant. The more you cultivate, the more you'll understand the disparity between true gods and heavenly emperor. It's impossible for you to be this emperor's match your whole life. Long Kai, you despicable villain. There will come one day when I'll settle this score with you. Lu yelled at the top of her voice. The current Lu's eyes were full of hatred. She secretly swore to definitely cultivate properly after today, to avenge young master. Long Qi's brows furrowed slightly, his heart somewhat rippling. He thought nothing of the others, but Lu was a little special. With his vision, he could naturally perceive Lu's talent. Although the realm of Heavenly Emperor was extremely difficult, Lu had hopes of breaking through. If allowed to take its own course, this lass might be a great enemy in the future. Damn it, that brat dug a pit for me. Really troublesome. I didn't expect that this emperor was clever for a lifetime, but I'm actually scammed by a dead person in the end. Only at this time did Long Kai come to realize the truth. When Yuan forced him to swear a heavenly Dao oath, he actually secretly dug a pit. He could not kill Lu they all, but Lu could kill him. Right now, Lu they all were naturally ants in Long Qi's eyes. But, 10,000 years later, 100,000 years later, a million years later. With Lu's talent, breaking through to be a heavenly emperor might also not be impossible. If there was really that day, it would be troublesome. Long Kai felt gloomy in his heart, wishing to dig Yuan out of his grave and pummel brutally. Humph, do you think that this emperor can't do anything to you like this? Right now, this emperor will seal your divine sea and imprison you forever in Raindragon's stronghold. I want to see how you guys still plan to take revenge. Long Kai said with a cold smile. Everyone's faces changed drastically, clearly not expecting that this guy was so vicious. Seeing the expressions of Lu and the others, Long Kai had a smug look as he said, "Heh, weren't you all very cocky just now? Lift your heads and take a look at this blue sky. This will be the last time that you'll be seeing it." Finished talking, Long Qi's finger lightly tapped. A powerful force tore through the air and was about to seal Lu's divine sea. Layers of ripples emerged in the air, Lu's figure disappeared bizarrely. Long Qi's pupils constricted and he said in a thunderous rage, "Who is it? Get out for this emperor." The void rippled, a figure emerged. Who could it be if not Yuan? Do you still want face or not, old dog? Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Kai, full of killing intent. When Ning Tianping and the rest saw Yuan, they could not help being pleasantly surprised. While on the other side, Long Qi's eyeballs were almost popping out. He had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said in shock, "Yuan. You came out of the Dragon Eye Cave. This isn't possible." Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "What's impossible about it? Am I not standing perfectly well in front of you? In Yi Yuan's embrace was the extremely weak Lu Er. But currently, she had a happy look. Originally, hearing Long Qi's description of the Dragon Eye Cave, Lu Er already completely lost all hope. She already made the resolve to take revenge for Yi Yuan. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually appeared in front of her alive and well. There was really nothing more blissful than this. Young master, it's really great that you're fine. Lu Er hugged Yi Yuan tightly as she said in surprise. Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Silly girl, so desperate for what? Didn't young master promise you that I'll definitely return within 10 years? Lu Er nodded her head hard, a blissful look on her face. Long Kai had not recovered from his shock yet when suddenly, his pupils shrunk again. You broke through to the Empyrean realm. This is impossible. A short 10 years, you broke through to be an Empyrean in a place like the Dragon Eye Cave. The aura exuding from Yi Yuan's body clearly already surpassed True God realm, reaching the level of Empyrean realm. In fact, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was even more than a magnitude stronger than ordinary First Firmament Empyreans. A short 10 years, going from 7th Firmament True God to 1st Firmament Empyrean, Long Kai doubted whether he saw wrongly or not. Furthermore, the current Yi Yuan actually gave him a feeling of absolute secrecy, as if it was a dense fog in front of him. Logically speaking, when a heavenly emperor looked at an Empyrean, that was seeing through at one glance. Why would this kind of illogical feeling appear? The commotion here already attracted quite a few people to surround and watch. Feeling the aura on Yi Yuan's body, the Dragon Clan's powerhouses burst into an uproar all at once. Wasn't it said that one can't cultivate in the Dragon Eye Cave, and that it's a hopeless land? How did he cultivate? This is too fake. Forget about the Dragon Eye Cave. Even on the Heavenspan Mountain, it's also impossible to break through to the Empyrean realm from 7th Firmament True God in 10 years too. Just what kind of freak is this fellow? Not only did he break through to be an Empyrean, he even came out of the Dragon Eye Cave. The things that happened to Yi Yuan were seriously too illogical, making them incredibly shocked. At this time, the other Raindragon Stronghold Heavenly Emperors also arrived one after another. Seeing the Empyrean realm, Yi Yuan, each and every one of them was shocked until their jaws hit the ground. Wasn't the Dragon Eye Cave a hopeless land? Wasn't it without chances of returning? Wasn't one unable to cultivate? But what was with this scene before their eyes? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Speaking of which, really have to thank you for giving me a lucky chance. If not for you forcing me into the Dragon Eye Cave, it would really not be that easy for me to break through to be an Empyrean." Long Kai opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but could not speak at all. At this very moment, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. Although he did not know what Yi Yuan experienced inside the Dragon Eye Cave, the strength of his Empyrean realm was real. Giving good fortune, this sort of thing, was simply a divine stroke by the gods. He clearly wanted to doom Yi Yuan. In the end, after 10 years, Yi Yuan returned domineeringly, becoming an Empyrean. Such a blessed lad. Chapter 2151, 10,000 times, oh, 10,000 times. Long Qi's complexion alternated between green and white, finally turning into embarrassment from anger that filled his chest. So what if you're an Empyrean? In front of this emperor, Empyreans are ants. If this emperor wants to suppress them, what can you do to me? Long Kai gave an angry roar. With his heavenly emperor pressure suddenly releasing, he was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. "Stop!" Dragon Lord cried out, directly making a move to stop Long Kai. Long Qi's face fell and he said angrily, "What's the meaning of this, Dragon Lord? This boy can't be killed, but could it be that the others can't be suppressed either? As Raindragon Stronghold's protector elder, could it be that this emperor doesn't even have this bit of authority?" Dragon Lord's 2 eyes narrowed, and she said in a cold voice, "Long Kai, be more clear-minded. You open your eyes and take a look at his glabella." Long Kai was taken aback when he heard that and looked over toward Yi Yuan once more. With this careful look, his pupils could not help constricting. "Heavenly Dragon Mark!" Long Kai cried out in surprise. He was being mocked by Yi Yuan earlier and under his rage, he did not detect the mark at Yi Yuan's glabella. Upon looking at this time, he could not help breaking out in cold sweat. Yi Yuan was originally planning on flashing his identity and requesting Dragon Lord to take action. He did not expect that Long Kai was actually very apprehensive of the mark on his glabella. "That's right, it's precisely the Heavenly Dragon mark. Seeing the heavenly dragon mark is akin to seeing the ancestor. If you keep on pestering endlessly, even I can't protect you too. Dragon Lord said in a solemn voice. Long Qi's face was like a chameleon's, changing again and again. This fellow made a trip into the Dragon Eye Cave. Not only did he break through to Empyrean realm, he actually even obtained the heavenly dragon mark. Long Kai could not help feeling depressed. What on earth had he done? Wasn't it said that the Dragon Eye Cave was a hopeless land? Why was it that this guy seemed to have been enlightened after going in, swapping a fowling piece for a big gun in 10 years? Long Qi's current mood was already unable to use words to describe. Finally, Long Kai gritted his teeth and gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan, and said, Long Kai pays respect to son of the heavenly dragon. Yi Yuan was very surprised. He also did not expect that this mark was actually so useful. The other heavenly emperors as well as Empyreans bowed down one after another. We pay respects to the son of the heavenly dragon. Yi Yuan looked towards the Dragon Lord and asked, what does this heavenly dragon mark represent? Dragon Lord said in surprise, you don't know. Yi Yuan shook his head. Dragon Lord was speechless and explained. The heavenly dragon mark is the dragon race's supreme existence, a recognition given to a junior, representing that he has hopes of becoming a transcendent heavenly emperor. This is also a symbol of identity in the dragon clan, being called the son of the heavenly dragon. The position of son of the heavenly dragon is equivalent to a heaven stronghold's dragon lord. Even if a heavenly emperor sees, they would have to pay respects too. Yi Yuan was also struck dumb when he heard. This tiny mark actually represented such a lofty status. But very soon, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said, then, do I have the authority to impose sanctions on him? While talking, Yi Yuan pointed at Long Kai with his finger. Long Qi's expression turned stiff, his face becoming extremely ugly. A hint of delight also flashed across Dragon Lord's eyes, and she said with a nod, that's of course. Long Kai, why haven't you made apologies and asked for punishment from the son of the heavenly dragon? Long Kai was exasperated in his heart. At this very moment, he finally experienced what was called shooting oneself in the foot. He cracked himself up to be clever, forcing Yi Yuan into the Dragon Eye Cave. In the end, Yi Yuan came out, becoming the son of the heavenly dragon. Son of the heavenly dragon, the status was equivalent to a heaven stronghold's dragon lord. How noble was the status? Offending the son of the heavenly dragon was equivalent to offending the heaven stronghold's dragon lord. Even if he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he could not bear this charge either. Long Kai unintentionally offended the son of the heavenly dragon. Long Kai hopes that the son of the heavenly dragon can forgive. Having no choice, Long Kai could only lower his head. He discovered with his peripherals that a hint of a strange smile was currently flashing across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and his heart could not help thumping. What did this boy want to do? Humph, whatever you want to do, I, Long Kai, am an exalted heavenly emperor. What can you do to me? Making apologies to you is already making the greatest concession. Forgiveness, that's impossible. Since you offended me, you naturally have to be punished. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Kai pulled a long face and said, Yi Yuan, don't reach for a yard after taking an inch. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, reaching for a yard after taking an inch. Hey, you should rejoice that I'm only Empyrean realm. If I'm heavenly emperor realm right now, just based on you making a move against Lu'er just now, I'd have long smacked you to death with one slap. You should be very clear why Long Hao was smacked to death by me. Not mentioning Long Hao was still fine. Upon mentioning Long Hao, Long Kai gnashed his teeth in hatred even more. This guy killed Long Hao. Now, he even had to lower his head to him. It was truly unprecedented humiliation. Dragon Lord Long Xiyu said coolly, Long Kai, you're very clear about the crime of offending the son of the heavenly dragon. In Raindragon Stronghold, things are still okay. If it's reported up, the matter probably won't be so easy to clean up. Furthermore, don't you forget, he's second sage. Son of the heavenly dragon plus second sage, hoo-hoo. Long Xiyu did not carry on saying, Long Kai should understand her meaning. Second sage was indeed nothing in the dragon clan. But second sage plus son of the heavenly dragon, that was totally different. The priest temple was a titan of the demon race to begin with. Their strength was not much weaker than the dragon clan. These two titles added together, it was equivalent to two great mountains. Even if Long Kai was a heavenly emperor, his outcome would be very miserable too. Long Kai sucked in a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan, don't go too overboard. Forcing a heavenly emperor into a life and death struggle, you know the consequences. Now that it came to this, Long Kai had no choice but to lower his head too, accepting Yi Yuan's punishment. Even though he was 1,000 times unwilling. But if this matter were to blow all the way up to the top, the consequences would still be too much for him to bear. Yi Yuan chuckled and said coolly, relax, I've always repay evil with good. I won't make things difficult. For you. Seeing Yi Yuan's grinning appearance, a bad premonition flashed across in everyone's hearts. While Long Xiu had a curious look, she also really wanted to see what Yi Yuan was going to do. You go to the top of the stone tower and yell 10,000 times, Long Kai is a pig. This phrase, MN, need to shout louder. Let the entire stronghold hear, Yi Yuan said with a beam. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Making a heavenly emperor do this sort of thing, to think that this guy could think of it. Dragon Lord nearly failed to hold it in and spurted out, hurriedly covering her mouth and laughing. Long Qi's face changed and he roared angrily, Brat, you're bullying people too far. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, bullying people too far. Hoo. This matter was caused by Long Hao. Who's right and who's wrong, don't you have any idea in your heart? When you coerced me to enter the Dragon Eye Cave with lure their lives, why didn't you say bullying people too far? When you made a move to deal with Lu, why didn't you say bullying people too far? Now, just making you yell a bit, you're saying that I'm bullying people too far. Not doing, also can, I, a mere Empyrean, have no qualifications to make a heavenly emperor do anything. But there will always be someone who will make you do a little something. Finished talking, Yi Yuan snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. Hold on, Long Qi's face changed, stopping Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stopped his figure and said coolly, 10,000 times, not a single time less. Long Kai nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. He had not spoken yet and this boy already blocked off his words. Chapter 2152, Long Kai is a pig. Long Kai is a pig. Over and over again, a loud and clear voice reverberated throughout Raindragon's stronghold. Everyone could hear it clearly. Long Kai was very domineering in the Raindragon stronghold, virtually rendering Long Xiyu to a mere figurehead. No one dared to challenge his prestige at all. Long Hao was also so arrogant under his wing. But today, Protector Elder Long Kai actually did such a thing. It was truly embarrassing. The dragons in the stronghold all revealed strange looks, but they also did not dare to show it too much, holding it in badly. How keen was the perception of heavenly emperor powerhouses? They were all afraid of Elder Long Kai settling the scores afterward. This scene is really unimaginably beautiful. I never imagined in this lifetime that someone could actually make Elder Long Kai do this kind of thing. But today, it actually happened. This Yi Yuan is really incredible. Entering the Dragon Eye Cave, not only did he come out alive, he broke through to the Empyrean realm and even obtained the Heavenly Dragon mark, becoming a son of the Heavenly Dragon. In the Raindragon stronghold, Elder Long Kai virtually covers the sky with one hand. Yi Yuan doing so sweeps his face clear. Elder Long Kai definitely won't let him off. Forget it. With the identity of son of the Heavenly Dragon, Yi Yuan is equivalent to having obtained a death exemption golden token. What can Elder Long Kai do to him? The group of dragons discussed softly. Clearly, the impact that this scene brought to them was too intense. A supreme heavenly emperor powerhouse actually said that he was a pig in front of everyone and even had to say it 10,000 times. A dragon, being a pig. This scene was truly incomparably bizarre. At the top of the stone tower, Long Qi's gaze never left Yi Yuan. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died 10,000 times. It was just a shame that Long Kai was also clear in his heart that he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Long Xiyu was very delighted in her heart. These few years, she had been suppressed by Long Kai all along. Yi Yuan's way of doing things today really got a brutal payback on her behalf. Long Xiyu arrived in front of Yi Yuan and asked with a look of anticipation, Yi Yuan, that you came out of the Dragon Eye Cave. Did you? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Long Xiaochen came out together with me. They are at the back and will arrive very quickly. Just as he was talking, several dozen figures appeared on the horizon. The one in the lead was lovely and adorable, a pair of horns growing on top of her head. It was precisely Long Xiaochen. Mother. Long Xiaochen yelled. Long Ziyu had a look of agitation on her face. But very soon, her expression turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, "You still know to come back. After going back, face the wall for 100 years. Not breaking through to second firmament Empyrean, you're not allowed to come out." Long Xiaochen stuck her tongue out and said wittily, "Mother, don't get angry first. Isn't that Long Kai? Long Kai is a pig. Ha 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 ha. Did this old fellow's age get to his head? To actually scold himself." Long Xiaochen was just thinking of saying something when she was drawn by Long Qi's voice. Long Qi's voice was seriously too loud. Even if Long Xiaochen did not want to hear, she also could not. She did not react at first. But upon thinking carefully, wasn't it Long Kai himself? Why was this guy scolding himself? Long Kai clearly heard Long Xiaochen's unbridled laughter, his face black until it was practically turning purple. The others had strange expressions and were even discussing softly. But no one dared to laugh in a flagrant manner. But Long Xiaochen did not have the slightest scruple at all. She laughed very happily. Very happily. While angry was angry, Long Kai was also very surprised in his heart. Why did Long Xiaochen come out too? When did the Dragon Eye Cave become so easy to come out? Ha ha ha, is this old man an idiot or not? To actually scold himself. By the side, Long Xuan laughed loudly and said, "Seeing this old man, Big Brother Tian, I immediately have the confidence. Even this kind of idiot can cultivate to be a heavenly emperor. Big Brother Tian, I can definitely cultivate to that level." Long Zhaoshan nodded his head solemnly, saying it very seriously. "Hey, Big Brother Xuan, I am stronger than you. I can naturally cultivate to heavenly emperor realm even more." Long Xuan said in disdain. "Look at yourself, you're not much better than this old man. Even if you can cultivate to heavenly emperor realm, you'd also just be a notch stronger than him," Long Zhaoshan said. PFF'd. Even if Yi Yuan was composed, he was also tickled by these two guys. But when Yi Yuan saw Long Qi's expression, he immediately felt very satisfied in his heart. These two living treasures were finally of some use. These two people chimed in one after another. Long Qi's face already turned red from black, his face growing by virtually a fold, almost exploding. A powerful to the extreme pressure descended upon the entire Raindragon stronghold. Where did the fools come from? To dare bullshit in front of this emperor. This emperor will kill you all with a palm. Long Kai had a look of thunderous rage. Once a heavenly emperor raged, the air seemed to have solidified. Goodness! Yi Yuan, save us! The two people cried out strangely and hid behind Yi Yuan. In the two of their hearts, Yi Yuan had long already become a godlike existence. The mysterious power that Yi Yuan displayed in the Dragon Eye Cave had long brought the two of them into submission. Even though Long Kai was a heavenly emperor, he was still much lousier in their hearts. That was why the two dared to be so unbridled. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Long Kai, what do you want to do?" Long Qi's imposing momentum stopped, a palm raised to midair, and did not dare to land anymore. When Long Xuan saw that Long Kai indeed did not make a move, he immediately plucked up his courage. Poking his head out from behind Yi Yuan, he called out, "You scold yourself and actually dare to say that others are fools. Where did your courage come from? You listen to this little lord's name. I'm little Xuan under Lord Yi Yuan's command." Long Zhaoshan also stretched his head out and called out in a clear voice, "Little Tian under Lord Yi Yuan's command." Dumb old man, remember it. This little lord will definitely surpass you in the future. Long Kai was furious. Even if he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he also felt that his two lungs were almost exploding at this time. Long Kai, it's just been 200 times, there are still 8,800 times, when are you planning to say until? Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Long Kai is a pig." Lord Heavenly Emperor could only continue. Long Xiaochen had a look of surprise as she said, "What's going on here?" Long Ziyu pulled a long face and said, "You damn lass, having learned neither knowledge nor skill, to not even know about the son of the heavenly dragon." Long Xiaochen pointed at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, "You're talking about him?" Long Ziyu's face turned cold and she said in a solemn voice, "Insolence. You, lass, are becoming more and more unbridled, to actually dare be impolite toward the son of the heavenly dragon." Long Xiaochen burst out laughing and said, "Mother, you don't need to be so respectful toward him. In terms of seniority, he still has to call you grandaunt." Long Ziyu's expression changed drastically, and she said angrily, "Damn girl, do you want to anger mother to death?" As she said, she was just about to make a move to take care of Long Xiaochen but was stopped by Yi Yuan. "Dragon Lord, wait, what Xiaochen said is right," Yi Yuan said with a look of embarrassment. Long Ziyu was taken aback, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Does Dragon Lord have an elder brother called Long Qin?" Long Ziyu's entire body trembled, and she said in disbelief, "Your big brother's descendant." Chapter 2153, Battle of Dragon Sons. Yo, Long Kai, what a shocking scene. Got nothing to do, to actually call yourself a pig. Long Kai was just yelling, "Long Kai is a pig," when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the top of the stone tower, having a look of amusement on his face. Long Qi's brows furrowed, and he said, "Brother Ao Shu, what are you here for?" Ao Shu chuckled and said, "You don't have to care about what I'm here for first. You're doing something unique here. This emperor could even hear your howls from 100 miles away. Heh, our dragon race bloodline is incomparably noble, so even if you abandon yourself to despair, don't put yourself in the same category as a pig, this kind of low-grade life form." Long Kai had a black face, the hatred toward Yi Yuan in his heart increasing even more. This Ao Shu was Heavenly Stronghold Purple Dragon Stronghold's Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Having this scene seen by him, wouldn't this unsavory scandal spread to all the heaven strongholds? Could it be that his face was going to utterly lose in the East Suppression pseudo-world? Fortunately, this Ao Shu's relationship with him was pretty good. Long Kai let out a sigh and said, "Sigh. Don't mention it anymore, brother Ao Shu. Right now, I have a stifled breath blocked up in my chest, almost exploding." Ao Shi knew that Long Kai covered the sky with one hand in Raindragon Stronghold, virtually rendering Dragon Lord Long Ziyu to a figurehead. This scene right now should not happen. Oh, could someone still anger you until like this in this Raindragon Stronghold? Ao Shu said curiously. Long Kai had a bitter look as he said, "There wasn't in the past, but now, sigh." He roughly recounted the events. Of course, he selectively forgot about Long Hao's overbearing action. When Ao Shu heard, he could not help having a shocked face too. "You're saying that he only used 10 years' time and broke through to Empyrean in the Dragon Eye Cave, obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark, and even found the way back?" Ao Shu counter-asked. Long Kai nodded and said, "Precisely so." "Pooh, precisely so my ass. Long Kai old punk, this emperor takes you to be a friend. Are you playing this emperor like a monkey?" Ao Shu directly spat in Long Qi's face. He completely did not believe Long Qi's words. But right at this time, Ao Shu gave a slight cry of surprise. A white secret order jumped out of the void and landed in Ao Shu's hands. Ao Shu reached his hand out and grabbed the secret order in his hand. Sinking his divine sense inside and looking, his expression could not help changing wildly. "Long Kai, what did you say that Pu, the son of the heavenly dragon, was called?" Ao Shu asked in a solemn voice. "He's called Yi Yuan." Long Kai gritted his teeth and said. Getting a confirmed answer, shock was written all over Ao Shu's face as he said, "Then, what you said earlier was all true?" Long Kai was speechless as he said, "It's naturally true." Ao Shu opened his mouth wide, disbelief all over his face. The things that Long Kai said, each one was unthinkable, let alone that it even happened to one person at the same time. This matter was too inconceivable. Long Kai observed his speech and countenance and said, "Brother Ao Shu coming to Raindragon Stronghold, could it be?" Ao Shu nodded and said, "That's right, the Battle of Dragon Sons is about to begin. I came to invite Long Xiaochen to take part. However, a secret order came from the stronghold just now, saying that an additional name appeared on the Dragon Mark monument, called Yi Yuan, originating from precisely your Raindragon Stronghold. I really didn't expect that a measly little Raindragon Stronghold actually produced 2 children of the Heavenly Dragon this time. Yi Yuan, seeing this great grandaunt, shouldn't you kowtow?" Long Xiaochen teased Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan was speechless. Long Xiaochen could play with this stick for 10 years. However, Long Ziyu said in a solemn voice, "Xiaochen, you mustn't be rude." Disregarding that Yi Yuan obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark, just talking about how he's of the atavism dragon soul, it's equivalent to Big Brother's successor separated by generations. In terms of seniority, he's of the same generation as you. You're younger than him and should call him as your big brother. Long Ziyu looked toward Yi Yuan with an affectionate look. She and Long Qin had a close relationship. The love for the house extends to even the crows perching on the roof, so she naturally viewed Yi Yuan in a different light. Long Xiaoqin pursed her mouth and said unhappily, "What? I finally managed to get some leverage over him, but you ruined it with one sentence." Yi Yuan also found it funny listening at one side. It turned out that the dragon clan could still have this way of saying things. Long Ziyu shot Long Xiaoqin a fierce glare and said, "You lass, you don't cultivate well every day. You only know how to cause disturbances. The Battle of Dragon Sons is about to begin right away. Starting from today, you cultivate well for me, strive to break through to Second Firmament Empyrean as soon as possible. If you lose in the Battle of Dragon Sons, see if I don't teach you a lesson." The moment Long Xiaoqin heard the word cultivate, she could not help getting a headache. "Mother, don't force me anymore. You look, I already cultivate very diligently, cultivating to the Empyrean realm so quickly," Long Xiaoqin said in a spoiled manner. But Long Ziyu was not the slightest bit moved and pulled a long face as she said, "Don't give me that. Doesn't mother still not know your character? If you still dare to be negligent, just remember that I will directly confine you." Long Xiaoqin had a bitter face. Suddenly, she had a spark of inspiration. Pulling Yi Yuan, she had an appearance of giving people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw her as she said, "Big brother Yi Yuan." Long Ziyu was just about to get angry, but saw Yi Yuan smile. He said, "Aunt, you don't need to force Xiaoqin like this too. With her talent, isn't breaking through to Second Firmament Empyrean still easily accomplished?" Long Xiaoqin nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice at the side, agreeing strongly to this. Yi Yuan's words were also not uttered against his conscience. Long Xiaoqin's talent was indeed what he rarely saw in this lifetime. Even that Lin Changqing who cracked himself up to be a genius was also a piece of trash in front of Long Xiaoqin. This was still Long Xiaoqin being very playful, that was why her cultivation speed was so slow. If she cultivated diligently, her current strength would already be God knows how horrifying. Long Ziyu shook her head and said, "You don't know this. But the Battle of Dragon Sons is related to the Raindragon stronghold's rise and fall. Now that the Battle of Dragon Sons is hanging above our heads, with her indolent personality, she'll definitely suffer a big loss going to the Battle of Dragon Sons. Those able to obtain the Heavenly Dragon mark and become children of the Heavenly Dragon, every one of their strength is extremely powerful and not much weaker than her." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, aunt, leave Xiaoqin's breakthrough to me." Long Ziyu was taken aback and said with pleasant surprise, "I nearly forgot. You're the second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred. Then, I won't be courteous." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We are one family. There is no need to be too distant." Long Ziyu beamed and said, "I really didn't expect that Big Brother would actually have an outstanding descendant like you. Given time, you'll definitely surpass your predecessor." Long Xiaoqin giggled and said, "Great. Eating a medicinal pill and I'll be able to break through, it really saves too much trouble." In front of Ao Shu, Long Kai said with a doleful look, "Brother Ao Shu, you have to uphold justice for this younger brother. Disregarding that boy killed my Hao, he even used this sort of method to humiliate me. I really can't endure this grievance." Ao Shu revealed a difficult look, shook his head, and said with a sigh, "Younger brother Long Kai, elder brother knows the bitterness in your heart. But you're aware of the status of the son of the Heavenly Dragon. Just based on my status, it's hard to touch him at all." Long Kai secretly cursed the old fox, gritted his teeth, and said, "As long as brother Ao Shu is willing to help younger brother take revenge, younger brother is willing to offer the heaven-shaking hammer with both hands." Ao Shu could not help smiling when he heard this. He then said, "Younger brother Long Kai, rest assured. What's our relationship? Your matters are my matters. This matter, I'll definitely help you settle it." Chapter 2154, Branch. After the pill was formed, Long Xiaoqin broke through the next day. Following that, Yi Yuan and Long Xiaoqin followed Ao Shu and left the Raindragon stronghold. Yi Yuan did not wish to take part in whatever Battle of Dragon Sons. More than 100 years had already passed since he made this trip to save Lu. He was somewhat worried about Heavenly Eagle in his heart and planned on preparing to leave after staying for a few days. But he could not withstand Long Xiaoqin's hard and soft tactics as well as Long Ziyu's earnest hopes, so he set off with a half-reluctant attitude. "Hoo-hoo, Dragon Sun Yi is truly a peerless talent, to actually cultivate to the realm of Empyrean at this age. You'll surely be able to enter the Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, Ao Shu said with a laugh. He was very humble and polite along the way and did not have any airs of a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. However, he had long already had killing intent aroused toward Yi Yuan. From Long Qi's mouth, Ao Shu already knew how monstrous Yi Yuan was. If such a monster grew up, he would pose a tremendous threat to Dragon Son Ao Yu. This threat absolutely could not stay. Ao Yu was precisely Purple Dragon's stronghold, son of the Heavenly Dragon, and he was also Ao Shu's nephew. Hence, even if Long Kai did not pay the price, he would kill Yi Yuan too, disposing of this hidden danger while it was in a budding state. Senior is too kind. This Yi was merely a little lucky, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Long Xiaochen rolled her eyes and said, "You're really hypocritical. Clearly very impressive yourself, yet, feigning an unimpressive appearance. Your dragon beard Perpleshine pill is really too incredible. The 7-star priests in the stronghold are simply laymen when compared to you." Ao Shu was alarmed in his heart. This kid even knew how to refine pills. Furthermore, he was very formidable. No wonder Long Xiaochen broke through so quickly. It turned out that it was actually due to the medicinal pill. Ao Shu knew that Long Xiaochen was very lazy in cultivation and it was completely impossible to be Ao Yu's match, so he paid no attention to it. He did not expect that when he came this time, Long Xiaochen actually broke through overnight, making his jaw drop. This way, Long Xiaochen also became a formidable enemy of Ao Yu. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard it. He was being modest. How did it become hypocritical when it reached Long Xiaochen's mouth? He could not have people praise him and he put on a straight face and say that he was very impressive, right? How to let people follow up with this? Except, he did not know that these words strengthened Ao Shu's killing intent even more. The three people moved extremely fast. Half a month later, they arrived at an area of high mountains and lofty peaks. The two of you, this place is a forked road. This emperor still has to make a trip to South Hope Stronghold and receive the son of the Heavenly Dragon, Long Zheng, to the Purple Dragon Stronghold. You guys travel too slowly, I'll have to trouble you two to wait here for a few days. The latest by half a month, this emperor will definitely catch up, Ao Shu clasped his hands and said. Long Xiaochen's thoughts were pure and did not suspect anything. Waving her hand, she said, go on, we'll wait for you. Ao Shu smiled slightly, figure moving, and disappeared. After Ao Shu left, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly but became alert. Hey, are you mistaken? You even made it through the Dragon Eye Cave, but this wilderness is scaring you. Long Xiaochen snickered. Yi Yuan frowned and said, in a solemn voice, better an open enemy than a false friend. An open foe may prove a curse but a pretend friend is even worse. The spatial structure here is very unstable. Once one hides in a spatial rift, it will be like a fish entering the sea. We will be unable to find those spatial rifts at all. Of course, this place is also the ideal place for an ambush. Long Xiaochen laughed and said, my big brother Yi Yuan, are you being overly cautious? This place is East Suppression pseudo-world. Who dares to ambush us in my noble dragon clan's territory? Clearly, Long Xiaochen did not take Yi Yuan's cautiousness to heart at all. But Yi Yuan had journeyed north and south, and had gone to no idea how many places before and experienced how many massacres before. He naturally would not be as pure as Long Xiaochen. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, this place isn't advisable to stay for too long. We'd better hurry up and leave. Long Xiaochen said, Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu asked us to wait here for him. If we were to go, how would he find us? Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, I'm afraid that he doesn't have good intentions too. Originally, Yi Yuan did not have any suspicions towards Ao Shu either. But Ao Shu's words just now had too many suspicious points. Travel slow, forked road, would bringing two Empyreans on the journey really delay a lot of time? Furthermore, this forked road was a little too coincidental, right? Instinct told him that this place was not safe. The more he thought, the more Yi Yuan felt that this was a scheme, a plot specifically to kill the two of them. Long Xiaochen felt that Yi Yuan was rather abnormal and said unhappily, Yi Yuan, you're too sensitive. Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu doesn't put on any airs at all. Along the way, he also took extra care of us. How can he possibly harm us? Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. This lass was too pure and did not know the viciousness of the human heart at all. He did not believe that this East Suppression pseudo-world was a pure land without strife. Although Yi Yuan did not know why Ao Shu would make a move against him, This place being very dangerous was certainly without a doubt. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You're not going." "I'm not going." "Want to go, you go." Long Xiaochen said stubbornly. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Forget it, I want to see just what tricks Ao Shu can play." He did not believe that Ao Shu dared to act against the two of them in a flagrant manner. After all, Ao Shu was a receiving envoy. If the two of them died in Ao Shu's hands, he would have to be buried in death himself too. Long Xiaochen had a disdainful look as she said, "Yi Yuan, I've misjudged you. You're projecting your own shortcomings onto others. Not everyone is as black-hearted as you." Yi Yuan smiled and paid no heed to it. Landing among the mountains, he found a place to rest. The way each person saw the world was different. Long Xiaochen's thoughts were simple and naturally felt that this world was very simple. Didn't Yi Yuan like this little sister because of this too? Loyal to friends, simple thoughts, having dealings with such a person took no effort at all. Yi Yuan did not haggle over it. Rather, Long Xiaochen was unrelenting and chased after Yi Yuan angrily and said, "Humph. I really couldn't tell that you were such a person. Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu has no grudge nor enmity with us. He is also very kind. So what reason does he have to harm us?" Got to admit, Ao Shu pretended very well along the way. Even Yi Yuan was deceived, let alone talk about Long Xiaochen. Ao Shu's ripe old age was not lived in vain in the end. Even Yi Yuan also did not detect the killing intent in his heart. Along the way, Ao Shu was not overly close to the two, but he also did not put on the airs of a heavenly emperor. Answering every question, helping with every problem, everything was expressed too normally. He looked just like a kind and gentle grandpa. If not for the reason just now being somewhat shoddy, coupled with that he was extremely sensitive to space, he probably would not discover the danger yet. "Talk, say something." Being speechless, "Do you think that what I said makes sense?" "Humph." Half a month later, when Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu comes, see what face you still have to meet him. Long Xiaochen said angrily. However, what Long Xiaochen did not expect was that Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu did not come. Instead, a bunch of ferocious and sinister bandits came. Chapter 2155, Battling 100 Empyreans. Yi Yuan currently had his eyes shut to rest, ignoring the chirping of the Long Xiaochen by the side. Suddenly, a ripple in space was keenly detected by him. Long Xiaochen was taken aback at first. Following that, she grumbled, "Hey, you're still using this kind of low-level method to bluff me, do you think that I'd believe?" But Yi Yuan ignored her and slowly got up. His gaze seemed to have seen through the dense woods, a solemn look on his face. In the distance, some powerful auras were currently coming over here. There was a series of rustling noises in the dense woods. Several dozen figures revealed their figures. The person in the front had thick bushy brows, a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The scar at the corner of his eye drew all the way to the chin, extremely terrifying. The scarred man said in a cold voice, "Everyone, guard your positions well. This boy is proficient in spatial law. Don't let him run." "Yes, Lord Long Xiao," everyone answered. When this group of people appeared in front of Long Xiaochen, she was utterly stunned. Each and every one of these people's auras was very powerful. They were actually all Empyrean powerhouses. The scarred man in the front even reached middle stage Empyrean. Yi Yuan was long mentally prepared and was very calm as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Did Ao Shu send you guys here?" Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Kid, want to bait me? However, it doesn't matter, because you're dead for sure today." "That's right, it was indeed Lord Shu who sent us here. Looking at your appearance, you actually don't feel surprised." In Long Xiao's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in one's jaws. He would be dead for sure. Although spatial law was formidable, as long as there were sufficient precautions, the opponent could not run at all. They were merely 1,000 feet away from Yi Yuan right now. At this distance, Yi Yuan did not have the chance to execute spatial law to escape at all. But regarding Yi Yuan's reaction, Long Xiao was very surprised. Since Yi Yuan was waiting here obediently, he shouldn't have known that this was arranged by Lord Shu. But why was he so composed, like he knew long ago? This could not be explained. If he knew that it was Long Xiaochen's assist, he would probably be beside himself with joy long ago. Hearing Long Xiao's words, Long Xiaochen was completely dumbfounded. Long Xiaochen did not believe this as she said, "Impossible. This, how is this possible? Lord Ao Shu is so nice. It must be you guys framing him." Yi Yuan could not help being speechless and said, that old man has probably lived for no less than 10 million years. Wouldn't pretending to be a kind grandpa be easily accomplished? Long Xiaochen could not quite accept this truth. When she looked at Yi Yuan, her heart felt like it was being pricked. Lowering her eyes, she felt very guilty inside. Sorry, I was wrong. You run away. Don't worry about me. Long Xiaochen was simple, but she was not dumb. She knew that she really misunderstood Yi Yuan. Ao Shu was completely and utterly a big liar. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What a joke. You're my little sister, how can I possibly leave you and escape by myself?" Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Escape? Kid, you seem to not have realized your situation yet. In front of this Empyrean, you still want to run." Long Xiaochen suddenly recalled something. Looking at the scarred man, she cried out in shock, "Eagle eyes, Scar, you're Long Xiao." Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Looks like this Empyrean's name is still somewhat resounding." Long Xiaochen said anxiously, "Yi Yuan, quickly run. This guy is famous for killing people without batting an eyelid. Furthermore, he's extremely strong, being unrivaled in the same rank. He committed numerous crimes in Purple Dragon's stronghold and suffered the pursuit of several dozen black strongholds. Later, it alarmed an earth stronghold. Legends say that when he was still Third Firmament Empyrean, he had once encountered the pursuit of 5 great Third Firmament Empyreans before. In the end, those 5 great Empyreans were all killed by him. If Long Xiao was just 2nd or 3rd Firmament Empyrean, Long Xiaochen would not be so nervous. She knew Yi Yuan's combat power. Even if he could not win, there was still hope of running away. But this Long Xiao was a 4th Firmament Empyrean mighty expert. Furthermore, his combat strength was extremely strong. Her assurance in Yi Yuan was not that big anymore. Long Xiaochen liked to pester Long Ji, making him talk about some of the interesting things of the East Suppression pseudo-world and the outside world. Long Xiao's fame in the boundary of Purple Dragon's stronghold was very great. Long Ji had mentioned it once before, so that was how she knew. Heh, since you know this Empyrean's battle achievements, then you should know that you're dead for sure today, right? In order to deal with you, this father of yours has brought out all the elite troops. Long Xiao said with a cold laugh. Among the dozen over Empyreans present, just the 3rd Firmament Empyreans were as many as 3. There were also 7 to 8 2nd Firmament Empyreans. 1st Firmament Empyreans likewise had 7 to 8 people. Coupled with Long Xiao, this 4th Firmament Empyrean super powerhouse, this was practically a certain kill trap. Yi Yuan's expression also had a rare show of seriousness. His current strength facing off against a 1st Firmament Empyrean was virtually insta-skill. Facing a 2nd Firmament Empyrean, he could also fight and win. But facing off with a 3rd Firmament Empyrean would be somewhat taxing. After all, each minor realm of Empyrean realm, the span was tremendous, difficult to go beyond. Yi Yuan broke through to Chaos Realm, fused essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths, coupled with outstanding combat strength. That was how he could jump realms in battle. But dealing with so many Empyreans at the same time, furthermore, it was even all Empyreans whose realms were higher than him, it would naturally not be that easy for him anymore. As for the Chaos Essence One Breath Sword, that was his final trump card. Whether this move could kill the 4th Firmament Empyrean Long Xiao or not was really hard to say. If the one strike failed, the consequences would be dangerous. This kind of move, even he could not randomly execute it. It looks like Ao Shu really put in the blood capital in order to deal with me. However, do you all think that killing me is that easy? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Long Xiao smiled and said, "Of course this Empyrean knows that you're not easy to kill, otherwise, could you, a 1st Firmament Empyrean, require this Empyrean's grand presence? Since this Empyrean came, I've naturally readied everything. Brothers, kill for me." Under the word of command, roughly 17 to 18 Empyrean powerhouses attacked together. Empyrean powerhouses, those were all major powers that could move mountains and empty seas. With 17 to 18 Empyreans, what kind of lineup was that? Especially the 3 3rd Firmament Empyreans, 3 blade images directly cut through the void, arriving in front of Yi Yuan instantly. Yi Yuan shouted coldly, directly pulling Long Xiaochen and escaping into the void, dodging those blade images. Incredibly dangerous. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. These 3 great Empyreans' combat strengths far exceeded his imagination. Their laws were not considered too outstanding. But these 3 people, one look, and it was clear that they were veterans of 100 battles. Their application of laws already reached the acme of perfection. Coupled with the pressure from their cultivation realms, as well as the three people's tacit cooperation, it was troublesome to the extreme. It seemed like these guys had long already mastered their abilities under the pursuit of the Dragon Clan. Not just them, the other Empyrean powerhouses were all not amateurs too. Yuan reckoned that if those so-called geniuses matched up against these people, they probably would not even know how they died. Yuan was startled, but he did not know that Long Xiao, who was watching the fight from the sidelines, was more shocked than he was. He understood the strength of these brothers too well. Putting a third firmament Empyrean here, in less than 3 exchanges, they would definitely die grievously. But Yuan's application of spatial law was too terrifying. More than 10 rounds had passed, they actually did not even touch the corners of his clothes. Let alone that Yuan was even bringing along Long Xiaochen, who was being a burden. Chapter 2156, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Yuan, let go of me. If you bring me along, it's impossible for you to escape. Long Xiaochen said anxiously. She also saw through that these Empyreans that Long Xiao brought, each one was incomparably powerful, with their combat strength far surpassing those in the same rank. Furthermore, their cooperation was extremely ingenious. They had clearly gone through countless trials before there was such tacit understanding. Enough crap, I'll get distracted like this. Relax your mind and just follow me. Yuan said calmly. Long Xiaochen was startled in her heart and could only follow along as Yuan ordered. One of the third firmament Empyreans suddenly shouted, "Big brother, come up with some ideas." Long Xiao said in a clear voice, "Don't panic. Let him hide. No matter how ingenious his movement technique is, there will definitely be times when he's careless. Competing in willpower, we have never lost to anyone before. Heh, alright." When the group of Empyreans heard Long Xiao's words, the strength in their hands became steadier. These Empyreans were not in a hurry at all, like cats catching mice. The intention was to slowly wear out Yuan to death. Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. Long Xiao's one sentence made these guys' combat power rise several levels. This was not the increase in strength, but the stabilization of mental state. In a fight, the more stable the mentality, the more one could tend to perform exceptionally well. 3 great Empyreans were the main attackers, the rest supported from the sides. But each person, even if it was a first firmament Empyrean, one could not overlook them. A move of theirs that suddenly appeared would seriously injure you. These people's cooperation was simply impeccable. One must find an opportunity to break this balance. Otherwise, it would be dangerous today. Let alone that the strongest Long Xiao had not even made a move until now. No wonder even Lord Ao Shu was very wary of you. Even if your strength was placed in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, it will absolutely be top-notch too. What's even more terrifying is that you're only first firmament Empyrean. Heh, but no matter how strong you are, it's also a certain death situation today. Kid, don't struggle anymore. Long Xiao said with a big laugh at the side. Him talking on the sidelines was disrupting Yuan's state of mind. Sure enough, Yuan's situation became even more critical. Suddenly, a first firmament Empyrean saw an opening and stabbed toward Long Xiaochen with a sword. Long Xiaochen turned pale with fright, but it was already too late to want to stop it. At the critical moment, Yuan flashed and blocked in front of Long Xiaochen. The long sword stabbed right into Yuan's chest. Yuan! Long Xiaochen turned pale with fright and screamed out. The other Empyrean's eyes lit up, akin to sharks that smelled the scent of blood, blade lights and sword images all hacking towards Yuan. Good. When Long Xiao saw this scene, he could not refrain from cheering. Yuan suffering this sword did not collapse like everyone imagined. Instead, he opposed the momentum and stabbed a sword out. Yuan's low voice sounded out. An unparalleled sword energy directly blasted the first firmament Empyrean in front of him to dregs. Yuan did not stop in the slightest, pulling Long Xiaochen and flashing, he directly tunneled out of the group of Empyreans' encirclement. This scene happened too suddenly, everyone did not react in time and let him succeed in breaking out of the encirclement. Long Xiaochen looked at that sword stuck in Yuan's body, tears almost falling out. Yuan only got hurt in order to protect her. Falling into a heavy encirclement was also because of her willfulness. Long Xiaochen felt wrong to the extreme in her heart. Yuan just chuckled, reached his hand out, and slowly pulled out the long sword. There was not even a drop of blood left behind on the sword. When Long Xiao and the rest saw this scene, their eyes went wide. How is this possible? Long Xiao said in disbelief. A first firmament Empyrean being stabbed through by another first firmament Empyrean with a sword, he was actually completely fine. Long Xiaochen opened her mouth wide, a disbelieving look on her face. Hoo, you forgot, my physical body is very strong. How can this degree of attack hurt me? Yi Yuan said with a light laugher. Long Xiao's pupils constricted, seemingly thinking of something. He then cried out in surprise, perfect seventh transformation. He's at the perfect seventh transformation. What, is there really someone who can achieve perfect seventh transformation in this world? I heard that the people with perfect seventh transformation can become impervious to swords and spears, having a perfect defense. Unless one's cultivation realm exceeds by a lot, otherwise, they would not be able to even breach the defenses. I didn't expect that it's actually true. That nirvanic tribulation is so horrifying. How did he transcend it? Cries of exclamation similarly came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were shocked by the perfect seventh transformation, this term. The dragon race's physical body was extremely powerful. It was also precisely because so that they yearned for the perfect seventh transformation immensely. But innumerable pioneers had once attempted it before, they all ended in failure. But today, they actually saw a living perfect seventh transformation. How could they not be shocked? Long Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, turns out that this is your trump card." But it ends here. A powerful aura erupted. The pressure of a fourth firmament Empyrean made even space tremble. But Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said with a faint smile, "My trump cards are plentiful starting from now, savor my methods well. Have a taste of what's called pain." Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly teleporting away. The interval before was actually done on purpose by Yi Yuan. It was in order to break through these people's encirclement. As long as he broke through, with his spatial law powers, it would be difficult for these people to want to catch him again. Want to go? How can it be that easy? Eat this blade of mine. The short knife in Long Xiao's hand raised up, the surging vital energy carried an astonishing blade, directly cutting through the sky, catching up to Yi Yuan instantly. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure swayed and he actually disappeared. This heaven-shocking blade of Long Xiao's actually struck nothing. Not good. This kid is running to hide into the spatial rift. Chase, Long Xiao said with narrowed eyes. Inside the spatial rift, Long Xiaochen had a look of pleasant surprise. Earlier, Yi Yuan getting injured frightened her badly. But at this very moment, her guilt was tossed beyond the ninth heaven by her long ago. Ha, too exciting. Yi Yuan, it's really too exciting. Long Xiaochen had long already forgotten about the anxiety and panic earlier, a look of excitement on her face. Toward this plucky little sister, Yi Yuan was directly rendered speechless. "Xiaochen, want to play a game or not?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. I want. How to play, Yi Yuan? Long Xiaochen clapped her hands and said gleefully. Her thought process was clearly different from others. Others would definitely roll their eyes and scold Yi Yuan viciously at this time. What time was it? Still playing games? Yet, the moment Long Xiaochen heard playing games, she immediately became excited. All right then, starting from now, you have to listen to me for everything. Since this guy dared to come and ambush me, he'll have to be prepared to pay a painful price. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes, seething with killing intent. Long Xiaochen nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice as she said, "Say it. I'll listen to you, you rest assured. In order to make up for the mistake that I made, I'll go all out." You say, play what game? Yi Yuan smiled and said, hide and seek. Chapter 2157, Hide and Seek. A third firmament Empyrean said, Big brother, this brat hides inside the spatial rift. He wants to play hide and seek with us. A fool who overestimates his own ability. This stretch of space is our old den. He wants to play hide and seek with us in our lair. This Empyrean wants to see whether it's him who plays with me, or me who toys with him. Long Shi, Long Zhao, Long Ming, the three of you each lead a team and march forward. Play with this kid well. Long Xiao said with a cold smile. Long Shi, Long Zhao, Long Ming, were those third firmament Empyrean powerhouses. Getting Long Xiao's orders, the two people clasped their hands and said smilingly, Big brother, rest assured. This area of spatial rifts is our own backyard. Even if that brat wants to run, he also can't escape. This area of space was layered upon layers, complicated to the extreme. Long Xiao's main camp was established inside. So, to them, this place was too familiar. Yi Yuan entering this region of spatial rifts was equivalent to walking right into a trap. Long Shi 3 people each led their own squad and started digging everywhere, carrying out a carpet-bombing style search on this area of space. This brat is really impressive. There are so many of us, we actually failed to kill him. Humph, Mingxin's death must be avenged. If I catch him, I'll definitely hack him into 1,000 pieces. Long Mingxin was the first firmament Empyrean that Yi Yuan killed. This result made them very aggrieved. So many people besieged Yi Yuan, but in the end, he actually escaped. Enough, everyone, be more alert. Especially when we get to those folded space areas, be careful of his ambush. Long Shi said in a solemn voice. Following Long Shao, he could be said to be a veteran of 100 battles and also developed an extremely vigilant personality. Although this was in their own lair, he still maintained sufficient vigilance. Suddenly, a figure flashed out ahead. Who could it be if not Long Shaochen? He, you bad guys, go and die. Long Shaochen made a funny face as she said. Long Zai's face fell. Lifting his hand, it was a swift and fierce blade. Oh my, Long Shaochen cried out strangely, figure flashing, and actually disappeared. From the diagonal stab, a sudden shocking energy undulation directly blasted a first firmament Empyrean to meet paste. Ao Zhou. Long Zai's 2 eyes went wide and he roared angrily. This Ao Zhou was Long Zai's old subordinate. The two people's feelings were extremely deep. Long Shi did not expect that Ao Zhou was actually killed by Yi Yuan right under his eyelids. This move earlier was clearly True Sword Hollow Etch. Who was it if not Yi Yuan attacking? True Sword Hollow Etch, this move releasing, it did not have any energy undulations at all. It was impossible to guard against. Coupled with Long Shaochen being deliberately misleading earlier, attracting everyone's attention, with this, even Long Shi did not manage to react to it as well. Why would this place have an area of folded space? Why have we never discovered it before? Long Shi howled. Long Shi looked carefully. The place where Yi Yuan suddenly sneak attacked just now was actually an area of extremely hidden space. This hidden space, they had never discovered it before. But Yi Yuan actually hid here and made a move against them. This was also to say that Yi Yuan understood this spatial rift better than them. Chase. Even if your father turns the spatial rifts upside down, I'll also find you. The Long Shi under a towering rage tunneled into this folded space with a grunt. A figure flashed past from afar. Long Shi sent a saber slash over without a word. But that figure flashed, dodging this blade lightly, and disappeared once more. Long Zai's face fell and he said with a cold yell, chase. Just like this, Long Shi passed through one folded space after another. Suddenly, a miserable scream came over. Long Zai's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. It's Long Bai's voice. That boy actually killed a second firmament Empyrean. A subordinate warned, Lord Long Shi, this boy is full of tricks. Furthermore, he's extremely powerful. We can't keep on chasing after him like this. Otherwise, we'll be routed by him. Long Zai's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he still nodded his head. But, when they attempted to traverse through space and find the way they came from, they discovered to their dismay that they were lost. Lord Long Shi, how is this possible? This place is our doorstep. We actually got lost. The group of subordinates was in a state of disbelief. They actually got lost at their front door. They thought that they knew this place like the back of their hands, but being brought around by Yi Yuan a few times, they actually could not find the way that they came from anymore. Long Zai's eyes narrowed and he gritted his teeth and said, this boy's spatial law is even more formidable than we imagined. He brought us into a spatial maze. Spatial maze. Then wouldn't we be unable to go out? This isn't possible. Since it's a spatial maze, how does he get out himself? When everyone heard this news, each and every one of their expressions changed drastically. Space was an extremely convoluted and profound thing to begin with. It was far from as simple as it looked on the surface. Otherwise, spatial law also would not be called one of the supreme laws. Inside space, there were layers upon layers. It was a maze in the first place. Empyrean powerhouses were able to utilize spatial law, but it was just in a more superficial manner. The truly obscure and difficult to understand areas, they were unable to touch it at all. And this area of spatial rifts was far more complicated than the outside world. So, when Long Shao they all hid inside, even if a heavenly emperor came, it would also be very hard to find. A spatial maze was actually a deep layer of superimposed space, fragile and complicated. Once falling into this layer, wanting to find the way back again would be difficult. Long Shi chased after Yi Yuan in a sullen rage and actually came into a spatial maze unknowingly. This was clearly Yi Yuan's scheme. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan entering this spatial rift was like a fish entering the sea, knowing everything about it. But their doorstep became their graveyard. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure walked out of a corner. No need to worry. Very soon, you guys will be able to go and meet your companions. Long Shi looked at Yi Yuan, gritted his teeth, and said, "Brat, do you think that you can trap us like this? This Empyrean tells you, even if it's a spatial maze, with our understanding of the spatial rifts, as long as we find a familiar plane, we'll be able to return to the surface layer space." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "When did I say before that I want to use the spatial maze to trap you all?" Long Zai's pupils constricted and he said in alarm and anger, "You. What are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Haven't you already guessed what I want to do? Spatial collapse." It was only to see Yi Yuan stomp his feet. Chaos Divine Essence suddenly erupted. Chaos Divine Essence that was interwoven in space actually started collapsing layer upon layer. A tyrannical energy spewed forth without restraint inside the spatial rifts. Long Shi said in a great rage, "Brat, if you make space collapse, you'll die in here too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. How can my understanding of spatial law be what you can imagine?" Chapter 2158, Immense Grief. Not good. Spatial collapse. Feeling that intense energy undulation, Long Xiao's face turned white with a whoosh. His figure suddenly moved, virtually arriving at a certain area among the spatial rifts in an instant. Once a spatial collapse occurred, it was like a domino effect. The energy undulation that was setting off became stronger and stronger. Even he, this fourth firmament Empyrean, once he got caught inside, it would be certain death too. Long Xiao's heart suddenly ached, as if his heart was being rended. Among these subordinates, Long Shi followed him the longest, and the relationship was also the deepest. Long Xiao never dreamed of this situation. When facing the encirclement and suppression of countless heavenly emperor and Empyrean powerhouses, they could even escape alive, but today, they would actually die here, died at the hands of a brat who just entered Empyrean. Is it very painful? A figure walked out of the void, his face full of coldness. Seeing Yi Yuan, Long Xiao's two eyes turned bloodshot and he gritted his teeth and said, "Punk, this Empyrean will definitely rip you apart today." Long Xiao raised his saber and arrived in an instant. The powerful blade light virtually tore space apart. It was just that Yi Yuan's figure dodged slightly, and he disappeared right before Long Xiao's eyes. For so many years, you guys in Ao Shu have worked in cahoots, butchering how many of your same kind? Have you ever thought about whether their family members would feel pain or not? I have no grudge nor enmity with you guys, but you want to ambush us. Since that's the case, then you'll have to be prepared for my vengeance. Relax, the game has just started. Yi Yuan walked out of another folded layer of space, his words full of frostiness. Long Xiao, this group of people had their hands stained with fresh blood. Yi Yuan did not have any psychological restraint when killing them. If not for his numerous means, he would definitely die at Long Xiao's hands today. Once Yi Yuan was enraged, the consequences were very terrifying. Now, Long Xiao tasted the bitter fruit. However, Long Xiao had more rage currently. It was the fury of not being content with anything less than his destruction. Long Xiao raised his blade and chased after Yi Yuan. But unfortunately, in this spatial rift that he was incomparably familiar with, he was like a headless fly, being led by the nose by Yi Yuan, running around everywhere. Occasionally, he would intrude into a layer of folded space, but seeing his subordinate's corpse, his eyes could not help turning bloodshot from anger. Apart from Long Shi, that squad being completely wiped out, the other teams were already thoroughly broken up by Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochen, two people as well. A powerful besieging team became all alone by themselves now. With Yi Yuan's strength, killing a lone second firmament Empyrean was not a hard thing. A carefully planned encirclement evolved into a one-sided massacre in the end. Long Xiao's heart was dripping blood. These Empyreans were all old brothers who have followed him for hundreds of thousands of years, braving through wind and rain together, living days on the edge of danger before there was today. He did not expect that all of them fell here today, right at their own doorstep. Just as Yi Yuan said, he finally felt the taste of pain. Long Xiao had a body full of powerful strength, but in this area of spatial rifts, there was no room for him to unleash his ability at all. His saber had just raised up and Yuan already vanished. But in half a day, the 17 to 18 Empyreans that Long Xiao brought over only had a scanty few people left. Yuan, come out for me. If you have the capabilities, have an open and above-board showdown with me. Long Xiao roared at the depths of the void. Be boss. Suddenly, a voice sounded out behind. Long Xiao turned his head to look. It was the Long Jiao whose 2 eyes were thoroughly red. His eyes were not red from killing, but red from crying. One brother after another dying made Long Jiao mourn endlessly. Long Jiao, I finally found you. Follow me. Make sure not to leave. When we see that little brute, you and I work together, we can definitely kill him. Long Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Long Jiao's eyes were red as he said, Boss, are we still fighting? Surrender. Long Xiao's gaze turned cold and he said in a chilly voice, so many brothers have died, but you're asking me to surrender. If I don't carve that punk up into 1,000 pieces today, I, Long Xiao, swear that I'm lesser than human. But we can't find him at all. He understands this region of space like the back of his hand and even comes and goes freely the deep layers of space. His spatial law has reached rank 6 at the minimum. Long Jiao already did not have any temper. What was terrifying was not a powerful opponent, but an opponent that you could not understand at all. Could not even catch the other party's shadow, how to fight still. Long Xiao's expression was livid too. Suddenly, Yuan's figure flashed, and Long Xiao said in a cold voice, Chase. Space fluctuated, it suddenly became clear before his eyes. At this place, cherry blossoms were in full bloom, a small stream flowed past some cottages, young children horsed around in the village. It was actually a retreat away from the turmoil of the world. Far away, Long Xiaochen was currently playing with a few children in great delight. But Long Xiao's expression changed wildly. He stared fixedly at the Yuan standing in the air far away and said in a cold voice, Boy, what do you want to do? Yuan's gaze swept across the village, a hint of gentleness flashing across his eyes. Surrender, Yuan said coolly. Yuan traversed through the void and unintentionally discovered this place. Only then did he know. It turned out this was Long Xiao's den. Yuan also did not expect that Long Xiao and the rest killed and pillaged outside, committing all kinds of atrocities. It was actually for the sake of this otherworldly paradise. Originally, Yuan was planning on directly entrapping Long Xiao they all to death in the void. With Yuan's spatial law attainments, even if he could not kill Long Xiao, he still had assurance for the others. Even if it was a third firmament Empyrean, under Yuan's sneak attack, it was very hard to survive too. But now, he changed his mind. The hand that Long Xiao held his saber trembled lightly. Clearly, he was struggling fiercely in his heart. Boss, give up, we have no chances of victory. Long Jiao said with reddened eyes. Long Xiao looked at Yuan and gritted his teeth and said, How do I know whether he'll strike to kill or not after surrendering? Yuan smiled and said, If I want to deal a killing blow, it wouldn't be such a situation now. Long Xiao's pupils constricted, immediately understanding Yuan's meaning. If Yuan was a mindless butcher of innocent people, or someone who was callous and merciless, he should have threatened with the lives of women and children currently, and not stand here talking to him perfectly well. Clearly, that way of directly threatening was more effective. Several figures suddenly dashed out. It was Long Ming and the others. When they saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed dramatically. Yuan actually found their lair. Their lair was extremely hidden, it had never been exposed before for so many years. Did not expect that it was actually found by Yuan. Be boss, Long Ming also said, seemingly rather parched. Suddenly, Long Xiao's hand loosened up. That heavy short blade dropped down at a high speed, sticking into the soil with a clank. Long Xiao directly knelt in front of Yuan in the air and said with gritted teeth, Long Xiao had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Lord Dragon's son. I hope that your excellency punishes. I only hope that your excellency lifts your hand high up in mercy and let the people of Dragon Source Village go. As he said, Long Xiao directly sealed his divine sea and became a cripple. Seeing Long Ming like this, the rest no longer had the will to fight, throwing down their weapons one after another, and kneeling in front of Yuan. Your excellency, please lift your hand high up in mercy. We're willing to take the punishment. Chapter 2159, You seem very disappointed. At Purple Dragon Stronghold, a group of Son of the Heavenly Dragons were already ready and waiting for orders to set off. Two people surrounded a handsome youth, their attitude rather humble. Hoo, with Brother Yu's strength, you'll definitely radiate splendor in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time. The one talking was precisely the Long Zheng that Ao Shu brought back. That's right, Big Brother Yu already has no opponents among our Purple Dragon Stronghold's junior generation. Only those people that came down from the Heavenly Dragon Mountain have the qualifications to be his match. This was another one of Purple Dragon Stronghold's son of the Heavenly Dragon, Ao Zhang. Long Xiaoqian did not have a Heavenly Dragon mark, but her identity was special, and an exception was made this time for her to participate in the Battle of Dragon Sons. Humph, that Rain Dragon Stronghold is so haughty, to actually not arrive yet until now. Long Zheng said with a cold snort. After a few sentences of small talk, Ao Yu gave Ao Shu a signal. The two people found a quiet place and started discussing in whispers. Second uncle, is that punk really as incredible as you said? Ao Yu said with a frown. More than incredible, you think about it, what kind of existence is Sacred Ancestor High Priest? How can a person that could make him personally confer as sage be of the ordinary sort? If let him grow unchecked, he'll definitely be your great enemy in the future. Ao Shu said. Ao Shu had already told Ao Yu about Yi Yuan's monstrousness. It was just that these words ultimately sounded like some Arabian Night fantasy tale. So he was still not willing to believe it. Ao Yu was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Normally, he would not place his peers in his sights at all. Now, a freak that was even more impressive than him suddenly popped out. He was naturally unhappy in his heart. But Ao Yu also knew that Ao Shu would not lie to him in this sort of thing. You're sure that he won't make it anymore? Ao Yu's eyes glinted as he asked. Ao Shu smiled and said, you're aware of Long Xiao's strength. Even if he's a son of the Heavenly Dragon, he's also just a genius that hasn't grown up. How can he possibly survive at the hands of a fourth Firmament Empyrean? Let alone that each and every one of his subordinates are all extremely fierce. Even if a peak third Firmament Empyrean ran into them, he can only nurse a grievance and die. Ao Yu also smiled slightly when he heard it and said, Second uncle does things flawlessly, eliminating a great calamity in my heart for me. Second uncle, rest assured. When I step into Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, I definitely won't forget second uncle's kindness. Ao Shu was delighted in his heart, but he had a smile on his face as he said, you brat, what are you still being courteous with second uncle for? The group of people was currently showing impatience from waiting when suddenly, someone came to report, saying that traces of Bandit Shao was discovered in the vicinity of Cloudheaven mountain range. Clearly, they had experienced a great battle. The aura of a human was even left behind. Most likely, the son of the Heavenly Dragon Yi Yuan and Long Xiaoqian were already killed. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan, this son of the Heavenly Dragon, the aura of a human on him was the strongest. Then this aura was definitely left behind by him. Once these words came out, it stunned the entire Purple Dragon stronghold. A son of the Heavenly Dragon being killed was equivalent to a Heaven Stronghold's Dragon Lord being killed. That was a major incident. When Ao Shu heard this news, his expression changed wildly. Thumping his fists and stomping his feet, he said, how can this be? This is all my fault. If not for me leaving them in Cloudheaven mountain range, they also wouldn't have run into Bandit Shao, that bunch of vicious and unrestrained gang. Ao Shu had a remorseful and angry look, full of an ashamed and indignant expression. One had to admit, his acting skill was mastered to perfection and could even win the Best Actor award. This matter, it was naturally his responsibility that was the greatest. But looking at his appearance, the others could not very well blame him anymore. Purple Dragon Stronghold's Dragon Lord frowned slightly, no idea what he was thinking. Protector Shu, nobody wished to see this sort of thing either. Don't blame yourself too much. Yeah, Protector Shu, this matter isn't what you hoped for, it was all Bandit Shao's fault. When the group of people saw Ao Shu crying, being heartbroken, they all came forward and started comforting. Ao Shu wiped away his tears, came before Dragon Lord, knelt straight down, and said in grief and indignation, Dragon Lord, Ao Shu requests to head to Cloudheaven mountain range to clean up Bandit Shao. This time, even if I stand guard for 100,000 years, Ao Shu also must kill all of them. Dragon Lord gave him a glance with a deep meaning, let out a sigh, and said, forget it. This matter wasn't what you hoped for. That Bandit Shao is extremely cunning. Even if a heavenly emperor went, it's also useless. This matter, this emperor will ask for punishment from Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Although Dragon Lord had some suspicions, this incident had no evidence, he could not very well sentence Ao Shu's crime with just empty words too. But this matter was indeed fishy. Dragon Lord, I hope that Dragon Lord gives Ao Shu a chance to make amends for my crime and take revenge for Dragon Sun Yi and Long Xiaochen. Ao Shu was still grieving as he said, "Oh, what happened? Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu is actually going to avenge me." Dragon Lord was just about to speak when two young figures suddenly walked out of the void. When Ao Shu heard this voice, his eyes went wide, as if he had seen a ghost. He said in shock, You're actually fine." When Ao Shu saw the other party, how could he still not understand who it was? His gaze stared fixedly at Yi Yuan as if wanting to see through him. Yi Yuan scoffed, "Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu seems to be very disappointed that I'm alright." The shock in Ao Shu's heart was simply unable to use words to describe. A mere first firmament Empyrean could actually survive under Long Xiao's besieging. This was too inconceivable. The strength of Long Xiao, this group of people, he was all too clear. Forget about a first firmament Empyrean, even if it was a fourth firmament Empyrean, they could forget about returning alive too. Otherwise, Purple Dragon Stronghold had so many Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, how could Long Xiao, a mere fourth firmament Empyrean, live until now? There was naturally Ao Shu's assistance involved, but their own strength also occupied a crucial reason. But what was this situation right now? Ao Shu reacted very quickly, saying with some awkwardness, haha, how can it be? For Dragon Sun Yi to be able to return safely, this emperor is more than happy. I brought Long Zheng to go find you guys later on, but at that time, you guys were already not around. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu going to find us, you wanted to confirm whether or not we were killed, right? Ao Shu's face changed and he said, what do you mean? Yi Yuan smiled and said, what I mean, don't you understand? These few years, you instigated Long Xiao and the rest to kill and pillage, committing all kinds of atrocities, accumulating numerous crimes. You're the main culprit behind Long Xiao's atrocities. Talking towards the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold, his voice carrying anger. What? The boss behind Bandit Xiao is Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu. How can this be possible? This brat wouldn't be crazy, right? To actually frame Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu. Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu is normally kind toward others in the stronghold and is the most amiable and approachable Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. How can he possibly be Bandit Xiao's boss? Even if he's a son of the Heavenly Dragon, he also can't give a false account of the facts and invert black and white. A stone stirred up a thousand-layered wave. Yi Yuan's words stirred up a fierce discussion in the crowd. Naturally, there were more people who did not believe it. Ao Shu, this person was indeed very adept at pretending. Normally, his reputation in the stronghold was also extremely good. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan said it, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was finding fault instead. Ha ha ha, Dragon Sun Yi, this is the most hilarious joke that this emperor has heard. You also heard it, everyone is aware of my, Ao Shu's, conduct. How can I possibly be the culprit behind Bandit Xiao? Ao Shu laughed loudly and said, Chapter 2160, Miscalculating and Stumbling. Dragon Sun Yi, although your status is noble, Ao Shu is my Purple Dragon Stronghold's Heavenly Emperor. His status is noble and can't be easily insulted. Saying this sort of words, you have to take out hard evidence. The Dragon Lord, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance made him rather surprised. Being able to escape from under the hands of Bandit Xiao with this bit of strength, got to admit, Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good. Of course, it was likely more to do with luck. Long Xiao, this group of people, all of them were cunning like foxes, coming and going without a trace. Furthermore, their methods were extremely vicious and there had never been survivors. Even the sons of the Heavenly Dragon that died under their hands were quite a few too. They did not expect that this time, this son of the Heavenly Dragon actually escaped. Yi Yuan looked at Ao Shu and said smilingly, you seem to be very proud of yourself. Do you feel that I can't do anything to you? Ao Shu snorted coldly and said, Dragon Sun Yi, this emperor calls you Dragon Sun out of respect to the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. But you slandered this emperor won't willingly take things lying down either. Heavenly emperors can't be slandered. Ao Shu said it righteously as if the villain was Yi Yuan. Everyone present knew Ao Shu's personality, and all felt that Yi Yuan was making trouble out of nothing. But Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Dragon Lord Purple Dragon, I wonder what's the crime of murdering a son of the Heavenly Dragon?" Dragon Lord's eyes glinted and he slowly said, "Murdering a son of the Heavenly Dragon, one will be executed. However, the status of a Heavenly Emperor is transcendent. According to the rules set by Heavenly Dragon Mountain, they will be relegated to the second level of the Dragon Eye Cave." Yi Yuan's eyes glimmered. The second level of the Dragon Eye Cave, that mysterious powerhouse should have come out of there, right? But he guessed wrongly. Bai Chen did not come from the second level, but from a deeper place. Ao Shu's face fell, and he said, "Yi Yuan, a clay bodhisattva still has some anger. You provoke time and again, deliberately misrepresenting things. Just what intentions do you have? Do you think that with the status of a son of the Heavenly Dragon, you can do whatever you want?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Wow, cornered dog about to jump the wall, is it? No rush, no rush. Come, come, come. Meet an old friend." Finished talking, Yi Yuan pointed at the void. Several figures fell out. The few people had both hands behind their backs, kneeling in front of everyone, but had arrogant and unyielding faces. Seeing these few people, Ao Shu's expression changed wildly. "Long Shao, it's the devil's incarnate, Long Shao. He had his divine sea sealed. This isn't possible. What kind of character is the living King Yama Long Shao? How can he possibly be caught by him?" It turns out that he didn't escape from Long Shao's hands, but he captured Long Shao. It's been so many years. Purple Dragon Stronghold has sent out how many heavenly emperors and empyreans, but failed to do anything to him. He was actually captured by a first firmament empyrean brat. The few people that fell out of the void were precisely Long Shao and the others. The powerhouses in Purple Dragon Stronghold were all shocked until it could not be surpassed. Long Shao, this group of people killed people like flies. Their evil doings knew no limits and had plagued Purple Dragon Stronghold for many years. In order to capture Long Shao and the rest, Purple Dragon Stronghold had expended no idea how much manpower and material resources but returned without accomplishing anything. Today, this group of people was actually eradicated by the measly little Yi Yuan. How could they not be shocked? The world knew that it was extremely hard to jump realms and battle at Empyrean realm. A second firmament Empyrean versus a first firmament Empyrean was virtually getting crushed. Even if your talent was unparalleled and combat strength monstrous, and could defeat a second firmament Empyrean as a first firmament Empyrean, facing a third firmament Empyrean, there were no chances of victory at all. But Long Shao was fourth firmament Empyrean, a middle stage Empyrean super powerhouse. How could such a powerhouse get captured by Yi Yuan? Not greeting when you see an old friend. Yi Yuan looked at Ao Shu and said with a smile that was not a smile. Ao Shu's heart shook wildly. He completely never thought that Yi Yuan would capture Long Shao and his gang. With Yi Yuan's strength, being able to escape from under Long Shao's hands was already a stroke of luck. How could he possibly capture Long Shao? But Yi Yuan did something that he could not imagine. Ao Shu finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. However, how could he resign himself to death? What greeting! Long Shao has done all sorts of evils and plagued a region. For Dragon Sun Yi to be able to capture him, it's the greatest good. Dragon Sun Yi, I know that you were attacked by Long Shao without cause, so you suspect me. But I, Ao Shu, assures that this is just a coincidence. Ao Shu was well deserving of being a sly old fox, cutting off relations with a casual sentence. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, "Oh. Just a coincidence, huh? Long Shao, you tell Ao Shu, was this matter a coincidence or not?" Long Shao slowly lifted his head. He grinned, the scar on his face appearing even more hideous and horrifying. "Dragon Sun Yi, this matter was naturally a coincidence. What kind of status do I, Long Shao, have? How can I possibly know an exalted heavenly emperor powerhouse? Kid, I don't know what intentions you have, but if you want to use me to malign others, it's impossible to prevail," Long Shao said with a proud look. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed amused looks. Ao Shu was even happier in his heart. It was not 1 or 2 days that he had been controlling Long Shao. This group of people, he naturally had a score in his heart. Long Shao was a clever person. Unless his brain was damaged, he would not betray him. Otherwise, Dragon Source Village would be completely destroyed. Yi Yuan's face changed and he said in surprise and anger, "Long Shao, this isn't what you told me previously. You tricked me." Long Shao had an arrogant and unyielding look as he said with a cold smile, "What did I say to you previously? I don't know what grudge you have with this lord, but even though I, Long Shao, have killed countless people, I've never been someone's pawn. You want to make use of me? No chance." Yi Yuan had a hesitant look and roared angrily, "Long Shao, I'll kill you." Under his rage, Yi Yuan smacked a palm out and was about to eradicate Long Shao. Dragon Lord lightly flicked his sleeves. A gust of strong wind blew over, directly sending Yi Yuan flying out. Dragon Son Yi, this Long Shao has plagued Purple Dragon's stronghold for many years. He can't die just like this. For you to be able to capture him over, this lord is very grateful. But if you want to kill him, there's no way. Come, men, detain Bandit Shao and await sentencing. Dragon Lord said coolly. Ao Shu was incomparably delighted with himself inwardly but put on a benign appearance as he said coolly, "Dragon Son Yi, it's all a misunderstanding between you and me. This emperor didn't take good care of you and Long Shaochen. It was this emperor's blunder. This emperor apologizes to you. You're really hypocritical. It was clearly you who instigated them, but now, you're pretending to be a good person. You're a bad guy. To think that I still trusted you so much." Long Shaochen said in a frenzy of rage by the side. Ao Shu let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. Looks like the misunderstanding towards this emperor is too big. I will take my leave." As he spoke, Ao Shu's figure flashed, disappearing. Dragon Lord said coolly, "There's a sudden turn of events today in the stronghold. The matter of setting off will be delayed for 3 days. 3 days later, all of the Dragon Sons will head for Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Dragon Son Yi, you stay in the stronghold first." No one could have thought that things would actually develop to such a step. Yi Yuan came in a threatening manner but became a joke in the end. Returning to the residence, Ao Shu's gaze glinted, and he said with a cold sneer, "Brat, you're still 10,000 years too early to fight with this emperor. However, Long Shao, this group of people can't be kept anymore. Something unforeseen will eventually happen with Dragon Lord keeping them." Chapter 2161, The Things That You Didn't Expect Are Too Many. Deep in the night, inside the dungeon, a faint fragrance tunneled into the noses of the guards. Very soon, they fell down one after another. A man in black entered the dungeon seemingly like a ghost. "Your Excellency." When Long Shao saw the arrival, he had a look of wild elation, directly kneeling down. The black-clothed man nodded slowly and said coolly, "MN, today's performance was pretty good. Indeed, you didn't disappoint this emperor." Long Shao said smugly, "Of course. That brat wanted to make use of this lowly one to deal with you, but how can this lowly one let him have his way? That brat thought himself to be clever. Wasn't he still toyed with by us?" This man in black was naturally none other than precisely Ao Shu. Ao Shu's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, "What the hell was with you guys? With your strength, how could you be captured by that kid?" Upon saying this, Long Shao's eyes immediately turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, you have to take revenge for us. This kid, he is too formidable. He killed all of my brothers." Ao Shu's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock and anger, "How can this be?" Long Shao practically recounted the events briefly with reddened eyes. As Ao Shu listened, he was wildly shocked in his heart. He thought that he already overestimated Yi Yuan a lot, but did not think that Yi Yuan was even more monstrous than he imagined. This kind of horrifying spatial law attainments played Long Shao and the rest to death. In fact, even Long Shi, this third firmament Empyrean, died in the spatial collapse. At this moment, not only did Ao Shu not regret it, he felt that his way of doing things was very correct instead. If he let this boy grow up, how would Ao Yu matter anymore? This boy is truly a troublesome fellow. Alright, I've already put down the guards. You guys can leave. After going out, disappear for 10 years. You're not allowed to appear anymore. Ao Shu commanded. Long Shao nodded his head and said, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." Then that boy, Ao Shu frowned and said, "Is it your turn to come and tell this emperor how to do things?" Long Shao was alarmed in his heart and repeatedly said that he dare not. But he sensed a thick killing intent from Ao Shu. Clearly, Ao Shu's killing intent toward Yi Yuan grew even more. Ao Shu pointed at the void, the jail door opened with a sound. Long Shao and the rest were overjoyed and gave 1,000 thanks to Ao Shu. "Alright, stop wasting time. If you get discovered by someone, you guys won't be able to leave even if you wanted to anymore." Ao Shu said impatiently. How could Long Shao and the rest still dare to stay? They hurriedly exited the dungeon. At the back, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ao Shu's mouth. Waving his hand, he changed to the elder's outfit that he normally wore. Long Shao and the rest had just gone out of Purple Dragon's stronghold when suddenly, flares rose from all directions at the back. Someone cried out in surprise. The few people were frightened out of their wits, hurriedly fleeing like they were flying. But right at this time, a horrifying aura came from behind. Bold bandit Shao, to have the audacity to break out of prison and escape, deserved to be killed. This cry reverberated throughout the night. The entire Purple Dragon stronghold could hear it distinctly. The faces of Long Shao and the rest changed wildly. This voice was none other than precisely Ao Shu's. At this time, how could they still not understand what happened? Ao Shu was going to do away with the witnesses. Ao Shu did not want to let them go at all, but wanted to give himself an excuse to kill them open and above board. How powerful was the might of a heavenly emperor? When Ao Shu's palm smacked over, Long Shao and the rest felt like the sky had fallen down. But just as they lost all hope, a gentle force suddenly appeared, and actually blocked this strike miraculously. Ao Shu's expression changed wildly and he said in alarm and anger, "Who is it?" Several figures emerged. The person at the front was precisely Dragon Lord. Beside the Dragon Lord, Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amusement. Ao Shu's heart thumped. How could he still not know that he had fallen into a trap? Dragon Lord stared at Ao Shu with a scorching gaze and said in a cold voice, "Ao Shu, you disappoint this lord too much." Yuan turned to Long Shao and said with a smile, "How about it? I didn't lie to you guys, right? You all are merely pawns of Ao Shu. Now, you guys are useless already. You naturally don't need to live on this earth anymore." Long Shao was also a fierce and ambitious person of his generation. But at this time, his eyes were full of rage. They toiled like slaves for Ao Shu, living life on the edge of danger, and served for so many years. What it exchanged for was actually such an outcome. Ao Shu, it's been so many years, even if us brothers didn't make any contributions, there's also hard work. You actually struck such a vicious blow. Brother Yi told us that you'll kill us. But I, Long Shao, didn't believe it. I didn't expect that you really dealt the blow. Long Shao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. At this time, Ao Shu already passed the initial panic and hesitation. His face recovered composure, and he said with a faint smile, "You guys were merely a few dogs in my hands, isn't your lives still up to my whims? Now, you all are already useless. So you naturally have to die. You." Long Shao also did not think that Ao Shu was actually so shameless, directly admitting it. Ao Shu ignored him and turned to look at Yuan, saying with a smile, "I really didn't expect it. This emperor has roamed East Suppression pseudo-world unhindered for millions of years. I actually succumbed at the hands of a brat like you who is still wet behind his ears." Yuan smiled and said, "The things that you didn't expect are too many, isn't it so?" Ao Shu's gaze turned cold, seemingly wanting to kill Yuan. He exhausted every power of his mind and thought that having laid down an astonishing killing trap, it was absolutely impossible for Yuan to escape alive. In the end, he did not expect that not only did Yuan escape, he even captured Long Shao. The secrets that Long Shao grasped were too many. Once landed in Dragon Lord's hands, he definitely would not have a good end. Hence, he willingly braved the risks and let Long Shao go, and then kill them. Who would have thought that all this was within Yuan's calculations? He schemed all his life and even included Dragon Lord in his calculations, but lost at the hands of Yuan, this brat who just made his world debut. This was the thing that he did not expect the most. Ao Shu laughed and said with a nod, "That's right. It was this emperor who underestimated you." Yuan smiled and said, "I originally couldn't figure it out. I had no grudges nor enmity with you. Why would you want to deal a deadly blow towards me? Only all the way until I arrived at Purple Dragon's stronghold did I know that your nephew is a son of the Heavenly Dragon too. It turns out that you took action for his sake." Ao Shu's expression changed and he said with a big laugh, "Brat, what conniving cunningness you have, and what vicious means. When this emperor does something, it's this emperor doing it. It has nothing to do with Ao Yu. Ao Zhen, I'm unconvinced. Why can you sit on the seat of a Dragon Lord, but I can't?" Done talking, the imposing aura on Ao Shu's body suddenly erupted, and he went for Dragon Lord. The horrifying Heavenly Emperor aura crushed until everyone could not catch their breaths. The strike of a Heavenly Emperor in anger was too horrifying. If the energy erupted, the entire Purple Dragon stronghold would be reduced to shambles. Ao Zhen sighed slightly and suddenly reached his hand out and grabbed at the void. A gentle force instantly compressed the entire space. Ao Shu's force was actually unable to transmit out. Under this power, Ao Shu could not even resist and was directly eradicated. The might of Dragon Lord was utterly horrifying. When Yuan saw this scene, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. This was a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Initial stage Heavenly Emperors were simply akin to ants in front of them. They could not even do anything in front of them. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse of his generation, Ao Shu, fell here. In the darkness, Ao Yu looked at this scene with a calm expression and said coolly, "Second uncle, you won't die in vain. This grudge, I'll avenge it for you." Chapter 2162, You have an objection. Ao Shu's demise set off a huge shock in Purple Dragon's stronghold. No one would have thought that Ao Shu was actually really the main culprit behind Bandit Xiao. Those who were still mocking previously, the dragons who were ridiculing Yuan, they were all silent and said nothing at this time. Only at this time did they suddenly come to realize the truth that Yuan did not turn angry from embarrassment at all. There was no bewilderment at all. He really had a well-thought-out plan and dug a pit waiting for Ao Shu to jump. A little fellow actually scammed a Heavenly Emperor to death. This kind of thing was truly inconceivable. Turns out that Ao Shu was really the main culprit behind Bandit Xiao. We wronged Yuan. Sigh, if Ao Shu really remained beyond the arm of the law, then we'd all be accessory to a tyrant's crimes. For so many years, the various major black strongholds and earth strongholds all have their entire beings shaking when mentioning Xiao. Today, everyone can finally heave a sigh in relief. Yeah, we all have to thank Dragon Sun Yi. He did something that even the Dragon Lord could not accomplish. There were also quite a number of people who knew their error and had an appearance of lingering fear in their hearts. But toward Yuan, everyone felt quite indebted toward Yuan. These few years, in order to kill Long Xiao, this group of people, Purple Dragon's stronghold could be said to have suffered heavy casualties. Yuan's action achieved the greatest good. Dragon Sun Yi, it was all thanks to you this time, otherwise, this lord wouldn't have known how long this traitor has been hoodwinking all of us. Dragon Lord Ao Zhen said with clasped hands. Yuan smiled and said, Dragon Lord, you don't need to be like this. Actually, you also had suspicions toward Ao Shu, isn't that so? This time, you merely pushed the boat along the current. Ao Shu put in painstaking effort, wanting to prop Ao Yu up to a high position. While he could also seize this opportunity and soar to the sky with one bound, or even ascend to the position of a Dragon Lord. How could Ao Zhen not know these thoughts? It was just that he did think that Ao Shu actually concealed so deeply, colluding with wicked bandits in secret and plagued a region, causing Purple Dragon's stronghold to not know peace. And Yuan's incident this time was merely an opportunity to erupt. Ao Zhen looked at Yuan meaningfully and said with a smile, Dragon Sun Yi has a meticulous mind and outstanding talent. You'll surely have great accomplishments in the future. The journey to Heavenly Dragon Mountain this time, this lord wishes Dragon Sun Yi speedy success. Yuan smiled and said, I thank Dragon Lord for your auspicious blessings. Dragon Lord, this Yi has a presumptuous request. I hope that Dragon Lord will agree to it. Ao Zhen's two eyes narrowed and he said, You want Long Xiao? Talking with smart people saved energy. Yuan nodded his head, it was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. Ao Zhen shook his head and said, The crimes that Long Xiao has committed these few years are too numerous to be recorded. Not killing him, it will be insufficient to appease the fury of the masses. Yuan smiled and said, State your terms then. Ao Zhen laughed in spite of himself and said, You little baby, really give people a headache. Want Long Xiao, you have to represent Purple Dragon's stronghold in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time and take the top spot. Yuan nodded his head and said, Deal. Ao Zhen smiled and said, You seem very confident. Yuan similarly smiled and said, Don't you have a lot of faith in me? Otherwise, you should have said these words to Ao Yu. Although Ao Shu died, this did not affect Ao Yu's status in Purple Dragon's stronghold. The level of Sons of the Heavenly Dragon was far from Heaven's strongholds but at the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. To the Dragon Lord, their eyes were also set on the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. That place was the Dragon clan's true holy land. Yuan understood Ao Zhen's request very well. As long as he won the top spot, Heavenly Dragon Mountain would bestow many precious resources. At that time, Ao Zhen would have hopes of assaulting late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm, and he would become a true major power existence. Of course, he would also finally have the qualifications to enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. As for whatever Long Xiao, in the eyes of powerhouses like Ao Zhen, he was just an inconsequential crawling bug. What has his life or death got to do with him? Although this East Suppression pseudo-world was the Dragon Clan's territory, it was also not a land of great unity. The Dragon Clan was indeed powerful, but if there were no conflicts and no competition, they would similarly decline. Hence, among the various major heaven strongholds and earth strongholds, there were endless disputes too. And Long Xiao, this kind of existence was merely some flavor enhancer. If Ao Zhen personally took action, wouldn't capturing a puny little Long Xiao still be easily accomplished? It was just that he was disdainful to do it. At the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, clouds coiled up, a mortal chi lingering, it was not like what the mortal world should have. Arriving at the foot of Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yuan only felt like it was like facing the Heavenspan Mountain, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Only when one's strength reached 7th Firmament Heavenly Emperor and became a late-stage Heavenly Emperor's supreme powerhouse did one have the qualifications to be called a Heavenly Dragon and enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. This place was where the true nucleus of the Dragon Clan was. It was the Dragon Clan's paramount totem. Seeing such power and influence, Yuan could not help being shocked in his heart. Being able to open up such a powerful pseudo-world, the Dragon Clan's power and foundation were truly unfathomable. Hey, like a bumpkin, saw the Heavenly Dragon Mountain and got stunned, right? Ao Yu's mocking voice came from the back. Outsider bumpkin, probably haven't even entered a Heavenly Emperor bodymanda before. How could he have seen before the Heavenly Dragon Mountain's magnificence? Ao Zhang also said with a scornful look. Yuan's gaze swept across the two people's faces and said with a light smile, endure the whole way, finally can't hold back anymore, right? Ao Yu, I did away with your second uncle. You could actually endure until now, this Yi admires. Ao Yu's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, Yuan, don't you get cocky. The battle of Dragon Sons this time will be the battle where you fall. Yuan could not help laughing when he heard it and said, why would I not be cocky? I want to be cocky. I killed a Heavenly Emperor, such a refreshing thing is sufficient for me to be arrogant for 10,000 years. In the future, I'll tell everyone I meet that I ended a Heavenly Emperor, and that person was Ao Yu's, second uncle. Do you have an objection? PFF'd. The Long Xiaochen by the side could not hold back anymore and snickered. Yuan, this fellow really did not use a word of vulgarity when trolling people. Looking at Ao Yu's face, it practically turned green. The resources that Ao Shu had secretly gotten for so many years, the vast majority were all used on Ao Yu. Therefore, he regarded Ao Shu, his second uncle, highly. Now, Yuan kept babbling on about how he dispatched his second uncle. It was equivalent to tearing at his scar, showing off his cleverness after coming off cheap. How could it not enrage him? Ao Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, good. Very good. Yuan, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. There's lots of time. You won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Yuan smiled and said, even your second uncle, this Heavenly Emperor, was finished off by me. So who the hell are you? You're not qualified enough to threaten me yet. Ao Yu was angered until his face was livid and he said with a cold sneer, hoo-hoo. Although I don't know what scheme or trick you used, Long Xiao is absolutely not who you can subdue. The battle of Dragon Sons, what it relies on is all genuine ability. Want to resort to trickery? No chance. You just wait to suffer my wrath. Indeed, for Yuan to be able to subdue Long Xiao and his gang, he had the advantage of the terrain. If not for that area of spatial rifts being extremely unstable, it would have been impossible for Yuan to want to trap Long Xiao to death. Let alone force Long Xiao to surrender. Is that so? Then your wrath, it has to be a little more fierce. I'm afraid that, it's not enough to whet my appetite, Yuan said coolly. Toward Ao Yu's threat, Yuan did not take it seriously. With his current strength, even when facing off against a third Firmament Empyrean, he also had the ability to protect himself. Ao Yu was merely a peak second Firmament Empyrean. Yuan did not take him seriously. What he truly minded were those third Firmament Empyrean sons of the Heavenly Dragon. Chapter 2163, Kneeling neither to heaven nor earth. Alright, Dragon Sons, stop arguing. Whatever grudges you have, you can naturally settle it in the mist battlefield. At this time, the Protector Elder, Ao Qi, who was leading the team finally stepped forward to speak. Those present were all sons of the heavenly dragon and were also existences that had the hopes of advancing to be a heavenly dragon. Although he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he could not afford to provoke a single one. But if he still did not speak at this time, both sides were probably going to start fighting. Humph. Ao Yu snorted coldly and stopped talking. Ao Qi said coolly, "All right, it's almost time. We should enter the heavenly dragon mountain." It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. The few people were virtually unable to resist and were brought by him flying toward heavenly dragon mountain. Yuan only saw a blur before his eyes, and he arrived on a platform very soon. Above the platform, it was still blocked by a cloud of fog, unable to see clearly. Yuan could feel that although they had already entered the heavenly dragon mountain here, it was just the foot of heavenly dragon mountain. Upon entering heavenly dragon mountain, Yuan felt that the spiritual energy was extremely abundant, not beneath the heavenspan mountains. Sure enough, this place was an excellent venue for cultivation. No wonder even Ao Zhen, that kind of powerhouse, wanted to enter this place too. At this time, there were already quite a number of youngsters standing on the platform. These people all had a heavenly dragon mark at their glabella area. Clearly, they were all sons of the heavenly dragon. It's Purple Dragon Stronghold's people. Hoo, the last time, Purple Dragon Stronghold was at the bottom. The ones that came this time are also nothing much. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Even if they became a son of the heavenly dragon, they are also a bunch of trash. If I had to say, Purple Dragon Stronghold's qualification should just be directly revoked. They actually sent a first firmament Empyrean over this time. Looks like Purple Dragon Stronghold really has no one. Yuan and the rest still had not stood firmly when a series of mockery immediately came over. Those sons of the heavenly dragon were clearly very unfriendly toward Purple Dragon Stronghold. Each and every one of them had looks of amusement on their faces. Ao Qi's expression was very ugly, but the status of these sons of the heavenly dragon were all higher than him. He really could not talk back. Purple Dragon Stronghold's people, including Ao Yu, each and every one of their expressions was very ugly. Ao Qi, it's you leading the team this time again. During the last time, your Purple Dragon Stronghold was virtually completely wiped out. Only one escaped from the mist battlefield and even had his heavenly dragon mark stripped. Is that boy dead yet? Not far away, a heavenly emperor powerhouse said with a look of ridicule. Ao Qi's face fell and he said, Long Zifeng, you guys mere took 5th place and you're already arrogant until like this. Long Zifeng laughed loudly and said, in front of heavenly dragon stronghold, I naturally don't dare to be arrogant. But in front of your Purple Dragon Stronghold, this emperor naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Furthermore, the battle of dragon sons this time, our Cloud Dragon Stronghold's Long 7 has the potential to aim for the top 3. Ao Qi smiled coldly and he said, top 3, you really dare to say that? Putting aside the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, Black Dragon Stronghold and Auspicious Dragon Stronghold both have extremely strong bloodlines. Just the likes of you guys also want to enter the top 3. Long Zifeng had a smug look as he said, Long 7 already awoken 2 innate divine abilities. Furthermore, his heavenly dragon mark already awoken. Do you think he has the strength to enter the top 3? Heavenly Dragon mark was not just a symbol of status. That was the powerful strength that Heavenly Dragon Mountain bestowed on ordinary dragons. Once awakened the Heavenly Dragon mark, one would obtain powerful strength and could let their martial techniques and divine abilities obtain varying degrees of augmentation, the power being boundless. Of course, wanting to awaken the Heavenly Dragon mark, one also needs tremendous lucky chance and talent in itself. Among the sons of the Heavenly Dragon present, there were scanty few capable of awakening the Heavenly Dragon mark. Furthermore, the dragon race's innate divine abilities were even harder to awaken than the Qilin clan. Furthermore, the power of each kind of innate divine ability was tremendous. Long 7 actually awakened 2 innate divine abilities, his strength could be imagined. Hearing Long Zifeng's smug voice, the faces of many sons of the Heavenly Dragon present changed slightly. If it was really as Long Zifeng said, he would really have hopes of entering the top 3. All came huh. At this time, an illusory voice suddenly sounded out in everyone's ears. A sagely looking old man slowly came down from the clouds and landed on the platform. The group of sons of the Heavenly Dragon, including heavenly emperors, knelt down one after another when they saw this old man. We pay respects to Lord Morningstar. When Yuan looked at the old man, his pupils could not help shrinking. This old man gave him an unfathomable feeling. His aura was not beneath Gmo's. This was also to say that this old man was surely a late-stage heavenly emperor terrifying existence. But this old man was much lousier compared to that one he met in the Dragon Eye Cave. Morningstar swept a glance, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan. When Ao Yu saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly. At this time, everyone knelt down, only Yi Yuan alone stood there like a wooden rod, appearing extremely towering. This brat had eyes but could not see. When he saw Lord Morningstar, he actually did not fall to his knees. This was asking for trouble. Even if one was a son of the Heavenly Dragon, their status would also be inferior to a genuine Lord Heavenly Dragon. In front of a Lord Heavenly Dragon, even a Dragon Lord was also merely mediocre. Yi Yuan, this is Lord Morningstar. Lord Morningstar is a Heavenly Dragon, his status being most lofty. Why haven't you paid respects? Ao Qi said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, I, Yi Yuan, kneel to neither heaven nor earth, only to my parents. I can bow, but kneeling, forget it. Ao Yu sneered and said, fool. Courting death. Heavenly emperors did not have the authority to kill sons of the Heavenly Dragon, but Heavenly Dragons did. Even if Morningstar would not casually kill people, punishing could be done. Ha ha ha, a fine kneeling to neither heaven nor earth. Yi Yuan, hope that you still have this kind of breadth of spirit when you reach my level of boundary. Morningstar said with a loud laugh. Senior Morningstar, rest assured. Yi Yuan's heart will never change. Yi Yuan said coolly. He said so and also did so. Morningstar sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said, you're the newly promoted son of the Heavenly Dragon, Yi Yuan. Morningstar said, good, hope that you won't let this emperor down in the battle of dragon sons this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I definitely won't let Senior down. Morningstar nodded slightly, but beckoned his hand at Long Xiaochen and said, Xiaochen, come over. Ao Yu was stunned, a baffled look on his face. It was over just like that. Disrespect towards a heavenly dragon was a major offense. A powerful like Morningstar did not allow the slightest bit of disobedience at all. But he let Yi Yuan off just like that so easily. Ao Yu knelt on the ground, his face vacant, disbelief on his face. Not just him, everyone was incomparably shocked. A haughty fellow like Yi Yuan, shouldn't Lord Morningstar have smacked him to death with one slap? They did not understand, but Yi Yuan had some guesses. Most likely, the way he obtained the Heavenly Dragon mark was different from the others. The existence in the Dragon Eye Cave was definitely not an ordinary Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. It might even be a level of existence like Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Toward that kind of existence, Yi Yuan still did not have a concept at present. But he had a blurry understanding of it. It did not seem as simple as just there being a massive chasm between Heavenly Emperor and Tao Ancestor. Long Xiaochen was like a startled rabbit. Pursing her mouth, she shuffled her feet over to Morningstar's side and called in a low voice, Grandpa Morningstar. Morningstar rebuked her and said, you lass. This time, you must go up the Heavenly Dragon Mountain with me. Chapter 2164, 1,000 years later. I'm not going. What's good about the Heavenly Dragon Mountain? It's like a cage, Long Xiaochen said unwillingly. Everyone was rendered speechless. Everyone wanted to go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain even in their dreams. This little girl was actually not willing. She should not make fun of people like this. Morningstar pulled a long face and said, this is your fate. No matter whether you're willing or not, you have to accept this arrangement. A great era is about to arrive. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one survive, and can our dragon clan last. Long Xiaochen's head shook like a rattle drum, and she said, I don't want means I don't want. I still want to follow Yi Yuan and roam the heavenspan world. Long Xiaochen threw a tantrum, giving Morningstar a headache. Yi Yuan was rather surprised though. He did not expect that this little girl actually already made up her mind to go out with him. One should not look at how Long Xiaochen was normally happy-go-lucky once this last decided on something. Even 9 heavenly dragons could not pull her back either. But in this aspect, this girl was rather similar to him. Morningstar glared, the sullen rage of a heavenly dragon quietly erupted. Everyone present felt tremendous pressure and could not help prostrating even lower. That was the pressure originating from the bloodline. Time waits for no man. Lass, if you still don't enter the Heavenly Dragon Mountain this time, this emperor will be forcefully bringing you up. Long Xiaochen's stubborn temper flared up too, and she said angrily, Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to forcefully bring me up, I'll cry every day for you to see. Morningstar's face turned black. Thinking about this girl's destructive power, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Of course, although this destructive power was not to the extent of causing any damage to Heavenly Dragon Mountain, sending it into a tizzy could not be avoided. Morningstar immediately felt his head swell. He looked at Long Xiaochen and billowed his beard as he glared and actually did not know what he should do for some time. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon present were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were still curious previously. Long Xiaochen did not have a Heavenly Dragon mark. So why would she come to the Battle of Dragon Sons? Looking at it now, Long Xiaochen's identity was extraordinary. They could all tell that even though Morningstar was angered until he was billowing his beard and glaring, he had a kind of unspeakable doting toward Long Xiaochen. It seemed like Long Xiaochen was the Dragon clan's future, while they, these sons of the Heavenly Dragon, were merely dregs. You lass, angering this emperor to death. Morningstar nearly jumped up. Seeing Morningstar's appearance, Long Xiaochen felt pleased with herself. Either way, she did not want to go up the Heavenly Dragon Mountain and also did not want to cultivate. Senior Morningstar, let me try. Yuan suddenly spoke up. Morningstar gave him a glance, shook his head, and said, it's no use. This lass, even her mother can't put her in place. While Long Xiaochen looked at Yuan vigilantly and said, Yuan, just whose side are you standing on? No need to urge me. Either way, I won't go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Yuan smiled and said, girlie, with my talent, how big do you think that gap between you and me will be after 1,000 years? Long Xiaochen was taken aback. She really never considered this problem before. But the sons of the Heavenly Dragon by the side, each and every one of them revealed disdainful looks. This guy is really cocky. 1,000 years' time, how big a gap can there be? Yu knew more than the others and said with a cold smile, Long Xiaochen's cultivation talent is extremely high. She would also have a middle-stage Empyrean cultivation no matter what after 1,000 years. Could it be that he can cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm? Saying that Yuan could cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm 1,000 years later, he did not believe it even if beaten to death. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon present, each one was a genius in cultivation. Who could be lousier than Yuan? Even they did not dare talk about how it would be like 1,000 years later. What basis did this brat have? However, Long Xiaochen held her head in her hand and pondered for a while, and said seriously, 1,000 years later, you can probably kill me by puffing out a breath. What? Yu somewhat doubted his own ears. The other sons of the Heavenly Dragon's faces also had stunned looks. These sons of the Heavenly Dragon, were all very close in strength. 1,000 years, a distinction could not be made at all. But Long Xiaochen said that 1,000 years later, he would be able to kill her by puffing out a breath. This kind of thing was very easy to understand when placed on geniuses and mortals. But between geniuses, it was simply a fantasy tale. Indignance, displeasure, disdain, many emotions interwove together, making the atmosphere on the platform became strange. Even Morningstar's pupils also constricted slightly. His gaze when looking at Yuan became different. Others did not understand, but Long Xiaochen herself understood it very well. This appraisal was not over the top. It might even be low. How much time had passed since she met Yuan in the West Spirit region? Yuan's realm and strength soared by more than 1 or 2 levels. When she first met Yuan, Long Xiaochen could blast Yuan to death with one punch. But now, she was already far from Yuan's match. 1,000 years later, only ghosts knew what kind of realm Yuan would reach. Yuan smiled and said, at that time, even if I bring you by my side, will you follow me by my side? Long Xiaochen blinked twice and shook her head and said, no. Yuan said, moreover, a turbulent era is arriving. Nobody can escape by sheer luck as well. Your mother, your clansmen, all of them getting caught in the fires of war. You will need power to protect them. Only then did you discover that you don't have that strength, will you be in despair? Yuan let out a heavy sigh and said, I have once experienced this kind of powerless moment. Hence, I have to continuously become strong until no one can surpass me. Only when you grasp true power can you truly be free and unfettered in this world. All right, I got it, I'll go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Long Xiaochen pursed her mouth and said unwillingly. Yuan chuckled and said, cultivate well. In the future, you and I, brother and sister, join hands and roam the world unmatched. Cocky, too cocky, who the hell are you, still roam the world unmatched. The group of sons of the heavenly dragon was already ticked off by the side. If not for Morningstar being by the side, they would likely have joined hands to cripple Yi Yuan. Aren't you unmatched? I'll make you unmatched. But these sons of the heavenly dragon's anger was already completely stoked. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Yi Yuan, treating him as their enemy. Long Xiaochen looked at Yi Yuan and said, "That's what you said. When I have achievements in cultivation, you have to bring me to the Heavenspan world to play." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Relax, I, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word." When Morningstar saw this scene, he could not help having a stupefied look on his face. Heavenly Dragon Mountain had thought of no idea how many ways to make Long Xiaochen go up the mountain. Using both soft and hard tactics, adopting every possible means. But this lass was impervious to everything and refused to go up the mountain no matter what. He did not expect that Yi Yuan convinced this girl with a few words. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan, his interest in him growing stronger. His earlier attitude toward Yi Yuan was naturally because he was different from the rest. Heavenly Dragon Mark was automatically formed when the Dragon Mark monument sensed the bloodline power of the various strongholds, junior generation. But Yi Yuan's Heavenly Dragon Mark was engraved on the Dragon Mark monument artificially. This showed that there was definitely a major power in the clan who bestowed upon Yi Yuan the Heavenly Dragon Mark. Chapter 2165, Really Weak. Among the sons of the Heavenly Dragon, a youth with thick eyebrows said with a light laugh, "Hey, brother Long Yuan, you seem to have been looked down upon." A hint of disdain flashed across the eyes of the youth with an impressive presence beside, and he said coolly, "The ignorant are fearless, that's all. My Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's awe-inspiring reputation isn't from talking about it. Long Jingyuan, you have no chance to." Long Jingyuan laughed and said, "Our score, talk about it again later. But this brat is so arrogant. I'm very annoyed." Long Yuan said coolly, "Just a completely useless person. When I run into him in the mist battlefield, I'll end him with one punch." Long Jingyuan smiled and said, "Hope that he doesn't run into you or me, otherwise, hee." By the side, there were quite a few sons of the Heavenly Dragon who heard the two people's discussion, and all responded with cold smiles. Long Yuan and Long Jinyuan, one came from Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, one came from Black Dragon Stronghold. These two great heaven strongholds were universally recognized as the strongest bloodline and also the strongest heaven strongholds. Yi Yuan's unintentional words clearly already provoked their anger. Seeing Yi Yuan convinced Long Xiaochen, Morningstar was greatly comforted, and he could not help laughing as he said, "I didn't expect that you, this lass, actually also have times when you yielded to people." Long Xiaochen shot him a fierce glare and hid at one side to restrain her anger. "Alright, it's almost time. This emperor will send you all into the mist battlefield. I wish you all good luck." Done talking, Morningstar pointed a finger, a large hole was torn open in the void. Yi Yuan felt the Heavenly Dragon Mark on his forehead suddenly heat up, and his body flew toward the large hole involuntarily. After all of the sons of the Heavenly Dragon flew into the mist battlefield, a huge image appeared above the void. On the screen, all the figures of the sons of the Heavenly Dragon could be seen clearly. The group of Heavenly Emperors was on tiptoes in anticipation, all hoping for their son of the Heavenly Dragon to be able to show a good performance. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and he arrived in a cloud of fog. In the fog, north, south, east, west, could not be distinguished. Yi Yuan mustered up his ocular art and was barely able to see clearly the situation within 100 feet. This is the mist battlefield. It looks like a maze. However, Dragon Origin Crystals makes me look forward to it very much. Yi Yuan said with a smile. In the mist battlefield, the sons of the Heavenly Dragon would meet randomly. Sons of the Heavenly Dragon were able to rely on the Heavenly Dragon Mark to sense nearby Dragon Origin Crystals. Dragon Origin Crystals were a special product of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, and also the Dragon Clan's priceless treasure. Refining Dragon Origin Crystals could evolve bloodline power and let the Dragon race bloodline become purer. Cultivation would naturally speed up as well. Furthermore, Dragon Origin Crystals were also the key to activating the Heavenly Dragon Mark. As long as one absorbed a certain amount of Dragon Origin Crystals, they would be able to activate the Heavenly Dragon Mark. But how much one absorbed varied from person to person. Suddenly, a surge of powerful law power descended. Yi Yuan felt that his vital energy was suppressed to initial stage rank 7 by this power of law. When the realm was different, the disparity was too great. Similarly, a son of the heavenly dragon, this kind of gap could not be made up for at all. Hence, in this missed battlefield, it would suppress the power of vital energy, making the group of sons of the heavenly dragon be at the same level. However, even if the realm was suppressed, the strength of the sons of the heavenly dragon still had some differences. Sons of the heavenly dragon whose cultivation realms were high clearly had more advantage. But sadly, this kind of suppressing power is completely useless to me. Yi Yuan revolved his own chaos world power and easily blocked this law power outside. His chaos world power was not within the 5 elements and did not get affected by outside forces at all. Yi Yuan's current realm was just newly into chaos realm, but his chaos world power was far stronger than those in the same rank. It was roughly equivalent to middle stage first firmament Empyrean realm. This difference of half a rank was sufficient for him to crush his peers. Let alone that he was even of the perfect 7th transformation golden body. At this time, Yi Yuan felt his glabella heat up. Very soon, he sensed the location of dragon origin crystals. Winding around for a while, Yi Yuan saw a piece of white crystal growing on the ground very quickly. It was precisely a dragon origin crystal. Yi Yuan slowly walked over and plucked off the dragon origin crystal. Feeling the powerful bloodline power in the dragon origin crystal, Yi Yuan could not help feeling an upsurge of emotion. Put down the dragon origin crystal. You can scram already. Right at this time, a haughty voice came from the opposite. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but it was an unfamiliar son of the heavenly dragon. If I don't put it down, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. The other party said with a cold smile, hey, refusing face when given. Do you know who I am? Yi Yuan put away the dragon origin crystal and shook his head as he said, don't know, and not interested in knowing either. When the other party saw that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, his gaze could not help turning cold, and he said in a cold voice, to dare make light of someone from Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, courting death. He was called Long Zheng, Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's number 3 person, his strength being rather formidable. Furthermore, he already unlocked the Heavenly Dragon Mark II. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors responded with cold smiles. Hoo, this kid is so rampant, suffered retribution now, right? The first one, and he bumped into Long Zheng. Long Zifeng could not help laughing as he said. A Heaven Stronghold's elder said, Long Zheng's strength should be able to rank in the top 10 among this batch of sons of the Heavenly Dragon, right? This kid really struck the jackpot. Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's protector elder, Long Tianyu, said nonchalantly, this kid boasted pretty big. I wonder how much ability he has. Clearly, he was 100% confident in Long Zheng. His Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's bloodline was extremely strong. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon in the clan, their strength far surpassed other Heaven Strongholds. Long Zheng was ranked 3rd in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, but when placed in other Heaven Strongholds, he absolutely had the strength to contend for first place. Tisk, just you watch, Yi Yuan will take him down with one hand. Long Xiaochen was indignant and immediately retorted Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu could not help choking. Giving a cold snort, he did not say any more. Long Xiaochen's status was clearly not ordinary, so he did not dare to easily get angry either. But with regards to Long Xiaochen's words, Long Tianyu did not believe it at all. Yi Yuan just broke through to the Empyrean realm not long ago. He definitely did not even awaken his innate divine abilities. So how was he to fight? True dragon trampling the heavens. Under Long Zheng's fury, it was the Universe Dragon Claw's second form with a raise of his hand. It was only to see his glabella mark flashed. The power of true dragon trampling the heavens actually skyrocketed a fold. This power could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. Yi Yuan looked at this move and could not help finding it funny. This is your reliance. Really weak. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Long Zheng did not see him make any incredible move either. Yi Yuan just threw a punch out indifferently. Seeing Yi Yuan treat him without proper respect like this, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Long Zheng's mouth. Then there was a bang. The true dragon phantom that Long Zheng fired out directly broke apart, while his chest seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer, directly spurting out a mouthful of fresh blood, flying out backward. All of the Heavenly Emperor's bodies virtually quivered at the same time. He didn't use any martial technique and defeated Long Zheng just based on the power of the fleshy body. Too fake. Could it be that this boy used some evil art? The group of heavenly emperors was full of disbelief. Yuan clearly did not use any martial technique but defeated his foe with one punch. This kind of thing would only happen when someone at a higher realm crushed a lower realm. Similarly, a son of the heavenly dragon. Furthermore, everyone's realm was at the same level, so how could Yuan do it to this degree? Chapter 2166, Still Too Weak. Hehe, what did I say? Yuan brought him down with one hand. Long Xiaochen hid behind Morningstar, having a smug look on her face. She had personally judged Yuan's strength before. In the same rank, there was basically no chance of wanting to beat Yuan. Let alone that Long Zheng, who was not considered the strongest in this batch of sons of the heavenly dragon. A hint of surprise also flashed across Morningstar's eyes. Clearly, Yuan's strength far exceeded his imagination. In the fog, Long Zheng crawled to his feet, a look of alarm and anger on his face. His thoughts were the same as Long Yuan, that this punk was just a braggart. But it was this braggart who defeated him without even using a martial technique. A proud genius could not endure such a humiliation. Long Zheng gritted his teeth and roared furiously, "Punk, you forced me. I'll let you take a look at my true strength." On his glabella, the heavenly dragon mark started burning like a blazing fire. An enormous true dragon phantom with its gaping maws wide open appeared behind Long Zheng. Yuan's brows raised up, and he revealed a look of amusement as he said with a light smile, "Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Hoo-hoo, a little interesting. But this move being unleashed in your hands, it is too weak." The same move, when used by different people, the power was totally different. Differences in bloodline power, differences in heavenly dragon mark, different strength of the physical body, it would all affect the move's power. This dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter move was the dragon race's innate divine ability. It could summon the spirit of a true dragon to attack the opponent, the power immense. It was just that Long Zheng's move was not brilliant the way Yuan looked at it. Long Zheng had always been proud. Apart from Long Yuan, and Long Qian, who was ranked second in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he did not place anyone in his sights. Today, he was actually being looked down upon by his opponent like so. How could he not be furious? Punk, the outcome of looking down on the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold son of the Heavenly Dragon is death. Long Zheng was greatly enraged as he roared. Yuan chuckled and took a step out. The image of a dragon also surfaced behind him. This move was shockingly precisely the true dragon trampling the heavens that Long Zheng used before earlier. So what if innate divine ability? Today, I'll let you see that the same move in different people's hands, the power is totally different. Yuan laughed lightly and suddenly struck a palm out. The dragon image behind him practically turned corporeal, flying over toward Long Zheng with a roar. Yuan's dragon image had a fundamental difference from Long Zheng's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Innate divine abilities, those were blessings from a true dragon. It was summoning the origin power of the dragon race to battle. While the dragon image that true dragon trampling the heavens summoned was merely condensed with Yuan's own vital energy. The two were on completely different levels in terms of quality. Long Zheng's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter completely beat Yuan in terms of quality. But when the two powerful moves collided together, Long Zheng immediately felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas transmitting over from the other party. Yuan's dragon image crushed the dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter like crushing dead leaves, then it bombarded against Long Zheng's body. Long Zheng spurted fresh blood wildly, directly being blasted beneath the earth. At the outside world, the faces of all the heavenly emperors changed drastically. True dragon trampling the heavens defeated dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. My eyesight isn't failing, right? This is too illogical. No matter how strong true dragon trampling the heavens this move is, it's also impossible to deal with dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, right? How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The heavenly emperor powerhouses all felt that it was hard to understand. Innate divine ability being stronger than ordinary martial techniques, this was universally acknowledged. After all, ordinary martial techniques could be cultivated, while innate divine abilities could only be comprehended by relying on oneself. Weak dragons were unable to comprehend a single innate divine ability for life. Only sons of the heavenly dragon could comprehend one or two. In everyone's understanding, only innate divine abilities could deal with innate divine abilities. Unable to comprehend, there was only being crushed all the way. But now, The innate divine ability that everyone viewed as a sharp weapon was actually defeated by Yuan with an ordinary martial technique. True dragon trampling the heavens was strong, but in front of innate divine ability, it was too weak. But Yuan relied on this martial technique and defeated the innate divine ability, dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. This result shocked people too greatly. Morningstar's eyes glimmered and he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Girl, is this boy, of the perfect seventh transformation golden body?" Long Xiaochen giggled and said, "It's still Grandpa Morningstar who has keen eyes." "How is it? He's impressive, right? What? Perfect seventh transformation." Long Zifeng had a look of shock, disbelief written all over his face. A perfect sixth transformation was already incredibly rare, while a perfect seventh transformation was practically extinct. The group of heavenly emperors was shocked until they could not close their mouths, looking at that figure on the light screen in disbelief. A hint of surprise flashed across Morningstar's eyes and he said with a slight nod, "No wonder. No matter how trashy the martial technique, when executed with perfect seventh transformation, the power will also skyrocket, let alone talk about the dragon race's supreme martial technique, Universe Dragon Claw. A perfect seventh transformation. How many years has a perfect seventh transformation not appeared in my dragon clan? This brat actually achieved a perfect seventh transformation at a young age." Long Tianyu said with surprise. "Long Tianyu, looks like your heavenly dragon stronghold has met its match this time." Black Dragon Stronghold's elder said with a smile. Long Tianyu's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "You all will witness Long Yuan's true strength very soon, so what if it's the perfect seventh transformation?" The moment these words came out, the group of heavenly emperors had strange expressions. It seemed like Long Yuan's strength was really very strong. Morningstar's gaze was indifferent as he said, "Long Zheng is heavily injured and already doesn't have combat capability." Stripping the heavenly dragon mark and withdrawing from the mist battlefield. Finished talking, he fired out a seal. A light beam flew out of the mist battlefield and landed on the platform. Long Zheng was full of wounds and was already completely unconscious. And the heavenly dragon mark on his head also vanished without a trace already. Battle of Dragon Sons, only the 10 people that remained in the end could continue to possess the heavenly dragon mark. The others were stripped of their heavenly dragon marks without exception, recovering their normal identities. Battle of Dragon Sons was a huge lucky chance, and similarly also a cruel elimination tournament. Weaklings could only fade into the crowd. In the mist battlefield, Yuan continued to search for dragon origin crystals according to the heavenly dragon mark's effects. Ordinary sons of the heavenly dragon were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Very soon, Yuan found many dragon origin crystals. While in another place, the Aoyu who was currently meditating suddenly snapped open both eyes, his gaze revealing a look of wild elation. Aoyu gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Ha ha ha, the mist battlefield is indeed a superb place to increase one's strength. My heavenly dragon mark has already awakened a second time and even awakened my second innate divine ability. My strength became more than a magnitude stronger. My current strength is already adequate to squeeze into the top 10, even top 5. Yuan, pray that I don't run into you, otherwise, your hour of doom will have arrived. Blood debts need to be paid in blood." The heavenly dragon mark was a mark that could be steadily promoted. Each awakening, the strength of the dragon would obtain a significant advancement. It was also precisely because so that the potential of sons of the heavenly dragon was tremendous, and also why they would be respected like so. They were people chosen by Heavenly Dragon Mountain, the dragon clan's future. Aoyu refined quite a few dragon origin crystals and already underwent the second awakening. The current him was brimming with confidence and wished to encounter Yuan right away. Chapter 2167, When two tigers fight, one is sure to die. With dragon origin crystals entering the body, a heart-rending pain immediately transmitted over. Yuan could not resist sucking in a cold breath. Following that, origin dragon energy fused into his blood vessels very quickly. Yuan's fleshly body and bloodline were being remolded rapidly. He could feel that his fleshly body was becoming stronger bit by bit. However, the energy contained in the dragon origin crystals, there was a portion of it that branched off, converting to chaos divine essence and soul force. Ever since breaking through to Chaos Realm, Yuan discovered that the divine essence he absorbed would split into 3. This was also to say that no matter how he cultivated now, it was cultivating essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths, simultaneously. This way, Yi Yuan's strength would be even more consolidated. Of course, cultivation also became slower. However, the dragon race's origin dragon energy was another form of existence. Yi Yuan could feel traces of warm flow entering the heavenly dragon mark, then spreading throughout the entire body. His dragon race bloodline became purer. Except, refining 6 pieces of dragon origin crystals in a row, Yi Yuan did not feel signs of the heavenly dragon mark awakening, and he could not help feeling disappointed. Bloodline power increased by at least 20%, the power of my dragon race martial techniques will also increase 20%. This dragon origin crystal is really good stuff, Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Reaching his level of boundary, each increase in bloodline was extremely difficult. But a few pieces of dragon origin crystals let his bloodline power increase 20%, it was indeed a treasure that was hard to come by. But Yi Yuan also discovered that the effect of the dragon origin crystals was gradually diminishing. Furthermore, the agony of amalgamating the dragon origin crystals was also continuously increasing. Yi Yuan reckoned that after the fused quantity reached a certain degree, it would probably be saturated. After getting up, Yi Yuan did not dawdle either, continuing to look for dragon origin crystals. This thing, naturally the more the better. Very soon, he relied on the heavenly dragon mark's reaction and found a piece of dragon origin crystal. However, without any surprises, another son of the heavenly dragon also found it. Yi Yuan, the other party let out a surprised cry. Yi Yuan had long seen the arrival already. It was none other than precisely Ao Yu. Ao Yu had a smug look as he said with a cold smile, "Enemies really meet on a narrow path. How is it? Do you have any realization already?" Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Realization? What's that?" Ao Yu shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. Using a pitying gaze to look at Yi Yuan, he said, "Really don't know where your courage comes from, to still dare be arrogant in front of me. You probably don't know, right? Just earlier, Cloud Dragon Stronghold's Long 7 was already defeated at my hands. Long 7 was an existence that had hopes of squeezing into the top 3. Now, he was actually defeated at Ao Yu's hands. It could be seen that Ao Yu's strength advanced by leaps and bounds." Who knew that Yi Yuan's face did not have any visible chance in countenance as he said coolly, "Oh. So what?" Yi Yuan's nonchalance triggered Ao Yu badly, setting off all of his wrath. At the outside world, when Ao Qi saw these two people meet, his expression could not help changing. As the saying went, enemies would always meet, the two people finally bumped together. Just earlier, the outside world's heavenly emperors had just experienced a shock. Ao Yu, who was a nobody, actually defeated Long 7, who was a favorite to contend for the top 3. This result made the heavenly emperor's jaws drop. Originally thought that Ao Yu was just a sidekick, who knew that after he entered the mist battlefield, he seemed to have become enlightened, seizing dragon origin crystals consecutively. In the end, his heavenly dragon mark actually underwent a second awakening and even awoken a second innate divine ability. Even Long 7 was not his match anymore. Long Zifeng was currently depressed. When he saw this scene, he could not help sneering as he said, "Looks like these two people don't seem to be on good terms. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder if it's this arrogant Yi Yuan who's stronger, or Ao Yu who awakened a second time who's stronger. When two tigers clash, one is bound to get hurt. Heh heh." But Ao Qi let out a sigh and said, "Not that one is bound to get hurt, but that one is sure to die." The heavenly emperors could not help being surprised when they heard that, looking at Ao Qi in great surprise. Originally this time, it was the moment for Purple Dragon Stronghold to radiate splendor. They did not expect that such a sudden turn of events would actually occur. Life and death were not prohibited in the mist battlefield. But unless one was genuinely enraged, otherwise, rarely would people determine life and death. Under normal circumstances, crippling the other party and making the other party withdraw from the mist battlefield was considered over. But now, these two great powerhouses were actually going to determine life and death. It involuntarily made people very surprised. Somebody asked, "Ao Qi, why is that?" Ao Yi let out another sigh and talked about the two people's grudge, making everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Yi Yuan, this fellow was really a troublemaker, to actually scheme a heavenly emperor to death. But regarding this sort of scene, quite a number of people were delighted to hear about it. Cutting each other's throats, this sort of thing, they dwelt upon it with great relish. "Hey, Yi Yuan, this brat is so arrogant, he probably never thought that Ao Yu actually awakened a second time, right? Even if he's of the perfect 7th transformation, it's also impossible to be Ao Yu's match just based on martial technique. Long Zifeng said with a cold laugh. He still had half a sentence that he did not say. Best that both parties fight until they were both wounded, and both withdraw from the mist battlefield. Regarding Long Zifeng's words, the other heavenly emperors were also very much in agreement. Long Tianyu nodded and said, after the second awakening, regardless of whether it is bloodline power or innate divine abilities, the power will rise more than a level. Yi Yuan didn't even awaken once, so it's impossible to comprehend an innate divine ability. Therefore, he has virtually no chances of victory. The moment Long Xiaochen heard, she was immediately indignant and rebutted, "You guys just watch. Yi Yuan will definitely take him down." When the group of heavenly emperors heard, they could not help laughing out loud. Fighting this sort of thing could not determine the victor based on feelings. A perfect 7th transformation was indeed very strong, but each one of the sons of the heavenly dragon was an elite among the elites. In terms of the fleshly body, they also approached perfection. Although there were disparities in this aspect, it was also not irredeemable. A second awakening innate divine ability could make up for this disparity. Let alone that the combat power which Ao Yu exhibited, everyone already witnessed it. Long Seven displayed his second innate divine ability and still lost to Ao Yu. Therefore, they were not optimistic about Yi Yuan. Humph, ignorant fool, you completely don't know the significance of defeating Long Seven. I've already awakened a second time and comprehended a second divine ability. Even if you have exceedingly formidable abilities, it's also impossible to escape alive today. Ao Yu said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Then bring out your special skill. Don't let me down." Ao Yu's gaze turned cold, and his vital energy surged, like a fire. An enormous true dragon phantom slowly condensed behind him. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. However, Ao Yu's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger compared to Long Zheng's. That true dragon was also significantly more condensed. This was the power of a second awakening. Feeling the boundless power coming from the opposite side, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amusement and he said with a light laugh, "A little interesting. It can force out some of my strength." It was only to see Yi Yuan's two hands form a Tai Chi stance, an enormous dragon emerged. The void trembled. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter directly collapsed. The grand universe palm carried an indomitable momentum and slammed onto Ao Yu's body. Chapter 2168, Cultivate. Doesn't exist. The second awakening dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter actually can't beat the grand universe palm. This guy was actually still holding back when he exchanged blows with Long Zheng. When did the dragon race's innate divine abilities become so weak that it can't withstand even a single blow? The group of heavenly emperors was rendered speechless. Was Yi Yuan planning on using Universe Dragon Claw this move to sweep across the mist battlefield? Furthermore, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was clearly a great deal stronger than that time with Long Zheng. If Yi Yuan unleashed this kind of power when facing off with Long Zheng would have long been smacked to death by him with one palm. He, Elder Tianyu, didn't you say that Yi Yuan doesn't have any chances of victory? What about now? Long Xiaochen laughed loudly and said to Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu's old face turned red, and he argued, "You saw it earlier too. Ao Yu still has boundless Big Dipper fist, this trump card, that hasn't been used. That's a true major trump card." Long Xiaochen's mouth curled and she said disdainfully, "Humph. Do you think that Yi Yuan has no trump cards? Wait and see." Ao Yu crawled out from underneath the ground, covered in blood all over. Yi Yuan's grand universe palm earlier did not hold back. Ao Yu's injuries were naturally much heavier than Long Zheng's. Ao Yu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of wrath and puzzlement. He did not know that Yi Yuan's fight with Long Zheng had long already shocked the outside world's heavenly emperor powerhouses. He still thought that with his current strength, he could casually crush Yi Yuan underfoot. He did not expect that the moment he made his move, he was trampled on by Yi Yuan. "Yo, can still get up, not bad." Yi Yuan looked at Ao Yu and said with a smile that was not a smile. Ao Yu's two eyes were blood red as he roared angrily, "Damn thing. You forced me. Now, I'll turn you to ashes." He withdrew his fist momentum and condensed the spirit of a true dragon behind him once more. But the spirit of the true dragon this time was more than several times more solid compared to before. He had not made his move yet and the surrounding space seemingly solidified. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also constricted slightly, revealing a solemn expression. It seemed like this guy wasn't a complete braggart either. Just based on this move, it was not a difficult matter for the current Ao Yu to annihilate a second firmament Empyrean too. Boundless Big Dipper Fist, indeed have some degrees of a likeness. It's just too bad that you're still far too lacking. Yi Yuan said coolly. Ao Yu said with a cold smile, stop pretending. Act cocky again after receiving this punch. A hint of an amused smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and his two hands formed a circle in front of his chest without any discontinuity. A ball of light emerged in Yi Yuan's palm. No petrifying aura, everything appeared so serene. Ao Yu's movement and Yi Yuan's motionlessness formed a sharp contrast. Seeing this scene, Ao Yu's pupils could not help constricting as he cried out in surprise, transient heavenly dragon hand. This isn't possible. You just broke through to the Empyrean realm, so how can you possibly cultivate the transient heavenly dragon hand so fast? Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, cultivate. Doesn't exist. Didn't anybody tell you that I'm of the atavism dragon soul? Ao Yu's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan with a stunned expression. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually of the atavism dragon soul. In reality, progenitor Long Qin had long mastered the universe dragon claw's fourth form, transient heavenly dragon hand. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 7, Yi Yuan grasped his martial technique naturally. Transient heavenly dragon hand was famously hard to cultivate in the dragon clan. Many Empyrean powerhouses cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and were only dabblers too. Hence, many people rather went to awaken innate divine abilities than be willing to spend hundreds of thousands of years to go and cultivate this martial technique. However, Long Qin's talent was immensely high and cultivated this martial technique to the realm of grand completion. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was the grand completion realm transient heavenly dragon hand. As for cultivation, this sort of dreary thing, to the atavism dragon soul Yi Yuan, it did not exist at all. At this time, a myriad of profanities galloped across in Ao Yu's heart. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors already burst into an uproar. Just how many trump cards does this guy have? The power of transient heavenly dragon hand already doesn't lose to ordinary innate divine abilities. How did he master the transient heavenly dragon hand when he just broke through to Empyrean realm? This is really a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. Transient heavenly dragon hand matching up against the boundless Big Dipper Fist, it's not easy to say who wins and who loses. Seeing everyone's stunned appearance, Long Xiaochen had a smug look. Hee, cultivate, what the hell is that? Yi Yuan doesn't need to cultivate at all to grasp the transient heavenly dragon hand. Long Xiaochen said with a smug look. Everyone was taken aback when he heard that, but Morningstar's eyes glimmered, and he said, could this boy be of the atavism dragon soul? Long Xiaochen nodded and said with a smile, Yi Yuan's progenitor is my mother's elder brother, Long Qin. This transient heavenly dragon hand, uncle, he must have mastered it long ago. Hence, Yi Yuan doesn't need to cultivate at all. Ouchi's face changed and he cried out in surprise, Long Qin. The son of the heavenly dragon who was known as the one with the greatest talent in your Raindragon stronghold. Long Xiaochen shook her head and said, that I'm not clear. But Morningstar nodded slightly and said, I've also heard of him before. It was said that he had high hopes of entering Heavenly Dragon Mountain back then. But due to a momentary show of bravery, he barged into the Dragon Eye Cave. In the end, he was not heard of since. I didn't expect that such a monster actually emerged among his descendants. Although only the tip of the iceberg was revealed with regards to Yi Yuan's strength, these heavenly emperors were all perfectly aware. Yi Yuan already surpassed his predecessor. However, these heavenly emperors only saw the scene from the light screen and did not know the actual situation in the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's transient heavenly dragon hand did not have an earth-shaking power, as if it was an old well without ripples. In Ao Yu's view, Yi Yuan's move was an empty show. Ao Yu naturally would not be silly enough to think that Yi Yuan was putting on a showy air to deal with him. On the contrary, his hairs were currently standing on end. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his head. It was just that he who had awakened a second time did not believe in fate. So what even if transient heavenly dragon hand? I don't believe that a mere martial technique can break my second awakening innate divine ability. Boundless Big Dipper Fist, kill for me. As he roared, Ao Yu executed the boundless Big Dipper Fist. This punch was indomitable, displaying the dragon race's domineeringness in its entirety. The spirit of the true dragon behind him suddenly struck a fist out. Heaven and earth trembled because of it. The Ao Yu previously relied on precisely this move to overpower Long 7. Facing this heaven-shocking blow, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. He just pushed lightly, the light ball in his palm suddenly vanished. Virtually instantaneously, an earth-shaking explosion sound erupted. The massive true dragon spirit was blown into pieces by an inexplicable force in an instant. Ao Yu's pupils constricted, wanting to flee, but it was already too late. His surroundings were already enveloped by an inexplicable power, then it started exploding crazily. After the explosions, Ao Yu fell to the ground feebly, akin to a pile of rotten mud. Seeing the Yi Yuan who slowly walked in front of him, Ao Yu's eyes were like dead ashes. Wy originally thought that the mist battlefield was the place where he would experience a nirvanic rebirth. Who could have thought that it actually became his land of demise? He defeated the Long 7 who ranked in the top 3, but he completely lost to Yi Yuan. Chapter 2169, Cannot Bear to Look Straight. Why is it like this? Even if it's the transient heavenly dragon hand, it's also impossible to be this strong, right? Just what profound mystery is there involved? Long Tianyu looked at the Yi Yuan on the light screen, befuddlement written all over his eyes. It was true that transient heavenly dragon hand was strong. But the boundless Big Dipper fist should be stronger. Even if Yi Yuan had the augmentation of perfect 7th transformation, it was also impossible to make Ao Yu be defeated so utterly, right? The other heavenly emperors were the same too, very perplexed by this outcome. They were not concerned about Ao Yu's life or death, but they were very interested in the reason for Yi Yuan's might. Who cares what profound mystery he has? Winning says it all. Didn't you say earlier that Yi Yuan doesn't have chances of winning? Long Xiaochen nabbed the chance and smacked Long Tianyu's face viciously. Long Tianyu's old face turned red, and he awkwardly did not dare to speak. But Morningstar was absorbed in thought and slowly said, if I didn't see wrongly, Yi Yuan should have grasped the method to withdraw his strength. This kind of method can let the martial technique's power condense without releasing, focusing onto one point. It looks ordinary, but once it erupts, it will be akin to a monstrous wave or floodwaters, being unstoppable. This way, the power that the martial technique erupts with might be 2 times. Even several times of the original. What? There's actually still such an approach. This is also too freakish. This kind of method is equivalent to forcefully raising the martial technique up a level. No wonder the boundless Big Dipper fist was also too weak to stand against in front of him. Why have I never heard of such an approach before? These heavenly emperor powerhouses had all lived for countless years. Logically speaking, they were all people who had vast experiences and knowledge. But the power that Yi Yuan displayed, they actually never heard of it before. Just how many fortuitous encounters did this brat have before? Morningstar shook his head and said, this kind of method was very popular in the last epoch, but it has already been lost long ago. This emperor saw before just a few words in Heavenly Dragon Mountain's ancient records. Yi Yuan's method is very similar to what's recorded in the ancient records. The group of heavenly emperors exchanged glances, all shocked until they could not speak. Following Yi Yuan's one trump card after another being exposed, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan looked at the Ao Yu beneath his feet and said coolly, there is no why. It's because you're too weak. So what if second awakening? You're unable to even force out my true strength. Just this bit of strength and you also want to kill me? Ao Yu's eyes were ashen, full of disbelief. Already fought to such an extent, Yi Yuan actually did not exert his full strength yet. Just where did this guy's limits lie? However, everything was not important anymore. Yi Yuan stomped a foot down, directly ending his life. Long Zheng had no grudges nor enmity with him. Yi Yuan would not deal a killing blow. Ao Yu wanted to kill him, he naturally would not hold back either. Seeing this scene, Ao Qi also shook his head slightly and sighed incessantly. He did not expect that Purple Dragon's stronghold produced 2 peerless rare geniuses. In the end, it actually wrapped up in such a manner. Yi Yuan retrieved the dragon origin crystal and continued walking in the mist battlefield. He walked leisurely and did not have much scruples. In this mist battlefield, someone capable of harming him had not been born yet. If he could not even deal with those in the same rank, that would also be too weak. But got to admit, these sons of the heavenly dragon were all very strong. Jumping realms and fighting was no object too. If Ao Yu went out of the mist battlefield, he would likely be able to break through to third firmament Empyrean realm very soon. With his combat strength, even if he encountered a fourth firmament Empyrean, he would also have the strength to protect himself. One had to know, a fourth firmament Empyrean versus a third firmament Empyrean, it was virtually a situation of getting crushed. But in the same rank, it was far too difficult for someone to want to beat Yi Yuan. Along with the passage of time, the sons of the heavenly dragon in the mist battlefield became fewer and fewer. The remainder were all elites. The battle situations also became increasingly fiercer. After Yi Yuan wasted 2 sons of the heavenly dragon, he ran into Long 7 unexpectedly. Long 7 did not withdraw out of the mist battlefield. He was only defeated by Ao Yu and did not lose his combat strength. After retreating, he continued searching for dragon origin crystals again. When Long 7 saw Yi Yuan, his gaze turned cold, and he said haughtily, "It's you, this cocky fellow. Get lost, otherwise, die." When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help failing to suppress his laughter. These guys were really more cocky than the previous ones, all speaking the same tune when talking. Yi Yuan completely ignored him. He walked over toward the dragon origin crystal leisurely. Long 7's 2 eyes narrowed and he said in a cold voice, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Take another step forward and I'll make your blood splatter on the spot." Long 7 did not know, but the face of the Long Zifeng outside turned green. In the mist battlefield, however big the commotion of 2 peoples fighting, the others were completely unaware too. Long 7 was completely unaware that the Ao Yu who beat him was already trampled to death by Yi Yuan with 1 foot. Now, the Long 7 who did not know the inside story actually still ran in front of Yi Yuan to posture. Wasn't this an old person eating arsenic, being tired of living? When the group of heavenly emperors saw this scene, they could not help finding it funny. Even Ao Qi also could not resist mocking, "Long Zifeng, Long 7 is aiming for top 3. As long as he takes Yi Yuan down, entering the top 3 should be certain." "Oh, right, you said that you have the capital to be arrogant in front of our purple dragon stronghold. Now, it's time for you to be arrogant." The group of heavenly emperors exclaimed into laughter. How could the current Long Zifeng still be arrogant? He just snorted coldly, but his gaze carried a trace of hope, hoping for Long 7 to not make a move against Yi Yuan. But very sadly, Long 7 still made a move. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, continuing to walk towards the dragon origin crystal, Long 7 gave a cold snort and said in a chilly voice, refusing face when it's given, "Do you really take yourself to be someone notable? Since you're seeking death yourself, then you can't blame me." Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Long 7 had also awakened 2 innate divine abilities, but his heavenly dragon mark did not have a second awakening, so his strength was still a shade inferior to Ao Yu. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Casually throwing out a grand universe palm, he directly sent Long 7 flying. Long 7 fell to the ground, a look of shock on his face. "This is impossible. Grand universe palm actually broke my dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter." Long 7's eyes were full of disbelief. The words that Yi Yuan said before entering, Long 7 did not take it to heart at all. A fellow whose heavenly dragon mark did not awaken, what strength could he have? But now, he discovered that he was wrong. Yi Yuan's strength was really very strong. Yi Yuan took down the dragon origin crystal and said coolly, "You should have comprehended the boundless Big Dipper fist too, right? If you're unconvinced, you can use it and see." Contempt. Blatantly looking down, Long 7 was full of pride. How could he endure this goading? "Punk, since you want to die, then I'll send you off." Long 7's gaze turned cold, the spirit of true dragon stirring once more. Boundless Big Dipper fist suddenly erupted. He did not know, but the outside world's Long Zifeng shut his eyes painfully, unable to bear to look at this scene anymore. Sure enough, with a bang, Long 7's body was smacked flying out once more like a kite with a broken string. However, Yi Yuan showed mercy this time, letting Long 7 to withdraw out of the mist battlefield safely. Chapter 2170, Divine Lightning Devastation. Sigh, you shouldn't have provoked Yi Yuan. Seeing Long 7, Long Zifeng could not help sighing as he said. Long 7 endured the pain and said with gritted teeth, "How can this fellow be so strong?" Long Zifeng said with a bitter smile, "Strong. Atavism dragon soul, perfect 7th transformation, a secret. Art to contract his strength, can he not be strong? Ao Yu provoked Yi Yuan and was trampled to death by him with 1 foot already. For you being able to come out safely was already him showing leniency. Now, there's probably only Long Yuan who can have a showdown with him. Long 7 had a dumbfounded stare, his mouth gaping. How could he have thought that Yi Yuan's trumps cards were actually so numerous? Furthermore, each trump card was sufficient to shock the soul. He actually still looked for trouble, posturing in front of Yi Yuan. Fortunately, there were not many people left in the mist battlefield currently. He was kicked out 7th from the last. This was also to say that in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, he was ranked 7th, rather fitting with his name. Suddenly, a heavenly emperor cried out in surprise, "Quickly look! Yi Yuan and Long Yuan have met. This time, it's really the strong characters meeting. The victor among them will probably be the champion this time." Yi Yuan sensed the position of the dragon origin crystals and bumped into Long Yuan head-on. When he saw Yi Yuan, Long Yuan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually walk until now. Not encountering Yi Yuan for such a long time, he even thought that Yi Yuan was finished off long ago. Being able to get to this point, looks like you still have a bit of strength. However, you shouldn't be so cocky, Long Yuan said coolly with his hands behind his back. These words were clearly not planning on letting Yi Yuan off. The words that Yi Yuan said outside had clearly triggered him, this Sons of the Heavenly Dragon's #1 person's pride. That kind of word that showed disdain upon all geniuses, only he was worthy to say it. Yi Yuan said with a light smile, "Cocky, is it? I don't think so. I was just stating a fact." Long Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, his palm struck out. It was actually a transient heavenly dragon hand. This move was quick as lightning and actually did not even need the time to cast the spell. Making a move at a word of disagreement. "Die!" Long Yuan shouted coldly. Yi Yuan was already a dead person in his eyes. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and with a backhand, it was a grand universe palm. The two people each fell back several steps and stabilized their figures. Long Yuan let out a light cry of surprise. Clearly, he was very surprised by Yi Yuan's strength. Outside word, the group of heavenly emperors were extremely shocked. Long Yuan actually mastered the transient heavenly dragon hand too. This kid is truly monstrous. Yi Yuan merely relied on the atavism dragon's soul in order to master the transient heavenly dragon hand. But Long Yuan cultivated by relying on his own talent. In comparison, whoever is superior can be determined at once. Up until now, there has yet to be someone who forced out his true strength. Wonder if Yi Yuan can do it or not. The moment the two people attacked, the group of heavenly emperors all leaned toward Long Yuan one-sidedly. It was not that Yi Yuan was not amazing, but it was that Long Yuan that was seriously too mysterious. Up until now, nobody could force him to use his innate divine abilities at all. Even the transient heavenly dragon hand, it was the first time he used it. They had practically seen all of Yi Yuan's trump cards. But Long Yuan's trump cards, they did not see it at all. Was it that Long Yuan's opponents were not strong? Long Yuan already wiped out quite a few powerful sons of the heavenly dragon walking until now. Some people's strengths were even stronger than the Ao Yu after evolving. But even so, nobody could force out Long Yuan's true strength either. It could be seen how mysterious he was. In contrast, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was practically his limit already. Hence, everyone naturally felt more optimistic about Long Yuan. The reason why Heavenly Dragon's stronghold was powerful was that their bloodline was extremely strong. One should not look at how Ao Yu awakened his Heavenly Dragon mark a second time. Because when comparing bloodlines, he might even be inferior to Long Yuan who only awakened once. This was the magnitude of disparity, and also the difference in talent. It was impossible to make up for. Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan and said rather surprisedly, "Indeed have some skill, to actually be able to block my transient heavenly dragon hand with the grand universe palm. You have the qualifications to make me a little serious." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Another arrogant fellow. You're getting a little serious. It's just that, I don't know whether you can make me a little serious or not." Long Yuan had an appearance of looking down from high above as he said coolly, "You'd best be a little more serious. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have the chance to be serious anymore." Finished talking, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. A true dragon spirit appeared behind him. It was Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter again. However, Long Yuan's Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger than Ao Yu's. That true dragon spirit's aura gave Yi Yuan a feeling of MT. Tai bearing down from above. To be able to force me to use an innate divine ability, you can be sufficiently proud. Now, you can go and die. Long Yuan had an appearance of having everything under control, suddenly striking a palm out. Yi Yuan laughed lightly, true transient heavenly dragon hand firing out fiercely. Two forces dissipated with a loud bang, returning to serenity. Evenly matched once again. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan would actually know the transient heavenly dragon hand too. Furthermore, before this move erupted, there was actually not the slightest trace of undulation. That instant they exchanged blows, Long Yuan felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas erupt, making him almost lose control of himself. Similar to the transient heavenly dragon hand, the power of Yi Yuan's move was no idea how many times stronger than him. He realized that he still underestimated Yi Yuan in the end. This fellow was not simple. However, it was also just not simple. To the arrogant Long Yuan, there was nothing that he had respect for. This is the strength after you get serious. It's also nothing much, Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, since you're in a hurry to seek death, I'll send you off then. It was only to see him open both hands, bending his fingers to form claws, suspending above in midair. Behind him, a true dragon spirit appeared once more. This time, the true dragon spirit was more solid than any time that Yi Yuan had seen before in the past. A fierce wind swept up, Long Yuan's hair fluttered, akin to a god. Countless electric currents were flowing above the void. The entire mist battlefield seemed to have transformed into an endless lightning sea. Long Yuan used his eyes like looking at an ant as he looked toward Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Do you see it? This is my true strength after getting serious. The second innate divine abilities that others comprehended are mostly boundless Big Dipper fist. But my bloodline power is far purer than theirs. The second innate divine ability that I comprehended is this divine lightning devastation. This divine lightning is Dipper lightning that drives the heavens, not within the five elements. It's the lightning that the spirit of the true dragon controls, capable of annihilating myriad life on earth. Seeing this divine ability, you can die contently." At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors was long already staring dumbfoundedly in their mouths agape. No one thought that Long Yuan's talent was actually so great. For the second innate divine ability, he actually awakened divine lightning devastation. Monster. This is a true monster. Divine lightning devastation. Sons of the heavenly dragon capable of awakening this innate divine ability are 1 in a million. This kid is bound to be another major power of my dragon clan in the future. Chapter 2171, Stomping Heavens Chosen Underfoot. The heavenly emperor powerhouses were long already motionless. Their reaction was sufficient to prove how great the shock that Long Yuan's strength brought to them was. Long Tianyu stroked his bear and said with a smile, "You guys are also looking down on Long Yuan too much. This isn't his true strength. However, using it to deal with Yi Yuan is sufficient. What? This still isn't all of his strength." When Long Zifeng heard this, his eyeballs almost popped out. Divine lightning devastation, without heaven-defying talent, there was simply no way to awaken it. But Long Tianyu said that this was still not Long Yuan's true strength. Then how horrifying was this guy's true strength? The group of heavenly emperors could not help but somewhat start having doubts about life. Long Tianyu had a smug look and said with a faint smile, "Long Yuan is my heavenly dragon stronghold's most talented son of the heavenly dragon in this 1,000,000 years, not one of. His talent can be ranked even when looking at the entire dragon clan. In the future, it's virtually a sure bet for him to become a transcendent heavenly emperor." All of the heavenly emperors were speechless. Originally they thought that Yi Yuan could become a black horse in the battle of dragon sons this time, or even pose a threat to Long Yuan. But looking at it now, everyone was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's talent was not even worthy of carrying Long Yuan's shoes. So what if atavism dragon soul? So what if perfect seventh transformation? The dragon race's strongest talent was still bloodline power, still innate divine abilities. Morningstar nodded slightly, revealing a look of approval. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Long Yuan. This time, even Long Xiaochen did not dare to speak out and shoot Long Tianyu anymore. Because she was also somewhat in doubt about whether Yi Yuan could withstand such a terrifying lightning sea anymore. In the midst of the endless lightning sea, Long Yuan stood proudly. "Now, do you know the disparity between you and me? 1,000 years later, you simply won't be able to imagine my realm. Didn't even comprehend innate divine abilities, just the likes of a trash like you also dare to talk wildly about talent. Long Yuan said with a disdainful look. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face and said calmly, who told you that I didn't comprehend an innate divine ability? Long Yuan's expression changed, but then he saw the bloodline pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupt. That imposing momentum was actually not much weaker than him. The spirit of a true dragon transformed into an enormous dragon and revolved around Yi Yuan. It was actually like a living thing. An aura that came from great antiquity made the entire lightning sea start trembling. That boundless dipper lightning that drove the heavens actually seemed to have intelligence, not daring to approach Yi Yuan. Long Yuan's expression changed, wildly, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. What kind of innate divine ability is that? Why have I never seen it before? Long Zifeng cried out in surprise. Not just him, all of the heavenly emperors had blank looks on their faces. Clearly, they all had not seen Yi Yuan's innate divine ability before. Only the light in Morningstar's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Heretic dragon dominating space. How long has it been since anyone in my dragon clan has awakened it? Morningstar said with an emotional sigh. Long Xiaoqian seemed to understand and not understand and asked doubtfully, Heretic dragon dominating space. It sounds like it's very badass. Is it very impressive? Heretic dragon dominating space. It's actually heretic dragon dominating space. This wouldn't be the legendary innate divine ability, right? Long Zifeng trembled all over and cried out in surprise. My god, the first innate divine ability that this fellow awakened is actually heretic dragon dominating space. A heavenly emperor cried out strangely. I take back my words before. These two people are both monsters. There was an uproar among the heavenly emperors, being stunned by the scene before their eyes. Only Long Tianyu's expression looked somewhat unnatural. Morningstar nodded and replied, Long Xiaoqian, a very impressive innate divine ability. Our dragon race is a species that heaven looks after, with our bloodline containing the power of heavenly Tao. Therefore, the innate divine abilities that we awaken are extremely powerful. However, dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, this level of innate divine ability, compared to heretic dragon dominating space, is far too lacking. Even divine lightning devastation is also a magnitude weaker compared to heretic dragon dominating space. Heretic dragon dominating space is an innate divine ability that contains spatial law, bringing the might of heaven and earth, the power being unimaginable. More importantly, this innate divine ability, it's already been at least 10 million years since anyone has awakened it in my dragon clan. Long Xiaoqian sucked in a breath and cried out in surprise, so incredible. Yi Yuan's spatial law is very formidable. No wonder he can awaken this innate divine ability. Morningstar said in surprise, so that's how it is, no wonder. The awakening of our dragon clan's innate divine abilities is actually closely related to the inclinations of our bloodline. In Long Yuan's bloodline, lightning attribute laws are the most lively, so he awakened divine lightning devastation. But wanting to awaken heretic dragon dominating space can't be accomplished by merely having slight knowledge about spatial law. It looks like Yi Yuan's spatial law is at least ranked 6 and above. Hearing Morningstar's analysis, the group of heavenly emperors was dumbfounded. Witnessing Long Yuan's talent earlier, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked and immediately cast Yi Yuan aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. They did not think that in a blink of an eye, the talent that Yi Yuan displayed immediately overshadowed Long Yuan. They naturally did not know that Yi Yuan broke through rank 7 at the same time with his perfect 7th transformation plus essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths. Under such a stimulation, awakening a formidable innate divine ability was merely ordinary. These two people's talents already completely exceeded the heavenly emperor's expectations. Just as the group of heavenly emperors was in shock, Long Yuan and Yi Yuan, two people were dealing blow for blow and already reached a white-hot stage. Long Yuan saw that the situation was not good. It was naturally impossible to give Yi Yuan another chance to display his innate divine ability. Lightning punishment. Obliterate for me. It was only to see him shake a finger. Hundreds and thousands of wrist-thick blots of dipper lightning that drove the heavens suddenly fell down from the void. Long Yuan was akin to a sovereign who controlled divine lightning, his momentum unstoppable. Amidst the endless lightning sea, an enormous circular-shaped aura seemed to be like another world. Yi Yuan was situated inside. Suddenly, he took a step out. The spirit of the true dragon gave an astonishing roar. Dragon claw virtually synchronizing with Yi Yuan, it stepped onto the void. This step, the entire heaven and earth trembled. The space of the mist battlefield seemed to have been trampled into pieces. Those hundreds and thousands of bolts of dipper lightning that drove the heavens were actually forcefully scattered away by the power of this stamp. Long Yuan only felt a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of blood mist spraying out wildly, already sustaining heavy injuries. The lightning sea dissipated, the true dragon vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan stood in the air, but swapped positions with Long Yuan, looking down from above. Under this stomp, it trampled all of Long Yuan's pride to smithereens. This is your so-called talent. So-called pride. Very ordinary. Wonder if I have the qualifications to talk about 1,000 years later now. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Yuan's eyes were full of unwillingness. He had always thought that he was the Dragon Clan's junior generation's strongest genius. In Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he had never encountered a match before. His pride was higher than the heavens. But today, somebody actually trampled all of his pride underfoot. All of a sudden, the heavenly dragon mark on Long Yuan's forehead seemed to burn like a cluster of fire. Yi Yuan's brows raised up slightly, a little surprised. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors cried out in surprise one after another. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Chapter 2172, Long Yuan's True Trump Card. Second Awakening. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Ha ha ha, really have to thank Yi Yuan. If not for his stimulation, it would really not be so easy for Long Yuan to want to awaken a second time. Long Tianyu could not resist letting out a burst of loud laughter when he saw the Long Yuan on the light screen. To a son of the heavenly dragon, the stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to awaken. Long Yuan's bloodline could be said to be the strongest existence among the group of sons of the heavenly dragon. Him being able to awaken once in itself already illustrated that his talent was astonishing. But wanting to awaken a second time, even if he refined numerous dragon origin crystals, he might not be able to accomplish it too. However, under Yi Yuan's powerful pressure, Long Yuan's heavenly dragon mark actually awakened a second time. First awakening, bloodline rose sharply by 10 times. Under the augmentation of bloodline, the advancement of the son of the heavenly dragon was all round. Long Zifeng also said in surprise, I didn't expect that Yi Yuan is peerlessly talented, but then at the end he actually became a wedding gown for Long Yuan. Looks like the battle of dragon sons this time, it's still Long Yuan who wins by a notch in the end. A heavenly emperor said, a shame. With Yi Yuan's potential, if given time, his achievements might not be beneath Long Yuan's. It's just that, Long Yuan awakened a second time, he probably wouldn't let him off. In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. The bloodline pressure that suffused the air was significantly stronger than before. Yi Yuan looked at this scene rather interestedly and did not interrupt the other party in fluster and exasperation. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, really got to thank you. If not for you, I still wouldn't know when my second awakening would have to wait until. Long Yuan said with a wild laugh. At this very moment, Long Yuan felt unprecedentedly well, feeling that he was unprecedentedly powerful. His bloodline power was extremely strong in the first place. Now that it awakened a second time, it soared wildly by 10 times. This kind of increment was sufficient to insta-kill everything to a genius like him. You're welcome. Honestly speaking, your bit of strength previously wasn't enough for me to warm up yet. Hope that you don't disappoint me this time, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Provoking. Blatant provocation. Even if your strength skyrocketed, I'll still look down on you. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, very well. I'll let you understand how serious the consequences of provoking me is. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, I'm waiting. Long Yuan was triggered by Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude until he was going crazy. He stared at Yi Yuan coldly and said, you must think that divine lightning devastation is my limit, right? Let me tell you, unfortunately for you, I already comprehended the third innate divine ability before my second awakening. After the second awakening, the power of innate divine abilities skyrockets by 10 times. I want to see what you'll use to block. Watch closely. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. Lightning sea again, but this time, it was vastly different from that time before. The taste of 5 elements law pervaded the air. 5-colored lightning interweaved and fluctuated above the void. It was as if it was a dreamland, beautiful and luscious. A grand sight. But behind this magnificent scenery, it contained tremendous danger. Seeing this 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, Yuan could not help thinking of the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation that he had once transcended in the immortal Grove world. It was just that Long Yuan's innate divine ability was no idea how many levels higher compared to that greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation. 5 elements heavenly lightning concealed above the 9th heaven, shocking the world. That the outside world was boiling over with excitement long ago. This kid actually comprehended a third innate divine ability. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. This innate divine ability can be said to be the strongest lightning attribute. It's said that when cultivated to the extreme, it can virtually stand on par with lightning ancestor. Truly broadened my horizons today. These 2 great geniuses are truly each more astonishing than the other. Although they were all heavenly emperor powerhouses, in front of sons of the heavenly dragon, especially in front of sons of the heavenly dragon like Long Yuan and Yuan, they were nothing at all. As long as they stepped into the realm of heavenly emperor in the future, they could one-shot them with one hand. This kind of genius, they were the true major power candidates. As long as them had sufficient time, they would be able to make the entire heavenspan world trembled. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was one of the dragon clan's strongest innate divine abilities. It virtually represented the limits of lightning attribute laws. Following the increase in Long Yuan's strength, the power of this innate divine ability would grow with each passing day. After Long Yuan reached the realm of transcendent heavenly emperor, its power would be extremely terrifying. If the lightning ancestor did not emerge, who could contend? Even Morningstar also stood up agitatedly, looking at that high and mighty figure on the light screen with a look of pleasant surprise. Ha ha ha, really didn't expect that such a great talent actually appeared in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time. My dragon clan shall descend upon Heavenspan world and make the world tremble. Tianyu, you hid from this emperor so bitterly. Morningstar said agitatedly. Long Tianyu was clearly in the know long ago. The smugness on his face currently could not be concealed no matter what. Heh, Lord Morningstar, it wasn't that Tianyu had the intention of hiding it. Originally, I thought that Long Yuan wouldn't use this final move. I didn't expect that it was actually forced out by Yuan. It's Long Yuan who decided to tell you after the Battle of Dragon Sons. Long Tianyu said with a smile. The other heavenly emperors had envious looks on their faces. Towards such a genius that was hard to come by in a million years, who did not want. As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. When Long Yuan entered Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's strength would definitely scale new heights. The disparity would grow bigger and bigger. Long Xiaochen pursed her mouth at one side, clearly very unhappy with Morningstar's performance. He was still very optimistic about Yuan just now. In a blink of an eye, he leaned toward Long Yuan again. Electric current revolved around Long Yuan, his body emitting an extremely horrifying aura. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was an extremely formidable innate divine ability in the first place. Its power was even a notch stronger than heretic dragon dominating space. Now, he awakened a second time. It could be seen how powerful this innate divine ability was. He looked at Yuan as if looking at a dead person. Tremble. To be able to die under the divine punishment, you can be sufficiently proud. 5 elements heavenly lightning, divine punishment. A hint of cruelty flashed across the corners of Long Yuan's mouth, akin to the heavenly Tao which ruled the world, deciding Yuan's life and death. Only to see him reach his hand out and beckon, lightning snakes that filled the sky ran wild like a host of demons dancing in riotous revelry, galloping towards Yuan. At this very moment, even if Yuan used heretic dragon dominating space this move, it would be totally impossible to salvage the deteriorating situation too. Yuan, Long Xiaochen's face turned white as she cried out in surprise. Although she could not feel the power of 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, just based on the frenzied scene on the light screen, Long Xiaochen could determine just how perilous Yuan was at this moment. Morningstar sighed slightly. In his view, Yuan would definitely die without a doubt under the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. At this moment, everyone sentenced Yuan to the death penalty. One awakened a second time, one did not awaken. This enormous gap made people unable to find any excuse at all to feel that Yuan had a chance to escape with his life. However, from start until now, Yuan never moved all along. He did not even release an innate divine ability to face the enemy. However, Just as the endless lightning was about to engulf him, Yi Yuan's lips moved. What moved was only his lips. Chapter 2173, Your realm is unimaginable. Yi Yuan's mouth lightly spat out a word. The next second, the entire world was frozen. The resplendent lightning snakes, five-colored lightning, dancing fog, including Long Yuan. Everything and everything was frozen. The entire world was like a painting, being completely still. Those crazily dancing five-colored lightning snakes, all of them stopped on top of Yi Yuan's head. Just like a kind of liquid that suddenly met with extreme cold, instantly being frozen. This scene was incomparably bizarre. Time, space, was seemingly completely frozen. Suddenly, a hint of disharmony flashed past in the painting. Somebody moved. It was Yi Yuan, only to see him take a step out, his figure instantly crossing a distance of thousands of feet, arriving in front of Long Yuan. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan's punch slammed onto Long Yuan's face, directly blasting him flying. At this time, a breath had just passed. Time seemed to flow once more. The fog moved along with the wind once again. However, that endless lightning sea dissipated with a loud bang, as if it had never appeared before. Five elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was broken. At the outside world, all of the heavenly emperor's thoughts were seemingly frozen by Yi Yuan's immobilize, word. Of course, it was not that they were really immobilized, but that they were completely shocked by what happened on the light screen, resulting in forgetting to think. All the way until a breath later did their thoughts similarly recover and move. What happened just now? Why do I feel like the entire mist world turned static? Five elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was broken just like this. Could it be? At this time, Morningstar slowly nodded his head, his eyes full of astonishment as he said, time freeze. Which is also, immobilization art. The moment these words came out, the platform immediately burst into an uproar. All of the heavenly emperors' faces were full of a crazed look. That's impossible. Time freeze, this is one of the dragon race's strongest innate divine abilities, capable of making it completely still within a certain range. He just broke through to Empyrean realm and didn't even awaken the heavenly dragon mark. But then he comprehended this mighty divine ability. Long Tianyu shouted shrilly. Just a breath ago, he was still sentencing Yi Yuan to death, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead without a doubt. After a breath later, Yi Yuan used the art of time freeze and slapped his face. Of course, it also slapped everyone's faces. Everyone did not expect, and it was also impossible to expect that Yi Yuan actually grasped this astonishing divine ability. Very short, very very short, fleeting, but this one breath was enough for Yi Yuan to do too many things. Such as, breaking the five elements divine punishment heavenly lightning with one punch. Powerful until the five elements divine punishment heavenly lightning which shocked all of the heavenly emperors was broken by Yi Yuan just like that. Time freeze. Legends say that that's a mighty divine ability that only the progenitor knows. It can be said to be a paramount divine ability among innate divine abilities. It was actually grasped by him. Long Zifeng already did not know what he should say. Apart from shock, it was extreme astonishment. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed already rendered them thoroughly speechless. Was Long Yuan's talent very strong? But Long Yuan's talent was completely not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. That was the distance between a firefly and the bright moon. If everyone was still immersing in the elation of obtaining a genius at the beginning, now, they even had a trace of fear. When a person's talent surpassed everyone's understanding, he would be viewed as monstrous. That was an aberrant life form. The current Yi Yuan was an aberrant life form in the eyes of the group of heavenly emperors. Morningstar sighed lightly and slowly said, we all underestimated Yi Yuan. Being able to be bestowed a heavenly dragon mark by a major power in the clan, how could Yi Yuan be ordinary? It's just that this emperor also didn't expect that he could even comprehend time freeze, this kind of mighty divine ability. In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror. Just now, he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Suddenly in an instant, a strange power suddenly appeared, thoroughly binding him. In the eyes, the world was completely still. He struggled desperately, wanting to break free of this strange power. But everything was futile. Whatever heavenly dragon mark, whatever five elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, in front of this strange power, it was not worth mentioning at all. That feeling was seemingly like he was facing heavenly Tao. Insignificant. He just felt that he was too insignificant. Then, he was wrecked. Time freeze. This is time freeze. How can you possibly comprehend this innate divine ability? This isn't possible. This is impossible, Long Yuan said with a look of shock. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said coolly, you can't do it, but doesn't mean that others can't do it. There's nothing impossible in this world. It's just that with your realm, you're unable to imagine it. That's all. Long Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes full of decadence. He praised himself to be the Dragon Clan's #1 genius in 1,000,000 years and could show disdain for the world. Comprehending the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, he was once pleased with himself, thinking that no one could do it anymore. But, the height that Yi Yuan was standing at was far beyond his reach. Impossible. I'm a genuine dragon, how can I possibly be inferior to you, this half-human, half-dragon, lowly life form? 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, annihilate for me. Long Yuan suddenly launched an attack. Horrifying 5-colored lightning fell from the sky, falling straight down. The pride in his chest made him unable to accept this result at all. Only a short while ago, he thought that he could casually eradicate Yi Yuan. But now, he discovered that he was so laughable. He was unable to accept this result. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said in a chilly voice, reckless and blind. Yi Yuan's lips moved lightly, the word, immobilize, was spat out of his mouth again. One word leaving the mouth, even with his strength, he felt drained too. This kind of great divine ability, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to release it limitlessly. Furthermore, the time of the time freeze this time did not even reach half a breath. However, it was sufficient to kill Long Yuan. From the start until now, Long Yuan always had a high and mighty appearance. Attacking time and again, it all wanted to kill him. If it were others, they would probably have been killed by Long Yuan no idea how many times already. Until now, this guy still refused to come to his senses. Did he really take him to be a good two shoes? On the platform, when Morningstar saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically as he cried out in alarm, not good. Yi Yuan wants to kill Long Yuan. Virtually without thinking, Morningstar fired out several spells in a row. A light beam suddenly charged into the mist battlefield and actually directly smashed time freeze. The light beam directly covered Long Yuan, bringing him out of the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, very unhappy in his heart. He knew that someone made a move and rescued Long Yuan. Apart from Morningstar, there naturally would not be others. Although his time freeze was impressive, in front of a supreme powerhouse like Morningstar, it was completely useless. Long Yuan was also restricted to First Firmament Empyrean. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Yi Yuan to want to freeze for a breath of time. In the end, time freeze only mobilized the power of Heavenly Tao. The higher the realm, the stronger the comprehensions in Heavenly Tao too. Wanting to bind the other party with the power of Heavenly Tao would naturally be increasingly difficult. However, under his certain death scenario just now, Morningstar did not make a move to save him either. But now, seeing that Long Yuan was about to die, he made a move to save him. Yi Yuan was naturally outraged in his heart. Chapter 2174, 100 Pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. The light screen slowly dissipated. A youth in white walked over leisurely. On the platform, everyone looked at the youth in white, with their eyes full of terror. Yes, terror. These heavenly emperors were all frightened by Yi Yuan's talent. The sons of the heavenly dragon who had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before actually took a step back without prior agreement. This guy was not human at all. He was a monster. But Long Xiaochen had a look of delight, coming up to greet. Yi Yuan, this young lady knew that you're the most formidable. Indeed, you didn't disappoint me. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, bringing Long Xiaochen and landing on the platform, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. He stared at Morningstar intently and said in a solemn voice, "Senior, doing so, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Swallowing insults and humiliation silently was not Yi Yuan's personality. Since he did so, he would have to pay the price. The heavenly emperors were shocked when they heard that. This guy was really arrogant, to actually dare question Lord Morningstar. Did he think that taking the first place of the Battle of Dragon Sons, he could challenge a heavenly dragon? Insolence! Who do you take yourself to be me? To dare speak to Lord Morningstar like this? Long Tianyu just had a stomach full of anger that had nowhere to be released. So he immediately jumped out. Yi Yuan completely ignored him and stared right at Morningstar's 2 eyes. Morningstar sighed slightly and said, "You're both my dragon clan's pillars of society. Any one of you that dies is my dragon clan's tremendous loss." Yi Yuan suddenly burst out laughing when he heard that. His gaze turned to Long Yuan, and he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Pillars of society. Hoo, what a fine pillar of society." Those words were full of mockery. Long Yuan had a look of shame and anger, wishing to find a hold in his ground to tunnel into. The other sons of the heavenly dragon also lowered their heads one after another. If even Long Yuan did not count as a pillar of society, what did they count as? But these words coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth, no one could refute it at all. He used strength, used talent, and proved that Long Yuan was merely trash. Yi Yuan, you're insolent. If Long Yuan isn't a pillar of society, then are you. You're merely. Long Tianyu could not endure this awkward atmosphere and spoke out, berating. "Shut up," Morningstar suddenly yelled angrily, interrupting Long Tianyu's words. But Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Continue saying that I have half-human race bloodline. In your eyes, I'm a different species. Isn't that so? Hence, when Long Yuan used 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, you didn't make a move to save me. But when I wanted to kill him, you made a move and saved him. In your eyes, no matter how strong I am, I'm also not the dragon clan's own people, isn't that so?" Morningstar's old face turned slightly red. Being exposed by Yi Yuan so blatantly, it was so embarrassing. Although Yi Yuan obtained the Dragon Clan Major Power's Heavenly Dragon mark, he still had some reservations in the end. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, guessing his thoughts penetratingly. Morningstar heaved a sigh and said coolly, "This matter was indeed this emperor breaking the rules. However, Long Yuan is indeed a genius hard to come by in a million years. Killing him is a pity. Speak, this emperor can promise you a condition." The heavenly emperors had stunned faces. Lord Morningstar actually yielded toward a junior. "No matter how great your talent was, before growing up, you were also merely a junior." How could they know that Morningstar was wary of that major power behind Yi Yuan? These people did not know, but Morningstar was very clear. This major power was not a major power on Heavenly Dragon Mountain, but a major power sealed in the abyss. That place's existences, each one of them was a major character that shocked heaven and earth. He could not afford to provoke. Even Heavenly Dragon Mountain could not afford to provoke either. "I want 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals," Yi Yuan said coolly. His objective was not to find trouble. Facing the Leviathan, Heavenly Dragon Mountain, his rage was not worth mentioning at all. This world always revered strength as supreme. If he possessed the strength to destroy Heavenly Dragon Mountain right now, would he still be here expressing his fury? He would trample the entire Heavenly Dragon Mountain underfoot like trampling on Long Yuan. Morningstar's eyes narrowed, and he said, "What do you want so many dragon origin crystals for? With your current strength, the dragon origin crystal that you refine in the mist battlefield is already the limit." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That doesn't need you to care anymore. I naturally have my own use." Morningstar shook his head and said, "No way. Dragon origin crystals are the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure, only heavenly dragons and sons of the heavenly dragon can use. Even the various strongholds dragon lords don't have the qualifications to use them either." Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light. Morningstar was afraid of him bringing dragon origin crystals out, or giving them to others to use. One had to know, this dragon origin crystal was much more formidable than whatever true dragon blood. Even humans could also skyrocket in strength after refining. But he was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that dragon origin crystals were actually so valuable. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Since that's the case, I'll refine it here. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was taken aback and said, "You, here?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Aren't you worried that I'd leak dragon origin crystals out? Since that's the case, then I'll refine it in front of you. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was speechless and said, "There's naturally no issue, but..." Yi Yuan directly cut off his words and said coolly, "No buts, if I can't refine 100 pieces, this matter will be considered dropped like this." Already said things to this kind of extent, what could Morningstar still say? At once, Morningstar nodded his head and said, "Okay, but, act within your capability." But Long Tianyu had a cold sneer on his face and said, 100 pieces. Stuff yourself to death." The others also involuntarily shook their heads. Clearly, they felt that Yuan was looking down on everyone and everything too much. Each awakening, one can at most only refine 20 pieces of dragon origin crystals. Any more and they won't be able to withstand it at all. Even if he's of the perfect 7th transformation, he also can't withstand 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals. There was once a dragon who forcefully integrated dragon origin crystals. In the end, at the 25th piece, he was forcefully blown up. This kid is courting death. Heh, so arrogant. I want to see how many dragon origin crystals he can integrate. To Morningstar, dragon origin crystals were naturally not an issue. Only to see him flick his sleeves grandly, 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals suspended in midair quietly. Yuan did not say a word, reached a hand out to pluck off a dragon origin crystal, and directly started refining. An indescribable pain started pulsing within his body. However, after the origin dragon energy entered the body, Yuan's heavenly dragon mark actually did not have the slightest reaction. The reason why he wanted dragon origin crystals was that Yuan also saw the power of heavenly dragon marks. After one awakening, the bloodline rose 10 times. This kind of strength amplification, how could Yuan not be moved? Dragon origin crystals were a specialty product of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. It was now or never. Opportunity seldom knocked twice. Hence, he wanted to try whether or not he could stimulate his bloodline power and reach the first awakening. The reason why he said 100 pieces was because he was unsure how many he needed. Previously in the Mist battlefield, he already integrated 15 pieces of dragon origin crystals. But the effects did not seem to be very apparent. The moment origin dragon energy entered the body, it seemed like a stone sinking into the ocean. Chapter 2175, Divine Steel Injecting Spirit, 16 pieces, 17 pieces, 20 pieces, 21 pieces. In a blink of an eye, Yuan refined 6 pieces of dragon origin crystals. The speed of refining caused everyone to be tongue-tied. More importantly, Yuan's face did not have much of a painful expression, as if he was just doing something ordinary. Sure enough, a perfect 7th transformation is indestructible. This brat's confidence lies on the perfect 7th transformation, right? But how many can the perfect 7th transformation refine? Our dragon race's physical bodies, which one isn't extremely tough? Even if it can't compare to the perfect 7th transformation, the difference also won't be too much. He can at most refine 30 pieces, and he'll reach his limits. All around, heavenly emperors and sons of the heavenly dragon were discussing animatedly. They felt that the reason why Yuan was a little more formidable than normal people was merely by relying on the perfect 7th transformation. That was all. However, along with the quantity refined becoming more and more, Yuan's pain was indeed rising exponentially. He had refined so many dragon origin crystals and absorbed large quantities of origin dragon energy, but the heavenly dragon mark still did not have any activities. Rather, it was his cultivation realm that started to slowly climb after absorbing large quantities of dragon origin crystals. When Yuan absorbed his 30th piece of dragon origin crystal, people's expression started to slowly change. Is this guy a lunatic? Doesn't he know pain? Long Seven looked at Yuan's facial muscles that were twitching slightly as he said through gritted teeth. Talking about it, someone had once refined 25 pieces of dragon origin crystals before. But people that were truly able to refine until the 20th piece were extremely few. Because towards the back, barely anyone could withstand that agony at all. But Yuan refined 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals in one go. He actually forcefully endured it and did not even make a sound. How strong was this fellow's will? Around 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals, that was virtually the limit of all dragons. If not for the muscle twitching slightly on Yuan's face, they would even suspect that refining dragon origin crystals was not painful at all. 31 pieces, 32 pieces. Yuan did not have the slightest intention of stopping, continuing to refine dragon origin crystals. The expression on everyone's faces became more and more fascinating. Fine beads of sweat started seeping out on Yuan's forehead. Following the refined dragon origin crystals becoming more and more, the sweat beads became denser and denser, and increasingly larger. Meanwhile, the twitching of the muscles on his face also became increasingly stronger. 54 pieces, 55 pieces. The surrounding crowd's mouths opened wider and wider until it was practically ear to ear in the end. The unbroken law that sons of the heavenly dragon were unable to refine above 25 pieces was already broken by Yuan long ago. Everyone had underestimated Yi Yuan. They underestimated the might of a perfect seventh transformation and underestimated Yi Yuan's powerful and persevering will even more. A perfect seventh transformation, what it promoted was not just the strength of the physical body, there was also the tensile strength of the fleshly body. Being overly tough was easy to break, but a tough and pliable fleshly body was even more terrifying. Other people's fleshly bodies being unable to withstand it did not mean that Yi Yuan was unable to withstand it. As for this anguish, Yi Yuan had long already experienced it, no idea how many times. This time was merely going through another time. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said with a slight sigh, for this child to be able to have such accomplishments, what he relies on isn't merely talent. Most likely, the hardships that he has experienced, ordinary people can't imagine it at all. Morningstar, these old monsters that have lived to an advanced age, were deeply aware of the importance of tribulations to a powerhouse. These heavenly emperors in front of them, their talents might not be strong, but the hardships that they experienced were not few. Perhaps back then, there were more brilliantly talented geniuses among their peers. But those geniuses all faded into the crowd in the end. While they walked to this supreme position of heavenly emperor, sons of the heavenly dragon being unable to refine more dragon origin crystals, actually, a very large degree was because their will was not strong enough. This issue totally could not be seen on Yi Yuan. No matter how strong the will of the son of the heavenly dragon, they also turned pale in comparison when put in front of Yi Yuan. Over 50 pieces of dragon origin crystal already exceeded their imaginations. Long Zifeng also smiled bitterly and said, not afraid that others are more talented than you, just afraid that people more talented than you are more hardworking than you. Long 7, your road after today is still long, understand? Long 7's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he nodded slowly and said, Long 7 understands. The various sons of the heavenly dragon all revealed pondering looks. Yi Yuan's body had the quality that they lacked, which was also the necessary quality to become a powerhouse. Only Long Yuan's expression flickered. No idea what he was thinking about. 82 pieces, 83 pieces, 89 pieces. Just as everyone was already numbed, Yi Yuan's glabella suddenly seemed to have caught on fire. The surging dragon race pressure made everyone present feel heart palpitations. Morningstar's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, finally awakened. No, wait, this is... He suddenly raised his head to look towards Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Sure enough, a white light beam fell from the sky and landed directly on Yi Yuan's body. The heavenly dragon mark at Yi Yuan's glabella actually turned into one line after another, burrowing into his chest like tiny snakes. Divine steel injecting spirit. This boy. Morningstar opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief as he said. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. If he was a little more decisive, extending a helping hand when Yi Yuan was fighting with Long Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan did not need his help, his current attitude would also be vastly different. Long Xiaochen had a doubtful look and asked in puzzlement, Divine steel injecting spirit. What is that? Morningstar sighed emotionally and said, the heavenly dragon mark is born from the dragon mark monument sensing dragon race bloodline. When your bloodline reaches the requirement of the dragon mark monument, the dragon mark monument will produce a resonance with your bloodline power, awakening from there. Of course, the requirement that the dragon mark monument has for each awakening is different. Morningstar paused for a bit, took a deep breath before saying, but there is an exception. When your bloodline power is strong to a certain degree, the dragon mark monument will take the initiative to inject a trace of dragon spirit into you, representing acknowledgement toward you. This is divine steel injecting spirit. And dragons that had obtained divine steel injecting spirit have a possibility of becoming the next dragon ancestor. Long Xiaochen opened her mouth wide, shock written all over her face. While the other dragons were all staring dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Dragon ancestor, that was the progenitor of all dragons, the strongest dragon race bloodline powerhouse. All these countless dragons were his descendants. After each generation of dragon ancestor, no idea how many hundreds of millions of years needed to pass before the next dragon ancestor would be born. Because of this, it carried on from generation to generation. Of course, it was only a possibility. It was not a certainty. In a period, there would always have several divine steel injecting spirit appear. But there was only one that would become dragon ancestor in the end. No one could have thought that after Yi Yuan refined the dragon origin crystals, it would actually produce such an unforeseen turn of events. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes and gave a cold snort. A streak of lightning flashed past, the imprint in the heavenly dragon mark was directly wiped away. Hey, I knew that there was nothing good. Turns out that it was hiding here. Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said with a cold smile. Chapter 2176, Leaving. In the deepest parts of the abyss, a light cry of surprise suddenly transmitted over. Following that, several powerful auras started surging. What's wrong, boss? Bai Chen's voice came in the midst of darkness. After being silent for a moment, the mysterious powerhouse slowly said, "That kid erased the imprint that you left behind." Bai Chen was slightly surprised and said, "This isn't possible, right? Just based on his strength, he can discover the concealed means that I left behind. Unless, that's right, under the dragon spirit, nothing can hide. He is already acknowledged by the dragon mark monument." The mysterious powerhouse's words carried some marveling. What? Old Bai just bestowed the heavenly dragon mark and he obtained divine steel injecting spirit. This kid has your father's style back then. Another divine steel injecting spirit. Looks like the next dragon ancestor is about to be born. The moment mysterious powerhouse's words came out, a series of exclamations came over from the darkness. Clearly, divine steel injecting spirit was also an extremely major thing to them as well. Bai Chen suddenly said, "This boy, when I saw him back then, I kept feeling that he was extremely unusual. His realm was clearly not worth mentioning, but I had a feeling of being unable to see through. Looking at it now, this boy is indeed extraordinary." The mysterious powerhouse said, "Heaven shall confer great responsibility onto this person. A great era is arriving, capable people are emerging. Now that the seal is getting more and more unstable, it likely can't last much longer. Once the abyss opens, the heavenspan world will be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering again. But what I'm most worried about isn't this. Perhaps, this boy is where the hope of this era lies." When everyone heard that, they all fell silent. The white light faded. Yi Yuan slowly stood up. His upper garment was long already incinerated by blazing flames, revealing a strong muscular body. A golden dragon was imprinted onto his chest as if it was a living thing. Even if it was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, in front of this golden dragon, they actually also had an impulse to prostrate in worship. If not for their realm being too high, they would probably have long already knelt down. However, the other sons of the heavenly dragon did not have this kind of strength. This horrifying bloodline pressure directly pressured them until they knelt on the ground. Only Long Xiaochen alone was not affected. Long Yuan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He cracked himself up to be the dragon clan's #1 genius. But now, he did not even have the qualifications to carry Yi Yuan's shoes anymore. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, a white long robe was already put on his body. He cupped his fists lightly toward Morningstar and said coolly, "Senior, now that things are over, this Yi takes my leave." Morningstar's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Hold on. You can't go." Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Why? Does Senior still have something?" Morningstar's expression flickered incessantly and he said, "Yi Yuan, the matter previously was all this emperor's fault. Now, this emperor sincerely welcomes you to join Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and said, "No need. There is little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles. Moreover, this Yi still has more important things to do. I won't be going up Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Previously, you looked down on me. Now that you saw that my bloodline was powerful, you want to keep me behind." The pride in Yi Yuan's heart was far greater than Long Yuan's. It was just that he had experienced the many vicissitudes of life and would not show it at all, that was all. But this kind of pride was carved into his bones. Some things, he was disdainful to do. Morningstar's face fell and he said, "Yi Yuan, since you obtained the divine steel injecting spirit, I'm afraid that leaving or staying isn't up to you anymore." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a light smile, "You want to forcefully keep me back." Morningstar said, "If you refuse to realize your mistake, then this emperor can only take action." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Hey, in the end, your bones still think that I'm a different species. I obtained divine steel injecting spirit. Your heavenly dragon mountain will probably find it hard to eat and sleep after today, right?" Morningstar's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, I hope that you don't force me to take action." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I, Yi Yuan, will rather break than bend. Want to make me go up the mountain? Make your move then." At this time, Long Xiaochen suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Staring fixedly at Morningstar, she said, "Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to make a move against Yi Yuan, I'll never go up the mountain." Morningstar's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Xiaochen, this is a serious matter. Don't mess around. Move aside." "I'm not moving." Morningstar's two eyes narrowed, his finger pointed lightly. Long Xiaochen then fainted. With his strength, it was too easy to deal with Long Xiaochen. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "I'll be offending you then." Facing an opponent like Morningstar, even if Yi Yuan obtained divine steel injecting spirit, it was also completely impossible to be a match. A late-stage heavenly emperor, that was a supreme-level powerhouse who was capable of truly looking down upon the world. Morningstar had not made a move yet, and Yi Yuan felt a giant mountain-like pressure descend on his body. Just as Morningstar was about to make a move, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The imposing aura on his body withdrew, and he let out a sigh and said, "Forget it, leave." Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being very surprised. Lord Morningstar actually shrunk back. The Long Yuan who was originally waiting to watch a good show could not help dropping his glasses. Just as he thought that Yi Yuan was finally going to be forced to submit, Morningstar actually brushed it over easily. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Who was that person?" His heart was akin to a clear mirror, immediately aware that it was that major power who bestowed him the heavenly dragon mark that gave the order. It was just that he was very curious about that person's identity. Morningstar shook his head and said, "When the time is right, you'll naturally know. Yi Yuan, remember, no matter where you go, you'll always be my dragon clan's pride." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he turned around and left. He had a lot of fetters with the dragon clan and also did not have any irreconcilable conflicts. There was naturally no way to cut away. It was just that he did not like Morningstar's way of doing things. That was all. After Yi Yuan left, Long Tianyu's face revealed an indignant expression and he said, "Lord Morningstar, letting him go just like that. On his body, there's the dragon clan's destiny." Although he did not want to admit it, Long Tianyu still had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent already exceeded their understanding. The significance of Yi Yuan's existence was also far more important than they imagined. How could such a person move around freely outside? Morningstar's face fell and he yelled coldly, "Does this emperor still need you to direct me how to do things? Get lost." Long Tianyu's expression changed, and he could only retreat to one side obediently. Morningstar currently needed a target to vent at this time and Long Tianyu ran out. Scold who if not him? At this time, Morningstar's heart was surging turbulently like a tsunami. It turned out that that legendary lord was actually still alive. It turned out that Yi Yuan's heavenly dragon mark was actually bestowed by him. Yi Yuan was actually the person that he picked. How many years had he already not appeared? Including those supreme powerhouses of Heavenly Dragon Mountain, they all also thought that that lord had already died long ago. Morningstar did not think that he was actually still living in this world. This news made his mind, a late-stage heavenly emperor's mental state, shook. Earlier, in front of Yi Yuan, he barely managed to maintain composure and nearly broke decorum. He was thinking, if anything really happened to Yi Yuan earlier, would that lord directly smack him to death with one slap or not? Chapter 2177. Is there still a need to compete after another 1,000 years? At the falling Maple Mountain range in the Middle Realms. This place was endowed with a beautiful scenic environment, immortal chi lingering in the air. The entire mountain range was hidden in the fog, unable to see the actual situation. Powerful spiritual energy was akin to the spring rain, nourishing everything in the mountain range. On a narrow winding trail, a man and a woman were walking shoulder to shoulder, moving along. "Young master, is elder sister Li really here?" "That's right, I'd once inquired from Jian Sutao before." Lin Changqing came from Fallen Maple Bodhidharma. "Is this Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple very strong?" Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple is 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor, an extremely famous powerhouse of the Middle Realms. "Then, if he harms you, he won't dare." This one man and one woman were none other than precisely the Yi Yuan and Lu'er who came from afar. After leaving Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan went back to release Long Xiao and the rest, and signed a soul contract with them, taking them in as servants. Following that, he ordered Ning Tianping to bring along Long Shao, Lonzuan, Long Xuan, and the rest to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. While he brought along Lu Er and directly came to the Middle Realm's fallen Maple Mountain Range. Now that his strength was already sufficient, Yi Yuan could not wait a moment longer, directly rushing up to fallen Maple Bodhidharma to find Li Er. After the divine steel injecting spirit, Yi Yuan's realm skyrocketed once more. Presently, his realm was already comparable to a second firmament Empyrean. After Chaos Realm, Yi Yuan's realm was completely different from before. Chaos Realm was divided into initial stage, middle stage, and late stage. Before reaching the middle stage, he would not encounter bottlenecks. But according to the division of Empyrean Realm, his strength was currently roughly equivalent to a second firmament Empyrean. While his Chaos World also expanded to a distance of 5,000 feet already. Halt! The two people were currently walking when two people suddenly jumped out of the fog, blocking the two people's path. One of them said in a solemn voice, "This place isn't a place that you guys should come to. Hurry up and leave." Yi Yuan said coolly. Demon Clan's Priest Temple's second sage and Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son, Yi Yuan, came to keep the agreement with Lin Changqing. When the two people heard that, their faces could not help changing. These two titles, either one could scare people to death. The demon race's priest temple was one of the demon race's top factions. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was in existence second only to the Medicine Ancestor in the Heavenspan world. The priest temple's second sage, what kind of existence was that? As for the Dragon Clan, that was even more terrifying. Although the Dragon Clan was reclusive, the Heavenspan world never lacked legends of the dragon race. Major powers emerged from this clan, it was a genuine apex race. The Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son. Using one's butt to think, they would also know that he was extraordinary. This guy looks very ordinary, saying that he has such a big background. He wouldn't be bluffing people, right? Are you stupid? We can't see through this guy's depths at all. He's likely at least an Empyrean class powerhouse too. The two of us can't make the call for this matter. Better invite Lord Yufeng to make a decision. Right, what you said is right. The two people discussed softly for a while and said to Yi Yuan, "This lord, you wait for a moment. We'll go in and report." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and did not mind. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing an exquisite long robe slowly walked out of the fog. He sized Yi Yuan up and said with a frown, "This little brother, you said that you have an agreement with junior apprentice brother Changqing." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a nod, "That's right. A life and death agreement." The moment these words came out, the faces of Zheng Yufeng and the guards changed wildly. They all did not think that Yi Yuan was actually here to cause trouble. Zheng Yufeng said in a solemn voice, "Your esteemed self have such gall, to actually dare come to our fallen Maple Bodhidharma to cause trouble." Yi Yuan flipped his palm over, a token appeared in his hand. A profound and archaic aura hit him in the face. Zheng Yufeng's expression changed drastically. He could sense that the aura on this token was much stronger than even his master's aura. It was absolutely not an ordinary item. On the face of the token, two large, simple, and archaic characters were written on it, Second Sage. This Second Sage token was brought by Ji Mo back then. It was personally forged by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It was used to symbolize Yi Yuan's identity. It was one of a kind. This token was given by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. I think that in this world, there shouldn't be more than a few people who can imitate it, right? If you still have doubts, then take a look at this. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled aside his lapel, revealing the golden dragon imprint on his chest. Seeing this golden dragon, Zheng Yufeng's expression became even uglier. That golden dragon was incomparably ferocious, as if it was a living thing, as if in the next instant, it was going to pounce over and bite him to death. He was not aware of the Dragon Clan's matters. But a second sage newly emerging in the Demon Clan, cracking the eternal chess game, asked not, he had heard of it. He previously still thought that some major power emerged in the Demon Clan. He did not expect that the so-called second sage was actually so young. Even more so, he never expected that the Demon Clan's second sage was actually a human. Zheng Yufeng's heart shook wildly. When did junior apprentice brother Changqing provoke such a powerful existence? At this time, Zheng Yufeng no longer doubted and said with cupped fists, "Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's disciple, Zheng Yufeng, pays respect to Second Sage." I wonder how junior apprentice brother Chengqing offended Lord Second Sage. Yu Feng will apologize on his behalf. Behind the second sage stood sacred ancestor high priest. Even if it was heavenly emperor Fallen Maple, he also had to give this face. Let alone that behind this fellow also stood the dragon clan. The reason why Yi Yuan flashed his identity the moment he came up was in order to make heavenly emperor Fallen Maple cautious in taking action and be wary of the forces behind him. Presumably, with sacred ancestor high priests and the dragon clan's forces, it was sufficient to intimidate all sides. So what if he was a fifth firmament heavenly emperor? Yi Yuan said coolly, there's no need to apologize. More than 1,000 years ago, Lin Chengqing suddenly appeared in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and made a 2,000-year life and death agreement with me. We signed a divine soul contract and will not rest until we're dead. Zheng Yufeng's expression changed again, secretly cursing to no end in his heart. Could this Lin Chengqing's head be spoiled? To actually go and sign a divine soul agreement with Second Sage, never resting until they were dead. He suddenly thought that something was not right and said in puzzlement, since it's a 2,000-year agreement, then the time shouldn't be up yet as of today. Why did Lord Second Sage come here now? Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, another 1,000 years and I'll be able to kill him by huffing out a breath. Will there still be a need to compete? 1,000 years ago, when Lin Chengqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan was still only at the celestial deity realm and did not even reach the true god realm. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan was already an exalted Empyrean, looking down upon the world. 1,000 years' time was very short in other people's eyes. But to Yi Yuan, he took that short period to complete the transformation from celestial deity to being an Empyrean. Presumably, when Lin Chengqing saw him, he would definitely jump right out of his skin, right? Zheng Yufeng naturally did not know this. His brows knitted tightly and he said unhappily, Lord Second Sage's status is noble, but you're also looking down on our fallen maple bodhidharma too much, right? With junior apprentice brother Chengqing's talent, he might not be inferior to you, Second Sage, 1,000 years later. He felt that this Second Sage was too condescending, so his tone also became blunt. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, whether I'm looking down or not, you let Lin Chengqing come out to meet me and you'll know. I think that even if I lend him some guts, he also won't dare to drag on any longer. Chapter 2178, You're making me look at this. MN, you're saying that Yi Yuan came. When Lin Chengqing heard this name, he immediately jumped up. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Back then, he was also triggered by Yi Yuan. So he worked very hard and cultivated bitterly. In over a short 1,000 years, he already broke through to become a second firmament Empyrean. This speed was already quick to the extreme among those in the Empyrean realm. Zheng Yufeng nodded and said, that's right. He's currently at Sunset Peak. Lin Chengqing laughed loudly and said, this kid should be here to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, right? However, he dared to covet junior apprentice sister Meng Li. I must have him die. Zheng Yufeng's expression became peculiar, and he said in a solemn voice, looking at his appearance, he doesn't look like he's here to beg for mercy. Lin Chengqing waved his hand and said very surely, he must be here to beg for mercy. The 2,000 years agreement isn't up yet, so why would he come to fallen maple bodhidharma? Back then, when I saw him, he hadn't even reached the true god realm. It can't be that he cultivated to Empyrean in 1,000 years' time, right? With this, Zheng Yufeng also became somewhat uncertain. Yi Yuan was just like a mortal in front of him. He could not see through his depths at all. While talking, Yi Yuan gave him an unfathomable feeling. In the beginning, he still thought that Yi Yuan was an Empyrean powerhouse. But hearing Lin Chengqing, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to be an Empyrean. In this world, which monster could cultivate from the celestial deity realm to the Empyrean realm in a short 1,000 years' time? Perhaps Yi Yuan was relying on his identity in oppressing people by force. Zheng Yufeng still wanted to say something when Lin Chengqing already left with a loud laugh. Senior apprentice brother, still in a daze here for what? Follow me to go teach this punk a good lesson. He already could not wait and wanted to devastate Yi Yuan. This kid embarrassed him badly back then. Now that he delivered himself to the doorstep, if he did not humiliate him well, how could he dispel the hatred in his heart? Sunset Peak was the first peak of fallen maple bodhidharma, and it was also where the entrance to the mountain was. Yi Yuan stood on the plaza, carefully feeling the thick to the extreme spiritual energy all around, and he could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This fallen maple bodhidharma should be on an offset of the Heavenspan mountain. Cultivating in this kind of place would simply yield twice the results with half the effort. Just as he was ruminating, Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly flickered, looking at the arrival with a smile that was not a smile. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, you want to beg for mercy from this Empyrean? This Empyrean tells you, it's impossible. Lin Changqing took a step out of the void and used a sympathetic gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was also sizing up Lin Changqing, recalling back then, when Lin Changqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, how haughty and all-powerful was that? If not for Treasure Pig flying off the handle and sending him flying with a sneeze, perhaps Yi Yuan would have long been killed by Lin Changqing. Even if the Yi Yuan back then had millions of methods, he could only look and do nothing. But 1,000 years passed. Lin Changqing broke through his cultivation realm and became a second firmament Empyrean. Even so, now he could no longer muster up Yi Yuan's interest. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he could smack a second firmament Empyrean to death with one slap. No matter how strong this second firmament Empyrean was. Looking at Lin Changqing again, Yi Yuan's eyes already carried a trace of pity. Lin Changqing, not seeing you for 1,000 years, you disappoint me too much. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Lin Changqing laughed coldly and said, what? Want to preserve the last of your dignity? It's no use. During these 1,000 years, this Empyrean strength has already grown to an extent that you can't imagine. Experience it well. Finished talking, the aura on Lin Changqing's body erupted out without the slightest reservation. On Sunset Peak, the berserk aura swept out, making people give sidelong glances. Martial Uncle Changqing has actually already broken through, becoming a second firmament Empyrean. His cultivation speed is also too fast, right? These are 3 types of laws. Martial Uncle Changqing actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Who is that kid? To actually dare provoke Martial Uncle Changqing, is he tired of living? Lin Changqing's seniority in Fallen Maple Bodhidharma was extremely high. His talent was also extremely great. He had not shown himself for a long time. Now that he displayed his strength, it directly renewed the understanding of his fellow apprentices, and it naturally aroused a wave of exclamations. At this time, Zheng Yufeng also just happened to rush over. Seeing Lin Changqing reveal his strength, his pupils could not help constricting. Junior apprentice brother Changqing he is also too monstrous. In terms of talent, Lin Changqing was first-rate among them fellow apprentice brothers. His cultivation time was the shortest, but it was already almost catching up to them, these senior apprentice brothers. In this 1,000 years, Lin Changqing dwelt in the deep seclusion of his own home and virtually rarely showed face. Before closed seclusion, he still only fused 2 kinds of law powers. Zheng Yufeng did not expect that now, he actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Fusing 2 kinds of law powers and fusing 3 kinds, those were totally different concepts. If these people, were geniuses, then Lin Changqing was the genius among geniuses. He already won these senior apprentice brothers. Feeling the strength that Lin Changqing exhibited, Yi Yuan was also slightly surprised. Just looking at this scene before his eyes, Lin Changqing's talent was even stronger than the northernmost steppes Feng Tianyang. Well deserving of being a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda. The disciples were indeed outstandingly talented. It was just that, Yi Yuan's realm was significantly lower than Feng Tianyang's back then and he already annihilated him. Now that his realm was on par with Lin Changqing's, how could Yi Yuan take him seriously? Moreover, Yi Yuan's current trump cards were far more compared to that time. Ha ha ha, saw that, only a genius like this Empyrean can match up to junior apprentice sister Meng Li. An ant like you also have delusions of grandeur, wanting to contend with a proud eagle too. Now, beg me, maybe, I'll be so benevolent that I'll let you off. Lin Changqing said with a loud laugh. What he and Yi Yuan signed was a divine soul contract and not a heavenly Tao oath. If both parties were willing, they could get rid of the agreement. Of course, it must be both parties agreeing. If one party was not willing, this agreement would continue taking effect. Zheng Yufeng looked at Yi Yuan and could not help smiling coldly. So what if second sage? So what if the dragon clan's heaven's chosen son? Junior apprentice brother Changqing was also a peerless genius that was hard to come across in a million years. Even if Yi Yuan could surpass junior apprentice brother Changqing in the future, he did not have that time either. Over 2,000 years' time, it was simply insufficient to let Yi Yuan catch up to junior apprentice brother Changqing. Yi Yuan was improving, but junior apprentice brother Changqing was similarly improving. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help but laugh in spite of himself and said, "Lin Changqing, really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. You once bragged and boasted to be a genius in front of me, but now, 1,000 years have passed, you're just letting me look at this. What's even more laughable is that you're actually still patting yourself on the back." Lin Changqing's face fell slightly and he said in a cold voice, "Brat, you really don't want face when it's given. Posturing isn't done like this. You know that by getting a treasure that blocks your strength and using tricks to mislead people, you can be impudent in front of this Empyrean. If not for that the 2,000 years agreement hasn't arrived yet, this Empyrean would slap you to death with one palm right now. Treasure that blocks strength, using tricks to mislead people." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amusement, and he said with a light smile, "Then open your eyes and take a look at whether or not I'm using tricks to mislead people then." Chapter 2179, What Kind of Ant You Are. With Yi Yuan as the center, a circular aura slowly pushed outward. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Lin Changqing's world domain seemed like paper paste, directly being crumbled apart. That feeling was like an egg meeting a rock. Lin Changqing's expression changed wildly, frenziedly urging his world power, attempting to block Yi Yuan's advancement. However, it was no use at all. The two people's engagement was like a strongman and a child pushing each other. The strongman pushed the child completely one-sidedly. The aura extended out very quickly, reaching a distance of 5,000 feet. This radius of 5,000 feet was watertight and impregnable. Yi Yuan was the sovereign. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They were unable to imagine why Yi Yuan's domain would be so solid. The Lin Changqing, who was likewise a second firmament Empyrean, actually did not even have the strength to fight back. Lin Changqing's himself, his eyeballs even popped out. He looked at Yi Yuan with a stunned face, just feeling that his mind was somewhat numb and unable to wrap itself around this. You, second firmament Empyrean, how is this possible? Lin Changqing somewhat doubted whether or not his eyes had problems. He thought before, Yi Yuan was extraordinarily gifted and could break through to the true God realm in a short 1,000 years. He could even break through to the late-stage true God realm. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan only used a short 1,000 years' time to go from being a celestial deity to becoming a second firmament Empyrean. Now, Yi Yuan was already standing on the same starting line as him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's domain power was extremely condensed. It was clearly more than a level higher than him. This indicated that Yi Yuan did not pursue speed blindly and disregard his foundation. Zheng Yufeng also opened his mouth wide, with disbelief written all over his face. Junior apprentice brother Changqing had always been called a monster in fallen maple bodhidharma. His talent was extremely great and his cultivation speed extremely fast. But his talent was simply trash in front of Yi Yuan. Remember that a certain somebody said before, "I and Li and you will never be people of the same world." You said it correctly. You and I will never be people of the same world. Yi Yuan's words struck the heart directly, making Lin Changqing's mind trembled. The same sentence, but the meaning that it had was entirely different. That was a kind of contempt that looked down from a height. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan and his positions had quietly switched over. He had never thought much of Yi Yuan before from the bottom of his heart. An ant that came from an imperial city, how could he compete with him, this peerless heaven's chosen that came from a bodhidharma? But Yi Yuan used second firmament Empyrean cultivation and shattered all of his pride to smithereens. This was just 1,000 years. Another 1,000 years, what realm would Yi Yuan reach? The 2,000 years agreement was truly laughable. 1,000 years later, just based on his cultivation realm, Yi Yuan would be able to trample him to death like stepping on an ant. Zheng Yufeng had a vacant look. He finally understood what Yi Yuan's words when he entered the mountain meant. 1,000 years later, I can even kill him by puffing out a breath. Is there still a need to compete? Yes, there was naturally no need to compete anymore. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan would at least be at the middle stage Empyrean realm, or even a late stage Empyrean realm major power. While Lin Changqing would at most be a third firmament Empyrean. But even if Yi Yuan was only at the late stage Empyrean realm, smacking Lin Changqing to death with one slap would be sufficient. So what even if fused together three kinds of law powers? Suddenly, Lin Changqing seemed to have thought of something, his gaze turning intent. Right, I still fused 3 kinds of law powers. Even if he is second firmament Empyrean, so what? In the same rank, I'm invincible. He sucked in a deep breath, the proud demeanor on his body recovered once more, and he looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Good. Since your present realm already caught up to mine, then our life and death agreement can be brought forward. In advance." These words were somewhat shameless, even Zheng Yufeng felt his face turn red. He clearly knew that he would not be able to win 1,000 years later. He wanted to bring the fight forward now. What was this if not shameless? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Changqing, his eyes full of pity as he said with a light smile, "Are you sure?" Lin Changqing smiled coldly and said, "What? Are you scared?" Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Lin Changqing, back then, when you came to Heavenly Eagle, you viewed me as an ant and said that I couldn't match up to Li Er. Today, I'll let you see that you're just an ant in my eyes, and also just how powerful Li Er's man is." Hearing Yi Yuan said it like this, Lin Changqing felt his jealousy peak. He thought that by relying on his talent, he would be able to move junior apprentice sister Meng Li one day. He also knew that for so many years, Li Er's heart had never wavered before. And now, Yi Yuan even grew to the extent of making him fearful. Looking at it now, these two people were so fitting. He became a clown instead. But at this point now, it was clearly not the time to want face anymore. Fine, since that's the case, then let's amend the divine soul contract and start the life and death wager now. Lin Changqing said with a cold sneer. But Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "The ignorant are truly fearless. You're still obsessing over the wager. That is no longer important. Isn't your reliance having fused together 3 kinds of law powers? Now, I'll stand right here, unleash your strongest strike. I'll let you see what kind of an ant you are." Lin Changqing could not help being taken aback when he heard that. Could this guy be a fool? On Sunset Peak, a wave of snickering also came over. Where did this guy pop out from? Ran all the way here from afar to seek death. Heh, strength is decent, but his head isn't useful. In this world, I've yet to hear that in the same rank, someone dares to withstand an attack that fused 3 kinds of laws. After 1,000 years of growth, Lin Changqing was no longer his goal. Lin Changqing's talent compared to Long Yuan was worlds apart. Long Yuan was trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan, let alone Lin Changqing. Killing Lin Changqing was merely a matter of snapping a finger. Even if he really killed, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple also would not dare to say much. But this place was the Bodhidharma that Li Er was at any rate. Furthermore, it looked like Li Er should have received considerable benefits in this place. Even though Lin Changqing was Li Er's pursuer, he could tell that he had more of admiration toward Li Er and was not shameless like Long Hao. If he really killed Lin Changqing, it would not be good for everyone, and it would also make things difficult for Li Er. Therefore, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to kill him either. However, Yi Yuan still wanted to let Lin Changqing know that not only was he, Yi Yuan, worthy of Li Er. Furthermore, in this world, only he was worthy of Li Er. Canceling the divine soul agreement, Lin Changqing was still somewhat in the clouds, feeling puzzled. Could this guy really be a fool? Yi Yuan, have you thought carefully? If this sword of mine goes down, you'll die. Lin Changqing said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "I'm just letting you take a look at how great the disparity between you and me is." Lin Changqing's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Since you're bent on seeking death, I presume that Li Er won't blame me either." Blue Cloud Truefeather Sword, one sword unleashing, 3 kinds of power of laws interweaved together, virtually slicing space apart. The incomparably swift and fierce sword light slashed through the void and headed straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Facing this astonishing sword, his expression did not change and his heart did not race, without the slightest intention of avoiding. The void trembled, the earth shook. But Yi Yuan was as stable as Mount Tai, not budging an inch. Chapter 2180, Repeated Blows. On Sunset Peak, everyone's expression became extremely fascinating. This move that was an attack sufficient to cleave apart mountains actually did not leave any traces on Yi Yuan's body. Similarly, a second firmament Empyrean, why would such a thing happen? Only after a while did everyone came to realize the truth, cries of exclamations linking up. Really blinded my dog eyes. Martial Uncle Changqing wouldn't be intentionally going easy, right? Facing a same rank opponent, no matter how weak the opponent, it's also impossible to be completely unscathed by standing there and letting the other party hit, right? Martial Uncle Changqing fused 3 kinds of law powers. Even a third firmament Empyrean also wouldn't dare to forcefully resist his attacks, right? Lin Changqing was a celestial figure in the eyes of these fellow sect members, an existence that they were unable to reach at all. But today, Lin Changqing went all out and actually failed to leave behind any traces on his opponent's body. This kind of impact was seriously too intense. Lin Changqing had a blank face. Looking at the Yuan, who was proud and unmoving, he muttered, "That's impossible. How is this possible? Blue Cloud Truefeather's sword actually can't even leave a mark on his body." His words were full of a bitter flavor. At this instant, he truly experienced the disparity between him and Yuan. Even just now, when Yuan reached second firmament Empyrean, he still had not despaired like so before. He still felt that he could compete with him, and that he still had the right to speak as equals. But at this very moment, the last of his pride was also crushed into pieces. Yuan was already powerful until it made him despair. Suddenly, Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and said coolly, "This brother, you watched the show for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself now?" Everyone's expression changed and could not help looking around. Sure enough, a middle-aged person slowly walked out of the void and lightly clasped his hands at Yuan as he said, "Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's eldest disciple, Jun Mingxin, pays respect to the Priest Temple's second sage. Junior apprentice brother Changqing offended second sage, this emperor apologizes on his behalf. Many thanks to second sage for showing mercy." Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, "He's at any rate Li Er's senior apprentice brother too. On the account of Li Er's face, I spared his life, that's all." Jun Mingxin smiled slightly and said, "Second sage coming to Fallen Maple, our humble place is honored by your presence. Master is already waiting on the main peak. Second sage, let us move now." Yuan nodded and said, "All right, lead the way. Please." Jun Mingxin and Yuan, one in front, one at the back, disappeared from Sunset Peak. With this, Sunset Peak completely burst into an uproar. What did I see? Great Martial Uncle, an exalted Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, actually apologized to that young man. What did Great Martial Uncle say? Second sage, what's that? Who the hell knows, but he's definitely an incredible existence. Otherwise, him being someone only at the Empyrean realm, why would Great Martial Uncle treat him with such respect? Everyone clamored to get a word in, all speculating Yuan's identity. But their levels were too low and could not come into contact with second sage this concept at all. Lin Changqing stood transfixed on the spot. Until now, he still had not reacted to what was going on. Zheng Yufeng went up and patted his shoulder, saying with a sigh, "Actually, until just now, I still wasn't willing to believe that he was the Priest Temple's second sage, an existence whose status is second only to the sacred ancestor High Priest. Even the 11 great disciples are all beneath him." Lin Changqing's entire body trembled, using a look of disbelief to look toward Zheng Yufeng. He cultivated bitterly in closed seclusion these few years and completely did not know about the outside world's affairs. But the Priest Temple, sacred ancestor High Priest, as well as what kind of figures the sacred ancestor High Priest's 11 great disciples were, he was aware. Yuan actually lorded above the 11 great disciples. Was this Yuan really the same person as the ant that he had once seen before at the Imperial City? Zheng Yufeng looked at Lin Changqing somewhat sympathetically. He knew how great the blow this time was to Lin Changqing. When an existence whom you once viewed as an ant suddenly stood in front of you, and used a gaze that looked down from a height to look at you, and you did not have the slightest strength left over to resist. That kind of despair was truly unable to use words to describe. Only using 1,000 years' time, not only did Yuan complete an all-round transcending in terms of strength, but in terms of status, he also completed a super magnificent transformation. Even his master would likely have to show Yuan some respect too, right? After all, second sage was not merely a simple person. The status signified that Yuan was the Priest Temple's number 2 figure, being an existence that no one could blaspheme. Also, that sword earlier, he was able to remain perfectly unharmed. He likely cultivated the legendary perfect 7th transformation golden body. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be just so simple. He said himself that he's also the Dragon Clan's heaven-chosen son. Zheng Yufeng could not quite bear to shoot down this junior apprentice brother, but some things, he had to let Lin Changqing know. Because Lin Changqing's matters probably would not be left at this. Yi Yuan not killing Lin Changqing, that was him being magnanimous. But, fallen maple bodhidharma provoked such a major god, could it be that it was left at that just like this? Lin Changqing's gaze turned slack, he was virtually breaking down. 1,000 years later, the blow that Yi Yuan's transformation gave people was virtually catastrophic. Heaven's chosen, in front of such a monster, who dared to claim to be heaven's chosen? Indeed, he and Yi Yuan were not people of the same world at all. These 1,000 years, what in the world happened? Oh right, where's junior apprentice sister Meng Li? Why didn't she appear? Lin Changqing suddenly thought of something and asked. Zheng Yufeng opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but then he swallowed the words back. Inside a great hall at the main peak, an old man sat up straight. Yi Yuan followed Zheng Mingxin and slowly walked in. Master, second sage has arrived. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, I pay respects to Senior Fallen Maple. Fallen Maple's gaze flickered slightly, and he said with a faint smile, this emperor has long heard that second sage resolved the eternal chess game, ask not, and as the current generation's #1 alchemy outstanding figure. I didn't expect that you were actually so young. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too kind. Fallen Maple was slightly surprised in his heart. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face. It was as if he was a deep chasm. As a heavenly emperor, he actually could not quite see through this young man. On Yi Yuan's body, there was not the slightest trace of a peerless heaven's chosen's wild arrogance, and also not the flippantness that a youngster should have. Every movement and action was neither servile nor haughty. Fallen Maple could not help sighing emotionally. Lin Changqing compared to Yi Yuan was like mud to cloud. Changqing, this child was dotted rotten by this emperor, resulting in affronting second sage without regard to propriety. This emperor apologizes for him. Fallen Maple said with all smiles. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He kept feeling that something was not quite right. Ever since entering Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, the commotion that he caused was not considered small. Even Fallen Maple was alarmed, so there was no reason for Li Er to not know. Fallen Maple would not be unaware of his intentions for coming, but he used Lin Changqing's behavior to talk about things. Something fishy. Senior Fallen Maple, I came for Li Er. I presume that you're also awake. I wonder where Li Er is at right now. This Yi wishes to meet her. Yi Yuan said. This. Fallen Maple's face revealed a look of difficulty. Yi Yuan's heart tightened, and he said in a solemn voice, what's wrong with Li Er? Fallen Maple knew that he could not hide it and said with a slight sigh, Li Er she went missing. Chapter 2181, Move aside. What? Went missing? Yi Yuan suddenly stood up, his eyes full of fury. A horrifying aura surged to the sky, practically going to turn the entire hall upside down. He went through countless hardships and stood here, standing in front of Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple, but the other party told him and Li Er went missing. This result, he was somewhat unable to accept it. When Fallen Maple and Zheng Mingxin saw this scene, they also could not help being secretly startled. Especially Zheng Mingxin. Only at this time did he know that when Yi Yuan was facing Lin Changqing previously, he did not use his full strength at all. A second firmament Empyrean actually had such power. Second sage, don't get angry first. Please listen to this emperor explaining until the end, Fallen Maple slowly said. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his fury and said in a solemn voice, you say. Fallen Maple slowly stood up and said, follow me. As he said, he flicked his sleeves grandly and brought Yi Yuan into a room. Upon entering the room, a pungent and nose-piercing smell hit him head-on. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he saw a person lying on the bed. That person was unbearably rotten from head to toe, riddled full of holes, just like a cankered corpse. When Yi Yuan looked over, he saw that that person's breathing was akin to gossamer, merely still hanging in there with one last breath. By the side, a thin and emaciated old man was currently spraying dew on the person's body and turned a blind eye to the few people who just arrived. Yi Yuan looked toward Fallen Maple, waiting for his explanation. He's called Zhou Yuanji. He's this emperor's disciple. 10 years ago, Angry Nether River was cut off and Black Flame Cave emerged. The surrounding 100 great imperial capitals turned into dead cities. Everybody said that that's a heavenly emperor's cave abode, attracting countless powerhouses over. The surrounding 7 great heavenly emperor bodiments around Black Flame Cave all sent people to investigate, but in the end, not a single one came out. The number of Empyreans that went missing was likely as many as hundreds. Fallen Maple said with a sigh. Just a year ago, there were suddenly several people who escaped from Black Flame Cave. Junior apprentice brother Yuan was one of them. It's just that after he returned to Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, his entire person fell unconscious. In this 1 year, Martial Uncle Tan Yi exhausted all kinds of means and was also unable to curb the decay of junior apprentice brother Yuan. At the rate of this situation, he probably can't last a month anymore. Jun Mingxin followed up. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said unhappily, your heavenly emperor Bodimandas have so many heavenly emperors, so why make a bunch of Empyreans go and seek death? Jun Mingxin smiled bitterly and said, not that we weren't willing to go, but that the Black Flame Cave's entrance is extremely unstable. Forget about heavenly emperors, even if late-stage Empyreans were to pass through, the cave entrance would likely collapse at once. That way, there would really be no hope at all. Pausing for a bit, Jun Mingxin continued, you don't need to suspect anything. These few years, Master has always viewed junior apprentice sister Meng Li in a different light. Her cultivation resources even make many junior apprentice brothers envious. But she's the little junior sister, and she's also pretty. So nobody haggled over these with her. The mission this time, junior apprentice sister Meng Li also took the initiative to volunteer for it. But we did not expect that this kind of thing happened. Hearing these, Yi Yuan finally calmed down slightly. His gaze looked towards Zhou Yuan and he said in a solemn voice, in that case, the crux lies with him. Fallen Maple nodded slightly and said, if Yuan can wake up, we should be able to know the events that happened inside Black Flame Cave. Yi Yuan did not say another word, came beside Tan Yi, and said in a solemn voice, move aside. Tan Yi's brows furrowed and he said unhappily, where did this little rascal come from? To dare speak to this emperor like this? This Tan Yi was Fallen Maple's junior apprentice brother, an 8-star alchemy god super existence. But such a powerhouse was being ordered around by Yi Yuan, how could he not be enraged? Except, the current Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk crap with him at all, and he said in a solemn voice, Orthodox Jade Illusory Do can indeed revive the dead, but your medicine isn't matching the syndrome. Keep doing this and he'll be dead. Being shot down by a junior so mercilessly, Tan Yi's beard billowed. But Yi Yuan being able to recognize the Orthodox Jade Illusory Do at a glance still made him slightly surprised in his heart. He knew that Yi Yuan was a practitioner and definitely had extraordinary attainments in alchemy. It was just that this brat being so wildly arrogant made him very displeased. He snorted coldly and said, Junior, this emperor has lived to this ripe old age and has never seen this kind of strange poison before. This Orthodox Jade Illusory Do is already the most ideal prescription. Could it be that you still have a better option? Yi Yuan said coolly, therefore, please move aside. Tan Yi nearly choked to death from anger and was just about to fly off the handle, but then he heard Fallen Maple say, Junior apprentice brother, this is the Demon Clan's Priest Temple's second sage, with his alchemy strength being unparalleled under the heavens. Perhaps, he can save Yuan, who knows? Tan Yi's pupils constricted, only then, sizing Yi Yuan up seriously. He had never heard before second sage, but the Priest Temple was very famous. This brat was the #1 person beneath Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Second sage, heh. This emperor wants to take a look at how much ability the Priest Temple's second sage has. Tan Yi said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan's current thoughts were not on him at all, he just said coolly, you just watch and that will do. Yi Yuan came in front of the bed and fired out a strand of chaos divine essence, entering into Zhou Yuanji's body. This wisp of divine essence circled 5 rounds within Zhou Yuanji's body and also did not find where the slightest problem lay. He only felt that Zhou Yuanji's bodily functions were rapidly falling. An irresistible decaying energy seeped out of every pore on his body. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Tan Yi smiled coldly when he saw the situation and said, Brat, even if you're some dogshit second sage, you're also looking down on 8-star alchemy gods too much. Yuanji's body, this emperor has already checked it no less than 20 times, but failed to get anything. It's not some corpse poison and he also wasn't inflicted with some poison. It's just like he's rotting out of the blue. Did you also discover that it's like this? A hint of disappointment also flashed across Fallen Maple's eyes. He heard that Yi Yuan was second sage, so that was why he felt that there was some hope. So he did not expect that it would not cut it either. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Tan Yi's mocking. The seals in his hands suddenly changed irregularly, inside the house suddenly became a sea of stars. Tan Yi's pupils constricted, immediately discovering that Yi Yuan's alchemy technique was extraordinary. Broad and profound like the sea. This was Tan Yi's feeling. Yi Yuan's hands moved like lightning, one stream of chaos divine essence after another was sent into Zhou Yuanji's body. Zhou Yuanji's body actually slowly suspended into the air and gave off a faint silver light. Seeing this scene, the three heavenly emperor powerhouses in the house exchanged sidelong glances, struck dumb with amazement in their hearts. Was this second sage's strength? Actually, when Fallen Maple saw Yi Yuan for the first time, he also had a feeling of young people could not be trusted with important tasks. After all, being called second sage at this age was a little too inconceivable. But now, his doubts were all gone. The understanding of Tao that Yi Yuan exhibited was extremely deep. At a young age, he actually already comprehended his own Tao. This kid is truly a freak. Tan Yi cried out involuntarily. Right at this time, a brilliant light flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "What a cunning thing, turns out that it's actually hiding here. Come out for me." Yi Yuan struck a palm out, directly smashing down toward Zhou Yuanji's head. Tan Yi and the rest turned pale with fright and were just about to stop him, but then they saw a dark thing suddenly fly out. Chapter 2182, Devilish Monster Appears. The dark thing vanished after a flash, being unimaginably swift, directly shuttling into the void. The three great heavenly emperors were caught by surprise and could not even react in time. However, Yi Yuan was long prepared, his mouth opening slightly. Yi Yuan uttered the true word, it was as if time stopped. That black bug had not escaped yet and was immobilized in midair. The three great heavenly emperors' eyes went wide, looking at this scene in disbelief, and actually forgot to make a move for a moment. Still in a daze for, Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Fallen Maple suddenly woke up. Pointing at the void, a powerful restriction directly spread out, thoroughly imprisoning the black bug. This was an Empyrean-level black bug. With Yi Yuan's strength, it was very hard to bind it. That was why he had Fallen Maple take action. Yi Yuan's gaze looked over toward the black bug, but the three great heavenly emperors' gazes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a monster. The impact that the scene just now gave the three of them was seriously too strong. Time and space froze at the same time. Even Zhun Mingxin was also affected by Yi Yuan's time freeze, his movement being sluggish for an instant. As for Fallen Maple and Tan Yi, the influence was negligible. The two of their strength were too powerful. But this did not hinder their shock. Heavenly Tao True Word. It's actually Heavenly Tao True Word. An Empyrean realm actually grasped Heavenly Tao True Word. Fallen Maple sucked in a cold breath and cried out in surprise. How can this kid possibly grasp Heavenly Tao True Word? Tan Yi said in surprise. What a formidable Heavenly Tao True Word. Just now, I was actually frozen for a moment. Zhun Mingxin said in shock. Yi Yuan was still unaware, looking at the black bug, his expression increasingly solemn. The aura that this black bug emitted, he was very familiar. This is, MN. All looking at me for what? Yi Yuan turned around and was just about to discuss with the three people, but then he saw that the three people were currently using extremely strange gazes to look at him. What do you think? You freaking did such a heaven-defying move and still did not allow us to be surprised. The three great heavenly emperors were rendered speechless. Invisible posturing was the most lethal. Just now, what was that move of yours? Fallen Maple asked. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, You're talking about time freeze. That's the dragon race's innate divine ability. Could it be that Zheng Yufeng didn't tell you that I'm the dragon clan's heaven's chosen son? Yi Yuan had an appearance of them getting excited over nothing. Since he threw this title out, he was naturally not some nameless person in the dragon clan. Wouldn't possessing one or two powerful divine abilities be something very normal? It was just that these people completely did not take his latter identity seriously. Time freeze, the dragon clan's heaven's chosen son. Fallen Maple muttered under his breath, clearly not knowing what this heaven's chosen son meant. The dragon clan, this kind of demon race with a supreme bloodline, each one was incomparably mysterious. In the Heavenspan world, even for heavenly emperor major powerhouses, very few could know about the secrets involved. The title of second sage was resounding like the roar of thunder to them, resulting in overlooking the identity of the dragon clan's heaven's chosen son. But now, Fallen Maple knew that Heaven's chosen son was absolutely an identity that could rival second sage. Just based on this move, This person in front of him was truly a monster that was beyond words. What kind of eyesight did Yu Mengli have to find such a peerless monster? With Yi Yuan, who could still enter her eyes. Thinking up to here, Fallen Maple could not help pitying his disciple. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "This isn't important. What's important is that this black bug is strange." The faces of Fallen Maple and the rest turned stern and asked, "Oh? What's strange?" Yi Yuan said, "This thing is called an abyss monster." That was right, the aura coming off of this black bug was precisely the aura of an abyss monster. Yi Yuan did not expect to actually see an abyss monster here. Weren't these monsters suppressed in the Dragon Eye Cave by the Dragon Clan's major powers? Could it be that Li got caught in that kind of terrifying place? Thinking up until here, Yi Yuan wished to fly to the Black Flame Cave immediately. Abyss monster, never heard of this thing before, Fallen Maple said with a blank face. Yi Yuan flicked his finger and shot out a streak of sword energy, directly annihilating the black bug, and said in a solemn voice, "You don't need to know too much. You just have to know that these things are very dangerous, and that will do. Once these things run to the outside world, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering." Suppressing abyss monsters was the Dragon Clan's secret, the outside world did not know at all. Yi Yuan naturally would not spread it either. But this thing suddenly appeared in the Heavenspan world, so it was clearly not a good omen. Hearing this, the three people's expressions were strange. But Yi Yuan already returned to the head of the bed and continued exhibiting the Chaos Heavenly Star art. His Chaos Heavenly Star art was all-inclusive, it could be said to have assembled the major accomplishments of his alchemy Tao. Using it to shave the bone and heal the injury was naturally a cinch too. Under the Chaos Heavenly Star art, everything had nowhere to hide. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that this little abyss bug actually hid inside Zhou Yuanji's sea of consciousness, being extremely covert. It was also no wonder that Tan Yi, this 8-star alchemy god, did not discover it. After a day and night, Zhou Yuanji's decaying body actually started to slowly take a turn for the better. That feeble aura of his actually slowly rose again too. When Tan Yi saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. What an overbearing alchemy technique, to actually have such a miraculous effect. No wonder Sacred Ancestor High Priest, that kind of powerhouse, actually viewed him in a different light, and he bestowed him the title of Second Sage. Another 2 days passed, Zhou Yuanji finally slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this strange man in front of him, Zhou Yuanji felt as if he was dreaming. "Zhou Yuanji, let me ask you, how is Li doing now?" The moment Zhou Yuanji woke up, Yi Yuan was too impatient to wait and asked. Zhou Yuanji clearly had not woken up from the nightmarish state yet as he murmured, Li Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "It's Yu Mengli. Didn't you guys enter the Black Flame Cave together? Where is she now? Is she still alive?" Zhou Yuanji's eyes gradually focused, akin to waking up from a dream. He struggled to recall the situation at that time, his gaze gradually becoming frightened. "Ah, don't come over. Don't come over. I'll kill you all." Zhou Yuanji seemed to have recalled some terrifying scene, his entire person became crazed, and he suddenly struck a palm out. A terrifying force erupting at such a small distance, it could be seen how horrifying the power was. But while he was quick, Yi Yuan was faster. Zhou Yuanji's force had not spat out yet, but Yi Yuan reached first despite launching later, pointing a finger out, directly restraining him. Then, an extremely powerful soul force burrowed into Zhou Yuanji's sea of consciousness domineeringly. "Yi Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Fallen Maple said in alarm and anger. Casting Soul Search, the damage to a person was irreversible. But this scenario happened too suddenly. It was already too late for them to want to stop it. Interrupting Yi Yuan at this time, it would be even more hopeless to salvage the situation for Zhou Yuanji. "Shut up, he'll be fine," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Following that, one scene after another surfaced in Yi Yuan's mind. After essence, energy, and spirit became one, Yi Yuan's divine soul strength became even more condensed and powerful. Under the circumstances of Zhou Yuanji being unconscious, Yi Yuan searching his divine soul would not cause harm. Except, this scene in the view of Fallen Maple and the rest was something inconceivable. Chapter 2183, Entering Black Flame Cave. Tan Yi looked at Yi Yuan, his expression changing again and again. He had always been paying attention to Zhou Yuanji's activities and discovered that Zhou Yuanji's divine soul did not get any damage. Such terrifying divine soul control was simply inconceivable. Even he, this 8-star alchemy god, could not achieve such precise control too. Is this the standard of second sage? Starting from when Yuan stepped into this room, the few things that he did made him, this 8-star alchemy god, feel ashamed of his unworthiness. Only then did he truly realize what kind of existence second sage was. Fallen Maple's expression was somewhat ugly as he said with a bitter smile, just what kind of a monster did Mengli this last take fancy on? Back then, I was still intent on matching her with Changqing. Thinking about it, it's really laughable. Lin Changqing and Yu Mengli, two people were Fallen Maple Bodhidharma's golden child and jade girl. Unconsciously, everyone had long already treated them as lovers. Fallen Maple was no exception either. Toward these two disciples that he was most proud of, Fallen Maple naturally consciously or even unconsciously wanted to matchmake the two of them. It was just that for so many years, Yu Mengli had always kept Lin Changqing at a distance. Fallen Maple knew that Yu Mengli had Mr. Right in her heart, so he did not mind either. In his view, when Yu Mengli reached great heights in the future and became a supreme heavenly emperor together with Lin Changqing, why would she place a mortal in her sights? But Fallen Maple never dreamed that the mortal he knew only used a short 1,000 years' time and stood in front of him. Although his strength was far inferior to his, in terms of status, it was already sufficient to stand on equal footing with him. Furthermore, the strength that he displayed, even they all, these heavenly emperors, had to look up to as well. Achieving the position of a sovereign in the future was just a matter of time. His previous idea naturally became a joke. After a while, Yuan let go of Zhou Yuanji, the expression on his face became solemn. From Zhou Yuanji's memories, he saw that Li just happened to be pursued by several abyss monsters at that time. Those Empyrean powerhouses had never seen before such a ferocious species, all fleeing helter-skelter. The events that happened later, Zhou Yuanji did not know anymore. Senior Fallen Maple, thank you for your hospitality. This Yi wants to set off for Blackflame Cave at once. Farewell. Yuan clasped his hands and was about to leave. Hang on. Fallen Maple hurriedly stopped Yuan and said, actually, our 7 great heavenly emperor bodymandas have already reached a consensus. We plan on sending elite disciples over to Blackflame Cave this time to investigate thoroughly. Our Fallen Maple Bodhidharma plan on sending Yufeng and another Empyrean realm disciple over. Why don't second sage go together with them? Yuan shook his head and said, they do theirs. I'll go on my own. Yuan was currently burning with anxiety, delaying for a moment more and Li would be in more danger. He could not wait for a second longer. Fallen Maple knew what Yuan was thinking and said, actually, Yufeng, they all are all set already. If not for second sage suddenly coming up the mountain, they might have already set off at this time. Since second sage wants to go, this emperor will have them set off at once. How's that? Yuan thought about it and said, fine as well. On Sunset Peak, Zheng Yufeng brought 4 Empyrean powerhouses and prepared to set off with Yuan. These 5 Empyreans were shockingly all middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses. The few people were just about to set off when suddenly, a figure blocked their path. It was none other than precisely Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing directly knelt down toward Fallen Maple and gritted his teeth and said, Master, please let Changqing go along. Fallen Maple said unhappily, nonsense. The Black Flame Cave is very dangerous. Even if your senior apprentice brother Yufeng went, Master is also filled with anxiety, let alone you. Go back. Lin Changqing had reddened eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, if Master doesn't let me go, I'll kneel down and not get up. Fallen Maple was just about to fly off the handle, but he heard Yuan said coolly, Senior Fallen Maple, let him go. Fallen Maple let out a sigh and waved his hand powerlessly and said, sigh, foolish. Go then, go on. With his eyesight, how could he not tell that Lin Changqing was going for the sake of Yu Mengli? It was just that. Fallen Maple gave Yuan a glance and took a look at Lin Changqing again. Finally, it turned into a long sigh. The group of people marched day and night without rest, with stars as a cloak and the moon as a hat, spending half a month's time, and finally rushed to Angry Nether Riverbank. Angry Nether Riverbank was presently already the various major factions' forbidden ground. But at this time, there were still many powerhouses surrounding and watching at the river. These people were mostly Empyrean realm powerhouses that came from the various major forces. On the river, there was an enormous and dark cave entrance. There was dense black aura smoking around it. It was as if it was a prehistoric behemoth about to devour everything. Zheng Yufeng, why is your fallen maple bodhidharma dragging your feet, only arriving now? At this time, a middle-aged man came up and said to Zheng Yufeng. Zheng Yufeng said, Brother Li Yu, we were delayed for a while by some matters, hence, we came late. Li Yu took a look at Yi Yuan and Lin Chengqing behind Zheng Yufeng and said with a frown, isn't it agreed to only send middle-stage Empyrean realms over? You guys brought two burdens. At that time, we'll still have to divide our attention to take care of them. Lin Chengqing, this brat too, the two of you stay behind. When Lin Chengqing heard that, his expression could not help changing. He was indeed a genius, but his strength had not truly become powerful yet. In front of Li Yu, he was still a junior. While Yi Yuan behaved like he did not hear it at all, slowly walking to the riverbank, and sized up the Black Flame Cave's entrance seriously. A very familiar feeling. He had stayed for as long as 10 years in Dragon Eye Cave and absorbed countless devilish energy. But the strength of this devilish energy was much weaker compared to the Dragon Eye Cave. Just as Fallen Maple said, this cave entrance was extremely unstable. Late-stage Empyrean powerhouses entering inside would probably make space collapse too. When Li Yu saw Yi Yuan ignore him, he said with an unhappy look, Hey, brat, this Empyrean is talking to you. Didn't you hear? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and turned to Lin Chengqing and said, Follow me. Finished saying, Yi Yuan stepped onto the void and arrived above the river. Lin Chengqing was taken aback when he heard that, his face revealing a look of struggle. But very soon, he clenched his jaws and followed after. Li Yu was unhappy to begin with. Seeing this scene, he sneered coldly and said, Zheng Yufeng, why did your fallen maple bodhidharma bring a fool over? He wouldn't want to enter the Black Flame Cave just like this, right? The devilish energy there, if there isn't our restriction, it's sufficient to devour Empyrean realm martial artists. This guy is seeking death. Zheng Yufeng also had a look of puzzlement and yelled in a clear voice, Brother Yi, this devilish energy is extremely formidable and has already devoured many Empyrean powerhouses. Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back and said coolly, I'll go in and take a look first. You guys just hurry up. Li Yu laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Foolish thing. If you can enter, this Empyrean will chop my head off for you to kick as a ball. Just as he was talking, Yi Yuan already arrived at the Black Flame Cave's entrance. Endless devilish energy rushed toward him and Lin Chengqing frenziedly. Lin Chengqing jumped in fright and hurriedly revolved his cultivation method, wanting to resist the devilish energy. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan cannon activated. The devilish energy poured into his body crazily. When the Lin Chengqing following behind saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Li Yu opened his mouth wide, virtually able to stuff a fist in. Chapter 2184, Abyss Monster's Strength. This guy is actually absorbing devilish energy. He absorbed so much in one go and actually didn't blow up and die. Could it be that his body is forged from meteoric iron? Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan brought Lin Chengqing and slowly walked into the Black Flame Cave. That appearance was like strolling in his own backyard. The eyeballs of those Empyrean powerhouses all stared widely. Devilish energy was extremely berserk in nature. Forget about absorbing like Yi Yuan, just absorbing a trace in, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine too. When Zheng Yufeng saw this appearance, he could not help having a bitter smile on his face. Looking at Li Yu again, he said with a snicker, Li Yu, what were you saying just now? Li Yu abruptly woke up and said with a look of embarrassment, Ah. Oh, and nothing. I didn't say anything. Seemingly afraid of everyone continuing to ask, he said ferociously. At this time, someone suggested, this matter brooks no delay. We'd better hurry up and seal these devilish energies and enter the Black Flame Cave. Everyone naturally did not have objections. With 7 major forces, more than 40 middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses took action. How shocking was this commotion? Everyone joined hands and laid down an enchantment, temporarily partitioning off the devilish energy. Bustling around for roughly 2 hours, the enchantment was finally completed. Only then did the group of Empyreans enter Black Flame Cave. Upon entering Black Flame Cave, this was totally different from the outside world's heaven and earth. This place had black smoke coiling around, dim without light, looking grim and terrifying. Li Yu and everyone had naturally never seen before such a place. What kind of damn place is this? Li Yu said with a frown. Zheng Yufeng also had a solemn look as he said, "Don't know, but it's definitely not a good place. Everybody, be more careful. This place is the Abyss Monsters world." At this time, a voice sounded out. Two figures slowly walked over from afar. It was precisely Yi Yuan, two people. Behind Yi Yuan, Lin Chengqing's eyes never left Yi Yuan's body, his gaze full of terror. "Abyss monster? What the hell is that?" Li Yu said in confusion. The other Empyreans were also at a loss. Clearly, they had not heard of Abyss monsters before. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's an extremely powerful race. All in all, everyone, just be more careful." Li Yu said with a disdainful look, "Extremely powerful race? Hoo-hoo, how powerful can it be? This heavenspan world is ruled by our human race. Even the demon race and fiend race also have to stand by the side." Another Empyrean said, "Hoo-hoo, this little brother is also exaggerating things to raise an alarm. There are so many of us middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses here. Even if a late-stage Empyrean came, we might also not be without the strength to fight. What's there to be scared of? As an Empyrean, each person had their own pride. Let alone that here were the proud heavens chosen of 7 great heavenly emperor embodiments, each and every one of them having numerous trump cards. Why would they mind some abyss monsters?" Yi Yuan's few words, they did not take it to heart at all. Li Yu's thinking actually also represented the thoughts of the vast majority of the Empyreans. Not that they did not know that this place was dangerous, but that they were very confident in their own strength. After all, those who came before were all some initial stage Empyrean realm disciples. Furthermore, the numbers were also far from as many as this time. "Is that so? Then let's go." Yi Yuan showed neither approval nor disapproval. He turned around and advanced. Li Yu's mouth curled, and he said unhappily, "What a cocky kid." The party headed towards the depths when everyone's faces suddenly became fascinating. Along the way, there were the corpses of black monsters strewn all over the ground. The auras of these monsters were all very powerful. The vast majority of them were at the true god realm. There were also quite a few at the Empyrean realm. These monsters had clearly just died not long, but they all had a common characteristic. There was a large hole opened up in their heads. Then, who killed these monsters? As plain as day, everyone's gazes all looked toward Yi Yuan. Apart from this brat, who else could there be? Everyone was secretly surprised in their hearts. In merely less than 2 hours' time from start to end, this kid actually killed so many abyss monsters. But Li Yu smiled coldly and said, "A second firmament Empyrean can kill so many monsters. So how strong can these monsters be? Heh, this brat wants to stand in the limelight and intentionally said these monsters to be very strong. In my view, it's merely thus." Another Empyrean also nodded and said, "Killing so many in one go, these monsters' strength, they are likely even inferior to ordinary same-rank humans. But the numbers of these monsters are too many, we'd best be more careful." The group of Empyreans all nodded. The number of these monsters was indeed a little too many. But looking at this, Yi Yuan's strength was still pretty good. It was just that no one was willing to admit it, that was all. Lin Chengqing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he did not say it out in the end. Yi Yuan also could not be bothered to dispute anything. His attention was placed on the terrain. He was searching for the scene when Li Er went missing according to Zhou Yuanji's memories. Roughly more than an hour's journey, the dead bodies on the ground gradually lessened. Very clearly, this place was already the limits where Yi Yuan could scout. Yi Yuan secretly went on alert. The abyss monsters in the outer regions were mostly not strong. But the deeper in, the strength of the abyss monsters gradually grew stronger. Finally, a group of abyss monsters of varying shapes and sizes dashed out, pouncing toward this group of people frenziedly. These abyss monsters were extremely ferocious, their strength also extremely strong. There was quite a number of them that were third firmament Empyrean existences. Li Yu just laughed coldly and said with disdain, "A bunch of trash. This bit of strength and they also dare to come up and court death. Truly a bunch of foolish things." Done talking, his finger pointed lightly. An incomparably swift and fierce gust of air struck one of the leopard-shaped abyss monsters. That abyss monster cried out strangely and rolled a few times on the ground, slipping away with a scamper. Clearly, he realized Li Yu's power. But Li Yu's expression changed. His gaze revealed a solemn look. He was a 6th firmament Empyrean mighty expert. That finger just now, even if a 4th firmament Empyrean took it, it would also be serious injuries if not death. But this abyss monster actually slipped away completely fine. These monsters were actually so strong. When he looked toward his companions around him again, he discovered that those 4th Firmament Empyrean human martial artists were actually evenly matched in strength with those 3rd Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. A wave of cold air rose up in Li Yu's heart. At the same time, it also rose up in everyone's hearts. Only when they truly fought did they know how powerful these abyss monsters' strength was. A 3rd Firmament Empyrean forcefully contending with a 4th Firmament Empyrean. These abyss monsters could actually jump realms to face the enemy. Jumping realms to battle in Empyrean realm. Furthermore, they were even elites among human martial artists. This scene simply subverted these Empyreans' understanding. Kill. The few leaders' faces fell, and they took action and made a move. With 5th Firmament and 6th Firmament Empyrean powerhouses making a move, the show in power was different now. In an instant, those abyss monsters sustained casualties and retreated one after another. But the expressions of these Empyreans became incomparably solemn. At this time, somebody looked at Yuan again and could not help sucking in a cold breath. Chapter 2185, Want to Die or Live? Only then did everyone realize what kind of concept Yuan exterminating hundreds of abyss monsters in an hour was. Among these hundreds of abyss monsters, there were even many that were Empyrean level. If looking at the situation of the fight just now, even a 1st Firmament Empyrean monster could also forcefully contend with a 2nd Firmament Empyrean existence. Under the corroboration of the two, just what kind of inconceivable thing had Yuan done? More importantly, he only used 2 hours. These 4th Firmament Empyreans weighed themselves over. If they fought alone, it would absolutely be a dogfight, taking a very long time. Just how strong was this brat's strength? Previously, they all did not pay attention to the look in Lin Changqing's eyes at all. But now, they finally understood. This kid must have seen something remarkable. Changqing, what in the world did you see? Zheng Yufeng pulled Lin Changqing to one side and asked softly. Even if so long had passed, Lin Changqing was still in the midst of shock. Prior to this, he did not know how strong Yuan was. But when he witnessed Yuan butchering these abyss monsters, he finally understood that he and Yuan were already people from completely different worlds. A massacre. A complete massacre. Those 2nd Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters couldn't last one exchange under his hands at all. He only needed one punch to annihilate the other party. Lin Changqing said, Yuan could annihilate a 2nd Firmament Empyrean abyss monster with one punch. Wanting to kill him was clearly just a matter of snapping a finger. Just what kind of freak did he provoke? No wonder junior apprentice Sister Mengli had always maintained a distance from him. No wonder even though he was so outstanding, junior apprentice Sister Mengli had always been aloof and indifferent. It turned out that she actually had such a monstrous lover. With such a man, how could he still enter her eyes? This term was a pile of dog shit in front of Yuan. Zheng Yufeng's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, massacre. Doesn't that mean that he has at least peak 3rd Firmament Empyrean combat strength? But Lin Changqing shook his head and said, I suspect that it's more than that. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. He really had the capital to be arrogant. At this time, no one treated Yuan as a junior anymore. Being able to exterminate so many abyss monsters with his power alone, it would also absolutely not be as effortless as Li Yu these 6th Firmament Empyreans. Li Yu's gaze glimmered slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, why would these monsters be so strong? It's completely illogical. No wonder the Empyrean realm martial artists that entered this place before, none of them returned. Zheng Yufeng nodded and said, what Brother Yi said earlier is right. Our mission has to be done cautiously. If the matter can't be accomplished, we must withdraw straight away. Actually, everyone already somewhat wanted to beat a retreat. But there was no harvest until now. They could not give an account after returning to their respective factions either, so they could only toughen their scalps and carry on walking. However, what surprised everyone was that the journey that followed was unexpectedly calm. There were actually no abyss monsters coming to attack them again. But it was precisely because of this that the uneasiness in everyone's hearts grew stronger. Li Yi's heart was somewhat racing as he asked, Yuan, boy, have you seen these monsters in the past before? Yuan nodded and said, seen before. Just what are these monsters? Also, where have you seen these monsters before? Li Yu asked. Yuan said coolly, no comments. Li Yu could not help choking when he heard that and said angrily, cocky for what? You punk. Not only have you seen these monsters before, you can even absorb devilish energy. In my view, you're definitely together with the monsters. The moment these words came out, the group of Empyreans involuntarily pulled apart some distance from Yuan. Indeed, Li Yu's random guess made everyone give rise to suspicion in their hearts. Yuan was too peculiar. When Li Yu saw that he isolated Yuan with one sentence, he could not help feeling smug in his heart. Who knew that Yuan simply ignored him and walked forward without consulting anyone? Li Yu was thoroughly infuriated by Yuan's action of overlooking. "Brat, this Empyrean is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Li Yu said in a great rage. Yuan still ignored him. How could he know that Yuan was currently not in the mood to play this sort of game with him at all? All of his thoughts were placed on looking for Li Er. Regarding the clues and inklings around, Yuan would not let any of it go. It was just too bad that up until now, Yuan did not discover any situation. Under his rage, Li Yu's aura erupted, and he was about to make a move against Yuan. But right at this time, a streak of black light flashed past in the dark night. The place where Yuan was standing actually had a large pit blasted out. Everyone's expression changed. They saw an abyss monster standing at the place where Yuan stood previously. While Yuan's figure was already gone. Could it be that Yuan was killed just like that? However, they did not have time to think too much, because a large group of abyss monsters suddenly scurried out around them. There were as many as several dozen. Furthermore, the aura of each one was very strong. They were actually all middle-stage Empyrean realm strength. The expressions of the group of Empyreans changed wildly. They were surrounded. A despairing mood spread among the Empyreans. These were all middle-stage Empyrean realm abyss monsters. Judging from the situation that they encountered previously, they did not have the slightest chance of victory at all. You guys came right on time. Let me ask you, have you all seen this human female before? Suddenly, a figure flashed at the top of a tree. Yuan condensed Yu Mengli's image with divine essence. But his words were asked at the abyss monster who ambushed him previously with a divine soul brand. He had also asked before those Empyrean level abyss monsters previously, but those abyss monsters did not know at all. Now, encountering these stronger abyss monsters, Yuan asked once more. "Ha ha ha, human brat, why should this Empyrean answer your question? Become this Empyrean's snack obediently. If this Empyrean is happy, maybe I'll tell you." That sixth firmament Empyrean powerful existence said with a loud laugh. This abyss monster's aura was the strongest. Clearly, it was the leader of this group of abyss monsters. Sixth firmament Empyrean could virtually sweep across the Empyrean powerhouses present. This punk actually didn't die, Li Yu said in shock. He knew how terrifying that strike earlier was. Furthermore, it was even a sneak attack. If it were him, he also did not have absolute confidence in avoiding. Yuan was actually completely unharmed. Yuan let out a sigh and put away Li Er's image, and said coolly, "Then, there's only beating until you all say it." The abyss monster leader laughed loudly and said, "Arrogant and conceited brat, just based on the likes of you all, these lowly humans, you also want to beat us noble abyss monsters." Yuan ignored him, but he shouted at Li Yu and the rest, "Hey, do you all want to die alive?" Li Yu's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Rubbish. Of course it's want to live. But just based on you, what right do you have to say such words?" Yuan said coolly, "If you want to live, don't resist, do as I say. If want to die, then just take it as I didn't say anything." Chapter 2186, Pummeling. The faces of the group of Empyreans all changed irregularly. A second firmament Empyrean asked them if they wanted to die alive. This scene was rather comical. But the circumstances were more persuasive than rational thinking. At present, it already reached the moment of life and death. It did not allow them to be wayward. The choice determined the outcome. Was it to believe Yuan or to fight to the death? Li Yu had a very conflicted face. He disliked Yuan's cocky appearance greatly. But he was similarly clear that with the current situation, they probably could not even escape if they wanted to. "Brother Yi, I'll listen to you." At this time, Zheng Yufeng was the first to step forward and fervently support Yuan. He knew that the time left for them was already not much. "Little brother, hope that you don't scam us." Another person stepped forward. "Little brother Yi, this Empyrean is handing this old life to your hands." Facing the terror of death made everyone make a decision very quickly. In a certain death situation, everyone could only choose to believe Yi Yuan. Li Yu's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and also said, "Brat, if you dare to scam this Empyrean won't let you off even if I become a ghost too." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and suddenly fished out a large bunch of golden needles. When everyone saw the situation, their faces could not help changing. What did this kid want to do? I'm going to poke you guys a bit. Don't resist, otherwise, I can't answer for the consequences, Yi Yuan said coolly. Li Yu's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you wouldn't be wanting to stab the acupoints with a golden needle, right?" Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "That's right." Li Yu's face fell and he said, "Nonsense. So many of us, by the time you finish applying the needles, the flowers would have turned yellow. Are you freaking screwing with us?" Hearing Li Yu's words, quite a few people revealed unhappy looks. Clearly, they all felt that they were being made fun of. The Abyss Monster leader also laughed loudly as it said, "Ha ha ha. Kid, just based on a few needles and you want to deal with noble Abyss Monsters?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Who said that I'm going to apply the needles one by one? I said, don't resist, otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." It's coming. Everyone's hearts turned cold, only to see Yi Yuan need seals. Several hundred streams of golden light turned into flowing light, dancing wildly in the darkness. In one breath, several hundred streams of golden light flashed and disappeared. The group of Empyreans only felt like their bodies were being bitten by several ants. Then, a boundless power emerged from every pore on their bodies. What powerful strength! I feel like I'm already invincible under the heavens. This is Golden Needle's piercing acupoints method. Truly too amazing. Ha ha ha, you bunch of trash, come over and fight with Grandpa. Each Empyrean's body erupted with a fearsome aura. Just like their strength instantly increased by one realm. Li Yu felt that power coming from all over his body and felt like he could contend with 7th Firmament Empyreans. At this moment, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became incomparably surprised. In an instant, controlling several hundred golden needles and accurately stabbing into the acupoints of every Empyrean's body without error, what kind of terrifying control was this? Although he was not an alchemist, he also knew that this kind of terrifying control was not what ordinary alchemists could achieve. Golden needle piercing the acupoints method, the strength, divine essence, soul force, as well as precision, so on and so forth, the things that needed to be paid attention to were far too many. Furthermore, among the Empyreans present, each person's strength was different. Each person's realm was different. The situation was incomparably complex. It could be said that how to apply the needles for each person had to be tailor-made. Golden needles piercing the acupoints method was an extremely dangerous method. The difference in millimeters was something that could be fatal. But Yi Yuan drafted up a set of acupuncture outline for everyone in such a short time. Even if an 8-star alchemy god came here, it was also impossible to stimulate each person's potential so precisely. What kind of monster was this fellow? Those opposite were monsters, but this monster in front of them was even more terrifying than those monsters opposite. The Abyss Monster leader finally discovered a hint of something amiss. The auras of these Empyreans suddenly became very powerful. However, he did not feel that Abyss Monsters would lose to weak humans. "Minions, kill for me. Tear these foolish humans to shreds," the Abyss Monster leader bellowed. Under the word of command, several dozen Abyss Monsters roared and charged over toward the human Empyreans. "Haha, perfect. Watch this Empyrean tear you trash into pieces." These human Empyreans all had their strength skyrocket, brimming with vigor and energy. They were just worried about having nowhere to vent it. Seeing the Abyss Monsters rush up, they did not retreat, but advanced instead, directly rushing over. For some time, the human Empyreans and Abyss Monsters fought and killed until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, with the void trembling. Li Yu Abyss Monster and actually directly charged toward the Abyss Monster leader. This leader was 6th Firmament Empyrean. Even if he could not deal with a 7th Firmament Empyrean human martial artist, exterminating 6th Firmament Empyreans was still very easy. But when Li Yu clashed together with him, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage. The human Empyrean powerhouses all seemed to have been injected with stimulants, and actually fought and killed until the Abyss Monsters steadily lost ground. This kind of horrifying strength fought until the Abyss Monsters cried out strangely. By the side, when Lin Changqing saw this scene, he was transfixed. His strength was too weak, Stabbing or not stabbing him was irrelevant to the overall situation. Yuan did not apply golden needles piercing acupoints on him either. This guy's means were truly inconceivable. At this time, he actually somewhat regretted following after. The more he came into contact with Yuan, and the more he witnessed Yuan's methods getting more and more, the more that he felt ashamed of his unworthiness. He currently even had a feeling that only someone like Yuan was worthy of Yu Mangli. Him pursuing Yu Mangli was simply sullying her. Lin Changqing shook his head hard, attempting to shake this kind of thinking out of his head. But it would not go away at all. In front of Yuan, he grew less and less confident. These human Empyreans were the elites of the various bodhidharmas to begin with, their strength far surpassing their peers. Now that their potential was stimulated, each and every one of their strength skyrocketed, and they could actually pummel same-rank abyss monsters. The originally certain death situation actually became a one-sided situation now. Especially the high-level combat powers, Zheng Yufeng and the rest, their strength was about the same as Li Yu's. Currently, they even rampaged in all directions, killing those fifth firmament Empyrean abyss monsters until they were in a sorry plight. After they managed to find time, they joined Li Yu's battle group. 1 versus 1 became 2 versus 1 became 3 versus 1. The abyss monster leader nearly vomited blood at this time. But, even if he wanted to run now, he could not run away either. Under the pincer attacks of the few mighty experts, the abyss monster leader was getting defeated not long after. The devil monster leader's aura became weaker and weaker. In the blink, it was riddled with injuries, its strength being less than 10%. Leave it alive, Yuan called out. Li Yu said with a cold snort, this kind of monster, spare for what? Just kill it. As he said, he suddenly made a move and was about to slay the devil monster leader. A thunderclap-like voice seemingly shouted out from great antiquity. The few mighty experts were caught off guard and were actually immobilized at the same time. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the devil monster leader. Yuan directly plunged a hand into the devil monster leader's head. He grabbed the devil monster leader's tarnished black devil crystal. Chapter 2187, Forgot to tell you. Seal. Yuan gave a cold cry and sent out a force, directly sealing the devil monster leader's tarnished black devil crystal. This series of actions did not even reach a breath of time. Finishing with all these, time freeze suddenly shattered. Everything returned to normal. The few great Empyreans used eyes like having seen a ghost to stare fixedly at Yuan. This guy actually froze all of them just now. Although it was just a short instant, they were really unable to do anything during that moment. This guy can actually control space-time. What was that just now? Heavenly Tao true word. Li Yu looked at Yuan, his eyes full of shock. Although Yuan's golden needles piercing the acupoints turned the battle situation around, the unhappiness in Li Yu's heart was not dispelled. He knew what Yuan wanted to do, but the unhappiness from before turned into a wicked mentality during that moment. He wanted to kill this devil monster leader and sever Yuan's hope. But Yuan used this sort of bizarre way to save the devil monster leader. How could this not surprise him? How many methods did this brat have? Done with all this, Yuan turned around, seething with killing intent. Li Yu's way of doing things already touched his bottom line. Don't you forget, after the golden needles pierced your acupoints, there will be a period of extreme weakness. At that time, your life and death will be dictated by me. Yuan's words were bone-piercingly cold. Li Yu's expression changed drastically. He only cared about venting his anger earlier, why would he think so much? Currently, upon Yuan's reminder, only then did Li Yu suddenly startled awake. Those golden needles indeed let him obtain powerful strength, but what about after tiding over the immediate crisis? Suddenly, Li Yu's two eyes narrowed and he said with a hideous grin, so what? This Empyrean hasn't passed the powerful period yet currently. Zheng Yufeng's gaze turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Li Yu, do you still want face? If not for Yuan, we'd probably have long been killed by these abyss monsters now. You actually want to repay kindness with ingratitude now. Li Yu smiled coldly and said, so what? This punk is so unbelievably cocky. This Empyrean has long been displeased at the sight of him. Now, the crisis has already been resolved. We also roughly understand the situation here already and can go back and report on the completion of the mission. This brat doesn't have much use anymore as well. Zheng Yufeng's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, have you asked me about wanting to kill Yuan? Or is it that you think that everybody will look on with folded arms? Li Yu chuckled and suddenly made a move. A large number of umbrellas flew towards the sky, instantly enveloping the few powerhouses in the vicinity fully. Zheng Yufeng's face changed and he cried out in shock, 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. You actually even brought this out. 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure of the Clearwater Bodhidharma that Li Yu was from. Or should it be said that it was a quasi-heavenly emperor spirit treasure? This spirit treasure had a resounding reputation within the 7 major factions' sphere of influence. It was because this Empyrean spirit treasure could absorb the divine essence of the martial artists within a certain radius, and then supplement it onto themselves. This was equivalent to reducing the opponent's strength when fighting and increasing one's own strength. If it was under the situation where their strengths were on par, this Empyrean spirit treasure would be a trump card. And this Empyrean spirit treasure was most formidable during group battles. Like now, at this time, everyone only felt that a portion of the divine essence in their bodies was instantly drained. While Li Yu's aura was in the midst of soaring madly. Finally, he actually stepped into 7th Firmament Empyrean. Although this was just temporary, he truly possessed the strength of 7th Firmament Empyrean right now. Ha ha ha, now, is there still anyone that wants to come out and protect this brat? Li Yu looked like a cat that ate the canary, letting out a wild laugh. How could the others still be Li Yu's match after having a significant amount of divine essence drained? Even Zheng Yufeng also shut his mouth sensibly. Speaking at this time was equivalent to seeking death. He could not help looking toward Yuan, having a worried look on his face. Just earlier, a stream of strange power circled one round inside Yuan's body, attempting to draw out his divine essence. But this force actually could not extract Yuan's chaos divine essence. In the end, it returned without accomplishing anything. Yuan looked at Li Yu expressionlessly and said coolly, "This Empyrean spirit treasure is pretty good. I'll be accepting it." Li Yu narrowed his eyes, a cold light shining as he said in a cold voice, "Reckless and blind thing. Is your reliance that heavenly Tao true word? With my present strength, you can at most only freeze time for that instance. Even if I stand there and let you hit, what can you do to me? But how many times can you use this martial technique?" 7th Firmament Empyrean versus 2nd Firmament Empyrean, the disparity in between was a massive chasm. Even if Yuan's combat strength was astonishing, it was also very hard to kill Li Yu in an instant. Hence, he had nothing to fear. Yuan's eyelids raised slightly, and he said coolly, "If you keep spurting nonsense, the golden needle's piercing acupoints method will time out." Li Yu could not help choking when he heard that and said in a solemn voice, "Courting death." Under his rage, Li Yu exerted all of his strength. The tremendous power of 7th Firmament Empyrean made the faces of everyone present change drastically. 6th Firmament Empyrean to 7th Firmament Empyrean, this was a massive gulf. Now, Li Yu crossed this gulf. How many times did his strength increase? More importantly, Li Yu was still under the effect of the golden needles right now, his strength terrifying to the extreme. Crimson Moon Azure Light Sword, one sword emerging, countless streaks of azure lights were akin to dense rain, stabbing at the place where Yuan was at. Unavoidable, after a bout of indiscriminate bombardment, a large pit was blasted out at the place where Yuan was standing at. Even the void had several cracks blasted out, while Yuan vanished without a trace. Li Yu chuckled and said, "So what even if you have a lot of measures? So what if you know the golden needle piercing acupoints method? Didn't you still die at this Empyrean's hands? This move is lacking in power. Just a reminder, the duration of the effect doesn't have long remaining." A leisurely void sounded out behind everyone. Everyone turned around, but saw that Yuan was currently standing on top of a tree, very cozy. While his body did not have any injury at all, Li Yu's pupils constricted and he looked at Yuan in disbelief as he gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. My Crimson Moon Azure Light Sword even locked space down. How did you escape?" Yuan was still expressionless as he said, "Forgot to tell you. My spatial law is already comprehended to the peak 6th firmament. I'm afraid that it's a little hard for your degree of attack to want to harm me." Li Yu's entire body trembled, his eyeballs almost popping out. Spatial law comprehended to peak 6th firmament, what kind of concept was this? Beneath Heavenly Emperor, it was far too difficult to want to kill Yuan. Unless one planned things beforehand, like Long Shao, locking down all space. Otherwise, there was basically no hope. But now, Where would Li Yu go and make arrangements? A despairing mood instantly spread throughout Li Yu's entire body. Could not kill Yi Yuan, then there was only waiting for Yi Yuan to come and kill him. Li Yu actually knelt down toward Yi Yuan involuntarily. Brother Yi, Li Yu, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount I's Spare Me. Chapter 2188, that's right, playing you. When he said this, Li Yu was practically sobbing. His greatest reliance was the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. Under such a circumstance, it could let his strength soar. But who knew that Yi Yuan's greatest trump card was not whatever golden needles piercing acupoints, nor was it some heavenly Tao true word. It was actually spatial law. While Yi Yuan could not win against him, Yi Yuan did not need to fight with him at all. As long as Yi Yuan ran the timer out, he could only stretch his neck out for the executor's blade. This was impressive. Sixth firmament spatial law. Brother Yi's strength is truly inconceivable. At a young age, how can he be so monstrous? Could it be that this guy started cultivating in his mother's womb? Hey, Li Yu, this fellow calculated everything, but he failed to calculate this. He finally kicked a metal plate today. Yi Yuan looked at Li Yu and said coolly, sparing you, it's not that I can't. When everyone saw the situation, they secretly nodded one after another. This was also within reason. Li Yu's status in Clearwater Bodhidharma was rather high, otherwise, he would not have been bestowed the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. Yi Yuan was apprehensive of the faction behind him, so sparing his life was also ought to be. Otherwise, after going out, Yi Yuan would have endless trouble. Li Yu's eyes glinted and he said in pleasant surprise, as long as Brother Yi lifts your hand high up in mercy, Li Yu is willing to pay any price. Yi Yuan's finger pointed at the void, pointing at the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella as he said, I want it. Li Yu's face changed, his expression ugly as he said, this. The 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella is my Clearwater Bodhidharma's precious treasure. It can't be easily given to people. If handed to Brother Yi, I'll definitely be heavily punished after going back. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, if you don't hand it to me, you'll suffer a heavy punishment right now. Li Yu was silent for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine, I'll give it to Brother Yi. His hatred toward Yi Yuan in his heart was already heinous. But the circumstances were stronger than people. He had no choice but to lower his head right now. Li Yu secretly swore in his heart. After going out, he would definitely request his elders to take action and exterminate this hateful punk. At once, Li Yu did not hesitate either, calling in the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella and wiped away his divine soul imprint, and gave this quasi-emperor level Empyrean spirit treasure to Yi Yuan just like this. Done with all these, the time limit for golden needles piercing acupoints finally arrived as well. The Empyreans present wailed out, all collapsing from exhaustion. But being able to preserve their lives was already very good, this bit of agony was naturally no big deal. Furthermore, everyone discovered that Yi Yuan's golden needles piercing acupoint technique was extremely profound. It only made them collapse from exhaustion and did not cause any damage to their bodies or cultivation. This way, everyone was naturally endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan put away the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella, arrived before Li Yu, and said coolly, the time is up. I can send you on your way. Li Yu's expression changed wildly and he said in alarm and anger, You played me. Yi Yuan admitted it very shamelessly, that's right, played you. Wanting the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella was merely to drag it out. Do you think that without you, I won't be able to wipe away your divine sense imprint? Ever since absorbing the large amount of sea of law that time, the soul-suppressing pearl already completely advanced. It became a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. With the soul-suppressing pearl's current strength, wouldn't wiping away Li Yu's divine sense imprint still be easily accomplished? The reason why he played the hypocrite with every semblance of sincerity was merely to prevent a cornered dog from biting, that was all. Li Yu was incomparably ashamed and resentful and roared furiously, If you dare kill me, Clearwater Bodhidharma won't let you off. Yi Yuan said coolly, so what? You taunted and jeered along the way, I couldn't be bothered to haggle over it. But when you attempted to kill the Abyss Monster leader, your time of death arrived. Yi Yuan was not someone who sought revenge for the smallest grievance, but if Li Yu killed the Devil Monster leader, it would be equivalent to severing hopes of finding Li Er. He could not tolerate this. Li Er's life or death was unknown. Yi Yuan was in a heavy mood to begin with. Li Yu provoked him time and again. He originally could not be bothered to haggle over it, but in the end, he actually repaid kindness with ingratitude and wanted to kill the devil monster leader. One had to know, Yuan was their group's life savior. Li Yu was simultaneously alarmed and enraged, but at this time, he was already a fish on the chopping board. So how could he still have the strength to resist Yuan? Currently, Li Yu's divine essence had been exhausted. He did not have any spare strength to protect his body at all. A cold light flashed. Li Yu perished, his Tao dissipating. Everyone looked at this scene in great shock, being shocked by Yuan's ruthlessness and decisiveness. A sixth firmament Empyrean, Clearwater Bodhidharma's future heavenly emperor powerhouse, was blotted out by Yuan just like that. Those Clearwater Bodhidharma Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter, afraid of Yuan transferring his anger onto them. Who knew that Yuan turned around and walked toward the abyss monster leader? The monster leader looked at Yuan, his eyes full of terror. This human brat was too bizarre. Yuan was clearly different from other humans, aware of where the weakness of abyss monsters lay. Detaining his tarnished black devil crystal, even if he had monstrous strength, he was also a piece of junk now. Human brat, give up. This Empyrean won't tell you what you want to know. It's impossible for the noble abyss monsters to submit to humans. The monster leader looked at Yuan and said with a cold smile. Yuan suddenly grabbed, holding the tarnished black devil crystal in his hand. Chaos Heavenspan cannon quietly revolved and started absorbing the tarnished black devil crystal's power. The monster leader's entire body trembled, looking at Yuan in disbelief. This human was actually absorbing the tarnished black devil crystal's power. He could actually absorb the tarnished black devil crystal's power. He only felt that the strength in his body was being extracted bit by bit. Yuan's speed of extracting the tarnished black devil crystal was not fast, but this way, the monster leader's fear would gradually magnify. You rest assured, I won't devour all of your strength. When your strength drops to the true God realm, I'll release your seal and let you go back. I think that your companions should be very happy to see you. Then, Yuan said coolly. The monster leader's body shuddered again, its gaze full of terror. The monster leader cried out, You're a demon. Yuan had lived for more than 10 years in the Dragon Eye Cave and had killed before no idea how many abyss monsters. How could he not know their habits and characteristics? The abyss monster world was 100 times, 1,000 times crueler than the human world. The rise of a sixth firmament Empyrean devil leader followed the wake of countless slaughter and suppression. When those companions of his see his strength fall to true God realm, his outcome would be unbelievably wretched. Yuan ignored the devil leader, he just quietly absorbed the power in the tarnished black devil crystal. True suffering was not dying all at once, but the process of quietly waiting for death. Terror spread in the devil leader's body little by little. The other Empyreans all quietly watched Yuan, their eyes full of astonishment. They could feel that the devil leader's aura was diminishing bit by bit, while Yuan's aura was growing stronger little by little. Yuan was actually absorbing the devil monster leader's strength to increase his own strength. Just what kind of freak was this guy? Finally, the devil monster leader could not endure this kind of despairing feeling and broke down. I'll talk, I beg you, stop absorbing. Chapter 2189, continuing forward. Listening entirely to the news from the devil monster leader, Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. Li did not die, but Li was captured. These abyss monsters were actually going to send Li into the abyss space. With the devil monster's level, he did not know the reasons involved. The human powerhouses who fell into the Black Flame Cave previously were already all devoured by the abyss monsters. Only left Li alone. There were clearly more unknown secrets involved. Although it was Yuan's first time hearing abyss space this place, there was no need to guess that he also knew that the place was the abyss monster's main camp. If Li went there, even if he had exceedingly formidable abilities, it would also be hard to rescue her. Yuan knew that this abyss space definitely had immensely powerful existences. Otherwise, why would those Dragon Clan major powers suppress in the depths of the Dragon Eye Cave? For some time, Yuan's heart burned with anxiety. At this time, Zheng Yufeng went up and consoled him. Zheng Yufeng said, Brother Yi, junior apprentice sister Mengli will be blessed by the heavens and definitely turn calamities into blessings. Yuan forcefully pressed down the anxiety in his heart and nodded slightly as he said, Senior apprentice brother Zheng, thank you for your auspicious blessings. Arriving here, I believe that everyone also knows the situation in the Black Flame Cave. Continuing to advance further, I'm afraid that everyone won't be able to return anymore. It ends here then. The few leaders nodded one after another, all agreeing with Yi Yuan's view. This damn place, they did not wish to stay for a moment longer. If not for Yi Yuan, they would already currently be dead until dregs did not remain. Zheng Yufeng let out a sigh and said, "There's only like this." Suddenly, Lin Changqing rushed in front of Yi Yuan, and pointed at Yi Yuan as he roared angrily, "Yi Yuan, you coward! Do you plan on leaving junior apprentice sister Mengli here alone?" Everyone cast strange gazes toward Lin Changqing. Yi Yuan's choice was naturally the wise choice. Continuing forward at this time, what could he do apart from sending himself to death? Lin Changqing's action was a little too impulsive and without due consideration. Yi Yuan ignored Lin Changqing and said to the few leaders with clasped hands, "Gentlemen, we'll part here." Everyone was stunned. What did this mean? Zheng Yufeng asked probingly, "Brother Yi, you aren't leaving together with us?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Li is in danger. How can this Yi look on with folded arms? Even if I lose this life, this Yi will also have to rescue her." At this time, tenderness revealed in Yi Yuan's eyes made the group of Empyreans cast sidelong glances too. Only then did everyone know that Yi Yuan's meaning was that they should leave, while he would stay. What a lovesick man! Zheng Yufeng was taken aback and urged, "Brother Yi, it is not that this Zheng isn't concerned about junior apprentice sister Mengli. Didn't you also see it? Continuing forward is certain death. Is such a thing that brings destruction on yourself worth it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's not worth it or not, only willing or not. Gentlemen, let's part here." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought the devil monster leader and turned around and left. Lin Changqing was frozen on the spot. Abruptly startling awake, he took quick steps and caught up to Yi Yuan. "I'll go too," Lin Changqing said with a firm gaze. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Changqing and said calmly, "If I go myself, there's a fraction of assurance. Bringing you, this fraction will be gone. If you insist on following and sending yourself to doom, I have no objections either. But don't follow me." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold. The meaning of his words was already very clear: you could only get in the way if you follow. Lin Changqing's complexion turned deathly pale with a whoosh, feeling all the strength in his body being drained. If it were before, if anyone dared to say such things in front of him, he would definitely have sent a slap over. But now, after witnessing Yi Yuan's series of inconceivable means, his confidence was long demoralized until it was battered black and blue. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile as he said, "All right, I got it." Finished talking, Lin Changqing turned around, his back view being indescribably lonely. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Changqing's back view and shook his head slightly. He understood Lin Changqing's thoughts. It was just too bad that no one could understand his nod with Li. Lin Changqing could only be a passerby. Zheng Yufeng also sighed slightly. Toward this scene, he had nothing to say as well. To talk about Lin Changqing, he was absolutely exceptionally gifted, being the most unequivocally talented among them apprentice brothers. It was just a shame that his opponent was Yi Yuan, in front of such a monster, so what even if one's talent was any greater? Yi Yuan brought the devil monster leader and gradually vanished from everyone's line of sight. Zheng Yufeng and the rest did not dare to stay too long either, withdrawing one after another. After an hour, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped and asked the devil monster leader, "Do you have a name?" The devil monster leader trembled and said, "This lowly one is called Mosius." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "From today onward, you're my slave. Now, let's sign the devil-devouring contract." Mosius's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of terror. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually even knew about the devil-devouring contract. How could he know that Yi Yuan had killed countless abyss monsters in the Dragon Eye Cave and had long thoroughly grasped some information about the abyss monsters? This devil-devouring contract was similar to the slave contact of humans. Once the contract was formed, the abyss monster would unconditionally obey the other party and become the other party's slave. If there was the thought of resisting, they would immediately get a backlash from the contract and die, with their outcome being extremely miserable. Under normal circumstances, even if abyss monsters were to die, they would not sign a devil-devouring contract too. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's methods, Mosius could not refrain from shuddering. Even if we signed a devil-devouring contract, you also can't possibly rescue that human girl. Further in are all late-stage Empyrean lords. There are even heavenly emperor-level lords holding down the fort. If you go, there's no hope at all. Moses gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yuan looked at him and said coolly, that's not something that you should be worried about. You can choose to die or sign a devil-devouring contract with me. Dignity, this thing, once lost, then it would be lost again and again. Under Yuan's despotic power, Moses finally still signed the devil-devouring contract with Yuan. Master. Moses lay prone in front of Yuan, his attitude being incomparably humble and polite. Yuan nodded slightly. Suddenly, his aura changed. Thick devilish energy poured out of Yuan's body and wrapped his entire person up. Thick black fur also grew on Yuan's body. He looked exactly like an abyss monster. Abyss monsters had no common form. Humanoid shapes were also not in the minority. Master, this is too inconceivable. Moses was shocked until he could not use words to describe it any longer. A human actually became an abyss monster with a sway of his body. Even he, this sixth firmament Empyrean super powerhouse, could not differentiate the truth in the slightest. What kind of existence was this master of his? Yuan said coolly, can your heavenly emperor powerhouses differentiate my appearance? Moses shook his head hard and said, absolutely impossible to tell. All of the characteristics on Master's body are identical with abyss monsters. They absolutely can't differentiate Master from abyss monsters. Yuan nodded and said, that's good then. You take these tarnished black devil crystals and recover your cultivation as fast as possible. Chapter 2190, 1,000 years in a blink. Along the way, the devilish energy gradually grew thicker. In the surroundings, some powerful auras appeared at times, and then disappeared. These auras were much stronger than even Moses's. Yuan followed him. It was smooth along the way. There were countless checkpoints they had to pass through. The two people finally arrived at a small-scale city. When a guard saw Moses, he asked, Moses, not garrisoning your own territory, what are you doing here? Yuan noticed that the guards here were all Empyrean-level powerhouses. Moses hurriedly answered, I'm here to meet Lord Manya. There's an important matter to report. The guard's gaze landed on Yuan and he said in a solemn voice, who is he? Moses explained, he's my subordinate. This important information was discovered by him. The guard said coolly, Lord Manya is currently trying to cheer the divine daughter up. I'm afraid that he doesn't have time to meet you. You go to the courier station to rest first and await summons. Moses was taken aback and said, divine daughter? What divine daughter? The guard smiled and said, you still don't know. It's that human female who was captured. Great sage Ninyarijin said that she's the divine race's divine daughter and is to be sent to the abyss world. Otherwise, how can she possibly live until now? Yuan's heart shook wildly when he heard that. How did Li become a divine daughter? Also, what the hell was this divine race? For some time, Yuan's heart was in an upheaval. It was as if this matter concerned some earth-shattering secrets. Your Excellency, this lowly one has a way to coax that human divine daughter to cheer up, Yuan said to the guard. The guard was taken aback and said, you really have a way. The divine daughter kicks up a road daily about wanting to return to the human race. It's no use no matter how Lord Manya persuades her. His head is almost exploding. If you really have a way, that will be a major achievement. Yuan said, Your Excellency, rest assured. This lowly one will definitely accomplish it. The guard said, all right then, you guys go to the courier station first. I'll go and report to Lord Manya. Moses brought him to the courier station. Monstrous waves surged in Yuan's heart. The abyss monsters here were no longer disorganized like he had seen before. On the contrary, the abyss monsters in this city were like an army. A city, courier station, guards, these were not things that a race like the abyss monsters would have. Although the intelligence of abyss monsters was rather high, their world leaned more toward fierce beasts. The weak were prey and the strong feasts, and the strong survived. Also, hearing about the divine race and the divine daughter, what kind of place was this abyss space? Asking Moses, he was not clear either. With his status, he could not come into contact with these at all. Moses was just a weakling who was banished outside. He took orders from Manya, and Manya brought him here. That was all. Also, there was this region of space. No matter how Yuan looked, Why did it seem like a sundered boundary connecting the abyss space and the heavenspan world? Since the dragon clan was suppressing the abyss space, it showed that that place was the only passageway. Then what was the deal with this place? For some time, countless doubts and suspicions lingered in Yi Yuan's heart. Not long after, that guard came to the courier status and found Yi Yuan. When Manya heard that Yi Yuan could cheer the divine daughter up, he was overjoyed and made Yi Yuan go over at once. When Manya saw Yi Yuan, he asked with uncertainty, "You can make the divine daughter feel at ease and stay?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Lord Manya, rest assured. Not completing the mission, this lowly one will carry my head to see you." Manya's eyes lit up and he said with a big laugh, "Good. If you can make the divine daughter set her mind at rest and stay, this emperor will give you great rewards." Finished talking, Manya brought Yi Yuan and arrived at a stone house. The stone house was very spacious, but the moment Yi Yuan got close, he discovered that a lot of restrictions were laid down in the perimeter. These restrictions, Yi Yuan actually had never seen them before. They were very profound. Clearly, this was in order to prevent Li Er from running. Upon entering the door, 2 items flew over with a whoosh. Inside the house, a woman's angry yell came over, "Scram! I asked you all to get lost. Are you all deaf?" But these words sounded like the most moving honeyed words in Yi Yuan's ears. How many years had he not heard this voice already? This separation was already close to 2,000 years. Time did not wear away his feelings but made longing converge into a sea instead. When that beautiful figure landed in his eyes, Yi Yuan's heart that was firm as stone also melted. Sniff, sniff, big brother Yuan, Li Er can't see you ever again. Sorry, really sorry. Li Er didn't do it on purpose. After the tantrum, Li Er lay on the table, crying her heart out. Yi Yuan's heart quivered, practically about to shed tears. In his impression, Li Er was good-natured and lovely, graceful and dignified. She would never be so irascible. But now, she knew that this departure would be eternal separation. That kind of hopeless feeling poured out from the depths of her heart. That was why she would become like this. Manya had a depressed look. These few days, he was suffering Yu Mengli's fury. Manya gave Yi Yuan a look. Yi Yuan got the meaning and moved a few steps forward, bowing as he said, "Lord Divine Daughter, this lowly one has good news to tell you." Yu Mengli suddenly exploded and roared angrily, "I don't want to hear any good news. You get lost for me. You ugly fellow, scram for me." Suddenly, Yu Mengli's entire body trembled, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes. The boundless rage suddenly became tranquility. Yi Yuan bowed his body, but a pair of eyes met with Yu Mengli's. One look was sufficient between him and Li Er. Although this abyss monster in front of her, from external form, looking at the aura, she completely did not recognize, but no idea why, this look immediately made her quieten down. Why did this look so familiar? Why did this look so alike Big Brother Yuan's? He was clearly an abyss monster, so why? Li Er's entire person turned stiff there. Manya's gaze flickered. There was a chance. Yu Mengli's reaction was also quick, her pretty face turning cold as she said, "What good news, say?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "The human race that side sent people to come and find Divine Daughter." Yu Mengli's heart quivered and she said, "What happened to them?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "What else can there be? They were naturally sent packing by Lord Mosius." Yu Mengli's brows furrowed, and she reproached, "You this fellow, deliberately showing off in front of me is it?" The moment Manya heard that things were going wrong, he hurriedly scolded, "You damn thing," intentionally using this news to anger Divine Daughter. But who knew that Yu Mengli waved her hand and said to Manya, "Forget it, you withdraw first. Since there's that side's news, I want to hear him say." Manya hurriedly answered and withdrew. As long as this ancestor stopped kicking up a row, all would be fine and right with the world. Leaving Yi Yuan behind to chat with her also seemed to be a pretty good choice. He was not scared of Yi Yuan bringing Yu Mengli and running away either. After all, the restrictions here were laid down from Lord Niniorigen. Even a heavenly emperor powerhouse could forget about escape from here too. The moment Manya left, Yu Mengli's gaze looked at Yi Yuan somewhat blurry as she said, "The look in your eyes is very similar to an old friend of mine." Yi Yuan smiled slightly, chaos world power quietly releasing, wrapping him and Li Er up inside. Chapter 2191, Escape. The black fur subsided, his divine essence quietly changed. Inside the chaos world, Yi Yuan recovered his original looks. When Li saw this magical scene, her beautiful body shuddered, with her eyes full of disbelief. Ever since being captured, Yu Mengli had been living in despair and fear every day. Fear toward the future, fear toward the unknown. She knew that she could not see Yi Yuan anymore. But, in the midst of this despair, Yi Yuan actually broke through the layers of blockades and shackles, and then he arrived in front of her. Her shock could be imagined. Surprise, worry, longing, countless emotions interweaved in Yu Mengli's heart. Big brother Yuan, I'm not dreaming, right? Yu Mengli's eyes were blurred by tears as if she was in a dream. Yi Yuan walked forward and lightly hugged Li as he said, of course it isn't a dream. Big brother Yuan came to fetch you home. I even thought that I won't ever see you anymore. Sniff, sniff. 10 years of despair, being snatched from the jaws of death, the agitation in Yu Mengli's heart currently simply could not be controlled. Her state of mind was like grabbing onto a piece of driftwood before drowning. That sort of agitation was simply hard to put into words. How could Yi Yuan not know Yu Mengli's feelings? He did not speak either, just lightly hugging her like this as he said, cry. It will feel a little better after crying out. No idea how long passed either, the crying gradually stopped. Only then did Yu Mengli slowly lift her head. She looked at Yi Yuan as she said, Big brother Yuan, sorry, Yi Yuan helped her to wipe away the tears and said with a light smile, silly girl, is there still a need to say this sort of words between you and me? There's no need to say anything. I understand. These 2,000 years of scrambling, who did Yu Mengli do it for? Of course it was for him, Yi Yuan. As for this kind of outcome, it was naturally not what Li hoped for either. How could Yi Yuan blame it on her? One sentence, 2,000 years of grievances, all melted away. After feeling sad, Yu Mengli felt even more shocked. With her current second firmament Empyrean strength, she actually could not see through Yi Yuan's cultivation. Big brother Yuan, is this your world? It seems to be different. Only at this time did Yu Mengli notice it. She saw the surrounding scenery and discovered that it was greatly different from ordinary small worlds. She was rather surprised. Just what kind of boundary had Yi Yuan reached at the moment? Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right, my world is called Chaos World. It's indeed different from ordinary small worlds. I'll tell you about this again in the future. We have to think of a way to get out of here first. Yu Mengli shook her head and said, Big brother Yuan, I know that you're very impressive, but it's no use. This room's restrictions were laid down by the divine race's Nin-Origin. His strength is unfathomable. Yi Yuan asked curiously, just what kind of race is this divine race? Why would you become their divine daughter? Yu Mengli said, they said that the divine race is a race that's blessed by heaven. Hence, they call themselves as the divine race. The divine race has a sparse population, but each one is unbelievably powerful. As for me, I don't know either, but it might be related to my spirit and body fusing into one. When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows could not help knitting tightly together. A race blessed by heaven. Such high-sounding sentiments. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the demon race, they both did not dare to utter such big talk. Then why would this divine race get mixed up with the abyss monsters? Yi Yuan said, abyss monsters take pride in serving the divine race, and they obey the divine race absolutely. As for the relationship between them, I don't know. Yu Mengli clearly did not know much either. But Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. Abyss monsters were extremely strong, far surpassing same-rank humans. But such a proud race actually bowed their heads in submission toward the divine race. It could be seen that this divine race was definitely very powerful. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, the restrictions here are extremely powerful. Even space is sealed, but as long as we leave this house, I have confidence in bringing you out. Li revealed a difficult look as she said, but they won't let me go out of this house at all. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, relax, leave it to me. Exiting the stone house and switching on the restrictions, Manya let out a long sigh in relief. Hoo-hoo, Moses, this brat that you brought is pretty good. If he can coax divine daughter, you will be considered to have rendered a major accomplishment. At that time, this emperor will transfer you to the divine capital. Manya looked at Moses with a look of praise. These few days, Yu Mengli's performance gave him a terrible headache. Today, he could finally heave a sigh in relief. He was naturally very satisfied with this kid who performed pretty well. Moses said sincerely, sharing Lord Manya's burdens as Moses' honor. Manya nodded slightly and said coolly, "These few days, Lord Ninjarigen has been handling the matter of the Two Worlds Passageway. I reckon that it's almost time. Once the Two Worlds Passageway is secured, we'll be able to send Divine Daughter into the abyss space." "Oh, right, what were you looking for me for?" Moses said. Subordinate came to report to Lord Manya that these few days, there was another batch of human powerhouses who entered the passageway again. This batch of human powerhouses was very strong, but they were still beaten off by us. But this time, this subordinate only had a Pyrrhic victory, the casualties being extremely heavy. Manya's two eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, "You this fellow, turns out that you're complaining to this emperor about being hard up. Relax. Later, I'll transfer some manpower from the other outer region commanders there to you." Moses was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Lord Manya." Manya chuckled and said, "Want to thank this kid that you brought. If he placates the Divine Daughter, what does this minor matter count for?" The abyss monster race was quite unruly. Making them deal with women, it was simply even more tortuous than going down to the 18th level of hell to Manya. Yi Yuan's appearance today completely liberated him. So how could he not be happy? This way, he also did not have his former airs when talking to Moses, and he was very cordial. No idea how long had passed either, movements came from inside. "Lord Manya, Divine Daughter has already agreed to stay. She says that she has something to tell Lord Manya." "Lord Manya, please come in." Inside the stone house, there was a restriction that transmitted one's voice outside. Yi Yuan's voice came from inside. The moment Manya heard, he could not help being overjoyed, hurriedly opening up the restrictions. The moment the stone door opened, Manya was about to enter the stone house. But right at this time, he suddenly discovered something amiss. There was no abyss monster in the house, but an additional human. Manya immediately felt that it was not good and was about to erupt. Yi Yuan bellowed, the vital energy in his body surging crazily. With this time freeze, he virtually used all of his strength. Instantaneously, the power of heavenly Tao restrained Manya. However, Manya was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. He was far from what the current Yi Yuan could immobilize. Tao marks swam on his body. He was about to burst through the fetters of time freeze in a moment. However, Yi Yuan only needed this brief moment. When he opened his mouth, spatial law was already set in motion, bringing Li and teleporting outside of the stone house. Spatial node technique. Yi Yuan brought Li and Moses, executing the spatial node technique, returning to Moses territory in an instant. Chapter 2192, Come and Fight. This series of actions was natural and smooth, being unbelievably fast. From executing the immobilizing art to teleporting out, to executing the spatial node technique, it was just the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Yi Yuan had long calculated everything. When Manya broke through the constraints, he would have already slipped away long ago. Manya was merely a first firmament heavenly emperor. Although he was extremely strong, the constraints of time freeze on him were still a little useful. What Yi Yuan needed was just that instant. Returning to Moses's territory, he displayed the greater teleportation art again. It was impossible for a heavenly emperor to catch up to him within a short time too. As long as they escaped outside of the Black Flame Cave, those abyss monsters would not be able to do anything to him anymore. Upon landing, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly bringing the two people and executing greater teleportation. Although this Black Flame Cave was large, with Yi Yuan's current spatial law, teleporting out was merely the matter of a few breaths of time. Three people traversed through space and could see the Black Flame Cave's entrance in several breaths of time. Seeing the blue sky outside of the Black Flame Cave, Li Er's face revealed a look of wild elation. She did not think that she could actually return to the Heavenspan world. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, urging spatial law to the limit. He was not worried about Manya, who he was worried about was that divine race powerhouse. He had never seen before divine race powerhouses and did not know how strong divine race powerhouses were. If there were any variables to his plan, it would likely lie on this divine race powerhouse. The entrance got closer bit by bit, but Yi Yuan's breathing became more and more ragged. 100,000 feet, 50,000 feet. 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 1,000 feet. The entrance was right before their eyes. Yi Yuan three people could already see the angry Nether River outside. A terrifying fist force tore through the void and arrived in an instant. The void trembled, Yi Yuan's greater teleportation art was actually directly broken. The three people fell. Yi Yuan suddenly raised his head, a figure was standing above the entrance area. Because of the lighting, it could not be seen distinctly. This figure stood with his hands behind his back, the gaze that looked down from a great height showed disdain upon the three people. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, only to see that the other party's figure was no different from ordinary humans. But the aura exuding off his body was actually quite similar to heavenly Tao. And on his body, one fine line after another entwined around. Tao mark. Yi Yuan looked at the other party, his expression incomparably solemn. Powerful, a might that made people suffocate. This kind of might actually gave Yi Yuan a feeling of not being able to overcome with force. Seeing this person, Li Er's eyes revealed a look of despair. Ninyorigin. This person was the divine race powerhouse, Ninyorigin. Divine daughter, follow Ninyorigin back. The divine race is your home. Ninyorigin said expressionlessly. Yu Mengli bit her lips lightly and shook her head and said, I'll never go back. Ninyorigin sighed lightly, but turned to Yi Yuan and said, You're the Yi Yuan that the divine daughter spoke of. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, That's right. It's me. Ninyorigin nodded slightly and said, Entered the divine capital alone and brought divine daughter out under layers of experts. I've got to say, you're very outstanding. If I wasn't around, you'd likely really succeed. It's just too bad that you have to die. A hint of decisiveness flashed across in Yu Mengli's gaze and she said, If Big Brother Yuan dies, I won't drag out an ignorable existence either. Ninyorigin smiled lightly and said, Not killing him also works, you go back to the abyss with me. Yu Mengli said without the slightest hesitation, Fine, I'll go with you guys. As she said, one powerful aura after another gathered over from all directions, surrounding Yi Yuan three people tightly. Manya rushed over first. Kneeling down in front of Ninyorigin with a thud, he said in fear and trepidation, Great sage Ninyorigin, Manya deserves death. Ninyorigin said coolly, Give me a reason not to kill you. Manya's entire body trembled, recounting the events previously in detail. When Ninyorigin heard, his brows could not help furrowing. He was previously consolidating the spatial channel and felt the fluctuations in space, that was why he would take action. If not, Yi Yuan would have long already brought Li Er and escaped at this time. Hence, he was also very enraged at the Manya who was guarding Yu Mengli. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such miraculous means, to actually be able to bring Divine Daughter away with such a bizarre method. Even with Ninyorigin hallowedness, he also could not help secretly feeling lucky at this time. Just a little bit and Yi Yuan would have succeeded. Uncle Ninyorigin, what's going on? At this time, a young man stepped on air and came over, arriving beside Ninyorigin. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This young man's aura was the same as Ninyorigin's, also of the divine race. Ninyorigin nodded slightly and said, It's Shin. Shin, someone wants to bring away the divine daughter. Luckily, this was stopped by me. Shin's eyes turned to Yi Yuan and he said with a frown, It's this lowly human. Ninyorigin nodded and said, That's right. Shin had a look of disdain as he said, Lowly humans all deserve to die. Blaspheming the divine daughter is even committing a crime upon crimes. Manya, why haven't you taken action? Manya had a ferocious look on his face, he was incredibly furious with Yi Yuan. An exalted heavenly emperor was actually played by a human. Furthermore, it was even a human who was much lower realm than him. Yes, Lord Divine Son. Manya kowtowed in reply and was about to make a move. Ninyorigin shook his head and said, Divine Daughter agreed to go with us, so let him leave. Divine Daughter, can you leave with us now? Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan, a look of reluctance to part. But she had no choice but to leave. If she did not go, with Yi Yuan's strength, there was no hope of walking out of this place at all. It was missing just this one final step. Yu Mengli smiled bitterly and painfully in her heart. Big Brother Yuan, take care. Tears fell down the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes. However, at that moment she turned around, a hand grabbed her. Big Brother Yuan, Yu Mengli was taken aback. Yi Yuan smiled very radiantly, but it carried a hint of heroism and sorrow. He and Li Er had their hearts linked up, so how could she not know what Yi Yuan was thinking? Yeah, with Yi Yuan's personality, how could he possibly watch her leave and not do anything? Yi Yuan looked at Ninyorigin and said with a cold smile, So what if divine race? Today, I'm going to battle this divine race. Want to bring Li Er away, can. Step over my dead body. How can I, Yi Yuan, stand behind my woman and wag my tail pitifully? Ninjorigin's gaze flickered slightly and did not speak. Shin's mouth curled and he said contemptuously, "You've got some backbone, but what right does a weakling like you have to say this? You are only fit to stand behind women and wag your tail pitifully. This divine son wants to see how tough your bones are." Done talking, Shin gave a look. Manya understood this signal. It was only to see him reach his hand out. He beckoned, and then several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters directly surrounded Yi Yuan 3. People tightly. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, "Li you go out first." Yu Mengli knew that this was probably Yi Yuan's fight with the least chance of victory to this day. Even when facing Kanuo back then, Yi Yuan also had a glimmer of hope. But the person Yi Yuan was facing today was Ninjorigin, a supreme powerhouse. "Big brother Yuan, you be careful." Forcefully enduring tears, Yu Mengli withdrew out of the battlefield. Yi Yuan released his aura and yelled coldly, "Come and fight." Chapter 2193, Kill, 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 Come and Fight. The three words being spat out of Yi Yuan's mouth were akin to evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, reverberating in the entire sundered boundary. The domineering aura made Yi Yuan look akin to a god of war. He was not to be profaned. Not a single person actually dared to step forward. Several hundred Empyrean powerhouses were absolutely an extremely terrifying force in the outside world. Such a lineup could practically take down the vast majority of great imperial capitals in the Heavenspan world already. But now, they were intimidated by Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan drew the bone sword and stood proudly among them, with the heroism and sorrow of a warrior who would never return again. He understood that this was just that first wave. But he did not care. Why should he, Yi Yuan, fear a battle? Shin's brows furrowed tightly, clearly very dissatisfied with these abyss monsters' performance. "What are you all still waiting for? Want this divine son to personally take action?" Shin yelled coldly. Only then did those abyss monsters seem to go crazy, charging over toward Yi Yuan. Several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters, there were even quite a number of 4th and 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters among them. What kind of terrifying force was this? Yi Yuan's bone sword drew a line, sword hollow edge suddenly attacking. With one exchange, 3 first and 2nd firmament Empyrean-level abyss monsters died under the sword. But it was also this instant that Yi Yuan fell into the sea of monsters. All around him was surrounded fully by powerful attacks. It was just that these attacks were nothing to Yi Yuan. Under spatial law, he could easily avoid this degree of attack. Those he had to truly be careful about were 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. Because these existences could hurt him. Under such a chaotic battle, it was impossible for Yi Yuan's spatial law to completely avoid injuries. After all, the strength of 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters was too strong. Yi Yuan's sword swam like a wandering dragon, wandering among the horde, coming and leaving as it pleased. Places that it arrived at, it would reap the lives of those low-level abyss monsters mercilessly. True a sword crossing the void. True sword hollow edge. Yi Yuan executed one move after another, and he actually killed many of them until the monster horde was in a great fluster. Shin frowned, clearly being very dissatisfied with the performance of the abyss monsters. Humph, truly a bunch of useless things. So many Empyreans actually can't do anything to a 2nd firmament Empyrean. Shin said with a cold snort. But Ninjorigin was not like him. Instead, he said rather interestedly, "Shin, this punk isn't weak. Furthermore, this punk is odd." Shin said with disdain, "So what? In front of the divine race, the human race is merely an ant that will crumble at the first blow." Ninjorigin shook his head and said, "This boy is greatly different. Did you notice it? He's completing battles after battles, absorbing the power of the tarnished black devil crystals." How sharp were Ninjorigin's eyes? Although Yi Yuan did it covertly, he saw it clearly. With each abyss monster he killed, he would snatch the tarnished black devil crystal over and secretly absorb its power. But at this time, Yi Yuan's speed of absorption was 10 times than normal. The current Yi Yuan could not care about whatever realm stability anymore. He had to rapidly increase his strength right now. He had to nurture his strength through constant battles, and he would then break through to the peak initial stage chaos realm in the midst of the process. Initial stage chaos realm did not have a bottleneck. As long as he kept on absorbing, he could increase his strength rapidly. At present, His realm was currently swiftly rising toward the peak chaos realm. Hence, even though the battle was fierce, Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence did not reduce, but it increased instead, his strength skyrocketing. Shin's expression changed and he cried out in surprise, "How can it be possible? Humans will explode and die from absorbing devilish energy." Ninja smiled lightly and said, "Hey, what's strange about this? Even though I don't know what cultivation method this boy is using, he can actually simulate the aura of abyss monsters and hoodwink everyone. It's sufficient to indicate his formidable aspect." Shin's entire body trembled and he said in disbelief, "How can it be possible? This sort of thing, even our divine race can't accomplish it." Ninja smiled and said, "The man that can make divine daughter take a fancy to is bound to be extraordinary. Of course, he's naturally much worse compared to divine son." Only after hearing this did Shin's expression become much better. "That's of course. Our divine race is this world's strongest race to begin with, while each of our branches divine sons and daughters, they are all distinguished talents among peers, absolutely powerful existences. How many cruel battles has this divine son experienced before I have today's position? Just based on him, a mere human, what qualifications does he have to be mentioned in the same breath with this divine son?" Ninja smiled slightly, clearly very much in approval of this. He knew that for Shin to be able to have today's achievements, that was relying on absolute strength, crushing his peers and standing proudly above all heroes. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. At this time, Ninja suddenly turned to Yu Mengli. Taking a step, he arrived in front of her. "Stop!" Yu Mengli shouted coldly. Ninja smiled and said, "Divine daughter, Ninja has already promised to let him go. It was him who isn't willing. Can you go with me now?" Yu Mengli smiled coldly and said, "Don't you think about it. My divine essence has already spread throughout my entire body. As long as you move, I'll explode and die. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Ninja's brows furrowed. He did not think that divine daughter was actually so decisive. Letting out a sigh, he said, "Forget it, carry on watching then." At this time, the battle already entered a white-hot stage. Yi Yuan's sword emerged like the wind, killing with each move, and already killed several dozen abyss monsters. His realm already closed in on peak initial stage chaos realm. But by the side, Manya was in a thunderous rage and let loose a torrent of abuse towards the subordinates below. "Are you all a bunch of pigs? So many Empyreans actually can't deal with a puny little human." He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Those fifth firmament Empyrean powerhouse existences could not touch Yi Yuan at all and were brought around in circles by Yi Yuan. While Yi Yuan was like a sharp blade, places that he passed through, he would wantonly reap lives. Seeing that the situation was not good, Manya roared loudly, "All of you go down for this emperor, kill this boy." He was speaking to the dozen over 6th firmament Empyrean commanders. And right at this time, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. Finally, he reached peak initial stage chaos realm. Yi Yuan roared thrice, stepped onto the void, the spirit of the true dragon emerging. Heretic dragon dominating space. The spirit of the true dragon trampling down. The sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, the void trembling. Below 5th firmament Empyrean, they were actually all smashed to death by this foot. One foot crushed more than 100 Empyrean abyss monsters to death. 6th firmament Empyreans had yet to take the stage and those 5th firmament Empyrean powerhouses were already frightened until they retreated to one side. There was only Yi Yuan alone on the battlefield, being the last one standing. The entire place was dead silent, everyone used incomparably shocked eyes to look at Yi Yuan. Even those 6th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters who were just planning on going down, they were actually all cowed into not moving forward. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend god, giving people a feeling of not being able to overcome with force. The arrogant and unyielding abyss monsters were also suppressed by Yi Yuan in aura. Consecutively slaying several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters, not only his imposing momentum did not diminish, it rose to another high instead. Yi Yuan's word pointed at the firmament and he glared furiously as he roared, "A bunch of ants, to dare claim to be exalted, come again." Chapter 2194, Battling Divine Sun. This was a battle without hope, but Yi Yuan's arrogance made heaven and earth terrified. Even for a powerhouse like Ninja, the look of disdain on his face gradually faded away too. What replaced it was a hint of respect. Yi Yuan was not a god. Under the attacks of several hundred Empyreans that spanned the sky, even if he was proficient in spatial law, he already sustained considerable injuries too. But this did not affect his astonishing imposing momentum in the least bit. Kill for me, you fools, do you want to anger this emperor to death? He's just one person, only one person. Manya was enraged until he stomped his feet and roared at his subordinates. Those 5th and 6th Firmament Empyrean Devil Monster commanders also seemed to feel ashamed, all roaring and charging toward Yuan. At this time, the Abyss Monster's numbers plummeted sharply, but it scaled new heights in terms of quality. Without a bunch of initial stage Empyreans dragging down, but gained a batch of even stronger 6th Firmament Empyreans. How daunting was this kind of strength? Several dozen black figures dashed over from all directions, virtually without dead angles. The powerful aura practically sealed off all of the space. An attack without dead angles. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Shin's mouth. Dead, no matter how impressive his spatial law is, he'd definitely die without a doubt under this strike too. Shin said with a cold smile. He pondered about it. If he were Yuan, under this kind of attack without the slightest blind spots, there would be no hope for survival. One word emerging, time froze. Everything around came to a standstill. The several dozen incomparably berserk abyss monsters were instantly immobilized in midair. No matter how formidable his strength was, no matter how many the numbers, under Heavenly Tao True Word, it was to no avail too. Shin's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in incredible shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Even Ninja-Origin's pupils also shrunk, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Although he knew that it was impossible for Manya to deceive him, he still did not quite dare to believe it. Heavenly Tao True Word, time freeze. This kind of thing, even he could not do it too. The noble divine race could not do it too. This mere 3rd Firmament Empyrean human actually accomplished it. But at this moment, he finally understood why Yuan could bring Yu Mengli an escape. Heretic dragon dominating space, Yuan shouted angrily, the divine dragon appearing once more. Upon trampling down, the 5th Firmament Empyreans were immediately pulverized into a scattered mess of flesh and blood, not a single one survived. 6th Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters also scattered flying everywhere, all heavily injured. The combination of these two mighty dragon race innate divine abilities may be rated as invincible. If not for Yuan's realm being too low, killing these abyss monsters would be no different from killing chickens too. But even so, this foot going down, 6th Firmament Empyreans sustained serious injuries. At this moment, everyone deeply felt Yuan's might. Even though there were many powerhouses here, there were quite a number of late-stage Empyrean realm abyss monsters and also the Heavenly Emperor-level Manya. There was even a supreme powerhouse like Ninja-Origin. But Yuan, this 3rd Firmament Empyrean, still brought to them an indelible shock. Was it that abyss monsters were too weak? It was just that Yuan was too strong. However, Yuan did not stop. Several dozen streaks of sword light instantly emerged, flying straight for those 6th Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. Those abyss monsters fell to the ground with a loud bang, without the strength to battle anymore. The entire scene fell into dead silence once more. One exchange, several dozen 5th Firmament Empyreans died, and 6th Firmament Empyreans were seriously injured on the brink of death. Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed toward them. The tarnished black devil crystals were all sucked over by him. With his cultivation method revolving, streams of black energy poured into Yuan's body like smoke. How is this possible? How can a puny human be so powerful? Just what kind of existence in this human? Between this human and Divine Sun, who do you guys think is stronger or weaker? These abyss monsters could not refrain from thinking like this. Seemingly wanting to affirm what they were thinking, the tip of Yuan's sword raised up, pointing at Shin as he called in a clear voice, Divine Race's Divine Son, is it? Don't you guys praise yourselves to be the race chosen by gods? Do you dare to battle or not? Yuan was covered in blood from head to toe. Carrying the momentum of his initial victory, he was unrivaled and domineering, giving Shin an extremely strong sense of oppression. Shin's face fell, his gaze icy. A lowly human actually dared to provoke the mighty divine race. Truly reckless and blind. Humph, ant-like thing, you still don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Shin said disdainfully. Yuan smiled coldly and was full of scorn as he said, is it no qualification, or is it that you don't dare? Or is it that your might relies on these subordinates with profound cultivation realms? His words were full of contempt and disdain. Shin's expression changed, his eyes spewing fire. Ninja-Origin's gaze flickered, and he opened his mouth and said, Shin, this boy is worthy of you taking action. Shin frowned and said, Uncle Ninjarigen, I, Shin, growing until today, have experienced thousands of major and minor battles. I've never made a move against an opponent weaker than me before. This brat is only a third firmament Empyrean. What qualification does he have to have me take action? Ninjarigen said, You've already witnessed his strength. You ask yourself, when at his realm, could you have done better than him? Shin choked when he heard that. Clearly, Ninjarigen's words pricked his sore spot. Then he heard Ninjarigen slowly saying, Furthermore, I feel that this boy hasn't gone all out. Shin's face changed, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Even after using Heavenly Tao True Word, he still had not used his full strength. Shin's gaze flickered and he said, Fine. This divine son wants to see how much capability this brat has. Done talking, Shin's figure swayed and already arrived opposite of Yuan. He looked at Yuan using a gaze like looking at a dead person and said with a cold smile, Brat, this is you seeking death yourself. Don't blame me, bring forth your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore. Yuan smiled lightly and said, Whether you can make me bring out all of my strength or not will have to depend on your ability. Shin laughed coldly, the aura on his entire body fluctuated, the shirt on his upper body directly blowing off. On the defined muscles, 8 blue patterns swam indeterminately on his body, giving people a mysterious and profound feeling. Yuan's gaze shrunk, slightly revealing a look of surprise. Lowly human, I'll let you understand how you die. What you humans cultivate is divine Tao, while what our divine race cultivates is heavenly Tao. We don't need to comprehend Heavenly Emperor. As long as we inscribe Heavenly Tao on our bodies, we'll be able to mobilize Heavenly Tao. This divine son is currently at the middle stage 7 mark Heavenly Tao realm, which is also your middle stage Empyrean realm. With your strength, this divine son simply finds it beneath my dignity to take action. Shin had a proud look as he continued, Do you think that your Heavenly Tao True Word is very formidable? Heh, I'm not afraid to tell you this. Each punch that we throw out, that's a punch of Heavenly Tao. What does Heavenly Tao True Word count for? Yuan looked at Shin and said with a cold smile, Really so much crap? Talking so much, is it to show off your sense of superiority? Sense of superiority is beaten out using fists, not through words from your mouth. Shin's face fell, and he said with a cold yell, Courting death. In a blink, Shin's figure disappeared. Yuan's pupils constricted, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Having no time to think, he directly slammed a punch out. A terrifying air billow rippled out. Yuan's figure flew out backward. Chapter 2195, Heavenly Tao Showdown. Lord Divine Sun is mighty. Ant-like human, in front of Lord Divine Sun, you'll crumble at the first blow. Lord Divine Sun is well deserving of being the envoy of God, not to be blasphemed. The abyss monsters were all incomparably excited, cheering joyfully. The powerful strength that Yuan exhibited previously made each and every one of them somewhat doubt life. The divine race that they followed was the strongest race in this world. How could a mere ant-like human possibly be so strong? But now, Lord Divine Sun used unparalleled formidable strength to prove the divine race's might. Of course, they subconsciously neglected that Yuan had just experienced a great battle. He faced several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters by himself. Saw that, this is the might of the divine race. We are the race blessed by heaven. Shin looked down upon Yuan from a great height, his gaze full of disdain. This formidable punch sent Yuan's innards into an upheaval. Crawling to his feet with difficulty, Yuan spat a mouthful of blood foam and he grinned, a little interesting. This is the divine race. Since that's the case, then you have a taste of my fist too. Your fist? Hoo-hoo. Shin smiled disdainfully. Yuan's figure swayed, arriving in front of Shin in an instant. A punch came out. Shin's reaction was also extremely fast, a punch similarly slammed out. Horrifying air billows spread out. Shin's body flew out akin to a cannonball, all the way until it bumped into the mountain nearby before he stabilized his figure. All of the cheerings abruptly stopped. Ninjarigen's pupils constricted, with a hint of solemnness flashing across his eyes. From the start until now, his face finally revealed a solemn expression for the first time. It was only to see his gaze flicker. No idea what he was thinking about either. One punch returning a punch. Shin's pupils constricted, looking at Yuan with incredible shock. This punch did not cause much harm to him, but Yuan's fist was odd. That punch just now seemed to be identical with his, similarly containing the lingering charm of heavenly Tao. A human's ordinary punch actually contained heavenly Tao concept. In fact, this kind of heavenly Tao concept was even above his. It was as if Yuan was the true heavenly Tao, while he was merely making use of heavenly Tao, that was all. When the fake met the real, the level was immediately established. How can you possibly mobilize the power of heavenly Tao? This isn't possible, Xin shouted angrily. This is my heavenly Tao, not your heavenly Tao. Yuan grinned, saying something that was ambiguous. This was not the power of Heavenspan World's heavenly Tao. This was the punch where Yuan fused essence, energy, and spirit. Essence, energy, and spirit fusing into one, was also the energy source of his chaos world. In other words, this was his heavenly Tao. Xin's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, your heavenly Tao. Shameless boasting, I don't care about your whatever heavenly Tao. In front of power, everything is in vain. Done talking, Xin suddenly erupted. A punch of heavenly Tao flew over toward Yuan's figure like a wild tempest. His movement technique traversed through the void, swift to the extreme. He was actually almost on par with Yuan's spatial law. The two people came and went, traversing through the void, their speed swift to the extreme. Even though 7th and 8th Firmament Empyrean Abyss monsters actually could not see the two peoples fight clearly. Yuan also had no choice but to acknowledge the strength of the divine race's talent. Xin clearly did not understand spatial law, but he could borrow the power of heavenly Tao in complete space traversing. But even though Yuan's heavenly Tao was weak, it was a complete heavenly Tao. The power of his essence, energy, and spirit fusing into one made up for the difference in realm. The two people were evenly matched. In a few breaths, the two people had clashed no idea how many punches. The two people, each punch had the might of heavenly Tao, fighting until the entire sundered boundary started trembling. The expression on Ninja-Origin's face became more and more solemn. Toward the end, killing intent even appeared. He did not think that this human who suddenly arrived actually had such formidable strength. Divine race matching up against the human race, they had never been defeated before in the same realm. They were the race blessed by heaven, naturally powerful. Their combat power was unparalleled under the heavens. The reason why humans were powerful was that their propagation ability was too strong, giving birth to countless experts, and not that they were individually powerful. But now, this human before his eyes actually fought to a draw with Divine Sun with an unstable cultivation realm of 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, it was even under the circumstances of being heavily injured. If this human grew up, he might become the greatest unforeseen accident to the divine race's grand plan. This boy must be eliminated. Just as he was thinking, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed above the void. It was only to hear a loud bang. A figure fell down like a cannonball, being slammed underneath the ground. Yuan was covered in blood all over, akin to a fiend god, standing proudly in the sky. All the way until just now, Yuan was still holding back. He mobilized the power of divine steel injecting spirit and finally overpowered Xin a notch in terms of strength. Those abyss monsters, including a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Manya, all looked at Yuan with incredible shock. In the same rank, abyss monsters crushed humans. In the same rank, the divine beast crushed abyss monsters. Abyss monsters followed the divine beast not only because they represented heavenly fiend god, but because they were strong. But now, the existence that they viewed as undefeatable in their eyes was actually defeated. Freaking hell, is this emperor's eyesight failing? Lord Divine Sun was actually defeated. Manya had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he exclaimed. How is this possible? How can the divine race possibly lose? A human actually surpassed the divine race. How can this sort of ridiculous thing possibly happen? Yuan's combat strength completely subverted their understanding. The heaven-defying divine race actually lost to the lowly human race. This sort of thing, they found it hard to accept in terms of feelings. Right at this time, a figure rushed up to the sky from underground. Xin had a savage look, fire burning in his eyes, practically going to melt Yuan. In his eyes, Yuan was just a lowly ant. This ant did not even have the qualifications to make him take action. But now, this lowly ant actually tramped the incomparably proud Divine Sun underfoot. Someone that you looked down on, that you viewed as an ant, a person that you viewed as dust, defeated you. What kind of sense of humiliation could be stronger than this? Damn human, to be able to force this Divine Sun to this step, you can be sufficiently proud. Now, you can go to hell. Shin's two eyes were blood red, the aura on his body surging to the sky. The blue Tao marks on his body turned into strands of fine thread, wrapping around him. An aura of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. It was as if Shin was heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth changed colors, the firmament trembled. This move is the strongest move that this divine son comprehended after experiencing 3,000 over major and minor battles. To be able to die under this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Shin looked at Yi Yuan, as if looking at a dead person. Yi Yuan looked at Shin, his eyes calm. He slowly took out the bone sword, essence, energy, and spirit, 3 kinds of power, turned into 3 auras, wandering around him. I, Yi Yuan, don't need to borrow the power of heavenly Tao. I, Yi Yuan, am heavenly Tao. Chapter 2196, Why Would I Fear a Fight? Yi Yuan held the bone sword in his hand. Amidst the fierce winds, he walked over slowly under the pressure of heavenly Tao. No matter how the wind and rain howled, it could not shake him in the slightest. However, Yi Yuan's commotion was far from as powerful as Shin's. It looked like it could be extinguished at any time. Ignorant fool, how can heavenly Tao be what you can imagine? Firmament with one thought, Shin threw a punch out. It was as if heaven and earth fell down, crushing the world. The power of this punch was powerful to the extreme. Under this punch, those abyss monsters actually trembled and knelt down. This is the true power of the divine race. Under this punch, everything will turn into nothingness. How can a mere human possibly understand it? Manya said agitatedly. Shin's punch made them find the confidence that they lost anew. They firmly believed that Yi Yuan would definitely turn to ashes under this punch. Facing this earth-shattering punch, Yi Yuan's face was without any ripple like an ancient well. At this time, his essence, energy, and spirit rose to the peak and fused into one. All of the power was poured entirely onto the bone sword. Chaos Essence One Breath Sword. Carrying the method to contract his strength, Yi Yuan's sword attacked fiercely. This was his pinnacle sword, the sword of great Tao. In front of this sword, what did the trace of heavenly Tao power that Shin borrowed count for? The void trembled, the terrifying power disappeared without a trace instantly. But Yi Yuan and Shin, 2 people, were completely unscathed. Because at this time, a figure stood between the two. That person was precisely Yin-Yang. Just as the 2 people's astonishing strikes were about to collide, Yin-Yang interjected domineeringly. With his formidable strength, he forcefully obliterated the 2 people's all-out attack completely. What's going on here? Lord Divine Son was clearly about to kill that human right away, so why did Lord Yin-Yang make a move? Yeah, why would Lord Yin-Yang make a move to save a human? If not for Lord Yin-Yang taking action, that human would have been dead for sure. The group of abyss monsters were full of puzzlement, not understanding why Yin-Yang would cut in rudely at such a critical moment. Shin's pupils also shrunk and he said with a frown, Uncle Yin-Yang, what have you done? Yin-Yang did not answer Shin, but he looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, I admit defeat on Divine Son's behalf. Shin's entire body trembled and he said, Uncle Yin-Yang, what did you say? I lost. Yin-Yang's one sentence directly caused an uproar. Those abyss monsters were all incomparably shocked. All of them were thinking that Yin-Yang was making a joke. Yin-Yang nodded and said, just now, if I didn't make a move, you'll probably not be able to return to the abyss anymore. He fused essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths into one. It isn't 1 + 1 + 1 equals to 3 so simple. Although your firmament with one thought is strong, compared to this move of his, the disparity isn't small. Actually, Yin-Yang already said it very tactfully in consideration of Shin's face. Not that the disparity was not small, but that it was too far apart. If he did not make a move, Shin would have died beyond a doubt. This kind of strength was not what disparity could describe anymore. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, even the Yu Mengli who was watching the battle at one side also turned pale. For so many years, she desperately chased after Yi Yuan's footsteps. But in the end, Yi Yuan's was already powerful to such an extent. How could she not know the might of Divine Son? That kind of heavenly Tao might, even if a 6th firmament Empyrean human came, they might not be able to block it too. That was a truly astonishing strike. But someone as strong as Divine Son was still not Yi Yuan's match. Impossible. I am the exalted divine race's Divine Son. How can I lose to a lowly human? Uncle Yin-Yang, you move aside. I'm going to fight him to the death. Shin roared at Yin-Yang. As the divine race's divine son, how proud was Xin? Not even fighting, how could he possibly believe that he lost to Yuan? Although he knew that it was impossible for Ninjorigen to bluff him, he was still not willing to believe. Even though Ninjorigen making a move saved his life, it ruined his overflowing pride. This felt even worse than death to him. Ninjorigen frowned and said, "Divine son, the things shouldered on your body are too heavy. How can you act without due consideration? Our divine race has endured for hundreds of millions of years, only for the sake of recovering our former glory, have you forgotten?" Xin's entire body trembled, his 5 fingers clenching tightly, making his fist creak from clenching. I understand. Xin's words carried strong unwillingness. Ninjorigen looked at Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "I didn't expect that there's actually a genius like you in the human race. Looks like I underestimated the human race too much. Your lowly race can propagate without limit. They can naturally also give birth to some peculiar existences. You're likely the most talented human in this epoch." Yuan smiled coldly and said, "So, are you going to kill me and extinguish the hope of the human race?" Ninjorigen shook his head and said, "There's naturally no need to kill you. We need the power of the divine daughter. But I can suppress you forever. After we suppress the heavenspan world, you can still reunite with divine daughter." Yuan's gaze was slightly cold. Sword pointing at Ninjorigen, he said with a sneer, "Is that so? I said it before, want to bring Li away? Step over my dead body." Ninjorigen laughed in spite of himself and said, "Forget that you're currently already an arrow at the end of its flight, even at your peak, are you my match? You might not know my identity yet. I'm one of the divine race's 9 profound lineages elders. Calculating according to cultivation realm, I should be equivalent to your 8th firmament heavenly emperor. However, your 8th firmament heavenly emperors, hoo-hoo." 9th firmament chuckled, clearly, he was very disdainful of the strength of 8th firmament heavenly emperors. Yu Mengli's expression changed, her face revealing a look of despair. She originally did not know the division of Ninjorigen's realm, but hearing him say so, she knew that Yuan had no hope at all. Toward Ninjorigen's pride, Yuan did not doubt it. Thinking of Xin's strength, his realm was about equivalent to a 4th firmament Empyrean. But Xin's strength was sufficient to instantly kill 4th firmament Empyreans. The divine race was this strong. Yuan's bone sword swung, walking over toward Ninjorigen step by step. He said with a cold smile, "Really have a lot of crap. So what if you're an 8th firmament heavenly emperor? So what if you're one of the profound lineage's 9 elders? Even if you're the Tao ancestor in the heavens, why should I, Yuan, fear a fight?" The moment these words came out, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. This fellow's pride was really greater than even heaven. Ninjorigen's 2 eyes narrowed, the imposing aura on his body gradually releasing. The horrifying power made everyone present feel suffocated. Even when separated from extremely far away, those abyss monsters were being pressured until they lay in a prostrating posture on the ground, unable to even move a muscle. Let alone the Yuan in front of Ninjorigen. Yuan walked toward Ninjorigen step by step. Each step that he took was extremely difficult. Just like a spring that was compressed to the extreme, he was unable to take a step further anymore. Ninjorigen looked at Yuan and said with a light smile, "Under my pressure, you can still keep standing, you're already very good. It's just a shame that, MN." Ninjorigen's expression changed, his voice abruptly cutting off. Because he discovered that Yuan was advancing again. Yuan's eyes became colder and colder. Countless blue lines poured out of Yuan's body. Those were Tao marks. Chapter 2197, A Battle That Wagers Everything. Yuan's eyes already completely became a grayish-white color. His entire person seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture, exuding an icy cold aura from head to toe. Not that he cultivated an ice attribute cultivation method, but because his entire person became emotionless. While the distance between him and Ninjorigen also became closer and closer. Ninjorigen discovered to his surprise that his pressure was actually unable to stop Yuan in the slightest anymore. Truly surprises me, a human Empyrean realm martial artist can actually mobilize Tao marks. Young man, you really made me view the human race in a different light. Ninjorigen was not frightened and let out a praise instead. While surprise was surprise, he did not feel much danger from Yuan. With Yuan's realm, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was also impossible to cause any harm to him. About this point, he could be certain of it. An 8th firmament heavenly emperor being placed in the entire heavenspan world, it was also an absolute powerhouse, a paramount existence. They could look down on everything. Yi Yuan walked over step by step, all the way until he walked to 100 feet in front of Ninjurigen before his figure halted. Ninjurigen smiled lightly and said, "Young man, very good. To have the courage to stand before me, you're already stronger than the vast majority of the people in this world." What kind of powerful existence was Ninjurigen? Being his opponent required courage. This was not making a joke, but that after the difference in strength reached a certain degree, an enormous pressure formed naturally. Forget about Yi Yuan, who was only a third firmament Empyrean. Making a human third firmament Empyrean stand 100 feet in front of a ninth firmament Empyrean, he would probably be scared until he wet his pants too. Yi Yuan's feet stopped moving forward, and he opened his mouth and said coldly, "What will make you view in a different light is still at the back." A hint of strange smile showed at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Following that, the two figures disappeared into thin air just like that. Shin's pupils constricted. Immediately, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a mocking smile. To actually take Uncle Ninjurigen into the small world, truly a blind and reckless fool. Shin said with a cold smile. Those abyss monsters all burst into an uproar. This boy wouldn't have been scared silly, right? If Lord Ninjurigen flicks a finger, his small world would probably shatter, right? A small world is the most fragile. Others are afraid of the opponent finding the small world. This guy actually still took the initiative to take Lord Ninjurigen inside. If it was somebody else, then forget it, but that's Lord Ninjurigen. Even Yu Mengli was very puzzled too, worry written all over her face. Small worlds were where the foundation of human martial artists lied, it was the source of their strength. At the same time, small worlds were also the most fragile place. Each human martial artist would guard the entrance to the small world tightly, fearful of the opponent barging in. If they were weak, it was still alright. Powerful existences could destroy the small world in an instant. Even if they were not strong, battling in a small world, the damage to the small world was also permanent. Killing 1,000 of the enemy, losing 800 of your own. Just like back then, a bunch of Empyreans barged into Immortal Grove world. Even if they only slightly engaged in a battle, it caused indelible harm to the Immortal Grove world. If not for Yi Yuan overcoming the raging tides in the end, the Immortal Grove world would have long turned to ashes. Yi Yuan took an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor Divine Race member in with 3rd Firmament Empyrean boundary. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Ninjurigen sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said with a light smile, "This is your final trump card. Your small world can't withstand my one strike at all. This trump card of yours makes me very disappointed." Ninjurigen's thoughts were the same as the rest. Not only did this final trump card of Yi Yuan did not have the slightest effect, it appeared extremely foolish instead. Perhaps Yi Yuan was very confident in his small world, but what kind of person dared to let an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor in? Let alone that he, Ninjurigen, was not an ordinary 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. For him to be able to become one of the 9 elders, the might of his strength was far stronger than even same-rank Divine Race members. What did an ordinary 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor count for? Yi Yuan, who had gray eyes, said those words coldly, his figure suddenly disappearing. A faint smile was still hanging on Ninjurigen's face, indifferent toward Yi Yuan's action. But in the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly vanished. What replaced it was incomparably seriousness. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. That was the power of Great Tao. No time to think too much, Ninjurigen urged all of the Great Tao power in his power and met with Yi Yuan's punch. The entire chaos world started trembling. Ninjurigen was smashed, flying out backward, his divine sea experiencing an upheaval. Then he used an extremely shocked gaze to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. "What about now?" Yi Yuan said coldly. Ninjurigen's 2 eyes narrowed, only then, started sizing the chaos world up seriously. It was fine if he did not size it up, but when he did, his heart shook wildly. The chaos world was totally different from the worlds in his understanding. Incomparably thick aura of Great Tao, incomparably thick chaos divine essence, plus Tao marks that filled the sky. Everything added up made him think that he was situated in the prehistoric heavenspan world. For ordinary human Empyreans, small worlds had long already formed and could accommodate living things, absorb the power of faith, and nurture treasures. But Yi Yuan's small world seemed to have only just formed. Everything was still in the midst of inoculation. Although this world was still in the budding stage, the power of heavenly Tao contained inside was actually almost on par with him, this divine race ninth elder. Yuan could completely maneuver the power of heavenly Tao inside this world to face the enemy. Nin stared hard at Yuan and said in shock, "This place is your small world. How can a small world be like this? What kind of cultivation method are you cultivating?" The gray-eyed Yuan said coldly, "That doesn't need you to worry about. Prepare to die." Nin pupils constricted when he heard that, and he said with a cold snort, "You're also looking down on my divine race too much. Your small world indeed exceeded my expectations. But it is still too weak. After this battle, your small world will collapse. And you will become a cripple." The gray-eyed Yuan said coldly, "So what?" While talking, he threw another punch out. Nin met the attack. Each of the two people's punches carried an incomparably thick aura of great Tao. This battle was truly apocalyptic. Each time the two people's fists clashed, it would shake the chaos world until it was in an upheaval. Space shattered, divine seas rolled. Actually, each of Nin attacks would cause irreversible harm to Yuan. But he did not care at all. Time slowly trickled by, no idea how long had passed either. Nin still did not come out. At this time, those abyss monsters finally realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Could it be that Lord Nin is actually in a fierce battle with that boy? How can this be possible? A mere Empyrean realm's small world should not be able to withstand 1/10,000th of Lord Nin power at all. But what on earth are these two people doing in the small world? They wouldn't be chatting, right? Everyone's heart itched like a cat wanting to scratch its body. They really wanted to see the situation inside the chaos world. But only Yuan could open up the entrance of the chaos world. If he did not open it, others could not go in at all. Chapter 2198, Pride of Heavenly Tao. With the horrifying clash, the two people were each sent flying out. Space shattered, chaos roiled. Nin had a head of disheveled hair, his body already stained full of bloodstains, and no longer had his elegance and naturalness at the beginning. He looked at Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "You're mad. Keep on fighting like this, your small world will be completely ruined." While that might be the case, Nin was unbelievably shocked in his heart. Inside this small world, his strength was being suppressed endlessly, while Yuan's strength was being magnified limitlessly. In the chaos world, he could not mobilize any heaven and earth spiritual energy at all. What he could rely on was only his strength. He felt like he got on a lone island. There was not the slightest bit of help at all. While what Yuan possessed was the entire world. The small worlds of humans were all heavenspan worlds heavenly Tao. Normally, Nin would not have a feeling of having his hands and feet bound up when inside them. But Yuan's chaos world was completely different from ordinary worlds. At this time, the chaos world was already riddled full of holes, virtually on the verge of collapsing already. Yuan's clothes were in rags from top to bottom, bloodstains all over, looking alarming at the sight. But his face was still cold as if he could not feel the least bit of pain. In the chaos world, he could indeed control everything, even control time and space. However, Nin was too powerful. The Tao marks on his body were basically a sharp weapon that could shatter everything. From this point of view, the divine race was indeed a race that was favored by heaven. Even if he could only rely on himself, the disparity between Yuan and him was still enormous. So what? Under heavenly Tao, all are ants. Being unbridled in front of me, you deserve to die. The gray-eyed Yuan did not have the slightest emotion when speaking. In front of him, the powerful Nin actually became an ant-like figure. Nin gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Young man, you're too condescending. Today, I'll let you take a look at the might of the divine race." All of a sudden, Nin aura erupted. The terrifying power made the entire chaos world start to tremble. His whole body was swathed in Tao marks. An apocalyptic aura spread out. The aura of divine sun Shin was not worth mentioning at all compared to Nin. This is true power, unrivaled might. Even under the powerful suppression of the chaos world, this powerful force still shows signs of bursting through the firmament. Divine race. In front of me, Yuan, you all are merely a bunch of ants. Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly, both hands drawing a circle. A Tai Chi diagram condensed in front of him. Nin pupils shrunk, a pressure akin to beholding a great mountain hit from head on. His heart shook wildly, secretly sighing in relief at how lucky he was. Yi Yuan's realm was too low. If Yi Yuan's cultivation realm could reach the Heavenly Emperor realm, killing Nin-Origin would be akin to killing a dog in this world. At this time, Nin-Origin actually had some regretting that he was overly careless. If not for him underestimating the enemy too much, being brought into the chaos world by Yi Yuan, he would also not be in such a difficult position. It was just that, who could have thought that a mere Empyrean realm actually had such a powerful small world? At this very moment, Nin-Origin's despise toward Yi Yuan had long already been swept clean. What replaced it was incomparably solemnness. He did not know how strong Yi Yuan's move was and also did not know whether he could block it or not. This strike would determine life and death. It was not up to him to think too much either. Nin-Origin practically used all of his strength. All the strength that he could muster in his body was completely poured into executing this move. Of course, he could also feel that Yi Yuan used all his strength to mobilize the entire world's power too. This was the clash between Heavenly Tao and Heavenly Tao. Cleansing the world. Great Tao is unparalleled. Two apocalyptic attacks instantly collided together. The horrifying energy undulation formed a terrifying black energy vortex, akin to a black hole. Exploding sounds were everywhere in the entire chaos world. It was as if it was the end of the world. The two people were directly drawn into the black hole, life and death being unknown. No idea how long had passed either. Everything returned to tranquility. The entire chaos world fell into dead silence. Already been 3 days and nights. Why hasn't Lord Nin-Origin come out? Lord Nin-Origin wouldn't really have become interested and is chatting with that kid, right? Got to say, that boy is still quite capable. Perhaps he can win Lord Nin-Origin's recognition. In the sundered boundary, the abyss monsters were discussing animatedly. But Yu Mengli's fingers gripped tighter and tighter. Her fingernails were already sinking into her flesh, but she was still oblivious to this. 3 days and nights already passed in a twinkle. The two people still did not have movements inside Yi Yuan's small world. No one knew what was happening inside either. But the longer it got, the more worried Yu Mengli was of Yi Yuan's safety. His opponent was one of the most fearsome existences in this world. Shin's brows also furrowed tighter and tighter. Uncle Nin-Origin would not really have gone in to chat with Yi Yuan, right? Saying such things, ghosts would not believe it too. But could the mere Empyrean realm Yi Yuan really battle with Uncle Nin-Origin for 3 days and night? Shin felt that it was extremely preposterous. Forget about Yi Yuan, even if an 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor was here, it was also impossible to last past half a day from under Uncle Nin-Origin's hands. Could it be that Yi Yuan's small world really had some exceptional aspects? Yes, it must be like that. That punk used a trick and trapped Uncle Nin-Origin in the small world. Right at this time, the void trembled, a figure burst out. Everyone looked toward the arrival with sidelong glances. This person did not have an intact spot from head to toe, his entire person like he was hauled out of a pool of blood, looking incomparably sinister and terrifying. Blood dripped from his body like water droplets. His aura was also extremely chaotic. He only had the strength of Empyrean realm. "You Uncle Nin-Origin," Shin shouted with uncertainty. "It's me." The blood man used an extremely parched voice to answer. But his gaze was locked above the void firmly, without even blinking. It was as if there was a primitive fierce beast there. This blood-covered man was precisely Nin-Origin. The current Nin-Origin was actually forcefully beaten down a major realm. Shin opened his mouth wide and simply did not dare to believe his own eyes. Was this blood man before his eyes that was virtually about to die really his Uncle Nin-Origin? Uncle Nin-Origin was one of the profound lineage's 9 elders. What kind of astonishing powerhouse was that? That was a powerhouse who made myriad worlds tremble. That was a powerhouse who made myriad races bow in worship. Now, he actually became like this. While his opponent was merely just a 3rd firmament Empyrean, Shin even somewhat doubted life. Below, all of the abyss monsters directly broke out into a commotion. They used extremely shocked eyes to look at Nin-Origin, their gazes full of incredulity. How is this possible? What in the world happened inside that small world? That's Lord Nin-Origin. Lord Nin-Origin who is ever victorious. Who can tell me what on earth happened? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lord Nin-Origin is the god in my heart. How can he possibly be beaten until like this? The group of abyss monsters was doubting this. No one could have thought that a one-sided battle actually developed to this conclusion in the end. Chapter 2199 Wait for you to fet see, me home. However, the fact was like that. The Lord Ninirigin, who was formidable like a god, sustained serious injuries, his realm falling greatly. You Uncle Ninirigin, what in the world happened? Why did you become like this? When Shin was talking, he felt somewhat parched. The shock that this scene brought to him was too strong. Uncle Ninirigin suddenly let out a burst of wild laughter and said, "Worth it. Crippling this boy, no matter how heavy the injuries I sustain, it's also worth it. Shin, running into this boy here is our divine race's fortune. If we allow him to grow up, our divine race will likely suffer a disastrous calamity." Shin's pupils constricted, his eyes full of shock. Who Ninirigin was talking about was not an individual, but the entire divine race. For the divine race to dare come into being, they have naturally already readied themselves perfectly. But all these would change because of one person. Wasn't Ninirigin's appraisal of this boy too high? Suddenly, his expression changed. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Ninirigin already became like this, could this still not explain the issue? Ninirigin was one of the 9 profound lineage's elders. All who could sit in this position were people who had experienced many battles and crushed their peers. But such a powerful 9th elder was actually hurt so badly. How in the world did this Yuan do it? No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, Shin also understood that Yuan's talent was indeed a notch above his. But he never could have thought that Yuan was actually monstrous to such a degree. Ninirigin, what did you do to big brother Yuan? Where is he? Yu Mengli glared at Ninirigin and said with a worried look. Ninirigin did not look at her, staring hard at a certain area in the void as he said in a cold voice, "Apologies, divine daughter. Your Dao spirit physique is indeed the strongest divine physique in this world. But today, this boy must die." Yu Mengli's pretty face turned pale, all the blood fading away instantly. Ninirigin's meaning was very clear, Yuan was currently not dead yet. But he had to die. Right at this moment, a figure fell out of the void. The current Yuan was no better than Ninirigin too. There was not an unscathed spot from top to bottom. Furthermore, he was already unconscious, his entire person falling powerlessly, the speed getting faster and faster. Virtually without thinking, Yu Mengli rushed over akin to an arrow that left the string. "Stop her!" Ninirigin yelled. Manya did not have the slightest hesitation, leaping up and directly stopping Yu Mengli. How powerful was Manya? Yu Mengli was directly restrained by him. At the same time, Ninirigin gathered all the strength in his body without the slightest hesitation. He then smacked a palm toward Yuan. "Big brother Yuan!" Yu Mengli's scream reverberated throughout the sundered boundary. But Ninirigin did not hesitate in the slightest at all. This palm was a certain kill. At this very moment, there was already no one that could save Yuan. Ha ha ha, die! Just as this palm was about to land on Yuan's body, golden light suddenly radiated from Yuan's body. A giant golden dragon leapt into the sky from Yuan's body, letting out an astonishing furious roar. This roar made the entire sundered boundary tremble. Space shuddered, one fine crack after another fissuring. These fissured fine cracks did not show signs of healing but fissured larger and larger instead. An enormous dragon claw trampled down on Ninirigin's head. Ninirigin's expression changed wildly, but currently, his move was already ending and he did not have his power at this peak. It was already too late to want to run. Lord Ninirigin, at the critical moment, Manya roared madly, instantly diving beneath the dragon claw and knocking Ninirigin flying. The giant dragon trampled down, debris flying everywhere, space collapsing. The powerful Manya turned to ashes under this foot and did not even emit a miserable scream. Ninirigin rolled several hundred times on the ground before stabilizing his figure. This change was too intense. Everyone did not react to it. Ninirigin's bloodstained face was full of terror at this time. Just now, if not for Manya sacrificing himself and knocking him away, the one who died would be him. He never dreamed that in the end, Yuan actually still had the spirit of a true dragon protecting him. Let alone did he imagine that he, one of the exalted profound lineage's 9 elders, actually nearly died here. Ninirigin's back was already drenched in cold sweat. But toward Manya's death, his eyes did not reveal any sorrowful expression. In his eyes, abyss monsters were a bunch of slaves. Dying for him, that was Manya's honor. Suddenly, he trembled all over, his entire person turning stiff there, not daring to even move. The giant golden dragon's pair of dragon eyes were currently looking down at him from a great height. For a moment, Ninirigin's hair stood on end, not daring to even breathe. He was afraid that once he breathed, the giant golden dragon would give him another stomp. After one breath, the dragon tail circled around, protecting Yuan in the middle, and flew out of the black flame cave with a whoosh. Yin-Yang's bottom plopped onto the ground, panting heavily for air, feeling the joy of having survived a disaster. Yin-Yang secretly sighed in relief that luckily, this spirit of a true dragon only had the power of one strike. Otherwise, he would be doomed today. The powerful spirit of the true dragon passed through the black flame cave's entrance, making the originally already unstable cave entrance completely collapse. The black flame cave's entrance disappeared just like that. Space was shattering, caving in, fissures getting larger and larger. This sudden turn of events happened too suddenly. Everyone did not react in time. Yu Mengli wanted to escape, but it was already too late. However, being able to see Yuan escape, she was already very comforted in her heart. "Big brother Yuan, I'll live on well and wait for you to fetch me home," Yu Mengli said smilingly with tears flowing. At this time, Yin-Yang appeared beside Yu Mengli and said with a bad timing, his inner world already completely crumbled, fleshy body being heavily injured. His cultivation has already been wiped out in a day. Even if he doesn't die, he'll also be a cripple in the future. "Divine daughter, you're my divine race's member from birth, this world's paramount existence. In the future, when we return to the heavenspan world anew and beat down the human, demon, and fiend races and descend upon the world like a sovereign, that will be your home to return to." Yu Mengli gave him a glance and smiled disdainfully. To others, their small world collapsing and cultivating being lost might mean that their life was over. But Yu Mengli firmly believed that Yuan still had a day where he would rise up. No matter how arduous this path was, Yuan would not give up too. If talking about who understood Yuan best in this world, that was her, Yu Mengli. Of course, she was completely disdainful to explain to Yin-Yang. At this time, Yu Mengli was no longer melodramatic. Instead, she walked toward the abyss calmly. Yin-Yang was taken back, but since Yu Mengli was sensible, he naturally would not say anything either, slowly following after. Before leaving, he gave Xin a look. Xin understood and nodded. Suddenly, a terrifying force was sent out. Moses was directly blasted into residue by Xin. Yu Mengli's pretty face turned cold, and she said in alarm and anger, "You." Xin said coolly, "Living off people while secretly helping others, he deserves to die." Done talking, Xin left with his hands behind his back. The remaining abyss monster army also headed over toward the abyss one after another. The sundered boundary crumbled apart continuously, fragmenting non-stop, finally turning into a horrifying spatial tempest. The spatial passageway that the divine race racked their brains to form was smashed to pieces just like that. Chapter 2200, Chopping Firewood. The wind howled and the water turned cold. The brave warriors will never return. The news about Yuan rushing into Black Flame alone in order to rescue his beloved spread like wildfire. A monster like Yuan naturally aroused the attention of the various major forces that entered the Black Flame cave. Hence, they inquired about Yuan's origins one after another. There were no walls without a crack in this world. Yuan had long already stated his identity when he entered fallen Maple Bodhidharma. It naturally could not be hidden. Only at this time did everyone suddenly startle awake. It turned out that this was the second sage who gave rise to much discussion a few years ago. Beyond the shock, everyone was also endlessly sympathetic. Such an exceptional talent actually fell in the Black Flame cave just like that. It was truly lamentable. The Black Flame cave completely collapsed. The cave entrance vanished. Space recovered to how it was initially. The angry Nether River flowed without ceasing once more. Everyone knew that Yuan most likely died inside. The only thing that was mysterious was that right as the passageway collapsed, a streak of golden light flashed by and disappeared. In the beginning, there were also people who guessed whether or not this golden light would be related to Yuan. But along with the passage of time, no one saw Yuan anymore. Everyone's doubts also gradually evaporated into thin air. Because the second sage's maidservant was still in fallen Maple Bodhidharma. From then on, Yuan never came to see Lu before. On Sunset Peak, Lu quietly cried as she said, "Young master, they all said that you died, but I don't believe it. Even if I walk to the ends of the world, I must find you too." In a blink, it was already 3 years. Over 100,000 miles away from Cloudriver country, there was a place called Jingning Mountain. The sun came up from the East Mountain, the setting sun bypassing the top of the mountain, illuminating a peaceful little village. Inside the village, there was smoke curling up from each of the kitchen chimneys there, indicating people getting up at sunrise. Those living in the village were a bunch of mortals. A robust young man said with displeasure, "Dumbo, go and chop all these firewood. Our Chen village doesn't raise idle people." Standing opposite him was a young man wearing coarse cloth, his face without any complexion. Dumbo did not say anything, turned around and came beside the firewood pile, and started chopping firewood. Chop. One section after another of white oak lay beside Yuan neatly, gradually stacking higher. The robust young man had an astonished look. Following that was gloominess all over his face. White oak burned easily and the temperature was high. It was an excellent fuel to burn. But it was extremely tough. The strongest hunter in the village also needed 3 to 4 swings before they could split it. Chopping firewood was actually strenuous work. Aoyang making him chop firewood was actually intentionally making things difficult for him. But this fellow actually split them with 1 swing. Furthermore, the cuts were extremely smooth. It was as if they had been sanded out before. Strange. It was weird. This kid obviously looked like he was half dead, so how did he have so much strength? A girl ran over angrily and pulled Dumbo behind her, and shouted at the robust young man, "Aoyang, you're bullying Aning again." When the robust young man saw the situation, he immediately burned with jealousy. Asho was the prettiest girl in Chen village, while he was the Chen village's most promising hunter. He and Asho were childhood friends, both being young and innocent. They were an innocent and pure pair in everyone's eyes. As they gradually grew up, Aoyang secretly fell in love with Asho and viewed her as his exclusive slice of meat. At the same time, he was also very hardworking, striving to become the most outstanding hunter in the villages around. It all seemed like success would come when the conditions were ripe. Until this Dumbo appeared, everything was turned upside down. Asho and Grandpa picked Dumbo up by the brookside. When he was just brought back, Dumbo was covered in blood all over and was already no different from a dead man. Everyone thought that he was dead for sure. But who knew that he actually forcefully hung in there with 1 breath and did not die? Asho was kind-hearted, taking the utmost care of Dumbo every day. Just 2 days ago, Dumbo could finally get down the bed and walk. But these 3 days, Asho clearly drifted apart a lot from Aoyang. It was naturally because of Dumbo. Jealousy burned. So Aoyang liked to find trouble these few days. "I didn't bully him. There are no men in the village loafing around. Since Dumbo is well, he naturally has to work," Aoyang said. Asho said, "His body isn't fully recovered yet and is still very weak. He's not suited to work. Also, he only lost his memories and isn't a Dumbo. You're not allowed to call him Dumbo." The person awning out of Asho's mouth and the Dumbo out of Aoyang's mouth was naturally Yuan, who sustained serious injuries in the Black Flame battle. The current Yuan did not remember anything. So Asho's grandfather named Yuan as Chen Ning. Hence, Asho normally called Yuan as Aning. But the current Yuan's aura was feeble. His divine essence collapsed and dissipated, and he even lost his memories and was no different from a mortal. The battle with Ninyorigin, the two people's battle, produced an extremely terrifying energy vortex. Ninyorigин's realm fell greatly, while Yuan naturally sustained even heavier injuries. In that battle, Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit virtually collapsed all round. There was still a thread away from death. Asho turned around and pulled Aning as she said, "Aning, let's go." But Yuan did not leave and said with a smile, "What Aoyang said is right. Since I'm a part of the village, I should do a little something for the village." These 3 years, Asho and Grandpa, as well as everybody, took good care of me. That's how I could survive. I feel bad sitting around doing nothing, waiting to die like that. As he said, Yuan walked back beside the firewood pile and continued chopping firewood. 1 swing, another swing. The incomparably heavy axe was akin to weightless in Yuan's hand. Asho also opened her mouth wide, looking at Yuan with an astonished look. This fellow clearly only got down from the bed for a few days. So how did he have so much strength? In merely less than an hour, that hill-sized firewood, all were chopped completely, and they were piled neatly together. Yuan finished chopping the firewood, turned his head, and discovered the 2 people with their mouths wide open, looking at him. He could not help being perplexed as he said, "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you using this sort of eyes to look at me?" Aoyang's face fell, and he said, "You, this fellow, wouldn't have pretended for 3 years, right? Right, you must have intentionally feigned death to get close to Osho. Osho shot him a fierce glare. When she and Grandpa saw Yi Yuan did not even have a breath, not an intact spot from head to toe. Could this sort of thing be faked? But she looked at Yi Yuan again and said, "This is white oak. Even if Uncle Lai was here, chopping these firewood entirely will also take an entire day's time. You finished chopping in an hour. Do you think we should be surprised or not?" Yi Yuan scratched his nose and said doubtfully, "Is that so? But I feel that it's very easy to chop. Just a light swing, I don't need to use much strength either, and it will split apart." The two people were speechless, using eyes like looking at a monster to look at him. How could they know that Yi Yuan's physical body was the perfect seventh transformation golden body? If at his prime, flick a finger and the entire Jingning mountain would be leveled to the ground. Even if he was seriously deficient in vital energy currently, chopping firewood was still a piece of cake. At this time, there was suddenly noise and excitement at the entrance of the village. Ayang's brows raised up and he said with pleasant surprise, "Dad, they all came back. Dad must have hunted many fine beasts going out this time. Osho, let's hurry over and take a look." Osho pulled Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Awning, let's go over and take a look too." Yi Yuan nodded his head and was dragged to the village entrance. Chapter 2201, Jadeheart Grass. "Dad, Uncle Jian, you guys are back." Ayang welcomed the hunting party with a proud look. His father, Chen Lai, the Chen village's patriarch, was a powerful hunter who was renowned far and wide. At this time, several powerful hunters returned. They were all carrying quite a number of games on them. It was naturally a fully loaded return again. "Haha, Yang the luck this time was pretty good. I hunted a snowjade roebuck," Chen Lai said with a big laugh. At this time, the villagers all gathered over, each and every one of them exclaiming with admiration. "Patriarch is really impressive. This snowjade roebuck's strength virtually reached the peak of mortal beasts. It's also just a step away from becoming a divine beast, yet it was actually killed by you. With this, our Chen village can have enough to eat and wear for half a year. Following Patriarch Lai is truly our fortune." Everyone had praises for him. Toward Chen Lai, they expressed admiration from the bottom of their hearts. In the Heavenspan world, mortals living outside of counties might suffer the attack of fierce beasts at any time. An entire village being destroyed was also a common occurrence. But Chen village showed signs of moving toward prosperity under Patriarch Chen Lai's leadership. At least, they did not need to live days where they hid themselves from place to place. Powerful strength was the foundation to live on. Osho squeezed in front of the people. Her eyes lit up as she said with surprise, "Uncle Lai, you're really too impressive, to actually even defeat a snowjade roebuck. In my view, you might be able to break through to achieve divine Tao someday. Don't you think so, Awning?" Yi Yuan had a vacant look and nodded along. Chen Lai patted Osho's head and laughed as he said, "Silly lass, how can the divine Tao be so easy to achieve? I know my strength. Being able to reach the peak mortal realm is already the limit. However, I have high hopes of Yang." By the side, Chen Jian also smiled and said, "Yes. Yang strength will be able to catch up to the few of us old fellows in a few years. He is our Chen village's future." Hearing the praises of the elders, Chen Yang's bashful flush carried a trace of smugness, giving Yi Yuan a glance that was somewhat demonstrating his strength. Yi Yuan had another blank look and was at a loss on what to do. Chen Lai directly threw the snowjade roebuck to his son and said heartily, "Cut off a bit more and deliver it to your Grandpa Yan. Awning, this snowjade roebuck is a great tonic. It's greatly beneficial to your injuries." Chen Yang's face turned black, immediately feeling annoyed. While Yi Yuan smiled humbly and said, "Thank you, Uncle Lai." Everyone was very concerned about Yi Yuan in this village. Although he lost his memories, he was very grateful to everyone. "Oh, right, Uncle Yan, I found this when I entered the mountain this time." As he said, Chen Lai carefully took out a package from his bag. His actions were very careful, fearful of breaking the thing inside the bundle. Opening up the bundle, a surge of boundless spiritual energy spread out. Chen Yan's expression changed and he cried out in surprise, "Spirit medicine. Divine ranked spirit medicine, Jadeheart grass. Although it isn't fully matured yet, the spiritual energy inside has a 10% chance of letting you to break through to the deity realm." Chen Yan was an old man who enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect in the clan. His status was even above Chen Lai's. Because he was a mortal realm alchemist. Hence, the moment he saw this spirit medicine, he recognized it. The moment Chen Lai heard this, he was wild ecstatic and said with joy, "It's indeed the case. That Snowjade Roebuck was guarding this thing and refused to leave. No matter what, it was indeed for the sake of breaking through to achieve divine Tao." Chen Yan nodded and said, "That's right. If this Snowjade Roebuck swallowed the mature Jadeheart grass, breaking through to deity realm would virtually be almost guaranteed. It's just too bad that this old man is incapable and can't refine the Jadeheart pill. Otherwise, you breaking through to the deity realm would virtually be something that's guaranteed." "A shame, a shame," Chen Yan lamented and sighed, repeatedly saying that it was a shame. Clearly, he found it a great pity. Jadeheart pill was a divine pill. To him, it was something that could be looked at, but could not be touched. Not forming a pill and directly eating was only wasting this stock of divine medicine. But Chen Lai was indifferent and said with a smile, "Uncle Yan, you don't need to be like this. I plan on saving this Jadeheart grass for Yang. His talent is greater than mine. He'll definitely be able to break through to the deity realm when the time comes." But Chen Yan shook his head and said, "It's no use. By the time Yang cultivates to peak mortal realm, the Jadeheart grass, spiritual energy will have more than half lost. At that time, it will also be no different from ordinary mortal grade spirit medicines. Don't get any ideas about planting it either. The nurturing of divine rank spirit medicines is extremely nitty-gritty and profound. This old man doesn't have much assurance in being able to preserve its spiritual energy. Furthermore, Luo Sheng is going to come and collect taxes tomorrow. Do you think that he'll let this divine rank spirit medicine off?" With this, Chen Lai's expression became ugly. By the side, Chen Yong's expression also became very ugly. A deity realm powerhouse held a great significance to a village. As long as a deity realm powerhouse appeared in a village, their survival rate would greatly increase and they also would not need to be afraid of the invasion of fierce beasts anymore. And this village would also become a powerful village in one stroke, dominating the lives and deaths of other villages. Luo Sheng that Chen Yan spoke of was a deity realm powerhouse. Therefore, the Luo village was also the strongest village in the radius of 10,000 miles, the other villages had to bow their heads in submission. There's only 10% chance. It's too wasteful, Chen Lai said gloomily. The others all fell silent, while Chen Yong had a look of self-reproach, secretly hating that his strength was not strong enough. Right at this time, a discordant voice suddenly sounded out, "Why don't I give it a try?" Everyone looked towards Yuan in surprise. The one who spoke was precisely him. Chen Yong just happened to be in a bad mood. Hearing Yuan speak, he completely erupted. "What has it got to do with you here? What do you, a good-for-nothing who doesn't even have essence energy, want to try? This is a quasi-divine ranked spirit medicine. It's not for you to play around with." Chen Yong hollered at Yuan. Yuan wiped the spittle on his face and still had a blank face. Even he himself also did not know why he would say such a thing. The moment Asho heard, she was immediately indignant and put her hands on her hips and said, "What are you being fierce for? Aning had good intentions too. Moreover, Grandpa said before, Aning must have been an important person in the past. How do you know that he can't do it?" Chen Lai appeared slightly embarrassed as he said, "Aning, not that Uncle Lai doesn't trust you, but you don't even have essence energy." Yuan thought about it and said, Makes sense." But by the side, Chen Yan was absorbed in thought and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Aning, do you have the confidence of success?" The others all used incomparably shocked gazes to look at Chen Yan, not understanding what he meant. What methods could a cripple who did not even have essence energy have? Yuan was taken aback and shook his head and said, I don't know either." Chen Yan asked curiously, "Then why did you say so just now?" Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either, it didn't go through my brain earlier and I suddenly said it out loud." Chen Yan's face revealed a pondering look. Finally, his gaze turned intent and he handed the Jadeheart grass to Yuan and said, "Come to my pill refining room. Whatever you need, take it yourself." Chen Lai had not said anything yet when Chen Yong directly lugged the Snowjade Roebuck and jumped up, saying in shock and anger, "Grandpa Yan. This is a quasi-divine ranked spirit medicine. Chapter 2202, Divine Grade. What is that, Uncle Yan? Isn't this too rash?" Chen Lai also could not resist speaking up. As for the people in the village, each and every one of them revealed reluctant looks too. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were full of suspicion. After all, what right did a brat, who did not even have essence energy, have to test a divine rank spirit medicine? One had to know, to get divine rank spirit medicines on Jingning Mountain, one could come by with luck but not by searching for it. Letting a person who lost his memories and did not have essence energy fiddle with it, wasn't it messing around? Casually playing around and the 10% chance would even be lost. Even Yi Yuan himself also said hesitantly, "Grandpa Yan, I'm afraid that, this isn't appropriate, right?" But Chen Yan waved his hand and said, "You go ahead and try. If it's really gone, this old man, I, will shoulder it." Chen Lai, "You have no objections, right?" "Rubbish, of course I have objections." But Uncle Yan's status in the village was exceedingly high. Not only was he his elder, he even saved many people in the village. Without him, the Chen village would have long failed to maintain itself. For him, Chen Lai, to have everything today, Uncle Yan also contributed great efforts. Chen Lai opened his mouth and said with a bitter smile, "Since Uncle Lai has decided, I naturally have no objections." Chen Yan said that it was a pill refining room, but actually, it was just a thatched house. What a stock of quasi-divine rank spirit medicines influenced was the hearts of the people in the entire village. If 10% hope placed on Chen Lai won the bet, that would be the village's future. But right now, letting a guy who did not even have essence energy play with it, how could they not worry? Upon entering the refining room, a familiar feeling hit him face on. Yi Yuan's entire spirit seemed to have become much better all of a sudden. Chen Yan had been observing Yi Yuan all along. Seeing this scene, he himself also felt inspired. He had the greatest seniority in this village and knew the most. For Yi Yuan to be able to be injured until like that and still not die, he was absolutely not a mortal realm martial artist like them. Yi Yuan being able to recover, his medicine actually did not have much effect. More of it was Yi Yuan's own recovery ability. Just now, Yi Yuan blurted out very naturally, like it was instinctive. So he guessed that perhaps Yi Yuan was a powerful alchemy god in the past. Since Yi Yuan instinctively said that he could do it, then he might really have some way. Chen Yan knew that the methods of alchemy god powerhouses were inconceivable. It was completely not what a mortal realm alchemist like him could imagine. Everyone was standing outside the door. Yi Yuan went into the refining room alone, walked around, and stopped, gently stroking some spirit medicines as well as some utensils. Touching these things, Yi Yuan had an extremely familiar feeling. That sort of familiarity was just like his body's instinct. Yi Yuan felt that his blood was burning little by little. What a familiar feeling, Yi Yuan muttered. Everyone's gazes followed Yi Yuan's movements, not knowing what he wanted to do. It was just that he walked around and did not have the intention of taking action. Chen Yang snorted coldly and said unhappily, "He's just walking around like that. The sky is already dark. I also don't know what he wants to do. What can he do like this? Yeah, why do I feel like this kid isn't reliable at all, like he's pretending to be mysterious? Uncle Yan, don't be fooled by this boy. That's a quasi-divine rank spirit medicine." Quite a number of villagers were very unhappy, grumbling toward Chen Yan. Chen Yan's brows furrowed, and he said with a low roar, "All shut up for this old man. Anybody else that dares to speak, get out for me." When everyone saw Chen Yan fly off the handle, each and every one of them was silent like cicadas in winter. Chen Lai originally wanted to chime in a few words too, but seeing Chen Yan flared up, he could only shut his mouth sensibly. Yi Yuan's idling took more than an hour. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped and he took out a piece of low-grade divine essence stone from an exquisite box. This kid really knew what to take. In a place like the Chen village, a piece of low-grade divine essence stone was extremely precious. All of Chen Yan's hidden goods were also merely just 3 pieces. This was still him having saved for many years and expended no idea how many materials before exchanging for it. This kid was not courteous. Yi Yuan picked up the divine essence stone and pushed away the things on the table, revealing a large empty area. Then, his pen moved like flying, using the divine essence stone and started drawing on the table. Everyone had stunned faces, only Chen Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Yi Yuan was depicting an array formation. He could not understand this array formation at all, incomparably profound. This is absolutely not the standard that a 1-star alchemy god can have. Chen Yan screamed in his heart. In merely a few breaths, Yi Yuan casually drew a design. Then, He walked over to the medicine rack there swiftly and casually grabbed a few spirit medicines. He threw them into the array formation together with the jadeheart grass. This guy's eyes are actually shut. He's also too casual, right? Is there refining medicine like this? This is wasting spirit medicines, right? You see, there's indeed no reaction. The villages all revealed indignant looks because they discovered that Yuan actually had his eyes shut throughout the whole process. Although they could not understand the array formation, Yuan's attitude was also too casual. And the array formation that Yuan drew indeed did not have any activities. What the hell do you all understand? Aning has already turned all of his abilities into instinct. He doesn't need to look at all, and he doesn't need to measure. All shut up for me and watch closely. Chen Yan suddenly shouted coldly. Everyone did not dare to say again. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The array formation suddenly lit up. A thick surge of spiritual energy poured into the refining room crazily. This array formation also had the effect of gathering spirit. Even Yuan himself was also dumbfounded by this miraculous scene. He looked at his hands, a look of incredulity. This was done by him. After several breaths, the light faded. 4 medicinal pills lay on the table quietly. Everyone's eyes became wide saucers, mouths opening widely, their faces full of shock. Especially Chen Yong, he was previously making quite a bit of disparaging remarks. At this time, Yuan actually refined the medicinal pills. With a method that he had never heard of before. Used divine essence stone and casually drew a bit, and one could refine medicinal pills. This kind of method, he had never thought of before even in his dreams. Chen Yan's eyes shone with brilliant light, that look in his eyes wished to swallow Yuan whole. He trembled as he walked in front of the table. Carefully holding up a medicinal pill, he said agitatedly, "That's right. That's right, it's the jadeheart pill, exactly the same as in the records. That spirit-gathering array formation just now forcefully raised the quasi-divine ranked spirit medicine to a divine ranked spirit medicine and refined the jadeheart pill. No, wait, this isn't an ordinary jadeheart pill. See, could this be a divine-grade jadeheart pill? What? Divine-grade jadeheart pill? How is this possible? My god, divine-grade jadeheart pill, I didn't hear wrongly, right? Could it be that Aning is really a legendary alchemy god? Nobody in the entire village had seen before an alchemy god, let alone talk about a divine-ranked divine pill. Even Chen Yan only noticed something off too and speculated. Yuan had a blank look as he said, divine-grade jadeheart pill. What's that? Chen Yan could not help choking when he heard that and almost dropped the medicinal pill onto the ground. The villages also almost collectively fell to the ground. This guy did not even know what was a divine-grade divine pill, and yet he refined 4 divine-grade divine pills in one go. Chapter 2203, I feel that you'll be overwhelmed by it. A divine-grade jadeheart pill is simply a god-like medicinal pill. As long as there's this one pill, your Uncle Lai will be able to 100% step into the deity realm that one even dreamed about. 4 divine-grade jadeheart pills is equivalent to 4 divine rank powerhouses. Chen Yan had an agitated look, even reaching the point of fanaticism already. He was now incomparably certain that the Chen village picked up a treasure. Before something happened to Aning, he was absolutely a 2-star alchemy god. No, it was 3-star. Definitely a 3-star alchemy god. As for the even stronger 4-star alchemy god, that already surpassed the scope of Chen Yan's understanding. He did not even have the courage to think about it. Even if he racked his brains, he would also not be able to imagine what kind of powerful alchemy supreme lord was that. Yuan scratched his head and said, "Looks like I'm not a good-for-nothing trash." Chen Yan laughed loudly and said, "Trash? This old man has never regarded you as trash. From that moment I saved you, I knew that you absolutely didn't belong in a shallow pond." By the side, Asho looked at Yuan, blinking her eyes and saying with a look of idolization, "Hee, I said it before, Aning is definitely not an ordinary person." The villages were still in the midst of shock, they were stunned silly by Chen Yan's 4 divine rank powerhouses. My god, 4 divine rank powerhouses. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Then wouldn't our Chen village become the strongest village in the radius of 10,000 miles? This Aning truly can't be judged by his appearance. I didn't expect that he's actually an alchemy god in hiding. At this time, how could the villagers still remember the mocking from before? The few words, 4 divine rank powerhouses, seemed to have magical power, making everyone change their tones immediately. A divine. Realm powerhouse was the realm that every hunter in the village yearned for. But to this day, a divine rank powerhouse had never appeared in the village before. To mortals, taking this step was far too difficult. It could not be realized throughout their entire lives too. But Yuan casually drew with his hands and magicked out 4 divine rank powerhouses. How formidable was this? Chen Yang was incredibly embarrassed at one side. Seeing Osho's besotted appearance, the vat of vinegar in his heart was instantly knocked over again. Humph, what's impressive about it? I can also cultivate to the deity realm by cultivating myself. He thought so in his heart, but his eyes still flitted towards the Jadeheart pills without putting up a fight. As for Chen Lai and Chen Jian, their eyes had never left the Jadeheart pills before. Their bodies even agitated until it was quivering. That was deity realm. Chen Yan was experienced with age in the end and was the first to recover from the shock. He coughed dryly twice and called everyone's souls back, and slowly said, Chen Lai, Chen Jian, the 2 of you each get a divine grade Jadeheart pill and immediately enter closed seclusion. You must break through to the deity realm before tomorrow. Yes, Uncle Yan. The 2 people were wildly ecstatic and carefully received the medicinal pill from Chen Yan's hands, and they left with large strides. Chen Yan carefully put away the 2 remaining Jadeheart pills and said to Chen Yang and Osho, Ayang, Osho, these 2 medicinal pills are saved for you. From today onwards, you have to cultivate diligently and reach the peak mortal realm as soon as possible. Ayang finally let out a sigh and said with cupped fists, Yes, Grandpa Yan. When he said this, he could not resist secretly sneaking a peek at Yuan and discovered that the other party was absorbed in thought, and he could not help secretly heaving a sigh in relief. Fortunately, this guy did not haggle over things. Otherwise, if he taunted a few words, his face would have nowhere to go. Especially that it was in front of Osho. Grandpa, this isn't far. The medicinal pills were refined by awning. Why isn't one left for him? Osho said unhappily. Chen Yan smiled bitterly and said, It is not that Grandpa is taking advantage of awning, but even if this medicinal pill was consumed by him, it also won't have the least bit of use. Osho was puzzled and asked, This is a divine pill. How can that be possible? Chen Yan said, Awning suffered heavy injuries. Spiritual energy can't be stored in his body at all. Even if he eats this spirit medicine, it will also be all in vain in the end. Osho still wanted to say something, but he heard Yuan smile and said, Osho, it was you and Grandpa Yan who saved me. You taking this medicinal pill is odd to be too. Perhaps I can refine even more incredible medicinal pills in the future. The moment these words came out, Chen Yan's 2 eyes shone. Goodness, why didn't I think of this? After Chen Lai and Chen Jian broke through to the deity realm, getting divine rank spirit medicines would become much easier. At that time, thinking up to here, Chen Yan was virtually losing control of the feverishness in his heart. Maybe he had hopes of breaking through to the deity realm too. Uncle Yan, things are bad. Luo Sheng brought the Luo village's people and came to collect taxes in advance. Everyone was currently immersed in their fantasy when someone suddenly came to report, shattering all the fantasies to pieces at once. No one thought that Luo Sheng actually came so quickly. Chen Lai and Chen Jian, 2 people were definitely already in closed seclusion right now and could not be interrupted. If Luo Sheng discovered that Jadeheart pills, the Chen village would likely face a catastrophic disaster. In this county area, there was no justice to talk about. Whoever's fist was larger, whoever was the law. Luo Sheng was the sole deity realm powerhouse in the radius of 10,000 miles, his words were the imperial edict. Furthermore, it was absolutely impossible for Luo Sheng to passively watch the Chen village grow. Chen Yan's face fell and he said, Everybody, follow me. The matter of the Jadeheart pills absolutely can't be divulged. Each and every one of you put away your expressions and pretend like there's nothing. Once the slightest hint is divulged, everyone will have to die, understand? Everyone's faces turned austere, nodding their heads one after another. Chen Yan chased the villagers out, found a hidden area, and put away the 2 Jadeheart pills before following out. Chen Yan led everyone out of the village. They saw a middle-aged man in brocade opposite of them had unparalleled martial prowess. A large contingent of troops was brought along behind him, the soldiers being strong and the horses sturdy. Just the grand completion mortal realm powerhouses were more than 10 people. Chen Yan did not say a word and directly knelt down toward Luo Sheng who was riding on a horse. Chen village's Chen Yan leads the villagers to offer greetings to divine being, Lord Luo. With him kneeling, The rest knelt down one after another and called out, offering greetings to divine being Lord Luo. In the eyes of these mortal realms, deity realm was an invincible existence, being addressed respectfully as divine being. And in Luo Sheng's eyes, these villagers were all ants. Seeing him, they had to kneel down. Otherwise, it was death. Suddenly, Luo Sheng's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Boy, who are you? Why didn't you kneel seeing this god?" Chen Yan turned around and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently standing there blankly with his brows furrowed, deep in thought, and could not help being scared out of his wits. How could this boy be dumb at the critical juncture? When Yi Yuan saw everyone kneel, his brows knitted together instinctively. No idea why, he did not want to kneel toward this person. At the thought of wanting to kneel, every pore on Yi Yuan's body was resisting. This was the pride that stemmed from his bones. Even if he lost his memories, he could not be wiped away too. A mere grotto profound, only just entered divine Tao. What qualifications did he have to make the exalted second sage kneel? The exalted second sage, that was the figure standing at the very summit of this heavenspan world. Could he, Luo Sheng, accept a kneel from the second sage? Yi Yuan was absorbed in thought as he looked at Luo Sheng. Suddenly, he said with a serious face, I feel that you'll be overwhelmed by it. Chapter 2204, as easy as blowing off dust. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. Chen Yan's head went buzzing and almost exploded. Why did this boy not know the proper way to act at this sort of time? As long as he endured until Chen Lai they all broke through, with two mighty deity realms here, would they still need to be afraid of Luo Sheng? Aning, quickly kneel down. The prestige of divine being can't be affronted, Chen Yan said with a low cry. But Yi Yuan shook his head very seriously and said, Grandpa Yan, I've considered it very seriously. He really can't take it. Luo Sheng let out a loud laugh and pointed at Yi Yuan and said, a trash who doesn't even have essence energy actually says that this deity can't handle a kneel from you. If I insist on you making obeisance today, Yi Yuan thought about it and said again with a serious look, I won't do obeisance even if I die. Luo Sheng nodded slightly and said to the subordinate beside him, go, make him kneel down. If he doesn't kneel, beat until he kneels. Chen Yan's expression changed greatly and he wanted to get up, but then he heard Luo Sheng say in a solemn voice, nobody is allowed to move. Anyone who moves, dies. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. How could they still dare to move? They did not understand why Yi Yuan would be so stubborn. Just making an obeisance, one would not die. That subordinate had a pleased look as he swaggered in front of Yi Yuan. At this time, Asho suddenly stood up. Blocking in front of Yi Yuan, she said with a stubborn look, you're not allowed to touch him. Everyone did not react to it and Asho was already struck flying by the subordinate with one slap. Divine being said that whoever moves dies, are you deaf? As he said, the subordinate pulled out the saber at his waist and chopped over toward Asho without the slightest hesitation. Asho, Chen Yan's face changed wildly, but it was already too late to want to stop it. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly too and pounced toward Asho without thinking, using his body to protect her below him. This saber landed on Yi Yuan's body without the slightest hesitation and emitted the sound of metal clashing. The faces of the villagers changed again and again. They first gave a cry of surprise, all thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But Yi Yuan did not die. The saber, shattered. Yes, completely and utterly shattered. Ouch, my hand. The subordinate gave a painful cry. The saber that only had the hilt remaining fell to the ground, the webbing between his thumb and index finger being shocked until fresh blood spurted wildly. Everyone had stunned faces. The one who was hacked was fine, while the person hacking was badly mutilated. What happened? Could it be that Aning's body is as tough and strong as steel? This guy is really strange. Casually refining divine-grade divine pills, and being impervious to swords and spears from head to toe. It turned out that even after losing one's memories, the person could still be so formidable. Only Chen Yong's gaze flickered, connecting it to Yi Yuan's ease when chopping firewood in his mind. Could it be that this guy was a body refinement martial artist in the past? Now, he somewhat believed Grandpa Yan's words. Yi Yuan's origins were likely really not simple. Luo Sheng's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, no wonder you're so cocky. It turns out that you're a body refinement martial artist. However, in front of the power of deity realm, everything is drifting clouds. It was only to see him leap up. A force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas billowed to the sky. The faces of the villagers all turned ashen pale, being stunned by this power. This was the power of deity realm. This kind of power crushed everything. Luo Sheng arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a leap and planned on killing Yi Yuan with a palm. Facing this power, Yi Yuan's complexion also turned deathly pale. He wanted to avoid this palm, but once he dodged, Asho would die without a doubt. Helpless, he could only forcefully withstand this palm. Luo Sheng fell back several dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. This palm landing, Yi Yuan was completely unscathed, while his own palm already could not lift up anymore. How could this guy's body be so tough? The villagers had blank faces, looking at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. Wasn't a deity realm an invincible existence? Why was it that when facing such a frail awning, he could not even harm a hair? Luo Sheng's face fell and he turned angry from embarrassment and said, "Brat, consider yourself ruthless. However, I want to see how many people you can protect. Kill for me, spare none." Luo Sheng's party was very strong, far from what the Chen village could compete with. Let alone that there was even Luo Sheng, this deity realm powerhouse around. A hint of viciousness flashed across Luo Sheng's eyes, and he said to Chen Yan in a cold voice, "Old thing, to dare defy this deity's orders, seeking death." However, right at this moment, two powerful auras surged to the sky, arriving in front of everyone in an instant. Ajin. When the villagers saw these two people, each and every one of them was inexplicably roused. While Chen Yan had a look of astonishment on his face as he said in shock, "You. How did you guys break through so fast?" Chen Lai smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know what's going on either. Upon swallowing the medicinal pill, my realm reached grand completion, then I broke through to the grotto profound realm without the slightest obstacle, not needing the slightest effort at all." Chen Jian also had a look of wonder as he said, "Me too. Furthermore, this is still only the beginning. My realm is soaring crazily all the way, breaking through all the way to the late-stage grotto profound realm before stabilizing." Chen Lai nodded his head and said, "Me too. What's even scarier is that even though I broke through to the late-stage grotto profound realm, my realm is incomparably sturdy, without the slightest signs of instability." Chen Lai and Chen Jian's current realm was not the initial stage grotto profound realm, but it was the late-stage grotto profound realm. When Luo Sheng saw these two people, his face immediately turned ashen, shock on his face. He was angered out of his mind by Yi Yuan just now and did not detect that these two people were not around for some time. Who would have thought that in a blink of an eye, Chen Lai and Chen Jian, these two people, actually directly broke through to the late-stage grotto profound realm? Meanwhile, he was merely just at the initial stage grotto profound realm. Chen Lai two people could trample him to death with one foot. But at this time, there was already no one who would go and pay attention to him. Everyone cast shocked gazes toward Yi Yuan once more. Just what kind of medicinal pills did this guy refine? Even Chen Yan was also in a mess this time. He had never heard before that a divine-grade divine pill could let a mortal directly break through to late-stage grotto profound realm. This sort of thing was simply fantastical. Divine-grade medicinal pills were already the limits of what he understood. As for whatever purple spirit, void spirit, with his status, he was unable to come into contact with them at all. Of course, if he came into contact with them, he would only be more shocked. How could he know that the Jadeheart pills which Yi Yuan casually refined already reached the peak of vast spirit divine grade? Although Yi Yuan was still in a state of amnesia currently, his pill refining skills practically flooded every cell in his body. Refining a mere rank 1 divine pill was simply using a cannon to kill mosquitoes, wasting his talents on a petty job. Alright, talk about awning's matters afterward. We need to deal with the matter on hand first. Chen Yan adjusted his dry throat and said. Chen Lai nodded slightly and looked towards Luo Shen, his face full of killing intent. Luo Sheng directly knelt down without another word and wept, "T2 lords, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I beg you to spare my life. From today onward, the Luo village will follow the Chen village's lead." "Oh, right, this lowly one collected quite a few good stuff these few years. I'm willing to offer them up." Chen Lai's gaze turned intent and he said, "Are there divine ranked spirit medicines?" Luo Sheng repeatedly nodded and said, "Have. There are some." Chen Lai and Chen Jian exchanged a glance and smiled. Chapter 2205, Deity Realm Village. Under the attentive gazes of the villagers, Chen Yang and Asho walked out of closed seclusion. The auras on their bodies were already totally different. Deity realm. After these two people consumed the jade heart pills that Yuan refined, they broke through to deity realm without the slightest surprise. Furthermore, these two people actually both reached middle stage grotto profound realm. The power of the medicinal efficacy dumbfounded everyone. With this kind of miraculous medicinal pill, how was there still a need to cultivate? Prior to this, Chen Yang and Asho still had a long way to go from the grand completion mortal realm. But in a twinkle, they were already deity realm powerhouses. The realm that was once far beyond reach, the Chen village actually suddenly had 4 of them in one day. The villagers felt like they were dreaming. Tisk tisk, Aning is really our village's treasure. Uncle Yan, you really picked up a big treasure for our Chen village. Aning, my family's Chun'er has just nicely reached a marriageable age. Why don't you consider it? A group of villagers crowded around Yuan, pulling and yanking on him, making Yuan very uncomfortable. Alright, Aning isn't someone who belongs in a shallow pond, our village can't hold him. Chen Yan chased everyone away and said crossly. He did not lose his head by everything in front of him. Being able to refine such magical medicinal pills, Yuan was absolutely not an ordinary person. How could a measly little Chen village hold this great Buddha? Chen Yan sneaked a glance at his granddaughter. Seeing the look in his granddaughter's eyes, he could not help sighing slightly in his heart. Originally, everyone thought that Asho and Ayong were a pair. But Yuan's appearance completely unlocked Asho's maiden feelings. It was just that, the dropping flowers pine for love, while the heartless brook will probably babble on. Even if Asho broke through to the deity realm now, she likely could not match up to Yuan at all too. Even though he did not know what kind of grade the jade heart pills reached, without a doubt, it already exceeded his imagination. Yuan could even refine such heaven-defying medicinal pills under a state of amnesia and his divine essence being completely lost. It could be seen how formidable he was before. Ayong, Asho, why haven't you come over and thank Aning? Chen Yan said in a solemn voice. Chen Yang's expression was complicated. Finally, he still came before Yuan and gave a bow, saying, many thanks, Aning. While Asho said in surprise, Aning, this medicinal pill is too magical. After I swallowed it, it's simply like I can automatically cultivate, breaking through to the deity realm in a blink of an eye. Yuan scratched his head and said with a vacant look, is it very impressive? I don't know either. Asho nodded her head repeatedly and said, very impressive. Very impressive. Didn't you see that Luo Sheng's expression? He even wanted to cry previously. Yuan smiled bashfully. Thinking about it, he seemed to really be quite impressive. After several days, Chen Jian brought Luo Sheng back. Everyone was very curious, not knowing what things Chen Jian brought back. In front of everyone, Chen Jian chuckled and said, got to say, this guy really hid quite a number of good stuff these few years. Their Luo village even got a miniature medicine garden and planted quite a few divine rank spirit medicines inside. This time, I raided all of them in one go. When Chen Yan and the rest listened until here, each and every one of their eyes shone. What they hoped to hear the most right now were divine rank spirit medicines. What did divine rank spirit medicines signify? A stock of quasi-divine rank jadeheart grass created 4 grotto profound realm powerhouses. If there was a batch of divine rank spirit medicines placed here, what would happen later already did not need to think too much. The villagers were all wildly ecstatic. If the spirit medicines were sufficient, could they also break through to the deity realm? Rustle. Chen Jian let out the bunch of things inside the storage ring. Chen Yan's gaze turned intent, his face revealing a look of wild elation. Sundered space weed, silver frost ginseng, seamless flower. Also, this is a divine rank jadeheart grass. I didn't expect that the Luo village actually collected so many good things. Chen Yan said agitatedly. By the side, Luo Sheng had long become a bitter gourd face. The divine rank spirit medicines that he gathered these few years were planned on using for himself to break through. Who knew that it was wiped out all at once today? Aning, this. Chen Yan looked toward Yuan pleadingly, somewhat fidgety in his heart. Yuan thought about it and said, I'll give it a shot then. Chen Yan was overjoyed when he heard that and brought a bunch of spirit medicines into the refining room. Following that, various sorts of light would come out of the refining room from time to time. Outside the house, The expression of Luo Sheng, who was watching Yi Yuan refine pills for the first time, was fascinating to the extreme. This is simply a miracle. I've never heard before that someone can refine pills like this. No wonder your Chen village has 4 deity realm powerhouses that appear all of a sudden. Who in the world is this young man? Luo Sheng said in shock. Chen Lai smiled until his mouth could not close, and he said with a proud look, 3 years ago, Aning sustained serious injuries. It was Uncle Yan and Asho who saved him. As for who he is, we don't know as well. Although he did not know, the smugness on Chen Lai's face could not be concealed no matter what. Because he knew that the Chen village would become completely different from today onward. Seeing Chen Lai's expression, Luo Sheng's heart felt as awful as having eaten a fly. But he could not hold back his feelings of envy. Freaking hell, why didn't I encounter this sort of good thing? Luo Sheng secretly cursed in his heart. The efficiency of Yi Yuan's array formation pill refinement was very high. In less than half a day, these spirit medicines that Chen Jian brought were refined into all sorts of medicinal pills by him. Furthermore, each medicinal pill emitted an extraordinary aura. Clearly, the grade was extremely high. Chen Yan, Chen Lai, and the rest had wide beams on their faces. With these medicinal pills, the Chen village would completely soar to the sky with one bound. Cloudriver County, City Lord Manor. City Lord Huang Wei was currently discussing matters with the few major family heads in the city when City Guard Commander, Li Jie, suddenly barged inside. Huang Wei's brows furrowed and he said, "What are you acting rashly for?" "Don't know the rules," but Li Jie right away said, "Your Excellency, something big happened. This subordinate doesn't dare to dawdle." Huang Wei said coolly, "My Cloudriver City has always been peaceful. What major thing can happen?" Li Jie said, "Your Excellency, a deity realm village appeared outside of Cloudriver City. Overnight, this Chen village's population of 121 people all broke through to deity realm." "What did you say?" When Huang Wei heard this, he suddenly shot to his feet, not quite daring to believe his ears. "Overnight? Got to be a joke. The people in this village wouldn't have been struck by lightning, right?" "Commander Li, food can just be eaten, but words can't simply be said. Even if a capital city's 3-star alchemy god came, it's also impossible to create 100 over deity realms overnight, right?" When the few family heads heard this, they all had disbelieving looks. They could not resist scoffing at Li Jie. But Li Jie said, "Your Excellency, this subordinate has a squire who went to the Luo village in the vicinity of this Chen village. He returned to his hometown to pay a visit to his elders this time and brought back this news." At first, this subordinate didn't believe it either. But this subordinate personally went to investigate and verify it. This matter is absolutely true. Everyone's expression turned stiff with shocked faces. Li Jie personally took a trip, looks like it would not be wrong. But this sort of thing was too fantastical. Chapter 2206, Collecting Ancient Records. To this day, Chen Yan still felt that he was having a dream. The Chen village actually became a deity realm village. Even those brats who were still wet behind their ears, after consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, they also broke through to deity realm overnight. Yi Yuan's pair of hands was seemingly able to transform the rotten into something magical. The deity realm that was as high as the clouds in their eyes, Yi Yuan could casually create them. And now, even Cloudriver City's city lord was waiting outside of the village respectfully, not daring to have the least bit of arrogance. That was Cloudriver City's city lord, an origin deity realm mighty expert. Origin deity realm was once an unreachable existence to the Chen village, a figure in the heavens. But now, he was actually standing outside the village obediently. Drawing a deep breath, Chen Yan pushed the door and went in. Yi Yuan was currently holding his superficial alchemy Dao records and classics, and reading with great gusto. "Aning," Chen Yan called smilingly. Yi Yuan put down the book, got up, and said with a smile, "Grandpa Yan." Chen Yan smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Yi Yuan to sit down, and saw, "Oh, Aning, this old man's books probably can't enter your sights at all, right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said seriously, "Although Grandpa Yan's books are shallow, I still learned many things from them. I've already finished reading these books and made some remarks on them." Reading these alchemy Dao records, Yi Yuan understood with one glance and did not have the slightest feeling of sluggishness. Yi Yuan seemed to be able to find his own past from them. Chen Yan received them to take a look and could not help trembling all over. It was only to see that many things were recorded densely on the records. Yi Yuan's casual annotations immediately enlightened many areas that he did not understand in the past. Briefly reading a few lines, he actually had a feeling of being enlightened. Yi Yuan's casual annotations were already no idea how many times more brilliant than the contents in these books. Chen Yan was sure that Yi Yuan's level was definitely 1,000 times, even 10,000 times more brilliant than the people who wrote the books. Incisive, truly penetrating. Aning, you must have been an incredible high-level alchemy god in the past. Chen Yan sighed with admiration as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said with a nod, I also feel that way. Regardless of whether it is refining pills or reading books, I have a very familiar feeling. It's as if I was born for the sake of refining pills. Oh, right, is Grandpa Yan finding me for something? Only then did Chen Yan wake up from the shock and said rather embarrassedly, almost forgot the official matters. Cloudriver City's city lord has come to realize the truth. Lord Huang Wei brought the family heads of the 5 major families in the city, and they personally came to our Chen village to request an audience with you. They don't dare to come in and disturb and are currently waiting outside the village. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, to see me. Chen Yan smiled bitterly and said, our Chen village, the old and young, have all become deity realm powerhouses now. It already shocked all the neighboring households. It's also not strange that City Lord knows. The status of alchemy gods is venerated. He's definitely coming to find you to request for pills. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I'll meet him then. When Huang Wei and the few major family heads saw Yi Yuan, they were utterly stunned. The one who created a deity realm village overnight was an ordinary person who did not even have divine essence. He looked towards Chen Yan rather strangely, wondering if this guy was playing them. Chen Yan hurriedly explained, City Lord, Aning has always maneuvered heaven and earth's spiritual energy to refine pills with array formations and doesn't need medicinal cauldrons or divine essence. Huang Wei's whole body trembled and he cried out in surprise, hiss, array formation refining pills. The few people exchanged glances and bowed respectfully toward Yi Yuan and said, Cloudriver City's city lord, Huang Wei, offers greetings to Master Ning. Yi Yuan returned the bow and said, Your Excellency doesn't have to be courteous. Huang Wei said, this city lord's intention of coming, I believe that Master Ning already knows. However, I still want to witness Master's medicinal pills. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Grandpa Yan. Chen Yan understood and took out a jade bottle and passed it to Huang Wei. Huang Wei received the medicinal bottle and only took one look and cried out in surprise, this is Profound Origin Pill. What a high-quality Profound Origin Pill. Master Shu Ping, you come and take a look. As he said, he passed the medicinal pill to an old man beside him. Very clearly, this old man was also an alchemy god, a 2-star alchemy god. Shu Ping's breaking was already somewhat losing control starting from when he saw the medicinal pill. He received the Profound Origin Pill somewhat tremblingly and started looking closely at it. When everyone saw Shu Ping's expression, each and every one of them felt lost. They knew that this medicinal pill's quality was very high, but as for the specifics of how high, they did not know. Shu Ping looked at it and tears actually strewn down his old face as he wept and said, didn't expect it. Truly didn't expect it. Having seen this pill, this old man can die without regrets. His expression whetted everyone's appetites. Yet, this old guy was performing there alone and refused to talk about the subject of the matter. Huang Wei could not resist asking, Master Shu Ping, just what is so extraordinary about this medicinal pill? Only then did Shu Ping woke up and said with lingering palpitations in his heart, Vast Spirit Divine Pill. This is a Vast Spirit Divine Pill. Being able to see a Vast Spirit Divine Pill in this lifetime, this old man can die without regrets. The other few people trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of horror. Vast Spirit Divine Pill, that was a medicinal pill of the legends. Even if a 5-star alchemy god came, it was also completely impossible to refine a Vast Spirit Divine Pill. Now, it actually appeared in a county's small village. This young man absolutely had an extraordinary background. While Chen Yan had a baffled look, he completely did not know what a Vast Spirit Divine Pill was. But seeing that the expression of a 2-star alchemy god was at a loss whether to cry or laugh, he also knew that it was unusual. It seemed like he still underestimated Aning. Huang Wei suddenly got up and gave a respectful bow towards Yi Yuan and said, Master Ning's great talent is too unworthy of this small village. Is it possible for you to move to the City Lord Manor? As long as Master Ning goes to the City Lord Manor, this Huang will definitely treat you cordially to the highest standards. Chen Yan's expression changed. This fellow was snatching people. No way, he said without the slightest hesitation. Huang Wei's face fell. Normally, someone with a status like Chen Yan would have long been smacked to death by him with one slap. But this way, he would be offending Master Ning. Yuan smiled and said, "There's no need to go to the City Lord Manor. There's no problem with you guys coming to find me to refine pills, but I have a condition." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Huang Wei had a look of disappointment. At the latter half, he had an enthusiastic look again as he said, "What condition is there?" "Master Ning, feel free to speak up." Yuan said, "Help me collect alchemy Dao records. No matter what kind they are, however many there are, the more the merrier." Huang Wei had a curious look as he said, "Master Ning, with your alchemy strength, is there still a need to look at these alchemy Dao records?" Yuan smiled and said, "There is no end to learning. There's no harm in reading more books." Huang Wei and the rest revealed looks of admiration and said with a nod, "Master Ning, rest assured. Leave this small matter to this Huang." At this time, Shu Ping suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master Ning, this Shu knows quite a few people in the same pursuit. Getting some alchemy Dao records shouldn't be anything difficult. This Shu doesn't request for medicinal pills. I only request to be able to stay by Master Ning's side and observe you refining pills from the sidelines. I wonder if that's allowed." Yuan nodded and said, "No problem." Chapter 2207, Heaven Rewards the Faithful. The noonday sun shone high above. Bright Moon Restaurant was bustling with activity, having all sorts of voices mingling together. It was very noisy, but as the top restaurant in Dragonstone Imperial City, this place was the place where information was well connected. At this time, 5 martial artists were currently chatting merrily at a large table. A man who had a scar on his face said mysteriously, "Have you guys heard? These few years, a big shot appeared in the east region of Kindness Imperial City." With him saying this, it indeed aroused the attention of the other few people. A younger brother said with interest, "Elder brother Scar, you're the most well-informed. Tell us what incredible big shot appeared." Elder brother Scar chuckled and said, "This remarkable figure isn't in Kindness Imperial City, but in a village that's in the wilderness of a county subordinate to Kindness Imperial City. This person is called Master Ning, his alchemy skills being exceptional." A companion said disdainfully, "Haha, elder brother Scar, you're talking nonsense here. What remarkable great figure can appear in a wild countryside's village?" The moment elder brother Scar heard, he was immediately annoyed and said with a cold smile, "What the hell do you know? This person is called Master Ning. Over 60 years ago, this Master Ning rose into prominence, completely turning a village that was full of mortals all into grotto profound realms overnight. At present, more than 60 years have passed, those mortals that followed him back then are all Divine Lord Realm now. That tiny little village is full of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses now." The moment these words came out, the few people at the table sucked in a cold breath. A village with all the people being at the Divine Lord Realm, how terrifying was this? In just 60 years, making a village of mortals all reaching the Divine Lord Realm, was this something that a human could accomplish? A companion said with a look of disbelief, "Elder brother Scar, you're also being too ridiculous, right? This sort of thing, even a 6-star alchemy god likely can't do it too, right?" Elder brother Scar sipped a mouthful of wine and said with a chuckle, "Therefore, that's why I said that he's a remarkable great figure. Right now, the heavyweights of the several dozen imperial cities around that village, even the heavyweights of imperial capitals, are virtually all his esteemed guests. Our Dragonstone Imperial City is a little far away from Kindness Imperial City, so the news is much slower. At first, I didn't believe it either. But a friend of mine heard this news when he was in traveling outside and really dropped by to request for pills. In the end, he broke through." His companions' faces were full of shock. Elder brother Scar was a 3rd firmament Divine Lord. Being able to be his friend, it was naturally a person at the Divine Lord Realm too. Being able to let a Divine Lord Realm break through so casually, it was definitely not what an ordinary person could do. Elder brother Scar, such an astonishing great figure, would the medicinal pills be so easy to request? A companion asked curiously. Elder brother Scar smiled coldly and said, "Didn't you not believe it just now?" The companion gave an awkward laugh and said, not that I don't believe, but it's truly that it's somewhat fantastical. Elder brother Scar had the intention of showing off as he said smugly, saying that master's medicinal pills are easy to request for, they are easy. Saying that they aren't easy to request for, it's also not easy. It just depends on whether you have that affinity or not. The companion's appetite was also successfully whetted up and he asked with a curious look, "Oh, what does that mean?" Elder brother Scar smiled and said, "This master wants for nothing and only asks for Alchemy Dao records. Furthermore, as long as it's an Alchemy Dao record, he would accept it without exception and refine medicinal pills for you. But a few years ago, it was naturally a little easier to ask for it. But along with the passage of time, the records in that master's hands got more and more. The duplicates naturally also got more and more. This way, medicinal pills became harder to ask for. That friend of mine obtained before an Alchemy Dao record in his early years, it just so happened that master didn't have it. That's how he succeeded by a fluke." Everyone had a look of realization and said, "So that's how it is." The more elder brother Scar said, the more proud of himself he got as he continued, "Furthermore, I heard that this master Ning doesn't have any divine essence in his body, relying completely on array formations when refining pills. Even so, the quality of the medicinal pills that he refines is extremely high. The pills absolutely won't be below divine grade. Medicinal pills that have been refined by him have already been hiked to a sky-high price. Outside, furthermore, there was demand, but no market." When the companions heard, each and every one of them clicked their tongues in wonder. Not far away, a man and a woman sat by the window. The woman had a fine gauze covering her face, her body trembling slightly. The man opposite sighed and said, "The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment too. What they are talking about is Master Ning." The girl suddenly calmed down again and said softly, "Even if I search until the seas wither and rocks decay, I also have to find young master." The man let out another sigh and said, "Really envy him, to be able to have lovers like you all." Done talking, the man put down a few pieces of divine essence stones on the table and got up and said, "Come on. I hope that this piece of news isn't simply a waste of effort this time." The girl with the fine gauze nodded slightly, got up, and left Bright Moon Restaurant with the man. Over 60 years passed quickly. The originally quiet little village became the most bustling place in a radius of 10 million miles. Chen Village had many powerhouses coming and going every day. In these 60 years, Master Ning's reputation grew more and more resounding. Powerhouses of various places came due to his fame. It alarmed the surrounding capital cities, and even imperial capitals. In just 60 years, apart from refining pills, Yi Yuan only did one thing. That was reading books. The Alchemy Dao records that he collected were enough to fill a house to the rafters. He immersed himself in the Alchemy Dao records every day. He could not remember the things in the past, but amidst the pill refinements and Alchemy Dao records, he seemed to be able to find a trace of his past shadow. Being very wide-read, Yi Yuan gleaned much nourishment from it. Gathering knowledge from around the world, Yi Yuan's Alchemy Dao strength also advanced by leaps and bounds unknowingly. With the pill refining strength that Yi Yuan exhibited, there were naturally people who had devious ideas before too. But ever since a celestial deity realm powerhouse entered the Chen village and never came out again, no one dared to have designs on the Chen village anymore. Along with the passing of time, Yi Yuan's injuries got better bit by bit. Although he still did not have divine essence, over 60 years passed, his fleshy body already recovered 30 to 40%. Ordinary celestial deity realms were unable to get close to him at all. Awning, someone came to request for pills again. They said that they brought many precious books this time that the village doesn't have. Osho entered Yi Yuan's room and said joyfully. Yi Yuan put down the jade slip in his hand and said with slight surprise, "Is that so? To talk about the Alchemy Dao records in my possession, there are really not many anymore. 60 years have passed, the Alchemy Dao records that don't repeat also became fewer and fewer. Quickly bring me to go meet them." Osho nodded her head and brought Yi Yuan out. The arrivals were a man and a woman. When Yi Yuan saw the two, he clasped his hands and said, "I wonder what medicinal pills the two of you want to ask for." The man and woman both did not speak, but stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, their whole body trembling. The woman gently took off her face gauze, revealing a face that could topple kingdoms. When Osho saw this girl, she also could not help feeling ashamed of her unworthiness. She was somewhat marveling with admiration in her heart, how could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? However, the girl's state did not seem to be quite right. She was too agitated. Taking off the face gauze, her clothes were already drenched by tears. She looked at Yuan and said, agitatedly, "Young master, Lu'er knew that you'd definitely be fine." Definitely be fine. Chapter 2208, This guy needs stimulus. Young master, miss, did you get the wrong person? Yuan could not help being stunned and said. Lu'er's expression changed wildly. Her beautiful body trembled fiercely as she said in puzzlement, "Young master, I'm Lu'er. You don't recognize me anymore." Over 60 years on tenterhooks, Lu'er's footprints practically covered everywhere in the Middle Realms. Finally, she saw Yuan today. Who could have thought that they would fail to recognize each other despite meeting? What kind of huge blow was this? Lu'er's head spun, practically about to faint away. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, trying hard to remember something. He really could not remember anything, but he kept feeling that he seemed to have been acquainted with Lu'er. "Miss, you know me." "Sorry, I've already lost my memories for many years and really can't remember anything anymore," Yuan said helplessly. But Osho's brows furrowed, having an appearance akin to facing a great enemy. Could it be that this lady was Oning's lover? If this was the case, then wouldn't she not have any hope at all? In front of Lu'er's looks that could topple kingdoms, she really did not have any confidence at all. Right, if an accident didn't happen, how could young master possibly not come back and find me? Lu'er looked at Yuan and said with a painful smile. Yuan, you scoundrel. I entrusted junior apprentice sister Mengli to you. Forget that you didn't bring her out, but now, you actually even forgot your own name and don't remember anyone anymore. To think that you still repeatedly called for Lu'er in the past, you've completely forgotten about her now, right? The man beside Lu'er suddenly flew into a rage. This man was none other than precisely Lin Changqing. To talk about this Lin Changqing, he was truly infatuated with Yu Mengli. Along with the passing of time, there was already no one who thought that Yuan was still alive. But Lin Changqing did not give up even when there was no news about Yu Mengli. Hence, he followed along with Lu'er and drifted for over 60 years, searching for Yuan. The only clue was that the glimpse of golden light back then flew in the east direction. Hence, the two people followed along the angry Nether River and went east, searching city by city. During this, they also obtained many clues before. But in the end, they always returned disappointed. Hope became increasingly more bleak. Lin Changqing also did not harbor much hope in his heart anymore. It was Lu'er's persistence that made them keep on walking until now. As the saying, heaven rewards the faithful, going through all kinds of hardships and difficulties, they finally saw Yuan. But who knew that it was such a situation? When Lin Changqing saw Yuan's appearance, these few years of grievance finally erupted thoroughly. When Yuan heard, Mengli, 2 words, his heart ached for no reason. "Hey, who are you, to dare shout at Oning in Chen village? Do you know where this place is?" Osho immediately blocked in front of Yuan and berated them. These few years, the people who came to Chen village were all reverent and respectful. No one dared to shout and wrangle in front of Yuan. Hence, Chen village's people, including Osho, developed the habit of considering themselves superior. Seeing Lin Changqing flew off the handle, Osho naturally yelled, "Get lost, it has nothing to do with you here." Lin Changqing's palm pushed lightly. Osho's entire person immediately flew out. But he had a sense of propriety when he made his move. Although Osho was injured, it was not serious. Osho. Yuan's brows furrowed, glaring at Lin Changqing after that. Lin Changqing also looked at Yuan coldly and said with a cold snort, "Since you don't remember anything, then I'll beat you until you remember." A terrifying aura released, the entire house was blasted to ashes. Everyone in Chen village was startled and gathered around one after another. What a strong aura, what boundary powerhouse is this young man? Could it be true God realm? Shit, Oning's strength can still deal with celestial deities, but I'm afraid that it's inadequate to deal with true God realm powerhouses. Chen village's villagers were long already not ignorant people. They already had a great understanding of this heavenspan world's division in cultivation realms. These few years, they had also seen before many powerhouses, even celestial deity realm powerhouses. But no one had ever given them such a powerful pressure before. Within 100,000 feet, they were practically all unable to stand. Lin Changqing did not say a word, raising his hand. He punched toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was caught off guard and directly blasted out by that single punch. Ha ha ha, why didn't you retaliate? Back then, weren't you very cocky in fallen maple bodhidharma? Didn't you say that I'm not from the same world as you? What about now? You look at yourself, just like a dog. If it wasn't for me showing mercy, you'd already be dead just now. Lin Changqing let out a wild laugh as he said. Actually, toward Yi Yuan, he was long already wholeheartedly convinced. Having witnessed Yi Yuan's methods, he was clear in his heart that it was simply impossible for him and Yi Yuan to be in the same world. Persisting until today, he just could not feel at ease about Yu Mengli and wanted to seek confirmation about her safety from Yi Yuan's mouth, that was all. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually became like this. Yi Yuan slowly got up, his gaze becoming icy cold. Everybody fall back, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The villagers all had solemn expressions, retreating one after another. Lin Changqing sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Oh. Angry, you're just a cripple now. You don't even have divine essence, while your fleshly body only just recovered 30 to 40% strength. This bit of strength, still want to deal with this Empyrean?" Lu Er frowned and said, "Lin Changqing." Lin Changqing waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Relax, I won't kill this guy. This guy needs a stimulus." Lu Er opened her mouth but did not stop it in the end. Perhaps this could be regarded as a method. By the side, the villagers were all stricken dumb with amazement. This Empyrean, heavenly Empyrean, only an Empyrean powerhouse would call themselves this Empyrean. This young man was actually an Empyrean powerhouse. Too terrifying. Even if they were already no longer what they used to be, Empyrean powerhouses were still existences that they were unable to imagine. Could it be that this Empyrean was actually old acquaintances with Aning? Lin Changqing laughed and said, "Today, this Empyrean is going to trample you underfoot." Lin Changqing did not say another word. Raising his hand, it was another punch. The void trembled wildly. This time, Yi Yuan was blasted flying. On the contrary, it was Lin Changqing who was shocked until he fell back several steps in a row. His pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "Instant array formation. How is it possible? This guy doesn't even have a trace of divine essence, and yet he can actually perform instant array formation." In that instant just now, Yi Yuan laid down an array formation, blocking Lin Changqing's attack. Of course, Lin Changqing did not bring out his true strength. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Changqing coldly and said, "Even if you know me, you also can't bully Asho. This score, I'm going to settle it for her." Lin Changqing smiled coldly and said, "So what if bully her?" "Heh, you're indeed not an ordinary guy. I didn't expect that in such a predicament already, you still have such strength. Today, this Empyrean wants to see to what extent your instant array formation can achieve." Lin Changqing's divine essence erupted, his strength immediately soaring significantly. "Haha, be careful, this Empyrean is coming." Lin Changqing's aura skyrocketed, directly rushing over toward Yi Yuan. Such power already reached the true god realm. How had the villagers seen before such shocking power? Each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfounded with their mouths agape. They could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.